The story commences with the awakening of an F-grade spatial talent. Fear not. Your father is a martial god, your mother a martial saint, and your family is one of the 6 foremost clans of the Great Xia. The precious blood of the Beast Emperor, which others covet as a rare treasure, you use for your bath. The finest limited edition gene elixirs, you consume as if they were mere water. Is it truly so challenging to enhance one's innate abilities? Do not underestimate the worth of a prestigious family. S-grade Void Walker, SS-grade Void Throne, SSS-grade Master of Space. On the battlefield of myriad races, the prodigies of foreign clans ponder. Why is it that, despite sharing the SSS-grade talent, he can effortlessly crush us? Nonsense. Do you not understand that time is revered and space is sovereign? When time does not yield, who can stand against him? Chapter 1. The Awakening of Talent. In a living room exquisitely adorned with opulence, Yilingtian languidly reclines on a genuine leather sofa, a charmingly beautiful maiden nestled in his embrace. She casts her gaze downward, her cheeks flushed, her alluring figure accentuated by her fitted maid's attire. Her bosom is full and pert, her waist so slender that it could be encompassed by a single hand, and beneath her skirt, her legs, encased in black stockings, sit elegantly side by side, the tips of her high heels gently tapping the floor. Flanking the sofa stand 9 similarly attired maids, all clad in black stockings, slender heels, and lace-trimmed aprons. Their hands are delicately folded before them, yet their eyes are fixated upon Yilingtian, their glances brimming with tender affection. Yilingtian blissfully squints, his gaze sweeping over the maids. Each one possesses long legs and alluring figures, clearly a sight to behold. He instinctively reaches out, encountering softness. By the heavens, the sensation is overwhelmingly real. Have I truly traversed worlds? Yilingtian squeezes again. With a piercing shriek, Yilingtian abruptly opens his eyes, finding himself reclining on a familiar bed. Morning light filters through the pale blue curtains, casting warmth upon the quilt. He strikes the mattress in frustration. Why must I awaken at such a critical moment? Yet, that sensation felt so tangible. What has been amiss lately? Why do I often dream of being a lavish second-generation heir? Although my mother runs a company, and our family circumstances are relatively favorable, they pale in comparison to those of true tycoons and esteemed families. Glancing at his phone, he realizes it's nearly 7 o'clock. He springs up in a swift motion. Today marks the day of talent awakening for his senior year, and tardiness is not an option. He grabs his school uniform draped over the chair and retrieves the white ragdoll cat sleeping at the foot of his bed, placing it back in its cozy nook by the window. The cat glances at him with mild displeasure before curling up into a furry ball to continue its slumber. Upon opening his bedroom door, he is welcomed by the enticing aroma of fried eggs. The kitchen door is firmly shut, yet the sounds of sizzling dishes and the clattering of spatulas resonate from within. By the time Yilingtian completes his morning routine, his mother, Su Qinglan, emerges from the kitchen with a tray in hand. She places a warm cup of green soybean milk into his hands. Hurry and drink it while it's hot. I've made your favorite potato and shredded meat pancakes. After finishing his meal and gulping down the soybean milk, Yilingtian snatches his backpack from the sofa and prepares to head out. Just then, Su Qinglan calls out to him, her voice laden with significance. Tian'er, regardless of the martial talent you awaken today, do not concern yourself with it. Return home early. What's wrong with her? Who wouldn't wish to awaken a remarkable talent? How could one not care? Nevertheless, he turns back with a faint smile. Understood, Mom. Exiting the villa, he spots a Dior electric scooter quietly parked in the courtyard. Yilingtian deftly mounts it and speeds off towards Lana number 8 high school. Yilingtian is a time traveler. In his previous life, just before graduating from university, he was transported to this perilous world teeming with ferocious beasts and flourishing martial arts. In the initial years, he experienced the enigma of the womb, devoid of consciousness. It was not until the age of 4 or 5 that his memories returned. His father is a captain in the Dragon Martial Corps, returning home only once or twice a year for over a decade. At Lana number 8 high school, in Class 1, he arrives to find his classmates unusually animated, for today is the day of talent awakening. Yilingtian's expression remains remarkably composed. Based on his favorite foreign novels, it is safe to presume that, as a time traveler, he is destined to awaken a top-tier martial talent. Shortly thereafter, the Mediterranean-haired homeroom teacher, Mr. Huang, entered the classroom. Instantly, a profound silence enveloped the room. Huang Dihai stood at the podium, a genial smile gracing his features as he proclaimed, "Dear students, the awakening of your martial arts talents bears no relation to your current vitality levels. Regardless of the nature of the martial arts talent you awaken, do not let pride or discouragement take hold. Talent merely signifies the elevation of one's starting point. What truly matters is the direction of your efforts and the steadfastness of your journey. As long as you harbor faith and persist, each individual can become a pillar of the nation." Huang Dihai delivered his impassioned address from the podium, instantly invigorating the atmosphere of the entire class. Some students with relatively low vitality levels were suddenly filled with excitement. The outcome is still uncertain. We are all dark horses. What if I awaken an S-class talent? Then I can truly soar. Although the homeroom teacher has stated this, scientific research indicates that the higher one's vitality, the greater the likelihood of awakening martial arts talents. Observing the lively atmosphere in the classroom, Huang Dihai nodded in satisfaction. His gaze swept across Yiling Tian, and upon noticing his calm demeanor, he couldn't help but pause. As the student with the highest vitality in the entire class, and indeed the whole school, Yiling Tian was expected to awaken a commendable martial arts talent. Suddenly, a voice resonated within the classroom. What do you think Yiling Tian will awaken? I believe he will at least awaken an A-class talent. After all, he is the student with the highest vitality at Lanin number 8 middle school. Did you not hear Mr. Huang say that the awakening of martial arts talent has little correlation with vitality? Indeed, that lad has already garnered the admiration of numerous girls due to his handsome appearance. His academic and martial arts performance ranks among the top in school. If fate allows him to awaken a talent above A-class, I will perform a live demonstration of consuming 10 pounds of excrement. At Lanin number 8 middle school, on the playground, the sky was clear and the morning sun bathed the earth in its golden rays. The ceremony for the awakening of martial arts talents was in progress. Students from Class 1 ascended the stage to awaken their talents one after another. Zhu Zhuqing, C-Class Dark Arts Talent. Wu Dalong, F-Class Green Hat Trick Talent. Tang Yin, B-Class Gun Arts Talent. Before long, the majority of Class 1 had awakened their talents, yet less than half had manifested martial arts abilities. The next student was Yiling Tian. A sudden hush fell over the playground. Principal Lu Ziyuan raised an eyebrow upon hearing the name and quickly directed his gaze towards Yiling Tian. Numerous students, teachers, and other school officials focused intently on Yiling Tian, eager to see what talent he would awaken. Yiling Tian took a deep breath, calming his racing heart, and stepped towards the awakening platform. It is time for me to reveal my true potential. Yiling Tian. A melodious voice sounded beside him. Yiling Tian turned to see Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan was the school's universally acknowledged belle and also Yiling Tian's girlfriend. She possessed an almost flawless visage with a tall and slender figure that boasted pronounced curves, ample bosom, long legs, and a waist that could be clasped with a single hand, complemented by her innate regal aura. With just a glance, one could easily be entranced. They had already traversed a year of companionship together. No matter what talent you awaken, I will always support you. Lu Ruyan smiled sweetly, her fair cheeks blossoming with two delicate dimples. Upon hearing her words, Yiling Tian felt a warmth in his heart. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, Yiling Tian approached the awakening platform. He placed his hand upon the awakening stone, and an extraordinary energy surged into his body. He felt as though he were perceiving the very fabric of space and experiencing the infinite void of the universe. A slight smile graced Yiling Tian's lips. It is done. I must have awakened a spatial ability. Time is revered, space reigns supreme, and destiny unfolds. The awakening of a rare spatial talent shall illuminate my future endeavors. After a few seconds, Yiling Tian sensed something amiss. Where was the extraordinary phenomenon? Was it not said that awakening a talent above S-class would yield a striking manifestation? However, in the next moment, a line of cold text appeared on the enormous display above the awakening stone, reverberating across the entire playground. Yiling Tian, F-Class Spatial Talent. Chapter 2. Do not panic. In an instant, Yiling Tian's expression froze, his pupils dilating sharply. It felt as though an invisible hammer had struck him, causing his body to sway imperceptibly. His fingers, resting upon the awakening stone, turned pale from the pressure he exerted. Hadn't it been said that the Mother Star would bless every child who leaves home? Wasn't it promised that every traveler would be a child of fortune? Martial arts talent is categorized from low to high as follows: F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. Each grade marks a stark difference. The crowd gathered on the playground erupted into a cacophony of commotion. F-grade talent? The pride of Lanin number 8 high school had only awakened an F-grade talent? Ha ha. How amusing. I once thought he was a genius, but it seems he is merely trash. An F-grade talent is hardly different from having no talent at all. After graduation, he might as well find a factory job assembling screws. To think he possesses an F-grade spatial talent. Perhaps he would excel in food delivery. Not that it matters, for I hear his family owns a company and is rather affluent. On the podium, Principal Lu Ziyuan furrowed his brow, clearly taken aback by Yiling Tian's awakening of merely an F-grade talent. Yet, upon seeing the spatial ability, a glimmer of light flickered in his eyes. Amidst the laughter and derision of the onlookers, Yiling Tian descended from the awakening stage. Lu Ruyan furrowed her delicate brows. Her exquisite visage bore no expression as she cast a complex glance his way before silently averting her gaze. The awakening ceremony continued. Yi Lingtian's mood was a whirlwind of emotions: disappointment, irritation, melancholy, and even despair. What does an F-grade talent signify in this world that venerates martial prowess? It denotes the lowest echelons of society, the dust of fate. Suddenly, a wave of astonished gasps erupted from the crowd. Yi Lingtian looked up to see a dazzling white pillar of light shooting skyward, towering several hundred meters high. As the white light coalesced, it formed a colossal tiger in the air. This tiger appeared as though forged from light, its fur shimmering with a metallic sheen, its eyes burning like molten gold. With a thunderous roar, the beast's voice resonated like a tangible shockwave, making the glass of the entire playground tremble. An overwhelming aura of the king of beasts descended, causing all students present to turn pale and feel a sense of reverence. With a fierce roar, the enormous light tiger dove towards the awakening stage, merging with the figure standing atop it. A minute later, the light dissipated, revealing Lu Rian. Her long silver hair flowed without wind, surrounded by an ethereal white aura, exuding a chillingly powerful presence. Lu Rian, S-grade talent, martial arts talent, white tiger. The crowd erupted into deafening cheers and gasps. An S-grade talent. I have witnessed the birth of an S-grade genius. Lu Rian is incredible. She is undoubtedly the top student of our cohort. In contrast, Lu Rian's association with Yi Lingtian is akin to a flower blooming amidst dung. The crowd surged with excitement, their gazes fixated on Lu Rian, filled with envy and awe. Yi Lingtian's complexion paled slightly as he clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. Lu Rian descended from the awakening stage, her neck held high like a proud swan. Instantly, a throng of teachers and students surrounded her, showering her with respectful accolades. Amidst the adulation, Lu Rian wore a smile reminiscent of spring, her lips curling with warmth. Yi Lingtian instinctively stepped forward, his lips parting to utter something. Yet, she naturally turned aside, slightly tilting her head to attentively listen to the praises of the teachers, leaving him with nothing but an elegant and icy profile. Yi Lingtian felt a pang of despondency. The promises of eternal love seemed utterly ludicrous in this moment. An S-grade talent rarely emerges in Lannan City over several years, and even the entire Great Xia Alliance produces very few annually. S-grade talents are eagerly sought after by prestigious universities, while F-grade talents are typically shunned even by ordinary municipal institutions. Yi Lingtian retrieved his phone, activating the green chat bubble, and messaged his father, uncertain if he had the time to read it. Yi Lingtian, Dad, I awakened an F-grade spatial talent. To his surprise, his father quickly replied, National Pillar, son. Do not panic. National Pillar, come home early after it ends. Your mother and I have prepared a gift for you, and I believe you will like it. Regardless, should the sky fall, I shall hold it up for you. After the awakening ceremony concluded, the principal announced its dismissal. Lu Rian did not greet Yi Lingtian, vanishing without a trace. Feeling dejected, Yi Lingtian chose not to ride his electric bike and walked home alone. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable sensation and turned around to see his deskmate, Li Muxue, walking not far behind him. Upon noticing Yi Lingtian's gaze, a flicker of panic crossed her fair cheeks. She casually greeted him before walking past, ignoring him. Yi Lingtian nodded in acknowledgement. Li Muxue's figure was no less appealing than Lu Rian's, though her looks fell slightly short. Despite being his deskmate, Li Muxue, due to her impoverished family background, was rather introverted and rarely engaged with others. Yi Lingtian recalled that she seemed to have awakened an A-grade ice attribute talent, with determination. Attending a top university was not beyond her reach. Given her family's circumstances, it was already a significant leap. Unfortunately, her home seemed to lie in the opposite direction. At that moment, a screech of tires pierced the air from the adjacent road. A black SUV was cornered in the middle of the road by two sedans. Three men clad in black combat attire, wielding long blades, emerged from the sedans, their expressions menacing as they surrounded two men and a woman who had exited the SUV. The surrounding pedestrians screamed and scattered in panic. Yi Lingtian quickly recognized the emblem on the black SUV. It belonged to the Martial Enforcement Bureau. These black-clad men were audacious indeed, daring to openly assault the Bureau's patrol. As the two uniformed inspectors saw the three men charging towards them, they hastily drew their blades to confront them. The inspectors were at least second-tier martial artists, and the three black-clad men fought back with remarkable skill, indicating they were also formidable opponents. Yi Lingtian was acutely aware that, even if he wished to act heroically, these assassins were not foes he, as a mere ninth-tier martial artist, could confront. Just as he prepared to flee with the crowd, he suddenly recognized the familiar figure shielded by the two inspectors. It was Lu Rian. Could it be that her awakening of an S-grade martial talent had attracted the pursuit of a nefarious organization? Some evil groups revel in hunting down geniuses, extinguishing threats in their infancy. Their methods are ruthless, sparing no expense, like venomous snakes lurking in the shadows. Chapter 3. Assassination. Yi Lingtian had not anticipated that these hyenas lurking in the shadows would possess such keen instincts. Perhaps at the moment Lu Ruyan awakened. A mole hidden within the city had already relayed the information of that soaring pillar of light back to the evil organization's headquarters. Yiling Tian felt a slight heaviness in his heart. The fall of an S-grade talent would undoubtedly be a considerable loss for the nation. However, with his newly awakened, practically useless F-grade ability, how could he possibly contend against these assassins? Though Yiling Tian and Lu Ruyan shared a romantic relationship, her attitude towards him since her awakening had suggested they were on the verge of a breakup. As he pondered, the battle situation had already begun to shift. The three assassins showcased an alarming level of synergy. Two of them moved like phantoms, employing vicious techniques that ensnared the two inspectors in a deadly struggle, rendering them unable to escape. The third assassin wore a cruel, cat-and-mouse smile as his gaze fixated on Lu Ruyan. The long blade in his hand glinted ominously in the sunlight. He approached slowly, step by measured step. Lu Ruyan's complexion turned ashen, instinctively retreating until her slender back collided with the cold car door, producing a dull thud. There was no further retreat. The shadow of death enveloped her, chilling her to the bone. Even with her awakened S-class White Tiger talent, she felt utterly powerless in the face of such overwhelming might. The assassin's greedy gaze swept over her exquisite features, licking his lips with a voice heavy with regret. Ah, such a rare beauty, blessed with the White Tiger talent. What a pity it would be to extinguish such brilliance. Even I feel a pang of sorrow. He slowly raised his blade, a murderous glint igniting in his eyes. Alas, the leader had issued a death decree. There would be no exceptions. Blame your misfortune. Before his words could fully escape his lips, the long knife transformed into a streak of icy white light, cleaving through the air with a shrill whistle, aimed directly at Lu Ruyan's delicate throat. Under the oppressive intent emanating from the second-tier assassin, Lu Ruyan, possessing only the strength of a seventh-tier martial artist, could barely summon the illusory form of the White Tiger, which was instantly shredded by the blade's brilliance. The breath of death loomed ever closer, rendering her face ghostly pale. In that critical moment, a figure lunged forward like a leopard, crashing into the assassin's right arm. While he did not topple the assassin, he managed to divert the lethal strike just enough. The newcomer was Yiling Tian. He did not wish to lead an ordinary life, devoid of exceptional talent. He was determined to take a gamble. What if a system or a fortuitous event emerged in the midst of this crisis? If he succeeded, he would have won. If he lost, then so be it. The long knife plunged violently into the car door, mere centimeters from Lu Ruyan's side, piercing through with ease. Seizing the moment of distraction, Yiling Tian grasped the still-shaken Lu Ruyan and swiftly fled. The assassin slowly withdrew his blade, watching the panicked prey escape, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Who does this foolish boy think he is, believing he can play the hero? How naive. If you wish to die, I shall oblige. With a slight sway of his body, he closed the distance in an instant, swinging his blade down in a crescent arc, unleashing a wave of lethal energy aimed at Yiling Tian's back. At that moment, a piercing scream rang out, and a figure clad in blue dashed from behind a nearby tree. With her back to Yiling Tian, she had no time to harness her skills. She spread her arms wide, shielding him with her fragile form, trembling from sheer terror. Yet, she did not flinch an inch before the incoming blade. Hearing the girl scream and sensing the impending danger, Yiling Tian's pupils constricted. He released Lu Ruyan's hand, his heart racing with dread. It was over. He was doomed. A tremendous force slammed into his back, propelling him forward. Simultaneously, a short blade radiating an eerie purple light pierced through the chest of the assassin who had unleashed the deadly energy. The sadistic grin on his face froze, morphing into disbelief as he looked down at the blood gushing from his chest before collapsing heavily to the ground. A woman silently appeared a short distance away from Yiling Tian, as if materializing from the shadows. She was breathtakingly beautiful, her skin radiant as snow, clad in a form-fitting purple-black leather outfit that accentuated her voluptuous figure. Yet, the chilling intent in her enchanting eyes froze the very air around her. With a graceful flick of her hand, akin to strumming the strings of a lute, the purple blade traced a sinister arc through the air, moving with an almost sentient speed to pierce the hearts of the remaining two assassins. They fell without even a moment to react. Yiling Tian crashed to the ground. Fortunately, his physique, honed during his training as a martial artist, was robust, and aside from a surge of blood, he sustained no serious injuries. He turned sharply to see a girl tumble beside him, her head resting against his back. In that instant, realization struck him. It was she who had selflessly shielded him with her delicate body in the face of that lethal blade. He scrambled to his feet, his gaze sweeping over the formidable woman and the three slain assassins. He bent down, carefully helping the girl sit upright against his shoulder. After a quick assessment, he noted that her clothing bore no damage, nor did he see any visible wounds, which provided him with a measure of relief. Her injuries appeared to be minimal. His eyes fell upon the girl's face, and he was momentarily captivated. Her skin was as delicate as warm jade, her brows and eyes reminiscent of distant mountains, with a perfect nose and cherry lips that coalesced into a visage of otherworldly beauty, so striking that it rendered the world around them devoid of color. Yiling Tian was momentarily entranced. The girl, sensing his intense gaze, felt a flush rise from her neck to her cheeks, even the small, exquisite lobes of her ears turning a lovely shade of pink, as if they might emit light. Her heart raced like thunder, almost leaping from her throat. Yiling Tian abruptly regained his composure, aware of his own folly. He scrutinized her form and azure attire, a colossal question surging to the forefront of his mind. This figure, this attire, she was strikingly similar to his desk mate, Li Muxue. Yet, while Li Muxue was charming, she could never compare to the heavenly beauty before him, capable of toppling kingdoms. Thank you for saving me, Yiling Tian managed to say, suppressing his astonishment, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible rasp and uncertainty. Who are you? Chapter 4. Are you a charm demon? I am Li Muxue. What is wrong with you? Li Muxue's beautiful eyes brimmed with confusion. Had this desk mate of hers been rendered speechless with fear? Did he not even recognize her? Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, she hastily touched her face. Ah, has my face changed? Li Muxue sat up abruptly. Yiling Tian's expression changed dramatically. You're a charm demon? It was said that charm demons could transform into the most stunning women. Li Muxue's brows furrowed slightly as she coldly replied, You are the charm demon. With that, she glanced down at the scattered remnants resembling skin on the ground, momentarily stunned, lost in thought. Not far away, two patrollers expressed their gratitude to the alluring woman before driving off in pursuit of Lu Ruyan. The striking woman then approached with a feline grace. I apologize. I couldn't restrain my strength and ruined your water moon illusion. Li Muxue quickly stood, bowing earnestly to the woman, her tone sincere. I must also thank you for your intervention, otherwise, I fear I would have. A lingering fear gripped her heart, in that moment of peril. She had found the courage to stand before Yiling Tian. Was this truly? Yiling Tian, observing the woman, fell into deep contemplation. The lethal energy from the assassin's blade had been neutralized by her. The item resembling a facial mask, known as water moon illusion, had likely been destroyed by the assassin's attack, or, more likely, by the aftermath of this woman's strike. Given her terrifying prowess, it seemed more plausible that she had deliberately shattered it. Yiling Tian scrutinized Li Muxue's face. Why conceal such extraordinary beauty? Was it out of fear of the dangers that beauty could attract? Having been desk mates for 2 years during high school, he found himself pondering the enigma before him. Li Muxue's family situation was somewhat known to Yiling Tian. A disabled father, a mother who had been bedridden for years, and a younger sister who was still in her first year of high school. In contrast, Lu Ruyan's mother was a high-ranking executive at a company. While Li Muxue's circumstances seemed almost like a tragic beginning, living in such dire poverty, possessing unparalleled beauty would inevitably attract endless misfortunes. However, how could Li Muxue possess such exquisite treasures as the moonlight mirror? Alas, the foolish girl was actually shielding herself from harm. Did she not realize how crucial her A-grade talent awakening was for her family? While others would flee, she chose to risk herself for salvation. Was it due to her noble character? Or was it merely self-interest? Regardless of the reason, it deeply moved him. Young master, have you finished looking? A sultry voice from a nearby woman interrupted his thoughts with a teasing tone. Why not just take her home so you can admire her to your heart's content? Young master? Yiling Tian abruptly turned his head, his pupils narrowing in surprise. Though his family was relatively well off, being addressed as young master by this enigmatic woman was entirely beyond his understanding of his own family's status. Had he ever encountered such a figure, apart from a housekeeper? The woman seemed to sense the swirling doubts in his gaze and chose not to elaborate. Instead, she took out her phone, deftly tapped the screen a few times, and initiated a video call. The connection was established almost instantly. On the other end of the screen, the familiar background of his living room appeared. His mother, Su Qinglan, sat elegantly on the sofa, holding a cup of coffee with poise. Son, Su Qinglan's voice resonated through the receiver, calm yet undeniably authoritative. Come home quickly. Ping her, after sending that girl back. Bring Tianer back immediately. Yes, madam, replied the woman named Pinger with respect. The video call ended abruptly. Yiling Tian stood frozen in place, realizing that his mother had many secrets hidden from him. Pinger waved her hand in the distance, and a sleek black Cullinan soon pulled up beside them. She efficiently opened the heavy rear door, allowing Yiling Tian and Li Muxue to enter. While she took her seat in the front, the interior of the car was spacious, yet the atmosphere felt somewhat oppressive. Li Muxue sat with her hands neatly placed on her lap, her back straight, her gaze fixed on the rapidly retreating scenery outside, both anxious and restrained. Yiling Tian attempted to break the silence several times, but each time he caught sight of her tense profile, the words died on his lips. The Cullinan swiftly arrived at the entrance of Li Muxue's dilapidated old neighborhood. Just as the vehicle came to a halt, Li Muxue was about to push the door open herself, but Pinger was quicker, smoothly opening the door for her from the outside. Thank you, Li Muxue murmured, hastily preparing to exit. However, Pinger leaned slightly closer, whispering a few rapid words that only the two of them could hear. In an instant, Li Muxue's face flushed a deep crimson, spreading to her ears, resembling a ripe apple. As if scalded, She darted away without looking back, nearly running into the neighborhood. Pinger observed her retreating figure, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips, before turning back to the car. The vehicle started up again. Unable to contain his curiosity, Yiling Tian leaned forward, asking Pinger in the front, "Sister Pinger, what did you just say to Li Muxue?" Pinger glanced at him through the rearview mirror, her brows arching playfully, a hint of mischief in her eyes as her red lips parted. "Guess." Throughout the journey, no matter what Yiling Tian inquired, Pinger remained silent, only stating that his mother would enlighten him upon their return home. Reflecting on recent events, Yiling Tian pulled out his phone and sent a message to Lu Ruyin. "Congratulations on awakening your S-grade talent. Let's break up. I hope you have a better life ahead." However, the moment he pressed send, a red exclamation mark appeared on his screen. Yiling Tian's face turned a deep shade of crimson in an instant. Damn, he was one step too late. She had actually predicted his prediction. The Cullinan stopped at the entrance of Yiling Tian's villa. After both he and Pinger exited the vehicle, the driver drove off to a neighboring villa. With a heart full of questions, Yiling Tian followed Pinger into the house. In the living room, his mother, Su Qinglan, reclined elegantly on the sofa, a steaming cup of floral tea beside her. Upon seeing them enter, she patted the empty seat beside her, her tone gentle. "Tinner, come sit." Yiling Tian complied, intending to ask her about various matters. However, he noticed Pinger standing nearby, an aura around her seeming to shimmer and warp slightly, emanating a soft white light. Her form rapidly shrank and transformed. Right before Yiling Tian's eyes, a living person blinked, only to instantaneously morph into a pure white ragdoll cat with azure blue eyes. The ragdoll cat lazily stretched its body and gracefully leaped onto the nearby single sofa, adeptly finding the most comfortable position, striking an elegant pose before closing its eyes. What the hell? Yiling Tian felt as though he had been struck by lightning, springing up from the sofa. His fingers trembling as he pointed at the ragdoll cat, his voice rising in pitch due to shock. "Mom, how did she turn into our cat?" As if responding to his exclamation, the ragdoll cat lazily opened its eyelids, casting a glance at him with its gemstone-like blue eyes, a look of mild astonishment evident, before casually closing its eyes again. Chapter 5, SS Grade Talent, The Void Throne. Su Qinglan observed her son's utterly astonished expression, shaking her head helplessly as she lightly tapped his forehead. "Calm down. That is her talent ability." Yiling Tian's expression froze instantly. Zhu Pinger had transformed into a cat, sleeping in his room every night. Did that mean that what he had touched this morning before waking up was real, or was it merely a dream? Had she awakened an F-grade spatial talent ability? Su Qinglan lifted the cup of floral tea from the table, gently blowing on it, her tone exceedingly calm. "Show me." Yiling Tian took a deep breath, concentrating as he slowly raised his right hand. Just as he was about to break into a sweat, an exceedingly minuscule spatial rift finally emerged with great difficulty above the coffee table. However, to his embarrassment, upon peering inside the newly opened rift, it was merely a space the size of a palm. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, truly deserving of the F grade. It couldn't even fit a phone, let alone take out food. Not paying it any mind, Su Qinglan waved her hand, and an exquisite wooden box appeared on the coffee table. "Open it. This is a gift I prepared for you." Curiously, Yiling Tian opened the box, revealing a crystal ball the size of an apple, shimmering in a spectrum of colors before him. His eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the multicolored crystal ball. Heavenly stage divine crystal. This was something he had encountered in his high school textbooks. It could be obtained with a certain probability by slaying beasts of the 8th order or higher. Absorbing its essence had a 90% chance of elevating a martial artist's talent from F grade to S grade. It was exceedingly precious, valued at 50 billion blue star coins. Yet it was often unavailable for purchase. Beasts of the 8th order were immensely powerful, easily capable of destroying a city. Beast ranks were categorized as lowly, 1st order, 2nd order, and so forth, up to the 9th order. Among them, 6th order beasts were known as Marquis level, 7th order as King level, 8th order as Emperor level, and 9th order as God level. Corresponding human martial artists were also classified into quasi-martial artists, 1st order, 2nd order, and so forth, with 5th order being masters, 6th order being martial kings, 7th order being martial emperors, 8th order being martial saints, and 9th order being martial gods. Both martial artists and beasts were graded from 1 star to 9 stars within each level. In the city of Lannan, the highest combat power on the surface is merely that of a martial sovereign. It is thus evident how exceedingly difficult it is to acquire a heavenly tier divine crystal. A tumultuous storm surged within Yiling Tian's heart as he struggled to swallow. Where on earth did this come from? Just a short while ago, he had been despondent over awakening an F-grade talent. Little did he expect that upon returning home, his mother would present him with a heavenly tier divine crystal. Could it be that his mother is a super rich tycoon? Wasn't she supposed to be running a modest company with only a smattering of wealth? In the face of Yiling Tian's astonished gaze, Su Qinglan offered no explanation, instead gazing at him with gentle eyes. "Allow me to absorb the heavenly tier divine crystal for you first, and then I shall reveal the truths you seek." With her hands clasped, Su Qinglan formed several intricate hand seals, and a brilliant white light shot from her fingers into the divine crystal. As if awakened, the heavenly tier divine crystal emitted a soft sound before shattering into a myriad of colorful shards, which swiftly entered Yi Ling Tian's body like a cascade of flowing light. With his eyes tightly shut, Yi Ling Tian concentrated on absorbing the energy that transformed from the divine crystal. Suddenly, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! After a millennium of searching, I have finally located you, host. If I hadn't found you soon, my Tao heart would have shattered. The system binding was successfully enforced, and a grand reward package was bestowed. Host, would you like to open the grand package? Wow. Though belated, the system had finally arrived. And Yi Ling Tian's heart soared with joy and excitement. He quickly chanted, open it now. Immediately. Ding. You have received 1 talent advancement stone and a 10-spin lucky wheel. A prompt followed. Detection indicates that the host is about to acquire the S-grade talent, Void Walker. Would you like to utilize the talent advancement stone to elevate this talent to SS grade, Void Throne? A spark ignited within Yi Ling Tian. Use it immediately. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the SS grade spatial talent, Void Throne. Congratulations, host. You have also gained the following talent skills: spatial teleportation, beginner; spatial barrier, beginner; spatial strangulation, beginner; and spatial storage, beginner. The proficiency levels for talent skills and martial techniques are categorized into 6 tiers: beginner, proficient, minor accomplishment, mastery, major accomplishment, and perfection. After a brief moment, Su Qinglan, anticipating a momentous manifestation of the S-grade talent, found that nothing of the sort materialized. Furrowing her brows slightly, she murmured to herself, could it be a failure? Raising her jade hand, she procured another wooden box identical to the first and opened it to reveal yet another heavenly tier divine crystal. Just as she prepared to help her son refine the second divine crystal, a sudden silver glow enveloped Yi Ling Tian. An exceptionally brilliant silver beam shot upwards, illuminating the entire villa upon reaching the ceiling. It took a full 3 minutes for the radiance to gradually dissipate. Observing this spectacle, Su Qinglan exhaled slowly in relief. Moments later, Yi Ling Tian abruptly opened his eyes, a flicker of silver brilliance darting through them before vanishing. He felt the surge of new power coursing through him and met his mother's gaze, filled with warmth and concern. Mother, I succeeded. Su Qinglan scrutinized the still unsettled spatial energy enveloping her son, her voice quivering imperceptibly. This might surpass even the S-grade talent. Yi Ling Tian gradually clenched his fists, the joints emitting a crisp resonance as delicate silver patterns materialized in the air. Mother, I have obtained the SS-grade spatial talent, Void Throne. Upon hearing this, Su Qinglan's fingers trembled, her breath momentarily halted. Shock and disbelief flooded her eyes, followed by a hushed mutter, directly elevated to SS grade? Could it be due to your father's potent bloodline? Taking a deep breath, she stifled the tumult within her heart and gazed intently at her son. Very well, my child. You have awakened your talent, and it is time to unveil the secrets that have been hidden for over a decade. In truth, your father is not merely a captain in the Dragon Martial Corps, but the commander-in-chief, a martial god. Yi Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat. A martial god. His mother proclaimed that his father was actually a martial god. The entire Great Xia alliance boasted only 6 martial gods. The most recent, Yi Kuliang, had ascended to this rank 16 years prior, propelling the once ordinary Yi family into one of the foremost families of the Great Xia alliance. The 5 major families of Great Xia had thus expanded to 6. To elevate a family to the pinnacle of Huaxia, there must be at least one martial god within it. Seeing the incredulity etched on her son's face, Su Qinglan tenderly placed her hand on Yi Ling Tian's shoulder. Do not be overwhelmed. Let me explain everything slowly. 16 years ago, your father, Yi Kuliang, broke through to the martial god realm, and our family ascended to one of Huaxia's elite families. To shield you from becoming a spoiled child in the capital, I brought you back to my hometown in Lannan when you were just 2 years old, leading what I deemed a normal life. The Su family, originally a small clan in Lannan, had flourished as Su Qinglan achieved the rank of martial saint, and her husband broke through to become a martial god. The Su family rapidly expanded, eventually relocating from Lannan to the provincial capital of Nantai City, where they became one of the city's 4 great families. As Su Qinglan recounted this tale, Yi Ling Tian felt as though he had been struck by a thunderbolt, rendering him motionless. His eyes reddened visibly, his nose tinged with a sharp sting, and an indescribable bitterness churned within his chest. Look at this child. He is so overwhelmed he is crying. Su Qinglan remarked with a blend of affection and pity. With a quivering voice, Yi Ling Tian exclaimed, Mother, you really are my biological mother. While other martial gods' children grow up with silver spoons in their mouths, surrounded by admiration wherever they go, I'm still riding an electric bike. Su Qinglan gazed at her son, her heart torn between laughter and tears. Chapter 6, The Lucky 10 Spins. In light of Su Qinglan's audacious actions, Yi Ling Tian found himself utterly speechless. Nevertheless, given Su Qinglan's typically assertive demeanor, he refrained from voicing any opinions. After all, his father, a martial god, also supported his mother's undertakings. Following his elevation to the SS grade talent, Yiling Tian experienced a profound transformation. His vitality surged considerably, and his realm ascended to first tier. 2 stars, marking him as a true martial artist. Su Qinglan initiated a video call with Yi Guoyang, sharing the exhilarating news of their son's acquisition of an SS grade talent. As Yiling Tian showcased his newfound talent skills, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Yi Guoyang's eyes. Stationed at the Sky Fortress, he guarded the spatial passage leading to the battlefield of myriad races, often returning home only for brief intervals. As Yiling Tian observed his parents indulging in affectionate displays, he could no longer remain seated and excused himself, unwilling to play the role of a third wheel. Meanwhile, the ragdoll cat lounging on the couch gracefully padded into Yiling Tian's bedroom. Upon returning to his room, Yiling Tian felt an unsettling sensation throughout his body. Lowering his gaze, he discovered a viscous layer of black liquid coating his skin, emitting a foul stench. No wonder the ragdoll cat had regarded him oddly upon entering the room. He hastily dashed into the bathroom, shedding his clothes and preparing to turn on the faucet. A knock echoed from the bathroom door, accompanied by a sultry voice. "Young master, open the door. I'm here to give you a bath." Yiling Tian froze. Zhu Pinger had always been in ragdoll cat form at home, and now that he learned she was human, he felt an unusual sensation. Had she not seen him change clothes in the past? Thank goodness Lu Ruoyan had never visited his home, otherwise but wait. His mother had said she was his personal maid and bodyguard, meaning she should have been by his side all along, only unnoticed by him. Zhu Pinger was no ordinary individual. She was the former saintess of the Harmony sect, possessing remarkable strength. The Hehuan cult is a nefarious organization that, during a horrific terrorist attack, claimed the lives of several exceptionally gifted students from Lingyi University, inciting profound societal outrage. In response, the higher echelons of the Daxiao Alliance initiated a joint offensive. Within the span of a mere month, the Hehuan cult was nearly obliterated. The saintess, Zhu Pinger, was captured by Yi Xingchen, the esteemed grandfather of Yiling Tian, who participated in the operation, utilizing his prowess as an 8th-tier, 9-star martial sage. Along with his position as the president of Daxia Longyi University, Yi Xingchen detained Zhu Pinger and assigned her to be Yi Lingtian's personal maid. Having resided in the Yi family villa for nearly 2 years, Zhu Pinger has, thanks to the resources provided by the Yi family and the guidance of Su Qinglan, ascended to the rank of a 6th-tier martial king. I think I'll wash myself," Yiling Tian awkwardly remarked. Zhu Pinger giggled as she exited. After his shower, Yiling Tian gazed into the mirror, admiring his handsome and striking appearance, truly living up to his self-proclaimed title as the most charming male in Lannan 8th Middle School. Wrapped in a towel, Yiling Tian emerged from the bathroom. Inside the room, Zhu Pinger, now in her human form, approached him and helped him dress in the clean garments she had retrieved from the wardrobe. This time, Yiling Tian did not protest. The ragdoll cat, which slept in his bedroom each night, had likely seen him in various states of undress countless times. "Young master, it seems you have a nosebleed," Zhu Pinger remarked, her enchanting eyes sparkling with a mischievous glint. Yiling Tian swallowed hard and took a deep breath to steady himself. As Zhu Pinger bent down to assist him with his clothing, the alluring curves of her figure were subtly revealed. Such a captivating sight was enough to induce a nosebleed. One could only wonder what the old man was thinking when he assigned this cult enchantress to be his personal maid. Did he not fear that she could extinguish him effortlessly? Once dressed, Yiling Tian sat cross-legged on the sofa, summoning the system. "System, please initiate the 10 consecutive draws from my luck wheel." "Understood, host." A pale blue interface materialized in Yi Lingtian's mind, revealing a spinning wheel at the bottom. As the lottery commenced, he received repeated blessings from the system, wishing him fortune and love. After 8 consecutive draws, all he received were these blessings. Yi Lingtian's expression darkened. Is this system a fraud? Not only am I not winning anything, but I just experienced a heartbreak. And yet it keeps telling me that someone will care for me day in and day out. Who are you mocking? The system remained unfazed, responding, "Master, one can be killed, but not insulted. Should you continue to disrespect me, I may just self-destruct." Yiling Tian was taken aback by the system's audacity. "How did you develop such a temperament?" "Congratulations, host. You have drawn 3 nourishment pills," the system announced. Suddenly, 6 walnut-sized black pills appeared from the void beside him, landing on the leather sofa's armrest. 2 rolled off onto the floor, coming to rest near the cat bed beneath the window. The ragdoll cat, having just returned to its bed, caught sight of the pills and curiously inquired, "Young master, what are these?" "I got them while showering," Yiling Tian replied. Zhu Pinger shot him a disdainful look, as if regarding a fool. A vein throbbed on Yi Lingtian's forehead. This system had no sense of decorum, failing to even provide packaging. The higher the vitality value, the stronger the overall attributes. For martial artists, the standard is set at 100 cards. Before awakening, Yi Lingtian's vitality had already reached 95 cards. After awakening his SS tier talent, his vitality surged to 198 cards. Yi Lingtian found a clean bag and placed the nourishment pills inside. After taking one, he brought it to his nose and inhaled. To his surprise, it had a pleasant aroma, making him curious about its composition. Without hesitation, he consumed the entire pill, chewing a few times before swallowing. Soon, he felt a warm current spreading from his abdomen, coursing through his entire body. His vitality value in the system interface climbed from 198 cards to 218 cards. Although the pills were unattractive, their efficacy was undeniable. Regular consumption of vitality pills could gradually enhance one's vitality, but they paled in comparison to the nourishment pills. Zhu Ping'er watched Yi Lingtian intently, her eyes widening in horror as he consumed the pills, her entire being bristling with alarm. Ignoring her shocked expression, he proceeded to eat the remaining 5 nourishment pills. Not long after, his vitality value soared to 318 cards. Generally, a newly promoted second-tier martial artist possesses a vitality value of 300 cards, yet Yi Lingtian achieved 318 cards even while still at the first tier, 2 stars. He had already begun to exhibit the physical strength characteristic of a second-tier martial artist. The first tier is known as the meridian opening stage, where one must clear all 108 meridians in their body to advance. The more meridians one opens, the faster they absorb spiritual energy, and the swifter the internal spiritual power can be stored and circulated. Chapter 7. Why are you barking, dog? Feeling an unprecedented surge of strength, Yi Lingtian's face radiated exhilaration. The system is magnificent. With a thought, a new interface appeared in his mind. Host, Yi Lingtian. Martial talent, Void Throne, SS level. Level, first tier, 2 stars, meridian opening stage. Vitality, 318 cards. Mental strength, 208 Hz. Talent skills, spatial teleportation, beginner, spatial barrier, beginner, spatial strangle, beginner, spatial storage, beginner. Martial techniques, set 168 of broadcast calisthenics the era calls, perfect. Basic sword techniques, minor success. Basic gun techniques, minor success. Basic fist techniques, minor success. Points, 0, killing ferocious beasts and other races grants points, which can be exchanged for items in the point store or used for lottery draws on the luck wheel. Staring at the information on the interface, Yi Lingtian was slightly taken aback. Normally, a newly initiated second-tier martial artist's mental strength barely reaches 200 Hz, yet his, at first tier 2 stars, was already at 208 Hz. It was evident that martial artists who awaken spatial talents indeed possess significantly higher mental strength than ordinary individuals. The following morning, while having breakfast, Yi Lingtian was called back by his mother, Su Qinglan, just as he was about to leave. With a gentle smile, she said, "Son, the girl who shielded you from the attack yesterday is your deskmate, isn't she? You should invite her over for dinner tonight to properly express your gratitude." Li Muxue, who had bravely stood in front of Yi Lingtian, had indeed left a profound impression on him. Prior to the attack, he had been unaware that Zhu Ping'er, a 6th-tier martial king, was there to protect him. Li Muxue certainly could not have known either. "All right, I understand," Yi Lingtian nodded, stepping out of the villa and into a Cullinan waiting at the gate. At Lon and 8th Middle School, Class 1, as Yi Lingtian entered the classroom, he was met with a flurry of whispers among his classmates. "Hey, who is that girl sitting next to Yi Lingtian? She is stunning, surpassing even the school beauty. Lu Rian. She must be a new transfer student. That seat used to belong to Li Muxue. She is so beautiful. She perfectly matches my taste. Don't try to compete with me. I'm planning to confess my feelings to her. Uft. I just awakened a B-tier talent yesterday. I also want to pursue her. I hope you all don't underestimate me. Doesn't she bear a slight resemblance to Li Muxue in terms of her figure and attire?" Li Muxue sat quietly, engrossed in her studies, as the martial arts examination loomed a month away. Cultural subjects accounted for 20% of the martial arts exam. After all, without a solid educational foundation, one would struggle to comprehend martial arts techniques. Yi Lingtian strode directly to his seat, instantly capturing the attention of his classmates. "What's going on? Yi Lingtian didn't bring breakfast for Lu Rian? You are foolish. He has merely awakened an F-grade talent. So how could he possibly bring food for others? They will no longer inhabit the same realm. The disparity between F-grade and S-grade is akin to that of heaven and earth." Yi Lingtian paid no heed to the incredulous gazes of those around him. Instead, he retrieved a box of first-tier beast essence from his spatial ring. This was the latest concoction capable of enhancing one's vitality, far superior to the first-grade blood vitality pills. Although it still paled in comparison to the nourishing pills produced by the system, it represented the finest vitality-enhancing potion available on the market. Each box contained 7 vials, sufficient for one person to consume over a week. Its value was considerable, with a single vial priced at 20,000 yuan, making it unattainable for families of modest means. Only 4 or 5 individuals in the class could afford to drink this daily. Yi Lingtian had only discovered yesterday that the soybean milk his mother insisted he consume each morning contained this very essence. The spatial ring, gifted to him by Su Qinglan the previous day, boasted an impressive 100 cubic meters of space. In contrast, the spatial rings available on the market were not only exorbitantly priced, but typically offered only 5 to 10 cubic meters of capacity. Li Muxue was momentarily taken aback upon noticing the sudden appearance of the potion on her desk. It did not take long for her to recognize what it was, as classmates often flaunted this very item. Gently, she pushed the potion back towards Yi Lingtian, shaking her head. It's too expensive, I cannot accept it. Her voice was soft and somewhat panicked. Without hesitation, Yi Lingtian placed the potion into Li Muxue's backpack. Surely, you do not wish to jeopardize your chances of attending a prestigious university due to low vitality. Observing Yi Lingtian's resolute demeanor, Li Muxue hesitated for a moment before relenting. Oh, by the way, to express my gratitude, my mother would like to invite you over for dinner at our home this evening, Yi Lingtian said earnestly. Due to her family's financial struggles, Li Muxue felt a sense of inferiority and was reluctant to engage with others. Instinctively, she prepared to decline Yi Lingtian's invitation. Just then, Lu Rian entered the classroom alongside a male student. Yi Lingtian immediately recognized the boy as Zheng Feng from Class 2. Rumored to be the son of a councilman in Lannan City, he often wielded his family's wealth and influence to bully others at school. However, he was somewhat wary of Yi Lingtian, for before awakening his talent, Yi Lingtian had consistently ranked first in both academic and martial disciplines, earning the principal's favor. As noon approached and classes ended, Yi Lingtian had yet to step into the cafeteria when he was intercepted by 4 individuals, with Zheng Feng and Lu Ruyan leading the charge. The remaining 2 were Zheng Feng's lackeys from Class 1. Zheng Feng regarded Yi Lingtian with an air of arrogance, declaring, Yi Lingtian, Lu Ruyan has already broken up with you. She is now my girlfriend. If you dare to disturb her again, do not blame me for being ungracious. Yi Lingtian snorted dismissively, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes. Oh, and how do you intend to be ungracious? Lu Ruyan, in Yi Lingtian's eyes, was nothing more than a manipulative vixen. He had risked his life to rescue her from the clutches of a killer just yesterday. Yet she offered no gratitude and instead returned kindness with malice, parading her new boyfriend to threaten him. It was clear he had been blinded by her facade. Zheng Feng's voice grew icy. Yi Lingtian, do not overestimate yourself. I once showed you leniency, but now that I have awakened an A-grade talent, you are merely a waste with an F-grade talent. Crushing you would be as effortless as squashing an ant. If you know what is good for you, steer clear of Rian in the future, or else I might just break your legs. His 2 companions erupted in laughter, reveling in the spectacle. As the surrounding students began to gather, Lu Rian stood beside Zheng Feng, her gaze directed at Yi Lingtian, brimming with disdain. Yi Lingtian furrowed his brow. Zheng Feng had miscalculated by seeking trouble with him. A faint, chilling smile graced Yi Lingtian's lips. Do you really think that awakening an A-grade talent grants you the freedom to act as you please? Zheng Feng's fury ignited. You seek death. With a powerful fist, imbued with the swiftness of the wind, he aimed directly at Yi Lingtian's face. His confidence stemmed from the fact that, having awakened his A-grade fire attribute talent, he had elevated from a 9-star martial artist to a first-tier 1-star martial artist, becoming a true warrior. The punch was executed with lightning speed. Had it been directed at any other student, they would surely have been knocked unconscious. Unfortunately for Zheng Feng, Yi Lingtian's vitality had surged to an astonishing 318, rendering Zheng Feng's speed akin to that of a sluggish snail in comparison. Just as the fist was about to make contact, Yi Lingtian's left hand shot up like a flash of lightning, accurately gripping Zheng Feng's fist with his 5 fingers. The explosive force dissipated into nothingness within his grasp. Too slow, Yi Lingtian murmured, a cold arc gracing his lips. In the next instant, his right fist arced upward like a dragon emerging from the depths, landing squarely on Zheng Feng's chin. The resounding thud echoed as Zheng Feng was propelled into the air, tracing a parabolic arc before crashing heavily onto the ground 3 meters away. He didn't even have time to utter a scream. Darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness instantly. A stunned silence fell over the crowd as they beheld the scene, unable to comprehend how a newly awakened A-grade warrior could be so easily defeated by Yi Lingtian. Yi Lingtian slowly retracted his fist, casting a glance at the unconscious Zheng Feng, lightly shaking his wrist. Overestimating oneself, he shot a cold glance at Lu Rian before turning to leave. Lu Rian stood frozen in place, bewildered. How could he be so powerful, even with her awakening of an S-grade talent? Elevating her from an 8-star martial artist to a first-tier 1-star warrior, it wouldn't have been easy to defeat Zheng Feng without employing her unique abilities. She had initially intended to seek out a wealthier partner before entering university to secure resources for herself. Little did she expect that Zheng Feng would prove to be so feeble. Zheng Feng's 2 lackeys, witnessing Yi Lingtian's departure, hurriedly rushed forward, clumsily lifting the unconscious Zheng Feng and making their way to the infirmary in a flustered panic. The students around them erupted in chatter. Wow, is an F-grade talent capable of such strength? You don't understand. Zheng Feng was careless. He didn't dodge. Indeed, Zheng Feng must not have utilized his talent. Otherwise, Yi Lingtian wouldn't have stood a chance. After finishing his meal and still en route back to the classroom, Yi Lingtian's phone buzzed. He pulled it out to find a call from Principal Lu Ziwen. Lu Ziwen had always treated him exceptionally well, and Yi Lingtian had initially believed it was due to his academic prowess. It was only yesterday that he learned of the close relationship between Lu Ziyuan and his father, Yi Kuoliang. The two had served together in the Dragon Martial Corps during their youth, having slain numerous beasts together, akin to brothers in arms. However, Yi Kuoliang's rapid rise in power, marked by distinguished achievements, propelled him to a high-ranking position within the Dragon Martial Corps, while Lu Ziyuan, due to age and capability, transitioned to become the principal of Lan and 8. The two families maintained a strong bond. Otherwise, Su Qinglan and Yi Guoyang would not have placed their son in Lu Ziyuan's school. Among all the faculty, only Lu Ziyuan was privy to Yi Lingtian's true identity. Upon witnessing Yi Lingtian awaken only an F-grade talent, Lu Ziyuan felt a twinge of disappointment but did not dwell on it. For he understood the weight of the martial gods and the 6 prestigious families of the Great Xia. While S-grade talent warriors appeared unattainable to the average person, they were inconsequential before the elite families, who could produce them with ample resources. Lu Ziyuan's office occupied the top floor of the administrative building, spacious and lavishly decorated. Yi Lingtian had frequented his office on numerous occasions, particularly after his relationship with Lu Rian commenced. Lu Ziyuan had repeatedly summoned him to the office, cautioning him that Lu Rian possessed questionable character and advising him to maintain his distance. Regrettably, the infatuated Yi Lingtian was impervious to such counsel. Lu Ziyuan, exasperated and driven to the brink, felt a profound frustration akin to nurturing iron that would not transform into steel. Were it not for his concern for Su Qinglan, he might have resorted to breaking Yi Lingtian's legs. Eventually, Lu Ziyuan came to a realization. Lu Rian merely sought to exploit Yi Lingtian for financial gain and resources. The Yi family, as one of the 6 prominent families of the Great Xia, was not lacking in such assets. Recent events had been discussed with Su Qinglan, who had refrained from obstructing Yi Lingtian's association with Lu Rian, anticipating that one day, Lu Rian would impart a valuable lesson to Yi Lingtian, revealing the treacheries of the world. Indeed, following the awakening of her F-grade talent, Lu Rian immediately severed ties with Yi Lingtian, offering him no gratitude even after he had saved her life. Contemplating this, Lu Ziyuan wore a smug smile while seated on the sofa. The foolish lad, ignoring the wisdom of his elders, was now facing the consequences. At that moment, a knock echoed through the office. "Come in." Lu Ziyuan's robust voice resonated. Yi Lingtian entered, taking a seat beside Lu Ziyuan on the sofa. "Uncle Lu, did you call for me?" Upon hearing Yi Lingtian address him as Uncle Lu, Lu Ziyuan's smile broadened. He patted Yi Lingtian on the back, expressing his satisfaction. "You've done well, awakening an SS-grade spatial talent. Tomorrow, the school will conduct tests for vitality and combat strength. The top 100 students in the city will enter the Jiangnan province's combat training camp for a 20-day intensive training session, the final push before the martial examination." Yi Lingtian raised an eyebrow at this news. An intensive training session? Killing ferocious beasts would earn him points and the chance to draw prizes, making it the perfect opportunity for him to elevate his prowess. Lu Ziyuan paused before continuing. "Make sure to perform well. Do not tarnish your father's reputation." "I will do my utmost." Yi Lingtian nodded in agreement. Lu Ziyuan produced a large red envelope and handed it to Yi Lingtian. "Regarding yesterday's attack, you did exceptionally well. The martial administration has awarded the school a commendation bonus of 20,000 yuan for your bravery." Yi Lingtian accepted the envelope and tucked it into his spatial ring. While he could forego other money, this was a reward earned through his life, and he accepted it without hesitation. He then retrieved some premium tea, cigarettes, fine liquor, and 10 boxes of first-tier beast essence from his spatial ring, placing them on the table, gifts from his mother to be delivered to Lu Ziyuan. That afternoon, after much persuasion, Li Muxue finally agreed to visit his home. As Yi Lingtian and Li Muxue exited the school gates, they were about to approach the waiting Cullinan when a voice called out, "Yi Lingtian, you scoundrel. We just broke up, and you've already started courting Li Muxue." Turning at the sound, Yi Lingtian and Li Muxue found Zheng Feng and Lu Rian approaching, flanked by 4 bodyguards clad in black suits. Lu Rian wore an expression of righteous indignation, as if she had been cruelly abandoned. Yi Lingtian frowned, replying coldly, "We have already broken up. My actions need not be scrutinized by you." Lu Rian huffed disdainfully, retorting, "Isn't it simply because you saw how pretty Li Muxue suddenly became that you've taken an interest?" Yi Lingtian shot Lu Rian a frigid glance. "Li Muxue, you saved my life yesterday. It is only natural that I treat her to a meal. Unlike some people, who show no gratitude when others save them. Have you lost all sense of conscience? Isn't it a man's duty to save a woman?" Lu Rian argued defiantly. A surge of unbridled rage welled within Yi Lingtian. This woman took the kindness of others as a given. Was it not true that during the assassin's attack, there were a dozen or so people around, yet the men fled without looking back? He chose not to engage further with Lu Rian, turning instead to open the car door for Li Muxue. As Yi Lingtian's deskmate, Li Muxue was well aware of the dynamics between him and Lu Rian. As Yi Lingtian prepared to leave, Zheng Feng, unwilling to relent, shouted, "Yi Lingtian, stop. Did I give you permission to leave?" Yi Lingtian turned to face Zheng Feng, his expression laced with disdain. What do you want, you defeated foe? Is the beating you received at noon not sufficient? Zheng Feng, enraged at the reminder, felt his blood boil. He had been careless earlier, falling victim to Yi Lingtian's attack, and his jaw still throbbed. Clearing his throat, he waved his hand menacingly, commanding, break both his legs and smash his car. The 4 second-tier bodyguards immediately charged forward. Yet, Yi Lingtian remained unfazed, calmly instructing, Zhang Tao, teach them a lesson. Suddenly, the front door of the Cullinan swung open, and a man in a black suit emerged, his demeanor stern and swift. In an instant, all 4 bodyguards found their legs broken. Not only their legs, but their arms as well. Zheng Feng's pupils constricted. Lu Rian had claimed that Yi Lingtian's family merely ran a small company with some money. How could they possibly employ such formidable bodyguards? To effortlessly defeat 4 second-tier martial artists, this man must be a paragon among third-tier warriors. Lu Rian, equally astounded, had never visited Yi Lingtian's home. Although he had abundant pocket money, they had always taken taxis together. As for the bodyguards surrounding Yi Lingtian, she had never encountered them before. Once the bodyguards were dealt with, Zhang Tao pointed at Zheng Feng and Lu Rian, turning to Yi Lingtian and inquiring, young master, should we deal with these two as well? Zheng Feng's face paled slightly, and he shouted, you dare? My father is a councilman. If you lay a hand on me, my father will ensure your pathetic company goes bankrupt. Meanwhile, Lu Rian bit down hard on her silver teeth, her pretty face contorted in displeasure. In a flash, Yi Lingtian appeared before Zheng Feng, delivering a resounding slap that sent him flying. Are you teaching me how to act? Yi Lingtian remarked coolly. Lu Rian stood in a daze. The distance of several meters had been traversed in an instant. Wasn't the F-grade spatial talent supposed to allow for movement within a distance of less than half a meter? Surrounding students gaped in astonishment. The academically and martial arts gifted Yi Lingtian was well known. He had represented the entire student body during school meetings, speaking on behalf of his peers. Many had assumed that with the awakening of his F-grade talent, he would decline, as most could not cope with such a drastic shift. Zheng Feng, dazed and bleeding from his mouth, quickly scrambled to his feet, his expression twisted with rage. You're seeking death. He possessed an A-grade talent, and it was only because of Yi Lingtian's surprise attack that he had been caught off guard. Realizing this, a torrent of energy surged within Zheng Feng, and he concentrated fiery energy in his right palm. A fireball, the size of a basketball, formed with a blinding core that distorted the surrounding air. With a furious shout, he hurled the fireball directly at Yi Lingtian's face. Yi Lingtian stood calmly, a smirk gracing his lips. Just as the fireball neared him, he raised his hand casually. Pressing forward, a transparent spatial barrier materialized, rippling outward with imperceptible waves. The searing fireball collided with the invisible barrier, erupting in a dazzling display of sparks akin to fireworks. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the sparks rained down, scorching the ground with countless charred marks. A mere parlor trick, Yi Lingtian scoffed, his fingers slowly closing. Spatial obliteration. Before his words could fully escape his lips, the space around Zheng Feng began to warp abruptly. He felt as though countless invisible blades were assaulting him from all directions. In an instant, his garments were shredded into a flurry of fabric butterflies, the remnants of which were mercilessly ground into powder before they could even touch the ground. Miraculously, only his undergarments remained intact. Is this all you've got? Yi Lingtian sneered derisively. It appears your A-level talent is rather lackluster. Stripped down to his underwear and hearing the mockery of those around him, Zheng Feng wished fervently to vanish beneath the vehicle. His complexion turned a deep shade of maroon. However, he soon regained his composure, swiftly retrieving a fresh set of clothing from his spatial ring and donning it anew. Yi Lingtian, dismissive of him, turned and made his way toward the Cullinan. The crowd began to chatter animatedly behind him. Wow, I never knew F-level talent could be so formidable. I feel as though my E-level talent is terrifyingly potent. Zheng Feng had suffered a significant setback and resolved not to let it slide. He would ensure that Yi Lingtian's family business faced ruin. Not necessarily, someone countered. Yi Lingtian doesn't seem like an ordinary person. Zheng Feng remained silent. Having repeatedly suffered at Yi Lingtian's hands, he was no fool. He understood that if Yi Lingtian could shred his clothes, he could just as easily rend him, leaving him half dead even if he survived. Lu Ruyan observed Yi Lingtian's retreating figure, her expression shifting between shadows and light, lost in thought. Inside the vehicle, Zhu Ping-er, seated in the passenger seat, turned to Yi Lingtian and asked, young master, why didn't you allow me to intervene just now? Yi Lingtian shot her an exasperated glance. Could they survive if you did? Zhu Ping-er mischievously blinked at him. Li Mu Shui, curious, scrutinized the group. It was evident that Yi Lingtian was surrounded by extraordinary individuals. The 3 assassins who had attempted to eliminate Lu Ruyan previously were no weaklings. Yet Zhu Ping-er had dispatched them in an instant. Moreover, she always appeared so stealthily, indicating her mastery of concealment techniques. Zheng Feng's 4 bodyguards had also been utterly overpowered by Yi Lingtian's driver. Clearly, Yi Lingtian's identity was far from straightforward. The Cullinan halted in front of Yi Lingtian's villa, and the trio, Yi Lingtian, Li Mu Shui, and Zhu Ping-er, exited the vehicle. Zhang Tao drove the car to another villa nearby. Several other villas surrounding Yiling Tian's residence housed the martial godguard, housekeepers, chefs, and others. Yiling Tian had only learned of this yesterday. Li Mu Shui, having never entered a villa before, felt a bit anxious, her delicate hands instinctively clasping together. Upon entering the villa, Su Qinglan emerged from the living room with a warm smile. You must be Li Mu Shui. You are truly beautiful. Gazing at the elegant and youthful Su Qinglan, who resembled an older sister, Li Mu Shui found it hard to believe. By all accounts, Su Qinglan should be in her 40s, yet she appeared not a day over 30. Unbeknownst to Li Mu Shui, Su Qinglan, as a martial sage, possessed a lifespan spanning centuries, which accounted for her youthful appearance. Calmly steadying her racing heart, Li Mu Shui allowed a faint smile to grace her usually serene face. Hello, Auntie. Su Qinglan was well acquainted with Li Mu Shui's background, having conducted thorough research before selecting her as Yiling Tian's desk mate among numerous students. With a beaming smile, Su Qinglan took Li Mu Shui's hand and led her to the sofa, engaging her in conversation. I often hear Yiling Tian speak of you, intelligent, considerate, and of impeccable character. Yiling Tian felt a twinge of embarrassment, having never expressed such sentiments before. It was true that Li Mu Shui was exceptionally bright, her academic performance second only to Yiling Tian's. However, in martial arts, her nutrition had been lacking, resulting in her qi and blood values being merely average despite her rigorous training. As for her being considerate and of good character, Yiling Tian was not well versed in that regard. Until yesterday, he had merely seen her as an ordinary classmate. However, his mother had investigated Li Mu Shui thoroughly, so she undoubtedly knew her well. Li Mu Shui's cheeks flushed. Did he really say that? I never knew he paid such attention to me. Chapter 10, The Celestial Crystal. Though precious, is well deserved by you. Su Qinglan exuded a powerful aura but was remarkably kind to Li Mu Shui, devoid of any airs. Initially anxious upon her arrival, Li Mu Shui gradually relaxed as time passed. Yiling Tian found himself sidelined, unable to interject. Moments later, Zhu Ping Air approached, announcing that the meal was ready in the dining room. The group made their way to the dining area, where the table was laden with exquisite dishes, their aromas wafting through the air. Many of the delicacies were meticulously prepared using the meat of ferocious beasts, rich in qi and blood. Su Qinglan personally served Li Mu Shui, persistently piling the more precious dishes onto her plate. Mu Shui, do eat more of this. It's beneficial for replenishing your qi and blood. You look rather thin, and when practicing martial arts, your nutrition must keep pace. She insisted with an air of undeniable concern. Li Mu Shui gazed at the mountain of food in her bowl, her heart warming, yet feeling somewhat overwhelmed. She repeatedly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Annie, this is too much. Not at all, you're still growing, so eat up. Su Qinglan encouraged with a smile. The chef in their household was a top-tier cook transferred from the prestigious Yi family in the capital, renowned for his culinary skills. Li Mu Shui had never tasted such delectable dishes. This meal was especially satisfying. Yiling Tian's gaze swept over Li Mu Shui. She was indeed slender, yet her physique was developing quite well in all the right places. After finishing her meal, Li Mu Shui placed her delicate hand on her slightly protruding abdomen, only to suddenly catch Yiling Tian staring at her. Embarrassed, she lowered her head, her fair cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Once the meal concluded, the group returned to the living room. Yiling Tian approached Su Qinglan and leaned in to speak quietly. Su Qinglan smiled slightly. Are you certain? I only have this one left. Yiling Tian nodded affirmatively. Seeing his resolve, Su Qinglan no longer hesitated. With a graceful wave of her hand, an exquisite box appeared on the coffee table. Zhu Ping Air, standing nearby, couldn't help but widen her eyes. She had seen this item not long ago. Yiling Tian opened the box, revealing a colorful crystal sphere before everyone. Li Mu Shui, initially curious about what lay within the box, felt her blood run cold upon seeing the crystal. Leaning forward, her pupils dilated in shock, she gasped, the celestial crystal. She remembered seeing images of it in her high school textbooks, and as a diligent student, she recalled it vividly. As waves of realization crashed over her, she suddenly understood something. Why Yiling Tian, with his F-level talent, could so easily dominate Zheng Feng, who had awakened A-level talent. On one hand, Yiling Tian had excelled in martial arts prior to awakening. On the other hand, and more crucially, he must have utilized the celestial crystal to elevate his talent to S-level. However, the celestial crystal was extraordinarily expensive and exceedingly rare. The fact that Yiling Tian's family possessed two was simply astonishing. Was his family one of the top clans in Jiangnan province? Yiling Tian pushed the wooden box containing the celestial crystal toward Li Mu Shui, a warm smile playing on his lips as he softly said, "This is for you." As a token of gratitude for shielding me, Li Mu Shui sprang to her feet, shaking her head vehemently, her voice trembling. No, it's far too precious. Even if I hadn't shown up, with Sister Ping Air around, those people wouldn't have harmed you in the slightest. Su Qinglan regarded Li Mu Shui with a bright smile, gesturing for her to sit. While your A-level talent is commendable, only those with S-level talent among the 4 top martial arts universities can be deemed geniuses and gain access to superior training resources. Li Muxue shook her head, unable to look at the celestial crystal. After all, this object was an overwhelming temptation for any martial artist below S level, capable of altering one's destiny. She spoke softly. Thank you for your kind intentions, but this item is far too precious. I fear I may never be able to repay such a profound debt of gratitude. Yi Lingtian was about to say that repayment was unnecessary. However, before he could utter the words, he was halted by a single glance from Su Qinglan. Muxue, do you know who is responsible for your father's disability and your mother's long-term illness? Su Qinglan lifted her teacup, gently blowing across its surface, her tone calm. Li Muxue abruptly raised her head, her eyes brimming with shock and confusion. Aunt Su, do you know what happened back then? My parents said it was the evil disciples of the Huangquan sect who attacked the Kanglin's secret realm. In her childhood, Li Muxue's family was quite happy. Both her parents were martial artists, working at the Kanglin's secret realm management office in Lannan City. One fateful day, when she was 8 years old, tragic news struck. The Kanglin's secret realm management office was assaulted by the evil disciples of the Huangquan sect. These disciples breached the array at the entrance of the secret realm, unleashing a horde of ferocious beasts that resulted in numerous casualties among the staff and nearby residents. Li Muxue's parents were grievously injured in the attack. Although her father, Li Minghai, survived after being rushed to the hospital, he lost half a leg. Her mother, Tang Ruolin, was poisoned by the toxic purple mist released by a 5th-tier beast, the celestial demon wolf scorpion, which led to her unconsciousness. Despite receiving treatment in the hospital, the prolonged exposure to the poison inflicted irreversible damage on her meridians. Su Qinglan sighed softly and continued. At that time, the Huangquan sect attacked the Kanglin's secret realm management office, releasing a multitude of ferocious beasts to exact revenge on the Lannan City Martial Bureau, as they had killed the brother of the Huangquan sect's 5th guardian, Shun Gaiyan. The mastermind behind the attack, Shun Gaiyan, is still alive and has already advanced from a 5th-tier master to a 6th-tier martial king. Su Qinglan's gaze bore into Li Muxue's eyes, her voice gentle, yet imbued with an undeniable strength. Shun Gaiyan has wrought such devastation upon your family. Do you not desire vengeance? Once you acquire your S-class talent, you can swiftly cultivate to the 6th tier. Li Muxue clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms as memories flooded back. The emptiness of her father's pant leg, her mother's pale face as she lay unconscious, and the image of herself standing outside the ICU at the age of 8, watching her parents, their bodies covered in tubes. Her parents had never spoken to her about the incident, perhaps deeming the enemy too powerful, or maybe they intended to wait until she and her sister, Li Muyao, were capable of becoming martial artists with sufficient strength before revealing the truth. Or perhaps they would never mention it at all. Yi Lingtian looked at Su Qinglan in confusion. Mom, why are you saying this? Su Qinglan did not respond to Yi Lingtian, but continued speaking to Li Muxue. I am not urging you to seek revenge now. Rather, I wish to impart this wisdom. In this world, only by continually enhancing your strength can you better protect your family and yourself. This heavenly crystal, though exceedingly precious, pales in comparison to your courage in standing up for Ling Tian when he is in danger. That alone grants you the right to possess it. Chapter 11, S-Class Talent Frost Crown. After Su Qinglan finished speaking, her hands rapidly intertwined before her chest, her fingers dancing like butterflies in flight. And she swiftly formed several hand seals. A dazzling white light erupted from her fingertips, piercing directly into the heavenly crystal. Within the crystal's translucent sphere, the originally flowing, multicolored radiance suddenly surged with intensity. A clear yet soul-shaking sound of shattering echoed. The indestructible heavenly crystal exploded with a resounding crash, disintegrating into billions of tiny, colorful particles. These luminous fragments transformed into countless strands of vibrant silk, rushing to infiltrate Li Muxue's limbs and bones, enveloping her entire being. Seeing this, Li Muxue no longer hesitated. She sat cross-legged on the sofa, channeling her internal spiritual energy with all her might. Moments later, an ice-blue radiance erupted around her. Simultaneously, the temperature plummeted several degrees as a fierce chill spread outward. Yi Lingtian involuntarily sneezed. What an intense cold. He hastily summoned his internal spiritual energy to form a protective shield. Meanwhile, Su Qinglan remained utterly unfazed, her gaze fixed on Li Muxue, a faint smile gracing her lips. Suddenly, snowflakes appeared out of thin air in the living room, growing denser by the moment. Above Li Muxue's head, a translucent crown emerged, composed of countless ice crystal stars and frozen threads of time. The surrounding light warped, and the space emitted a subtle hum as if frozen. Li Muxue, adorned with the crown, resembled a divine ice queen. For a moment, Yi Lingtian was spellbound. After a long while, as the crown's ethereal form dissipated, Li Muxue slowly opened her eyes, only to find that the entire living room was blanketed in several centimeters of snow, save for herself and Yi Lingtian. She felt a bit flustered, blinking in embarrassment. Aunt Su, no need to worry. Su Qinglan waved her hand, signaling Li Muxue to remain calm. The smile on her lips remained unwavering as she casually raised a finger. A soft white light blossomed from her fingertip, akin to the rising sun, instantly illuminating the entire living room. The light was warm and pure, and wherever it touched, the thick snow silently melted away, transforming into wisps of nearly invisible mist, leaving not a single trace of moisture behind. The previously pervasive chill was dispelled by this warmth, restoring the room to its former temperature as if the sudden snow had never existed. Su Qinglan's gaze returned to Li Muxue. Muxue, what is the extraordinary talent you have awakened? Li Muxue, feeling the vast and newfound power within her, along with the peculiar perception brought about by the crown of ice crystal that flickered in her consciousness, was filled with gratitude and awe. She excitedly whispered, "It is the S-class ice attribute talent, Frost Crown." Su Qinglan nodded with satisfaction, glancing at the clock in the living room before speaking gently. Time has slipped away unnoticed. Lingtian, please ensure Muxue returns home safely. Understood, Mom, Yi Lingtian replied with a nod. Li Muxue stood up and deeply bowed to Su Qinglan, conveying her gratitude without words. Su Qinglan hastily rose, patting Li Muxue's shoulder. There is no need for such formality. Come often and consider this place your home. I have high hopes for you. If Lingtian bullies you, let me know, and I shall not hesitate to teach him a lesson. Yi Lingtian. Shortly thereafter, the car came to a smooth stop outside Li Muxue's residence. She expressed her gratitude softly, preparing to open the door when Yi Lingtian called out to her softly, "Wait a moment." He produced a beautifully packaged navy blue velvet box, about the size of a palm, and handed it to her, speaking naturally, "This is for you. Congratulations on your successful acquisition of S-class talent." Li Muxue was momentarily taken aback as she accepted the box. "Thank you, Lingtian," she said, warmth flooding her heart as she held the box. "I'll head inside now." Yi Lingtian watched her enter the building, not leaving until her figure disappeared from view, before he slowly drove away. As Li Muxue opened the door, her younger sister, Li Muyao, rushed up to her. At 17, she was 2 years younger than Li Muxue. "Sister, you're finally back. Mom and Dad were worried about you coming home alone at night." Li Muxue affectionately ruffled her sister's hair. "But I'm back now, aren't I?" She then entered her parents' room, exchanged a few simple words with them, and urged them to rest early before stepping back out. Li Muxue's home was a 2-bedroom apartment, shared with her sister. After showering and returning to her room, she found her sister curiously examining the box that Yi Lingtian had given her. "Sister, what is this?" Li Muxue's heart skipped a beat, but she feigned calmness as she approached. "It's a gift from a friend. I haven't had the chance to look at it yet." She took the deep blue velvet box from her sister's hands and delicately unfastened the clasp with her fingertips. As the lid lifted, a gentle, lustrous silver light flowed forth. Nestled within the ebony lining lay a ring of ancient and elegant design. The band was crafted from an unfamiliar silver-toned metal, adorned with a small, icy blue crystal. "Wow, a ring," Li Muyao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she playfully nudged her sister with her shoulder. "Sister, it must be a gift from Yi Lingtian, right?" Li Muxue did not respond. Instead, she gingerly picked up the ring. The moment her fingertip brushed against the band, a faint mental imprint seamlessly merged into her consciousness. This was a spatial ring. With a flicker of thought, she probed into the ring's interior, and her entire being froze in astonishment. The space within was far more expansive than she had anticipated, nearly 100 cubic meters. To her shock, the ring was meticulously filled with a multitude of exquisitely packaged gift boxes. "What's wrong, sister?" Li Muyao noticed her sister's unusual demeanor and leaned in curiously. Li Muxue, recalling the knowledge gleaned from her textbooks, attempted to use her mental energy to lock onto one of the gift boxes. A flash of light, and a deep blue box tied with a silver ribbon appeared in her hand. She proceeded to try for a second and third, and as her thoughts continually swirled, one box after another was extracted from the ring, soon covering the entire bed and even spilling onto the floor. The vibrant array of gift boxes, in a kaleidoscope of colors and sizes, nearly engulfed the two sisters, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Li Muyao's mouth fell open, her gaze fixed on the mountain of gifts. Utterly speechless, "There are so many." Li Muxue stared at the multitude of presents before her, feeling an overwhelming weight in her heart. This gift was too burdensome, so heavy that she could hardly accept it. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she resolved to return all these gifts to Yi Lingtian at school the following day. Perhaps she could manage to accept one or two, but what did such a colossal heap of gifts signify in terms of obligation? How would she ever repay him? The mere thought left her feeling utterly powerless. At that moment, her peripheral vision caught sight of an envelope, devoid of any ornate embellishments, adorned only with a single line of elegant, flowing script, the ink rich and smooth, carrying an air of grace akin to flowing clouds. To Li Muxue, personally. Chapter 12, An Unrefusable Gift. Li Muxue opened the envelope and withdrew the letter within. "Muxue, when you read this letter, there is no need for alarm or pressure. Everything here has been meticulously selected for you and your family based on my understanding of your needs. Do not consider returning these items to Ling Tian. They are but a trifling matter to him. You followed him yesterday out of concern for his emotional well-being, did you not? I have been keeping an eye on you for quite some time, and you have not disappointed me. Please read the contents of the following 2 pages before deciding whether to accept these gifts. The signature read, Su Qinglan. Her tone was calm, yet imbued with an unwavering certainty, as if she had anticipated Li Mushue's reaction. With a heart full of confusion, Li Mushue turned to the second page. As her eyes scanned the first line, her breath caught abruptly, and her hand trembled uncontrollably as she held the letter. This page detailed a treatment plan for her mother's long-standing and complicated ailments. The plan was clear and comprehensive, far too elaborate to have been hastily conceived. Her mother had suffered for so many years, and their family had exhausted all resources merely to get by. Yet this thin sheet of paper shone like a ray of hope, illuminating the path to recovery. Tears welled in her eyes instantly, and she fought to turn to the third page. This page contained a detailed introduction to high-performance biomechanical prosthetics. The glossy page featured images of sleek, technologically advanced mechanical legs, with text outlining critical parameters such as neural connection technology and motion feedback sensitivity. At the bottom of the page, the contact number of the chief technology officer of a premier international biotechnology company in Greater China was clearly stated. These mechanical legs were undoubtedly intended for her father. At this realization, Li Mushue could no longer contain her tears. They cascaded down like a string of pearls, soaking the letter that carried boundless hope. Her long-held strength and independence were thoroughly shattered by this meticulous and poignant concern. Aunt Su Qinglan knew everything and had quietly arranged it all, gripping the letter tightly. Her knuckles turned pale from the pressure. She gazed at the mountain of gift boxes on the bed. Sister, why are you crying? Li Muyao asked, her face a picture of surprise. It's nothing. I'm just a bit moved. Li Mushue wiped her tears and began to open the gift boxes one by one. 7 dragon saliva fruits, 20 bottles of earth core essence, and 80 boxes of first-tier beast essence. Su Qinglan had been incredibly thoughtful, even including notes explaining the unfamiliar items. Li Mixu's hands trembled slightly. The dragon saliva fruits and earth core essence were intended for her mother's treatment. Their value was incalculable. In that moment, the gift boxes transformed in her eyes from burdensome weights to keys to a new future, capable of freeing her parents from suffering and restoring hope to their family. She found it impossible to refuse such gifts. Just then, Li Muyao opened the last box, which was smaller, revealing a bank card inside. Curiously, Li Muyao bound the card to Li Mushue's phone account. Li Mushue intended to protest, but thought of the potential costs for her father's mechanical legs and held her tongue. As she watched her sister stare wide-eyed at her phone, Li Mushue leaned in to see and gasped in astonishment. The account displayed a staggering 7 zeros. 10 million. Li Muyao took a moment to collect herself. Her gaze fixed intently on Li Mushue. Feeling a bit flustered, Li Mushue said, Sister, did all of this come from your deskmate Yi Lingtian? I heard he used to have a crush on the school beauty, Lu Rian. Now that you've revealed your true self, he invites you to his home. You mustn't let him deceive you. Wealthy people can be quite cunning. Li Mushue shot her sister an exasperated look, gently tapping her forehead with her finger. Stop talking nonsense. Yi Lingtian is a good person. My affairs are none of your concern. Just focus on your studies. She returned all the gift boxes to the ring and slipped it onto her finger, letting out a silent sigh. Now there was a chance for her mother to recover, for her father to walk again. Though it would leave her indebted to the Yi family, she found it impossible to forego such an opportunity. Su Qinglan and Yi Lingtian had shown her immense kindness, a grace she could hardly repay. However, she had awakened her S-rank talent. She would gradually repay them in the future. Li Mushue could only console herself with this thought. The following morning, Li Mushue rose early and explained the situation to her parents. Upon learning that Yi Lingtian's mother had used a heavenly grade divine crystal to elevate Li Mushue's A-rank talent to S-rank, their jaws dropped in disbelief. They had once been martial artists, external operatives of the Martial Affairs Bureau, and understood the immense value of the heavenly grade divine crystal. While its market estimate soared to 50 billion per piece, it was virtually priceless and unobtainable. There was one crucial detail they knew that Li Mushue did not. Absorbing a heavenly grade divine crystal required the assistance of a martial saint of the 8th rank to refine and facilitate the absorption. Martial artists below the 8th rank were incapable of absorbing the heavenly grade divine crystal independently. Upon learning this, Li Mushue was left in stunned silence, nearly at a loss for words. Aunt Su is, astonishingly, an 8th rank martial sage in the Great Xia alliance, with a population of several billion. There are only 100 or 200 individuals at this exalted rank. The highest combat power in Lainan City is merely a first-star martial emperor. Upon learning that their daughter has the favor of a noble benefactor, Li Minghai and Tang Rulin are filled with joy. However, Li Mushue, caught in a web of confusion, is oblivious to their clarity. The immense cost incurred by the benefactor can only signify one possibility. Su Qinglan has taken a liking to Li Mixu. After all, the celestial crystal is an exceedingly rare treasure for an 8th rank martial sage. After consulting with Li Mushue, the three decide to prioritize healing and replacing her mechanical leg. While the matter of indebtedness can be gradually addressed later. At Lena No. 8 High School, within the martial arts hall, numerous third-year students who have awakened their talents gather. Today, the school is conducting tests for blood vitality and combat power. And those ranking in the top 100 in the city will gain entry into the Jiangnan Province's combat training camp for specialized training. Principal Lu Ziyuan and most of the third-year teachers are present, along with representatives from the Municipal Education Bureau overseeing the testing process. As Lu Ziyuan announces that each student qualifying for the Jiangnan Province's specialized training camp will be rewarded with a box of first-rank beast essence and 100,000 blue star coins. Excitement erupts throughout the hall. Yi Lingtian cannot help but raise an eyebrow, recalling that his mother had instructed him to report to Principal Lu. He reflects that the school's rewards are typically provided by his family. As the testing commences at Lu Ziyuan's signal, the main hall of the Martial Arts Center is divided into 6 areas, each equipped with a vitality tester and a punch strength machine. Students line up in 6 queues and, under the guidance of their teachers, advance one by one to take the tests. In Class 1, Zhu Zhuqing records a vitality of 86 cards and a punch strength of 769 kilograms. In Class 31, Defenki achieves 78 cards of vitality and 632 kilograms of punch strength. In Class 7, Xiangyu impressively registers 96 cards and 1,120 kilograms. After awakening their talents, most students display vitality values between 70 to 90 cards. On the podium, Wang Gang, sent by the Education Bureau to supervise, nods in approval as he observes the scores displayed on the large screen. He turns to Principal Lu Ziyuan and comments that the student named Xiangyu is quite impressive, with both vitality and punch strength indicating a strong possibility of entering the top 1,000 in the city. Lu Ziwen smiles and affirms that he has awakened an A-rank talent. The undying battle body. Wang Gang's eyes brighten at this revelation. An A-rank talent virtually guarantees entry into the Jiangnan Province's combat training camp. He then inquires about the student from their school who possesses an S-rank talent. Lu Ziyuan gestures towards Class 1, indicating that the 7th student in line is Lu Rian. As Lu Rian strides confidently to the vitality tester, her exquisitely sculpted face beams with self-assurance, her delicate lips curving into an elegant arc. The surrounding boys are utterly captivated. Placing her fair hand on the tester, a soft beep signals the announced value. Vitality, 118 cards. The crowd gasps in awe. Indeed, she is the school beauty. An S-rank talent, and her vitality is remarkably high. She must already be a martial artist. Exceeding 100 cards allows one to open their meridians and strive for the first-rank meridian realm. Remarkable. She is likely the highest in our school. However, another student claims to have seen Yi Lingtian knock out Zheng Feng, who awakened an A-rank talent, with a single punch, suggesting that Yi Lingtian's vitality might surpass hers. Another counterpoints that a better talent can significantly enhance vitality, asserting that Yi Lingtian, now awakened to an F-rank talent, cannot possibly match Lu Rian. Such discussions do not escape Lu Rian's keen ears as she approaches the punch strength tester, her fists clenched tightly and teeth gritted. With a powerful strike, she hits the target of the machine, producing a resounding boom. Punch strength, 1,580 kilograms. The crowd erupts in amazement, acknowledging her as an S-rank talent with explosive attack power. Returning to her line, she casts a challenging glance at Yi Lingtian. As the announcer declares Lu Rian's scores, vitality, 118 cards. Punch strength, 1,580 kilograms. The martial arts hall buzzes with excitement. Wang Gang, smiling broadly, declares that this score should place her in the top 3 in the city and possibly within the top 20 in the province. He mentions that another student from Lena No. 1 High School has also awakened an S-rank talent, suggesting that no one else is likely to surpass her score. Lu Ziyuan, with a knowing smile, cryptically remarks, that may not necessarily be the case. Wang Gang's interest peaks, and he questions whether Lu Ziyuan is withholding information. Before long, a commotion draws the attention of those at the podium. Wang Gang turns to see a girl from Class 1 finishing her vitality test, with the screen clearly displaying vitality, 119 cards. She then proceeds to the punch strength test, achieving a strength of 1,586 kilograms. Wang Gang inhales sharply and comments on her impressive performance, recognizing her as a top student in martial arts, even among A-rank talent holders, suggesting her future achievements may surpass some S-rank talent holders. Lu Ziyuan, however, expresses concern, explaining that due to certain circumstances, her family is impoverished and her martial arts performance is merely average. Wang Gang, incredulous, exclaims that it is impossible for someone with an average record to suddenly exceed S-rank talent holders in vitality. Could it be possible that her current talent is also S-rank? Lu Ziyuan muses, glancing thoughtfully at Yi Lingtian. In the line of Class 1, Lu Rian's exquisitely beautiful face darkens with fury. Clenching her fists, she feels a tumultuous storm of emotions within her. Li Muxua, how can an A-rank talent surpass my vitality and punch strength? She seethes. It is absurd that the margins are so minuscule. Lu Rian, as the favored daughter of heaven, is accustomed to being the center of attention, drawing envious and adoring gazes wherever she goes. The boys who orbit around her treat her like a precious gem, fearing even the slightest neglect. Even Yi Lingtian, at her beck and call, once brought her breakfast and gifts. Now, with her S-rank talent shining brightly, she is enveloped in an aura of brilliance that demands reverence. Why, then, does this once ugly duckling, Li Muxue, transform into a dazzling swan in mere days, rivaling her power? As Li Muxue gracefully returns to her line, her large, watery eyes remain fixed on Yi Lingtian, unwavering in their gaze. Although no words were exchanged, the shimmering light in her clear eyes eloquently conveyed her deep gratitude and emotional resonance. Yi Lingtian naturally sensed her gaze. Amidst a backdrop of envious and astonished whispers, he merely met her eyes with a serene demeanor, offering a barely perceptible nod. This girl had expressed her thanks to him several times since their meeting that morning. How different from Lu Ruyan, for whom he had risked his life, yet received not a single word of appreciation. However, this silent communication did not escape Lu Ruyan's notice, causing an indescribable pang in her heart. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. Could Li Muxue's abrupt transformation be related to Yi Lingtian? Chapter 14. A single punch sends the force testing machine flying. As time passed, most students had completed their tests. Soon, it was Yi Lingtian's turn. As a prodigy in his senior year, he consistently ranked first in both academic and martial arts subjects, and every senior was familiar with him. Just 2 days prior, he had awakened his F-grade talent, shocking everyone. Although he had triumphed over the A-grade talent holder Zheng Feng yesterday, few had witnessed it. Alas, Yi Lingtian was a pity. Despite his diligent efforts, he had only awakened an F-grade talent, destined to live a life akin to a mere cog in the machine. I awakened an E-grade talent. Initially prepared to lament the unfairness of fate, but upon realizing Yi Lingtian had only awakened an F-grade talent, I felt slightly better. The laws of the universe are merciless. Without a strong martial talent, no matter how hard one strives, great achievements remain elusive. Such is the way of destiny. Nonsense. What does my D-grade talent matter? 10 years hence, watch as I shatter myriad techniques with a single sword strike. My fate lies in my own hands, not those of heaven. The heavens may be unjust, but I shall defy them and establish my own rules. My destiny is like a blade, severing all shackles and aiming for the pinnacle of the path. Oh dear. I implore you all to cease your boastful chatter. I feel quite ill. Principal Lu Ziyuan, who had been keeping a close eye on Yi Lingtian, widened his eyes as he saw Yi Lingtian preparing for his test. Yi Lingtian strode confidently to the vitality testing device, extending his right hand and placing it upon the machine. The device emitted a blinding red light, illuminating the area. A row of numbers appeared on the large screen above. Yi Lingtian, vitality value, 323 calories. The students and teachers who witnessed the numbers gasped collectively. What in the world? Could the vitality testing device be malfunctioning? 323 calories. That's already comparable to a second-tier warrior. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even students who had awakened SSS grade talents in history had never exceeded 200 calories. On the podium, Principal Lu Ziwen struggled to believe his own eyes. He had anticipated Yi Lingtian's vitality value to fall between 130 and 160 calories, yet it exceeded 300, leaving him incredulous. He leaped forward to inspect the testing device. What was happening? Was the machine faulty? The teacher in charge of the testing, suspecting a malfunction, bent down to examine the device. Wang Gang, noticing Lu Ziyuan's sudden departure, found it peculiar. Lu Ziyuan was typically composed. What prompted such reckless behavior? When he finally discerned the numbers on the vitality testing device beside Lu Ziyuan, his eyes nearly popped out. 323 calories. It must be a malfunction of the device. After an extensive examination, the teacher confirmed that the vitality testing device was functioning perfectly. Lu Ziwen instructed Yi Lingtian to retest. It remained at 323 calories. Lu Ziyuan stared at Yi Lingtian in astonishment. Could it be that his father was a martial deity, granting him the bloodline of a martial god? Lu Ziyuan waved his hand, signaling Yi Lingtian to proceed with the strength test. Yi Lingtian maintained a calm expression. The vitality value was already displayed in his system. However, he was somewhat eager to discover his strength value. Approaching the strength testing machine, he took a deep breath, flexed his muscles, stepped forward with his left foot, twisted his waist, and unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! With a deafening roar, the alloy target was deeply dented, and all the screws securing the machine snapped. The heavy strength testing machine was sent flying by the tremendous force, as if struck by a great force. It soared several meters before skidding along the ground, creating a shower of sparks, finally coming to rest 2 to 3 meters away from the podium. Instantly, the arena fell into a profound silence. Everyone stood in shock, unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed. After a long pause, the martial arts hall erupted in chaos. Am I dreaming? Someone actually sent the strength testing machine flying. What terrifying power! Isn't the testing machine's upper limit 4,000 kilograms? Could his strength have surpassed 4,000 kilograms? I knew it. My fate lies in my own hands, not those of heaven. Yi Lingtian is our representative. Zheng Feng gazed at the toppled strength testing machine, feeling a twinge of fear. Thankfully, Yi Lingtian had not unleashed his full power yesterday. Otherwise, his head would have surely flown farther than the machine. Lu Rian looked on in astonishment at the spectacle before her. He is so strong. What F-grade talent. What petty wealth at home. He is nothing but a fraud. His family must be extraordinary. She regretted her decision to part ways with Yi Lingtian. Li Miexu's large, watery eyes were fixed intently on the figure ahead. The person she had chosen was indeed the strongest. However, she too must strive to enhance her own strength. Otherwise, she would be unable to keep pace with him. Lu Ziyuan watched the strength testing machine, now smoking and sparking, with a dazed expression. This boy is excessively powerful. He is no less impressive than his father. Principal Lu, are we still testing? Yi Lingtian awkwardly inquired, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had not anticipated such a display of power. Lu Ziyuan shot Yi Lingtian an irritated glance. Test what? You just destroyed a machine worth over 10 million. Do you wish to destroy another? Yi Lingtian, feeling guilty, asked, Principal, I want to have to compensate for this. Will I? Lu Ziwen cleared his throat and spoke solemnly. Rest assured, you will not be held liable. Your remarkable achievement is a source of pride for our school and even for the entire city of Lannan. We cannot let you bear the cost. Lu Ziyuan directed the remaining students who had yet to test to line up in other groups. Just as Yi Lingtian was about to return to the line, he was called back by Lu Ziyuan. Leaning closer, Lu Ziyuan whispered in Yi Lingtian's ear. Kid, go home and have your mother donate another strength testing machine to our school, and let it be of a higher grade, lest you break another one. This strength testing machine was donated by my family? Yi Lingtian asked, puzzled. Not everything can be attributed to your family. Lu Ziyuan replied innocently. One machine was provided by the Education Bureau, while the remaining ones were donated by your family. Yi Lingtian. As soon as Lu Ziwen returned to the podium, Wang Gang approached him with a beaming face, his voice brimming with barely contained excitement. Congratulations, Principal Lu. Your school this year is truly a treasure trove of talent. Boasting not only 2 students with S-grade talents, but also one whose prowess rivals that of unparalleled geniuses. He leaned in closer and lowered his voice. It seems our bureau will soon gain another vice director. With today's accomplishments, Principal Lu's future advancement is certainly not out of reach. Lu Ziyuan felt a surge of joy within, yet maintained a humble demeanor, laughing heartily and clasping his hands in greeting. Mutual congratulations. As they conversed quietly and amiably, Vice Principal Zhao He, standing nearby, furrowed his brow, casting a suspicious glance at Yi Lingtian below, his mind swirling with doubts. How had Yi Lingtian, who had merely awakened F-grade talent, suddenly become so formidable? Could it be that he has utilized some extraordinary treasure, such as a heavenly crystal, to elevate his talent level? Might he be a direct descendant from a hidden top-tier family undergoing training? As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Ziwen's smile vanished in an instant. His pupils constricting sharply, he abruptly turned his head, casting a meaningful glance at Zhao He. Vice Principal Zhao. It would be prudent not to engage in reckless speculation regarding certain matters, lest you invite calamity upon yourself. Sensing the chilly undertone in Lu Ziwen's words, Zhao He shuddered, his complexion paling slightly. Nearby, Wang Gang's expression also shifted, prompting him to step forward, attempting to mediate while casting a stern glare at Zhao He. Be cautious with your words, Vice Principal Zhao. As educators, our foremost duty is to safeguard and nurture our students' growth, not to indulge in baseless conjectures about their privacy and backgrounds. This matter should not be mentioned again. The atmosphere at the podium grew subtly tense and grave due to this unforeseen interruption. Chapter 15. You have not passed my test. The examination persisted until after 4 in the afternoon. With its conclusion, all students' results were uploaded to the Ministry of Education's extensive database. The scores of the top 100 students in the city would be announced the following day. As the principal declared the dismissal, everyone began to leave the school. Zheng Feng, initially contemplating enlisting his uncle, who was on inspection duty, to teach Yi Lingtian a lesson, swiftly abandoned that thought upon witnessing Yi Lingtian deliver a powerful punch that sent the testing machine flying. Awakening an F-level talent, yet exhibiting such prowess, he surmised that Yi Lingtian might possess a formidable background. As Yi Lingtian stepped outside the school gates, a familiar figure intercepted his path. It was Lu Ruyan. Clad in an ordinary school uniform, she exuded an entirely different aura. The loose athletic top, artfully cinched at the waist, perfectly accentuated her ample bosom and slender waist. The standard blue school trousers did not conceal her elegance. Rather, they highlighted her long, graceful legs, with the snug fabric accentuating the perfect curvature of her well-shaped posterior. With her red lips slightly parted, her voice carried a distinctive coolness. Yi Lingtian, congratulations on your impressive results. Yi Lingtian furrowed his brow, responding nonchalantly. You're not too shabby yourself. Lu Ruyan blinked, her tone softening somewhat. In truth, my previous demeanor towards you was unfriendly because it was a test. You have passed. So let us reconcile. Students passing by unconsciously slowed their pace, casting either furtive or bold glances in their direction. Wow, Lu Rian is actually showing goodwill towards Yi Lingtian. A beautiful girl chasing after him. He must be overwhelmed. If it were me, I'd agree immediately. After all, Lu Rian is not only stunning but also exceptionally talented. Not necessarily. Have you not seen Li Muxiu beside Yi Lingtian? The two have been quite close these past few days. And Li Muxiu is no less attractive or talented than Lu Rian. Not far from Yi Lingtian, Li Muxiu lowered her head slightly, her hands crossed and fingers unconsciously fidgeting. Her slightly worn shoes tapped gently against the ground. Originally, she intended to take the bus home alone, but Yi Lingtian insisted on escorting her. Yi Lingtian was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Lu Rian to be so audacious. What nonsense test? It was merely that she had perceived his displayed strength and presumed his family background to be significant. After a brief silence, he shook his head and coldly replied, "I'm sorry, Lu Rian, but you have not passed my test. If you're seeking a sycophant, look elsewhere." You. Lu Rian stomped her foot, her cheeks flushing crimson. Speechless from indignation, Yi Lingtian bypassed her, approaching Li Muxiu. He took her small hand and headed toward the waiting Curry Nan at the roadside. Li Muxiu's body trembled slightly, her heart racing like a startled deer. Instinctively wanting to withdraw her hand, she found his grip firm, preventing her escape. With a blush coloring her cheeks, she walked beside Yi Lingtian. Surrounding students gaped at the unfolding scene. What is happening? Yi Lingtian actually rejected Lu Rian and is leaving with Li Muxiu. Wow. Yi Lingtian has switched to another admirer. Lu Rian looks stunning even when angry. Li Muxiu is equally as captivating, isn't she? If it were me, I'd choose Li Muxiu. Lu Rian is merely a flirt. Watching Yi Lingtian lead Li Muxiu into the Curry Nan, Lu Rian trembled with rage, her fists clenched tightly, almost steaming with fury. At that moment, Zheng Feng, observing from a distance, scampered over. "Rian, don't be upset. Yi Lingtian is nothing but a scoundrel. He just broke up with you and is now flirting with Li Muxiu. Unlike me, who has always been devoted to you. Come, ride with me. I'll take you home." Hearing Zheng Feng's words, the surrounding students began to scoff. "I'm about to be ill. Zheng Feng, the notorious playboy, dares to claim he's devoted. Ugh, just 2 weeks ago, he said the same to me." At the entrance of Li Muxiu's neighborhood, Yi Lingtian leaned against the Curry Nan, his gaze following the retreating silhouette until she vanished completely into the building's entrance. He turned, raised his hand, and lightly applauded 3 times. As the sound faded, a white figure quietly descended beside him like moonlight. It was a graceful woman, her pure white martial arts uniform outlining a breathtaking silhouette, her short hair neat and tidy. She wore a mask that bore a half-smile, completely concealing her true visage. "Young master." The woman inclined slightly, her voice as cool as a spring. Yi Lingtian nodded. Opening the car door, "Let us speak inside." As the woman entered the vehicle, she cast a glance at Zhu Ping'er in the passenger seat as a form of greeting. "Your name is Bai Lingyu, correct?" Yi Lingtian inquired, his gaze calm as he regarded her. "Until Li Muxiu matures, I entrust her safety to you." Bai Lingyu inclined her head slightly. "Young master, you are too kind. This is my duty. I have heard you have a younger brother who is also in his final year of high school and has awakened an A-level talent." Bai Lingyu swiftly glanced at Zhu Ping'er, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. "Yes, young master." Yi Lingtian retrieved 10 exquisitely packaged vials of first-tier beast essence from his spatial ring and offered them to her. "Please pass these on to your brother. That is too precious." Bai Lingyu quickly waved her hand. "The madam has shown me immense kindness. My current treatment is already generous, and I truly cannot accept more." Without allowing her to refuse, Yi Lingtian firmly placed the vials in her hand. "Accept them. With the martial examination approaching, having a higher vitality will only be beneficial." Zhu Ping'er also urged, "Lingyue, please do not decline. This is young master's heartfelt intention." After a moment's hesitation, Bai Lingyue finally accepted the vials, her fingertips gently caressing the cold surface of the boxes. "Thank you, young master. Now go." Yi Lingtian waved his hand. As Bai Lingyu was about to exit the vehicle, Yi Lingtian suddenly spoke up. "Wait a moment." She paused and turned back to look at him. "May I see your true face?" Yi Lingtian's tone was calm, yet curiosity flickered in his eyes. The air hung still for a moment. Bai Lingyu's slender fingers grazed the edge of her mask. After a moment's hesitation, she slowly removed it. A breathtaking visage gradually came into view. Her skin was as fair as snow, her features painted with artistry, a delicately shaped nose, and lips that were slightly pursed. Most captivating were her eyes, clear as autumn waters yet profound like a cold pool, with the slightest upward tilt at the corners that added an air of chill and mystery. A flicker of astonishment crossed Yi Lingtian's eyes. "If you are so beautiful, why do you wear a mask?" Before Bai Lingyu could answer, Zhu Ping'er interjected. "Oh, she just loves to be mysterious. It's a personal hobby. You talk too much." Bai Lingyu shot her a playful glare and stuck out her tongue. "Don't you also enjoy transforming into a cat and running around?" Zhu Ping'er retorted, "That is different. I do that for work." As he watched the two banter, a subtle smile tugged at the corners of Yi Lingtian's lips. In that moment, the previously solemn atmosphere within the car transformed into one of ease. Bai Lingyue donned her mask once more, resuming her enigmatic demeanor. If the young master has no further instructions, I shall take my leave, she stated. Yi Lingtian nodded in affirmation. Go ahead. Bai Lingyue gracefully pushed the door open and alighted from the vehicle, her figure flickering before vanishing from sight. Chapter 16. Who moved the luxury goods store into my room? Yi family villa. After dinner, Yi Lingtian returned to his room. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback. His spacious and comfortable bedroom, spanning around 40 to 50 square meters, was utterly consumed by an array of exquisite gift boxes and bags, rendering the floor almost inaccessible. Had a department store been robbed? Yi Lingtian's lips twitched in disbelief. He promptly turned on his heel and strode back to the living room. Su Qinglan was elegantly nestled on the sofa, engrossed in a popular urban romance drama, a steaming cup of floral tea beside her. Mom, what on earth is happening in my room? Yi Lingtian exclaimed, pointing toward his bedroom, incredulity lacing his voice. Who moved a luxury goods store into my room? Su Qinglan, hearing his outburst, leisurely turned her head, casting him a languid glance, her tone calm and unruffled. Oh, that. Since you awakened your SS level talent, our relatives have prepared gifts for you. Your grandfather and uncle sent people to gather the items and deliver them all here. She gently blew on the steam rising from her cup and continued. Seeing the abundance of items, I had them placed directly in your room. You and Pinger can sort through them and see which ones are useful. Oh, so that's the case. Yi Lingtian nodded. Zhu Pinger, who had been playing on her phone in the corner of the sofa, perked up at the mention of sorting gifts. Her lively eyes sparkled like searchlights. Tucking her phone into her pocket, she fluttered over to Yi Lingtian's side like a delicate butterfly, eager to assist. Young master, let me help you. The two made their way back to the threshold of the bedroom. Upon witnessing the scene before them, Zhu Pinger gasped, her eyes nearly popping out in astonishment. What is all this? She stuck out her adorable little tongue, momentarily unable to believe her eyes. Her curiosity piqued. She tiptoed cautiously around several stacked gift boxes and casually retrieved a sword from an ancient Zetan wood box near the door. The scabbard shimmered in an icy blue hue, warm to the touch, yet exuding a faint chill. With a resounding clang, she drew it halfway, the blade glistening like autumn waters, its cold light illuminating her features. What a magnificent sword! She marveled, returning it to its sheath and carefully placing it back. Next, she picked up a box crafted from golden silk nanmo, intricately carved with cloud patterns. Upon unfastening the clasp, she discovered a bound ancient tome nestled within, its pages of faded yellow, the cover made from an unknown beast's hide, adorned with bold calligraphy that read stellar breathing technique. The moment she discerned the title, Zhu Pinger appeared as if struck by lightning, freezing momentarily. Her fair face flushed crimson at a visible rate, excitement causing her breath to quicken as she flailed her arms, exclaiming incoherently, Wow, 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 this book is mine. I want to practice this. I absolutely must practice this. Yi Lingtian, bent over examining a jade box, was startled by her sudden outburst. He shot her a bemused glance. Teasing, what has you so exhilarated? It's not the royal uncle, is it? Let me see. Upon hearing this, Zhu Pinger instinctively clutched the book to her chest like a protective hen, but upon meeting Yi Lingtian's teasing gaze, she reluctantly stepped forward, gingerly handing it over. Yi Lingtian took the book and flipped through a few pages, the illustrations and text appearing to resonate with an unusual rhythm. Merely glancing over the contents seemed to accelerate the flow of energy within him. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. This was indeed an S-grade breathing technique. Such a remarkable gift. After inspecting several items, Yi Lingtian keenly noticed that each gift box or bag bore a conspicuous label indicating the name of the giver. Grandfather's gift, Uncle's gift, second and's congratulations, third Uncle's congratulations, and so forth. How considerate. To prevent any mix-up, he mused. He turned and retrieved a tablet from the living room. Pinger, as I examine each item, take a photo and log who sent what, so we can avoid any confusion when it comes time for thank you notes or returns. Absolutely. Young master, Zhu Pinger eagerly replied, promptly pulling out her phone. I'll ensure everything is meticulously recorded. Thus commenced a grand operation of gift cataloging. Yi Lingtian was responsible for retrieving gifts, checking the labels, dictating information, and making preliminary judgments, while Zhu Pinger snapped photos from various angles and quickly noted them on the tablet. Hours slipped by in this manner. The gifts were indeed a cornucopia of eccentricities, encompassing a plethora of items. Grandfather had sent numerous advanced cultivation techniques and precious materials. As the head of the Yi group, the Uncle's gifts were particularly extravagant, including a full set of custom weapons ranging from E-grade to S-grade, blades, bows, and arrows, as well as several models of the latest firearms. The eldest uncle gifted a state-of-the-art flying car, though only the keys were contained within the gift box, the vehicle itself parked in the villa's garage. Others contributed an assortment of gifts, creating a dazzling array that left one bewildered. Suddenly, as Yi Lingtian unwrapped an exquisitely packaged gift adorned with a renowned luxury brand logo, he paused in astonishment upon revealing its contents. Neatly arranged inside were several boxes of stockings, Not just any stockings, but limited edition ones from the prestigious elixirs brand. Staring incredulously at the label that read second cousin's gift, a few black lines appeared on Yi Lingtian's forehead. What is going on? Am I to receive stockings as a gift? He picked up the gossamer thin, high-quality stockings, his expression one of utter bemusement. This second cousin possessed a rather unique taste. Indeed, Yi Lingtian scrutinized the stockings for a few seconds, then glanced at Zhu Ping'er, who was on tiptoe, trying to capture a clear shot of a crystal ornament. His gaze swept over her slender calves, and a thought crossed his mind. Quietly, he gathered the boxes containing the stockings together and, in one swift motion, thrust them into Zhu Ping'er's arms. Here, these are for you. Zhu Ping'er was momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing the contents in her arms, her face instantly flushed with two bright patches of crimson, while her eyes sparkled with delight. Clutching the boxes, she murmured, "Thank you, young master." Then, as if afraid Yi Lingtian might change his mind, she hurriedly stowed them away in her spatial ring, her lips curving into a satisfied smile, clearly pleased with this gift. As the night deepened, the darkness outside the villa thickened like splattered ink, with only the sporadic chirping of insects punctuating the stillness. Inside the bedroom, the mountain of gift boxes had been thoroughly catalogued. Yi Lingtian let out a long sigh of relief, stretching his stiff neck, after several hours of sorting and logging. Fatigue had begun to set in, yet the thrill of unboxing was undeniably exhilarating. He patted Zhu Ping'er, who was stifling yawns. "You've worked hard. Take a look and see if there's anything you particularly like. Feel free to choose a few items as your reward for your efforts." At his words, Zhu Ping'er's weariness vanished in an instant, her beautiful eyes gleaming brightly as if stars were bursting forth within them. She swiftly selected a few gifts, cradling them with a blissful flush on her cheeks. Observing her jubilance, Yi Lingtian smiled, and with a mere thought, the remaining myriad gifts on the floor, like ethereal streams of light, were drawn into his ring in an orderly fashion. Gazing at the spectacle within the ring's spatial confines, a sight that could drive any cultivator to madness, Yi Lingtian, despite his calm disposition, could not help but break into a smile. The remnants of fatigue obliterated by an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. He reclined languidly against the back of the sofa, gently caressing the ring and sincerely marveling at the fortune of having a martial god for a father. The magnitude of his gains this time could rival the entire accumulation of several mid-tier families. Chapter 17. Apologies, I'm a bit thirsty. In the early morning, Yi Lingtian awoke, and recalling the plethora of high-level techniques he had acquired the previous day, he suddenly sat up, preparing to rise for some cultivation. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a completely white ragdoll cat sleeping soundly at the foot of his bed. With a resigned shake of his head, he lifted a corner of the blanket to cover her. Previously, Zhu Ping'er would often transform into a ragdoll cat, spending her nights in the cat bed in his room. Sometimes, she would even leap onto the bed to sleep atop the covers. It was something he hadn't thought much of until now. Realizing she was actually the enchanting maiden, or rather, the saintess of the Hahuan sect, possessing an extraordinarily alluring figure. It felt somewhat peculiar. Thus, he decided to have Zhu Ping'er move to the adjacent bedroom. However, she vehemently opposed this. She insisted that as his personal maid and bodyguard, it was her duty to be close at hand. Yi Lingtian found himself somewhat speechless. With his mother, an 8th-tier martial saint, present, who could possibly threaten his safety? Furthermore, the neighboring villas were occupied by elite members of the martial god guard. What danger could he possibly face? If there were any significant security threat, it would be Zhu Ping'er herself. As the former saintess of the Hahuan sect, she undoubtedly bore the blood of countless lives on her hands. If she ever wished to harm him, even his mother might not arrive in time to intervene. He could not fathom what method his grandfather had employed to secure her as his personal maid and bodyguard. Originally, Yi Lingtian had placed another bed in a corner of his bedroom. Yet Zhu Ping'er still preferred to transform into a cat and sleep in the cat bed by the window. After completing his morning routine, Yi Lingtian made his way to the central square of the villa's backyard garden. From among the numerous techniques, he selected an SS grade technique titled Sky-Splitting 9/. Among the dozens of techniques his grandfather had gifted him, the lowest grade was A, while the highest reached SSS. However, the SSS techniques required a cultivation level of Tier 3 or above, whereas the SS grade techniques could be practiced from Tier 1. Ordinary individuals only had access to techniques below Grade C, while those above Grade B remained in the possession of various martial universities, prestigious families, and hidden sections. Occasionally, auction houses might sell B-grade techniques, but these were not attainable for the average person. Therefore, the best chance for an ordinary individual to alter their fate was to awaken exceptional talents and gain admission to a prestigious martial university. Yi Lingtian's father, Yi Guoyang, possessed the supreme swordsmanship talent of the unparalleled sword heart and had reached the pinnacle of human swordsmanship. Among the 4 weapons, sword, knife, bow, and gun, Yi Lingtian held a particular fondness for the knife. When his grandfather sent the techniques, he must have chosen them with great care. Having awakened an SS grade spatial talent, he was particularly suited to cultivate Sky-Splitting 9/. Techniques were not something one could practice haphazardly. They required corresponding talents. Those who had not awakened martial talents found it challenging to break through even the first tier, let alone cultivate high-level techniques. Sky-splitting 9 slashes was not a martial art created by humanity on Blue Star, but was instead acquired by the ancestors of Longwu University from ancient ruins within the battlefield of myriad races. Comprising 9 forms, it was said that mastering it to perfection would not only allow one to effortlessly slice through space, but also sever causality, time, and even reincarnation. Those struck would find their reincarnation pathways severed, their essence obliterated, never to be reborn. Of course, such mastery was far beyond Yi Lingtian's current capability. After practicing for over an hour, he barely managed to grasp the fundamentals of the first form, breaking the wind. At Lana No. 8 High School. Shortly after entering the campus, Yi Lingtian noticed groups of students gathered around several bulletin boards. Squeezing into a less crowded spot to take a look, he discovered they were adorned with red congratulatory notices. The rankings from the previous day's test had been released, revealing that the top 3 spots were all held by students from Lana No. 8 High, all from Class 1. Yi Lingtian topped the list with an overwhelming lead, followed by Li Muxiue in second place and Lu Rian in third. A total of 9 students from Lana No. 8 High made it onto the leaderboard, a historical achievement. As in previous years, there had only been 5 or 6 at most. A smirk tugged at the corners of Yi Lingtian's mouth. He felt no surprise at this outcome. With the backing of a prestigious family and the assistance of a system, securing the top rank in the city was no anomaly. Humming a self-composed tune, Yi Lingtian made his way to Class 1's classroom. Inside, many students were engaged in light-hearted banter. Li Muxiue sat at her desk, engrossed in a book while sipping a cup of soybean milk. Yi Lingtian approached his seat, tilted his head, and reached over to take the soybean milk from her hands. Li Muxiue was momentarily taken aback and looked at him. He promptly inserted the straw into his mouth and began to drink. To his surprise, the soybean milk tasted quite delightful. Li Muxiue's face flushed crimson at the sight. Her voice, cool yet laced with a hint of softness, said, "If you wanted to drink, I could bring you some every day. Why did you take what I've already sipped?" Yi Lingtian chuckled. "Apologies, I was a bit parched. Consider this my compensation." As he spoke, he retrieved a luxurious lunchbox from his spatial ring and placed it on Li Muxiue's desk. "I've already had breakfast. Then have a little more. As a martial artist, you need to consume a substantial amount of nutrition daily. This meal contains 2 types of exotic beast meat, which will greatly replenish your nutritional needs." Li Muxiue hesitated for a moment, but ultimately opened the lunchbox and began to eat with great enthusiasm. The fragrant aroma drew the attention of many nearby. Lu Rian, not far away, observed the situation with clenched fists and gritted teeth, her expression darkening considerably. Previously, Yi Lingtian would bring her breakfast every day, although in recent days, it had been Zheng Feng who took over that duty. Seeing someone who had once been kind to her now showering attention on another, especially someone she currently held in disdain, was deeply unsettling for her. She glared at Yi Lingtian. Wishing her gaze could be lethal, he would have perished several times over. In the principal's office, the 9 students selected for the Jiangnan province combat training camp were summoned by Lu Ziwen. As he gazed at the 9 youthful faces before him, an uncontainable smile spread across his lips like ripples on water. He handed each student 100,000 Blue Star coins along with a box containing 7 vials of first-tier beast essence. One girl with short hair cautiously opened the box, her eyes widening as she beheld the neatly arranged vials of pale blue liquid, unable to suppress a gasp. Most of the 9 had never before encountered first-tier beast essence. This box was worth more than many families' annual income. Once all the items were distributed, Lu Ziwen cleared his throat, his expression growing serious. "Make sure to keep everything safe." He surveyed each student, allowing his gaze to linger for a moment on every face. "In 3 days, you will depart for the combat training camp. As in previous years, the training will last for 20 days. You are to gather at the school gate at 8 o'clock sharp the day after tomorrow. There will be a special vehicle to take you to the training base. Within the camp, you will experience the most authentic combat environments and learn survival skills on the brink of life and death." His voice lowered, however. "You must remember that practical training carries risks. Last year, 70 to 80 students sustained serious injuries during training, leaving permanent damage. Moreover, over 30 students perished." Lu Ziwen's gaze sharpened. "I do not wish for our school to face such tragedies." He slowly walked past each student. "I hope you will protect yourselves and care for your companions. You are a team, the pride of our school." Finally, Lu Ziwen's tone softened once more as he expressed his hopes for you to persevere in the practical training camp and achieve commendable results. "Remember, you represent not only yourselves, but also our entire school." The 9 students, in unison, clenched their fists, their eyes shimmering with determination and anticipation. A brand new journey was about to commence. Chapter 18, S-Class Stellar Breathing Technique. The night was as dark as ink, enveloped in profound silence. In the courtyard of the Yi family villa, Yi Lingfeng slightly lifted his gaze. With a graceful leap, he lightly propelled himself off the second-floor railing, landing softly on the rooftop like a startled swan. He looked up at the vast sky, dotted with countless stars. A resplendent full moon cast its serene glow, draping everything in a gossamer veil of silver. Yi Lingfeng sat cross-legged and slowly closed his eyes. His mind was devoid of any distractions, leaving only the boundless starry expanse above. His heart synchronized with the void, his thoughts drawing in the starlight. His breathing rhythm suddenly transformed, no longer leisurely. It took on a peculiar cadence, as if attuned to the pulsations of the stars. Each inhalation and exhalation was prolonged and profound, the rise and fall of his chest resonating with some cosmic beat. At first, nothing seemed amiss. Yet gradually, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. It was as if an invisible light, intangible yet undeniably present, was drawn from the air around him. This was not a blinding light visible to the naked eye, but a more primal flow of energy. The cool luminescence from the moon, akin to delicate strands of silver rivulets, gently merged into his mind's eye with each breath he took. Yi Lingfeng felt a refreshing essence penetrating his soul, akin to quenching one's thirst with ice-cold spring water during the sweltering summer. His thoughts became remarkably clear and tranquil. His consciousness, as if cleansed by moonlight, continuously expanded and refined. Simultaneously, the myriad tiny star beams from the surrounding cosmos were drawn in, transforming into imperceptible particles of light that infused his limbs and bones, tempering his flesh and channels. A tingling sensation swept through his body, accompanied by a mild prickling sensation, marking the transformative power of the stars as it reinforced his physical form. At this moment, centered around Yi Lingfeng, an invisible vortex of energy formed, ravenously consuming the moonlight and starlight. A soft, jade-like silver glow enveloped his exterior, and his aura steadily ascended in tranquility, deepening into the vastness. After a long while, Yi Lingfeng slowly exhaled a breath of impure air. At the instant he opened his eyes, they shimmered with the brilliance of countless stars, flowing along the ancient trajectories of existence, ultimately settling into silence, leaving behind a depth reminiscent of the night sky. Just as he was not entirely detached from his meditative state, a flawless visage suddenly drew near. Moonlight illuminated her face, accentuating her skin's luminescence. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with enchanting brilliance, their gaze reminiscent of rippling spring waters, imbued with an alluring charm. Her crimson lips, naturally tinted, held a mischievous smile. Ah! Yi Lingfeng was taken by surprise, leaning back as the tiles beneath his feet shifted softly. He quickly regained his balance and shot her an exasperated glare, questioning her proximity. What are you doing so close? Are you trying to scare me to death? Zhu Ping'er covered her mouth with a light laugh, her laughter ringing like wind chimes in the serene night, exceptionally clear. Hee. Who could resist such a captivating sight while you practice? The starlight encircles you, making it hard to look away. Her eyes sparkled playfully, concealing deeper meanings. Young master, congratulations on mastering the stellar breathing technique. With that, she extended her delicate hand. This technique can refine oneself and accelerate cultivation. I wish to practice it too. Yi Lingfeng inquired. Have you successfully cultivated your 9 nether clone technique? A proud smile graced Zhu Ping'er's lips, and with a flick of her slender fingers, she snapped her fingers. In an instant, another girl, indistinguishable from her, silently appeared beside Yi Lingfeng, even mimicking the mischievous glint in her eyes. The two Zhu Ping'ers flanked Yi Lingfeng, speaking in unison, their voices echoing like a chorus. What is the matter, young master? Do you doubt my talents? Yi Lingfeng scrutinized closely, observing the two figures whose lively eyes made it impossible to discern which was real and which was merely an illusion. The 9 nether clone technique, cultivated to perfection, was said to create clones with strength equivalent to the original. He hadn't expected Zhu Ping'er to grasp it in such a short time, although the clone was still a mere manifestation of gathered energy, lacking full solidity. Its aura hinted at latent strength not to be underestimated. As the night breeze tousled Zhu Ping'er's hair, she gently tucked a strand behind her ear, a subtle gesture that allowed Yi Lingfeng to finally identify the true one. He couldn't help but feel astonished. Indeed, Zhu Ping'er had been chosen as the saintess of the Hahuan sect, demonstrating exceptional talent. Have you feasted your eyes enough, young master? The two Zhu Ping'ers asked simultaneously, their expressions brimming with playful cunning. Yi Lingfeng handed the stellar breathing technique to her, recognizing that her enhanced strength would enable her to better protect herself. Noticing the late hour, he prompted, it's already past midnight. Aren't you going to rest? Zhu Ping'er shook her head in response. No, her voice was crisp, laced with unmistakable resolve. Tonight's starlight is perfect. It is an opportune moment to cultivate this technique. If I do not grasp the basics of the stellar breathing technique, I want to be able to sleep even if I return. With that, she found a flat rooftop and sat cross-legged, unfolding the stellar breathing technique, both examining and practicing it simultaneously. Observing her, Yi Lingfeng chose not to say more. After several hours of cultivation, he felt no fatigue. Rather, he brimmed with vitality. His senses sharper than ever. His realm progressed from the first level, 2 stars to 3 stars. The S-class breathing technique indeed lived up to its reputation. Yi Lingfeng clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. He leaped lightly from the 7 to 8-meter high rooftop, descending like a leaf, silent and unperturbed. Thus, Yi Lingfeng maintained his dual routine of morning and evening cultivation, attending school during the day. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. At Lanin number 8 middle school, at the entrance, 9 students boarded the vehicle dispatched by the Education Bureau, escorted by the Town Marshal Bureau, heading towards the high-speed railway station in Lanin City. Upon arrival, they boarded a magnetic levitation train comprising only 2 carriages. As soon as they entered the carriage, a male student exclaimed, "Wow, there are beauties." Before his words could fully settle, the previously lively carriage fell into an abrupt silence. More than 20 pairs of eyes converged on the entrance. Walking at the forefront, Lu Rian seemed to anticipate this reaction. A barely perceptible smile graced her lips. Her chin slightly elevated, her long neck exuding an elegance akin to a swan. Her steps were unhurried yet perfectly measured, showcasing her long legs to their fullest advantage. Clad in a simple white shirt, she had tied a clever knot at her waist, accentuating her slender silhouette. Black pencil pants hugged her shapely legs, each step imbued with a graceful sway. Her long hair was tied back in a high ponytail, gently swaying with her movements, the tips tracing confident arcs through the air. One might criticize Lu Rian's character, yet her beauty and figure were so flawless that even the most stringent critics would concede their perfection. Her features were strikingly vibrant. Her eyes carried a hint of pride, sculpted to be perfectly proportioned, neither too full nor too thin. She walked past the astonished gazes with unwavering poise, resembling a queen surveying her domain, taking in the crowd's reactions while remaining utterly indifferent. Chapter 19, Arrival at the Practical Training Camp. In the rear of the carriage, Lu Rian found a seat by the window. Just as she set down her small bag, a figure eagerly occupied the adjacent space. It is Zheng Feng, whose swift movements almost conjure a gust of wind, his face adorned with unabashed cordiality. The boys seated in the front rows had their gazes fixed on Lu Rian. But upon witnessing this, they reluctantly averted their eyes, their movements slow and begrudging, as a few barely audible sighs of disappointment resonated within the carriage. However, this brief moment of silence was short-lived. "Oh, look, there's another beauty coming from behind," exclaimed a boy as if he had discovered a new world, his voice rising with surprise as his gaze fixed ardently on the end of the line. In an instant, all averted eyes turned back with even greater haste. There, Limu Shui was walking gracefully towards them, clad in a simple white dress that accentuated her poised figure and cool demeanor, resembling a snow lotus just beginning to bloom. "Wow, am I seeing things? She's even more beautiful than the previous campus flower," someone whispered in disbelief, their voice tinged with incredulity. The few girls in the carriage couldn't help but cast envious glances. As clear compliments reached her ears, 2 blushes blossomed on Limu Shui's fair cheeks. She lowered her head slightly, her long lashes fluttering, quickening her pace to find an empty seat. Yiling Tian, walking at the back, calmly sat down beside her. The brief pause in the atmosphere of the carriage was shattered, and the noise resumed once more. "Which school are they from?" 2 such stunning beauties appeared at once, both qualifying for the practical training camp. "How impressive," someone remarked. "Had I known their school was of such high caliber, I would have transferred there at any cost. I wonder if they are taken. They seem to be from Lawn and number 8 high school. I saw a video of that last boy on a music app. He was unbelievably strong." "Oh, what happened? Do tell." In the video, he punched the strength testing machine and sent it flying over 10 meters, rendering it completely useless. "He is simply monstrous. My goodness, is that true? I heard Lawn and number 8 has been doing exceptionally well this year, with all 3 top spots in the city's practical training camp selection tests claimed by their school. This training camp is bound to be thrilling." Soon after, all the students participating in the training camp gradually gathered. The silvery suspended train silently initiated its journey. The platform began to glide smoothly backward, the acceleration both astonishingly swift and curiously stable. Had it not been for the rapidly changing scenery outside, one could scarcely perceive the rise in speed. "It's so fast," murmured a short-haired girl by the window. Indeed, in mere moments, the speed displayed on the holographic screen at the end of the carriage surged to 1,000 kilometers per hour, eliciting gasps of astonishment from many students. Leaning back against the plush seat, Yiling Tian's gaze swept across the swiftly retreating landscape. The entire high-speed rail track was enveloped by a tightly woven protective formation, with glimpses of translucent energy barriers shimmering in the sunlight. Occasionally, patrolling armored vehicles zipped by on either side of the track. "Look, the walls of Lanin City," someone shouted. Instantly, the carriage erupted into a flurry of excitement as students crowded to the windows. In the distance, a colossal black wall rose from the ground. This steel barrier, towering over 100 meters, resembled a slumbering dragon, firmly safeguarding the entire city of Lawn and within its embrace. The wall was forged from a specially crafted alloy, gleaming with a cold metallic luster under the sun. Faint outlines of automated turrets could be discerned atop the wall, adding an air of majesty to this steel fortress. "How spectacular!" Limu Shui exclaimed softly, her clear eyes fixed unwaveringly on the horizon. For most students, it was the first time witnessing the city's protective wall in person, though they had seen it countless times on television and the internet. The impact of seeing it with their own eyes was beyond any imagery. Yi Ling Tian, in contrast, appeared relatively composed. Having accompanied Su Qinglan a few times to the provincial capital of Nantai City, he was somewhat accustomed to such sights. Nevertheless, he could not deny that. No matter how many times he had seen it, this bastion of human civilization still inspired awe. The suspended train soon departed from the jurisdiction of Lanan City. Entering the wilderness, Limu Shui tilted her head slightly, intently observing the scenery outside. The nearby landscape blurred into elongated streaks of color, twisting rapidly backward, while only the distant mountains and horizon retained their clear outlines, silently witnessing the train's swift passage. After approximately an hour and a half, the train had traversed the outskirts of several cities and finally slowed as it approached the high-speed rail station of Nantai City. However, the training camp was not located within the city, but rather in the mountainous area, 180 kilometers to the southwest. The group disembarked from the high-speed train and, under the guidance of the teachers from the Education Bureau, boarded the military buses that had been waiting. 6 armored vehicles flanked the convoy, forming a tightly knit escort as they exited the station. The convoy traveled for over an hour, with the scenery outside transitioning from the towering buildings of the city to the low structures of the suburbs, eventually yielding to dense forests. Shortly thereafter, the convoy entered a long tunnel. When the bus finally emerged from the tunnel, the sight before the students took their breath away. They had entered a vast valley, where the buildings were arranged in an orderly fashion, and faint outlines of energy barriers shimmered around the valley, glowing softly with a yellow hue in the sunlight. The bus gradually came to a halt in the central square of the camp, and the students alighted one by one, curiously surveying their surroundings. Yi Ling Tian inhaled the crisp mountain air deeply, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. "System, are you still alive?" "Master, I am not dead yet." The system paused before continuing. "However, if you don't slay any fierce beasts soon, I might starve." Yi Ling Tian replied, "If you require any energy, just let me know. You should understand that various treasures are not a challenge for me. Master, there are no shortcuts to enhancing your strength. Only by continuously slaying fierce beasts and other races can I accumulate enough energy to help you attain higher level rewards. Alright, rest assured. I should be able to hunt fierce beasts in the coming days, and I'll make sure you're well fed. Then master, do your best. I'm going into sleep mode now. Go ahead." Yi Ling Tian and the others completed their information verification at the registration desk on one side of the square. After the formalities were finalized, the students were assigned dormitories based on a roster, with 2 students per room. Yi Ling Tian and Xiang Yu from Class 7 were assigned to the same room. Just as he was about to settle into the dormitory, a sudden commotion erupted among the crowd, accompanied by low gasps of astonishment. "Look, it's a master powerhouse." Yi Ling Tian turned to the source of the voice and beheld a figure descending rapidly from the sky, landing precisely in the center of the square like a meteor. Yet upon impact, he touched down as lightly as a feather, causing no disturbance. At the 5th-tier master realm, one could break free from the earth's constraints and soar through the skies. The young man before them appeared to be only 25 or 26 years old, making such a youthful master quite the sight to behold. However, when Yi Ling Tian discerned the uniform he wore, a stirring sensation coursed through him. The deep emerald green base color and the dark golden dragon pattern on his shoulder were identical to the military uniform worn by his father, Yi Guoliang. This man hailed from the Dragon Martial Corps. Chapter 20. The Courage to Confront Fierce Beasts. Almost simultaneously, several middle-aged men who had been waiting in the square approached briskly. The leader, with a warm smile and a voice laced with respect, exclaimed, "Captain Wang, we welcome your arrival at the training camp as the chief instructor for this session." Captain Wang? Yi Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. He was quite familiar with this title. His mother, Su Qinglan, had once claimed that Yi Guoliang held the rank of a captain to conceal his true identity. She had mentioned the structure of the Dragon Martial Corps to him before. To hold the position of a captain, one must be a 6th-tier martial king. As for the leaders of the various regiments, they were held by 7th-tier martial emperors or 8th-tier martial saints. The supreme commander of the entire Dragon Martial Corps could only be a 9th-tier martial god. In the past 1 or 2 decades, the commander of the Dragon Martial Legion has been Yi Ling Tian's father, Yi Guoliang. One wonders how this individual compares to his personal maid and bodyguard, Zhu Ping'er. At the age of 23, Zhu Ping'er, a martial king, would indeed be an astonishing revelation if exposed. However, one cannot perpetually rely on a woman for protection. It is imperative to hasten the enhancement of one's own strength. Having awakened an SS-level talent, and with the system's support, reaching the Martial King realm within 4 years should not pose an insurmountable challenge. Nevertheless, the thought of it brings considerable pressure. The young Martial King, Wang Jingming, hails from an ordinary family in Nantai City. He entered Longwu University after passing the martial examination, and upon graduation, he joined the Dragon Martial Legion. His remarkable achievements in battle earned him the rank of a company commander within the Legion. This time, He was supposed to be on leave, visiting his parents. However, an unexpected encounter with the governor of Jiangnan province, Su Muyang, altered his plans. Shortly thereafter, an order from the Dragon Martial Legion arrived, mandating him to postpone his return to the troops and instead serve as the chief instructor at the Jiangnan province combat training camp. Wang Jingming's homecoming, initially marred by parental pressure to engage in matchmaking, was further exacerbated by this directive, which required him to remain in this desolate location for 20 days. Such thoughts left him feeling disheartened. Yet, 6 or 7 years prior, he had also emerged from this very place, and now he could be considered a triumphant returnee. Among the camp's personnel welcoming him were familiar faces, and they shared jovial banter as they entered an adjacent office building. The following morning at 7 o'clock, in the central square of the camp, 1,000 students stood arranged in 10 orderly formations. Wang Jingming, accompanied by several camp officials, ascended to the elevated platform. Flanking him were 40 to 50 instructors drawn from the station troops in Jiangnan province. Wang Jingming cast a sweeping glance over the assembly below. Welcome to the Jiangnan province combat training camp. You are all exceptional talents selected from across the province, having awakened extraordinary abilities. However, I must emphasize that combat carries risks. Each year, approximately 1 in 10 participants do not emerge unscathed from the training. If anyone wishes to withdraw, now is the time. He paused momentarily before continuing. Very well. Since no one has spoken, I shall assume that all of you agree to remain. Most of you have already become martial artists, while the remaining few are on the cusp of doing so. Martial artists represent the core strength of the Great Xia alliance in the fight against ferocious beasts and foreign races. Nevertheless, the path of a martial artist is fraught with peril. Engaging in battle with ferocious beasts and foreign races is incredibly dangerous. A moment's inattention could render you as prey or lead to your capture and demise. However, if martial artists possessing awakened talents do not confront the beasts and foreign races, who will safeguard the Great Xia alliance and your families? Your fortunate growth and the awakening of your talents are due to the sacrifices made by those who bear the burden for you. Awakening a talent is both a blessing and a responsibility. I hope that through this 20-day combat training, you can significantly enhance your strength and achieve excellent results in the upcoming martial examination to gain admission to esteemed martial universities. Now, let the combat training commence. With Wang Jingming's command, the crowd, divided into 10 groups, traversed the expansive training grounds, heading toward their designated training zones. The students from Lannan City were assigned to Group 8. Within the training area, 5 instructors stood in formation, with the foremost, Zhou Ming. Tall and upright as a pine tree, his bronze skin concealing explosive power. He stepped forward, his voice resonating like a bell. I am Chief Instructor Zhou Ming, a 4th-level martial artist. The 4 instructors behind him introduced themselves in succession, all 3rd-level martial artists, prompting quiet admiration among the students. Classmates. Zhou Ming's piercing gaze swept across the 100 youthful faces present. Previously, in school, your sparring sessions were akin to child's play. But today, his voice rose dramatically. I shall impose some intensity upon you. With a sweeping gesture, a military truck roared into view. The truck's rear opened, and 2 instructors carefully lowered a heavily draped black box. A chilling wolf howl pierced the air, accompanied by the clanking of chains. As a pungent scent of blood wafted through the atmosphere, many students turned pale, some instinctively recoiling, others' legs trembling. While several girls could not help but cover their mouths in shock. Yiling Tian's heart also quickened its pace. Zhou Ming strode forward, forcefully tearing away the black cloth. A collective gasp echoed as they beheld a specially designed alloy cage, within which a fearsome creature was confined. Over 2 meters in length. Its deep gray fur bristled like steel needles, and its crimson eyes burned with a savage thirst for blood. Most alarming were its 4 dark red fangs, seemingly perpetually dripping with the blood of its prey. Bloodfang Demon Wolf. A knowledgeable student exclaimed in horror. The images in textbooks paled in comparison to the reality before them. Though the creature was securely shackled to the cage's floor by alloy chains, its ferocious aura left all present feeling suffocated. For many, it was their first encounter with a ferocious beast, and several students could not help but retreat. Among the crowd, however, stood Yiling Tian, who not only did not step back, but took a step forward, his gaze fixed intently on the creature within the cage. Deep within his clear eyes flickered an almost imperceptible glimmer of desire. If I could slay this bloodfang demon wolf, Yiling Tian mused inwardly, my fingers unconsciously brushing together, I would surely earn system points. Zhou Ming's sharp gaze swept over the youthful faces before him, observing many students instinctively retreating before the bloodfang demon wolf's menacing presence. He did not display an ounce of reproach upon his resolute face. Newcomers, he thought, having just awakened their talents, it is to be expected, who does not begin their journey from a place of fear. However, at that moment, a figure moving against the tide captured his attention. His gaze fixed upon Yiling Tian, who, instead of retreating, had stepped forward, standing tall and straight like a spear amidst the crowd. This boy possesses considerable courage. A flicker of appreciation crossed Zhou Ming's eyes. Yet, something about the boy's expression seemed off. Deep within his gaze burned a flicker of eager predatory desire. Questions began to surface in Zhou Ming's mind. How could a student, new to the world of ferocious beasts, exhibit such a demeanor? He discreetly averted his gaze, burying his curiosity deep within. Now was not the time for such inquiries. Taking a deep breath, his already stern countenance grew even more formidable, and his voice rose sharply. Classmates, he boomed, instantly capturing the attention of every student. Today, I shall impart the first lesson of this combat training camp. His gaze swept across the assembly once more, as if carrying the weight of 1,000 burdens. That is the courage to face ferocious beasts. Chapter 21. If I slay it with one strike, will there be any repercussions? Fear is an inherent instinct of humanity. Yet, overcoming this instinct is the very essence of our existence as martial artists. If you cannot confront even a ferocious beast bound by chains, how will you wield your weapons when faced with a tide of beasts or foreign races in the wilderness or on the battlefield? Raise your heads, open your eyes wide, and behold it. Today, if you take a step back, tomorrow you may lose your life. Courage is not mere talk in a safety zone. It is the unwavering resolve to brandish your blade even on the precipice of life and death. Zhou Ming's words struck like hammers, resonating deeply within the hearts of the students. His gaze, sharp as a blade, slowly surveyed the crowd, before he gestured emphatically. Two instructors promptly brought forth a heavy black iron weapon rack to the center of the training ground, the metallic clatter echoing ominously as the blades and polearms gleamed coldly under the sunlight. Now, Zhou Ming's voice resonated with a deep timbre as everyone freely selected their weapons. The use of innate abilities was strictly prohibited. They were to rely solely on their physical prowess to deliver a strike against the blood-fanged demon wolf. His gaze lingered momentarily on the beast, which, despite being firmly bound by specially crafted chains, continuously dripped foul saliva from its razor-sharp fangs. Its crimson eyes swirling with primal savagery. Who will go first? The brief silence was shattered by a booming voice. Instructor, I shall take the lead. Stepping forward was Xiang Yu, a roommate of Yi Lingtian. He exhibited a robust physique and moved with a steady gait. At Zhou Ming's nod, Xiang Yu strode purposefully toward the weapon rack. His eyes scanned the array of armaments before finally gripping a dark iron spear. The spear stretched over 2 meters in length, its steel tip gleaming ominously, adorned with a blood-red tassel. Taking a deep breath, he gripped the spear tightly, his muscles tensing in anticipation. He maneuvered to the side of the blood-fanged demon wolf, choosing an optimal angle. After a brief sprint, at a distance of 5 meters from the creature, he leaped into the air, his form soaring like a great rock, as his vitality surged into his arms. The spear lunged forth, a venomous serpent striking, accompanied by a sharp whoosh as it aimed directly at the wolf's midsection. According to the high school textbooks, the blood-fanged demon wolf possessed a copper head and iron bones, with its abdomen being its Achilles heel. However, the moment the spear's tip pierced the wolf's hide, Xiang Yu's expression shifted dramatically. He felt as if he was striking not flesh and blood, but tempered steel. After penetrating 3 to 4 centimeters, the spear encountered an insurmountable resistance. A deafening howl erupted from the wolf. In agony, the blood-fanged demon wolf's crimson aura surged violently, akin to a boiling sea of blood. This radiance seemed almost tangible. Rushing up the spear shaft, a terrifying force coursed through the weapon, and Xiang Yu's hands were forced apart, blood gushing forth. The spear was propelled back with greater speed than it had come, its butt end aimed directly at his forehead. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The students' terrified gasps caught in their throats. At that critical juncture, Zhou Ming's form flickered. In the next instant, he appeared beside Xiang Yu, his right hand darting forward like a dragon emerging from the sea, precisely seizing the spear's butt end, just a fraction of an inch from Xiang Yu's forehead. The spear trembled violently in his grip, emitting a disgruntled hum before finally settling into silence. Zhou Ming casually tossed the spear back onto the rack, the metallic clash ringing melodiously. Without sparing a glance at the pale-faced Xiang Yu, he swept his gaze across each student present. This is a first-tier 6-star ferocious beast. Once everyone has attacked, retreat immediately. Do not be careless. The training ground was filled with the sound of anxious gasps, an atmosphere thick with tension and unease. It's actually a first-tier 6-star beast. How terrifying. A trembling voice echoed, the speaker's complexion ashen. If it were to be unleashed in a one-on-one confrontation, none of us would stand a chance. Another student concurred, eyes brimming with trepidation. My goodness. Even bound by chains and a cage, it still possesses the capability to retaliate. A first-tier ferocious beast is indeed not to be underestimated. Someone remarked, patting their chest, evidently shaken by the earlier display of the blood-fanged demon wolf's wrath. Zhou Ming's gaze, sharp as a blade, scanned the group of fear-stricken students, his voice cold and commanding. Who is next? The students exchanged glances, momentarily paralyzed with fear, none daring to step forward. The training ground fell into a chilling silence, broken only by the wolf's heavy breathing. Zhou Ming frowned slightly, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. He had not anticipated that a mere retaliatory strike from the blood-fanged demon wolf would instill such dread in these students. Just as he was about to randomly select someone, a figure emerged from the crowd. "I'll go." Yi Lingtian's voice rang clear and strong, instantly capturing everyone's attention. He walked with composure, his expression tranquil. Zhou Ming appraised Yi Lingtian from head to toe, a glimmer of understanding crossing his features. So it is this lad. A first-tier 3-star, the highest rank among the 100 students present. He nodded slightly, signaling Yi Lingtian to step forward. Approaching the weapon rack, Yi Lingtian chose a dark iron blade, its edge glinting coldly in the sunlight. He walked calmly to the side of the alloy cage, his gaze fixed intently on the blood-fanged demon wolf. The beast seemed to sense the challenge, baring its blood-red fangs and emitting a low, rumbling growl. Yi Lingtian, unfazed, licked his lips and suddenly turned to Zhou Ming. "Instructor, if I were to slay it with a single strike, there wouldn't be any repercussions, would there?" Zhou Ming raised an eyebrow at this, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "No, if you can slay it, it would signify your exceptional prowess. There would be rewards, not punishment." Yi Lingtian nodded, tightening his grip on the blade. "All right, instructor, your words give me confidence." Although the blood-fanged demon wolf's limbs were securely bound by chains, its head retained the freedom of movement. At this moment, it fixed its gaze on Yi Lingtian, drool dripping from its gaping maw, its eyes gleaming with ferocity. The wounds inflicted by Xiang Yu had ceased bleeding, adding to its menacing appearance. Yi Lingtian held his breath, his focus locked on the wolf's neck. He was well aware of the saying regarding its copper head and iron bones. Yet he understood that a decisive blow to the neck was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Seeing Yi Lingtian prepare to strike at the vital area, Zhou Ming could not help but caution him. "Be careful, do not let it bite you." In that fleeting moment, Yi Lingtian made his move. Seizing the opportunity as the blood-fanged demon wolf turned its head, he brought the steel blade down with a resounding whoosh. However, just as the blade was about to make contact with its neck, the wolf suddenly jerked its head. Clang! The blade struck the wolf's hardened skull with a deafening crash. Zhou Ming shook his head internally. As expected, still too young, tricked by the wolf's feint. Had the strike landed on its neck, it might have inflicted damage. But striking the skull. Laughter erupted from the onlookers. "Goodness, I thought he was impressive. Turns out he was just overestimating himself." A sharp voice cut through the air. If he had targeted the waist, perhaps he could have caused some harm, aiming for the wolf's head. He risks being bitten in return. Another chimed in, relishing the moment. However, in the next instant, all expressions froze. "This lad is truly cunning. We must be wary of him in the future." Yi Lingtian's wrist suddenly sank, and the blade cleaved through the wolf's hide, embedding itself deep into the skull. Blood gushed forth, streaming down the blade, as the blood-fanged demon wolf let out a heart-wrenching howl, its massive body convulsing violently before crashing to the ground. Though still alive, it had lost all capacity for resistance. The training ground fell into a profound silence. Zhou Ming's eyes twitched slightly, his gaze fixed on Yi Lingtian, filled with astonishment and admiration. "Well done, lad. I underestimated you." The power and precision demonstrated in that strike far exceeded the typical prowess of a first-tier 3-star. Given time and training, facing this blood-fanged demon wolf in combat would not be a daunting task. Those who had earlier mocked him now stood agape, unintentionally licking their lips, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Among the crowd, Li Muxua exhaled deeply, realizing that her previously clenched fists had broken out in a sheen of sweat. At the moment Yi Lingtian swung his blade, her heart had nearly leapt into her throat, fearing he might be bitten by the wolf. Now, witnessing him emerge unscathed, displaying such remarkable strength, a subtle smile crept onto her lips. Yi Lingtian slowly withdrew the steel blade, blood dripping from its tip. Zhou Ming waved his hand, and a military truck was brought over, covered by a black cloth. Two instructors lowered the cage onto the ground, preparing to load the critically injured blood-fanged demon wolf onto the truck. Yi Lingtian, realizing that his points were still unearned, panicked. He could not let this opportunity slip away. Immediately, he called out to Zhou Ming. "Instructor, may I finish off this blood-fanged demon wolf?" Zhou Ming raised an eyebrow, his gaze lingering on Yi Lingtian for a brief moment before he dismissively waved his hand. "Do as you please, after all. Dragging it back just means an extra meal at the cafeteria." Upon hearing this, Yi Lingtian wasted no time and struck decisively with his blade, severing the neck of the blood-fanged demon wolf in an instant, rendering the creature lifeless. Simultaneously, the system's voice echoed in Yi Lingtian's ear. "Congratulations, host, for slaying a first-order 6-star blood-fanged demon wolf. Reward, 30 points. A satisfied smile graced Yi Lingtian's lips as he returned his weapon to its sheath and stepped back into the ranks. With his demonstration, the fear the others felt towards the blood-fanged demon wolf diminished significantly, prompting several to step forward and engage. However, the majority opted to target the creature's rear. After a swift strike, be it effective or not, they quickly retreated to avoid a counterattack from the beast. Soon, most had completed their assault. Lu Ruyan and Li Miexu managed to inflict considerable damage on the blood-fanged demon wolf. Yet, despite being battered and bruised, the creature stood defiantly, its crimson eyes fixed menacingly on the crowd. Before long, Zhang Feng took his turn. He chose a spear as his weapon, under the watchful eyes of the others. Zhang Feng maneuvered behind the blood-fang demon wolf, bending his knees slightly and assuming a perfectly executed thrusting stance. The spear trembled slightly in his grip, its tip glinting ominously. Just as everyone anticipated an attack aimed at the wolf's back, Zhang Feng suddenly flicked his wrist, thrusting the spear forward at an exceedingly acute angle. With a sickening squelch, 2/3 of the spear penetrated the blood-fang demon wolf's rear. The training ground fell into a stunned silence. Everyone instinctively tightened their legs. Their eyes filled with a mixture of horror and disbelief. Goodness, this guy is truly treacherous. We must be wary of him, they thought. Clearly, he's no good. Let us keep our distance and guard ourselves. Unfazed, Zhang Feng withdrew his spear, blood spraying forth. The blood-fang demon wolf, which had withstood numerous attacks, let out a piercing wail before collapsing, its limbs twitching as it succumbed to its fate. Observing the fallen creature, a faint smile danced across Zhang Feng's face. The beast that had endured countless strikes was utterly incapacitated by a singular blow. Who, aside from that monster Yilingtian, could inflict such lethal damage? He casually flicked the blood off the spear tip and returned to his place in the ranks amidst the complex gazes of his peers. Yilingtian's eyes twitched slightly. He had intended to wait until everyone had taken their turn before delivering the final blow himself. Little did he know that Zhang Feng would take an unorthodox approach and finish off the blood-fang demon wolf in one strike. Soon after, the instructor brought forth another blood-fang demon wolf. Once everyone had completed their requisite attacks, Yilingtian stepped forward decisively. This time, the blood-fang demon wolf did not deceive him. As the class bell rang, he swiftly struck, severing the beast's head with a single blow. On the second floor of the training camp cafeteria, Yilingtian and Li Muxue sat across from each other at a window-side table. The meals served in the cafeteria were complimentary, with the main dish consisting of beast meat. Li Muxue's delicate brows arched slightly as she savored her food with delight. Not to your liking? She inquired, lifting her gaze to the slowly moving chopsticks of Yilingtian. Her voice cool yet tinged with warmth. Yilingtian absently fiddled with the sauce on his plate, his brow furrowing slightly. Though it is also beast meat, the cafeteria has missed the mark by a margin. The energy veins within are thoroughly disrupted by the crude cooking methods. He recalled the two top-tier chefs at home, whose skills could render beast meat melt in your mouth tender, far beyond what a communal kitchen could achieve. Li Muxue chuckled softly, her eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief. You truly are discerning, ye young master. It is not mere fastidiousness, it is a matter of having the means. In times of need, I would consume the ordinary cafeteria fare without complaint. However, being outside, one cannot afford to be so particular. After finishing their meal, Yilingtian presented Li Muxue with a ring. Li Muxue paused, surprise evident in her expression. What is this? She asked, her long lashes fluttering as curiosity danced in her eyes. Yilingtian held the ring out to her, a gentle smile gracing his lips. My mother prepared this especially for you. She was concerned that the training camp's meals might lack sufficient nutrition, so she had this arranged. Upon hearing it was food-related, Li Muxue thought little of it. Since her previous visit to Yilingtian's home, the exquisite flavors of his family's cuisine lingered in her memory. As she accepted the ring and peered into its spatial compartment with her mental energy, a gasp escaped her lips. Inside, a dazzling array of vacuum-sealed delicacies was neatly arranged. From the restorative 8-treasure dragon carp soup to the mind-enhancing clear heart lotus seed porridge, a veritable mobile Michelin kitchen. There were also many high-end snacks. This is quite extravagant, Li Muxue exclaimed, her tongue clicking in astonishment. There is enough food here for 2 people for an entire month. Yilingtian chuckled lightly, a glint of pride in his eyes. These are the fruits of 3 days' labor from 4 top chefs and their assistants from my 2 homes. 2 homes? Li Muxue asked. Her curiosity piqued. I have another home in the imperial capital, which is said to be vastly larger than this place. I lived there for 2 years after my birth before my mother brought me to Lannan. Oh, please thank your mother for me. Li Muxue, aware of the many secrets surrounding Yilingtian, refrained from probing further. I'll transfer the contents to my ring after returning to my dormitory tonight. And then I'll return this ring to you tomorrow. Yilingtian shook his head. You keep it. If you find it unnecessary, you can give it to your sister. I have several such rings. Seeing his insistence, Li Muxue did not decline further. The 2 rose and exited the cafeteria. However, shortly after stepping outside, they were intercepted by 3 students who had pursued them from behind. Chapter 23, Young Man, Full of Fire. The trio of students approached Yilingtian and Li Muxue swiftly. The leading boy's tousled hair being tousled by the wind, yet it did little to mask his flamboyant aura. He flashed a charming smile, his gaze intensely fixed on Li Muxue, while his right hand casually obstructed her path. Hello, I am Zhang Lin, from Nantai City No. 1 High School. What a serendipitous encounter. May I add you on WeChat? Li Muxue halted, her brows knitting slightly. I'm sorry, but I do not add strangers on WeChat. The atmosphere thickened momentarily. The boy on Zhang Lin's left stepped forward, his tone ingratiating. Miss, Zhang Xiao might not have made himself clear. He hails from one of the 4 prominent families in Nantai City. He emphasized the phrase, 4 prominent families. The burly boy on the right crossed his arms and let out a scoff, the muscles beneath his t-shirt subtly rippling. In Nantai, having the chance to converse with Jiang Xiao is a privilege. Miss, if you add him on WeChat, it will only bring you advantages, not disadvantages. An unmistakable flicker of disdain crossed Li Mushue's cool visage. His family background has nothing to do with me. Please step aside. The smile on Jiang Lin's face faltered. A shadow crossed his eyes, yet he maintained his composure, extending his hand once more to block her path. Classmate, why the need for such a cold rejection? She has spoken. Move aside. Yi Lingtian, who had remained silent until now, finally interjected. His voice was calm, but carried a peculiar resonance that rendered Jiang Lin's outstretched hand frozen in midair. The 3 boys' gazes shifted simultaneously to the youth they had previously overlooked. Sunlight caressed his sharply defined profile, and something profound stirred within his deep-set eyes. Jiang Lin narrowed his eyes and replied tersely. What business is it of yours to speak with this young lady? What business is it of mine? Yi Lingtian echoed softly, his tone unruffled. He naturally extended his hand, firmly grasping the cool, delicate fingers of Li Mushue. In that fleeting moment of contact, her fingertips instinctively curled slightly. A jolt of electric thrill coursing through her body from the back of her hand. She could distinctly hear her heart racing, akin to a rapid drumbeat. A faint blush uncontrollably rose to her fair cheeks. Rather than pulling away, she submitted to the moment, even harboring a hint of secret joy as she allowed her fingers to relax in his palm. Yi Lingtian sensed the response in her hand, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. She is my girlfriend, are you blind? Who do you think you are to speak to me like that? Jiang Lin's disdainful gaze scrutinized Yi Lingtian. You are nothing. I command you to leave. Yi Lingtian's lips curled into a faint but dangerous arc, and his aura became suddenly menacing. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. What is going on here? A voice, booming like a thunderclap, shattered the suffocating standoff. A middle-aged instructor, clad in crisp training attire, strode over with purpose. His dark skin and chiseled features resembled stone, and his sharp gaze swept across the scene, instantly grasping the tense atmosphere. Though not particularly tall, each of his steps resonated with a steady, powerful presence, exuding the air of someone seasoned in battle. The instructor's cold eyes flicked between Yi Lingtian and Jiang Lin. Fighting is strictly prohibited in the camp. He raised his hand, pointing towards a prominent circular arena elevated above the ground on the west side of the camp. However, if there are grievances, they may be settled in the arena. His voice bore the ironclad tone forged in the crucible of warfare. Although fighting was forbidden among students, it was not unusual for young individuals filled with vigor to have conflicts and disputes. Thus, the camp featured an arena specifically for students to resolve such issues. After all, in a world of martial prowess, wins and losses were dictated by strength. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin's anger was swiftly replaced by a surge of eager excitement. He raised his brows high, casting a sidelong glance at Yi Lingtian, a mixture of scorn and provocation in his eyes. Do you dare to face me in the arena? Although Jiang Lin had awakened an A-grade talent, it was of the swordsmanship variety, boasting an attack power comparable to many S-grade talents. With only about 10 individuals in the province possessing S-grade talents, he doubted he would encounter one so easily. Moreover, even if he did face an S-grade talent, with his impressive vitality of 135 cards, he believed he had a fighting chance. Yi Lingtian hesitated not at all, letting out a cold laugh as he readily agreed. Why would I hesitate? He sought to seize this opportunity to establish his authority, primarily spurred by Li Muxue's exceptional beauty. Ever since she had shielded him from a lethal strike last time, her rare item, the water moon mirror, had been damaged, revealing her breathtaking visage. Since then, numerous students had professed their feelings for her, some even going so far as to confess in person. This had inexplicably stirred a sense of irritation within Yi Lingtian. Yet he found himself powerless to intervene. Now that they had arrived at this elite training camp, teeming with 1,000 exceptional talents, including many from prestigious backgrounds, he knew that failing to swiftly deal with this first meddlesome fly would lead to endless troubles. He trusted in Li Mushue's feelings, but anyone surrounded by countless flies would inevitably feel vexed. Today, he would use Jiang Lin as an example to intimidate others. As it happened, it was peak dining hours, and numerous students were entering and exiting the cafeteria when news of Yi Lingtian and Jiang Lin's impending arena match spread through the crowd. The previously orderly flow of students erupted into excitement. Someone's going to the arena. It's Jiang Lin from the Jiang family of the South Platform. Who is that across from him? I've never seen him before. Let us hurry and grab a good spot. Students eagerly pulled out their phones to rally their friends. The news raced through every corner of the training camp, and many figures hurried towards the arena. By the time Yi Lingtian and Jiang Lin arrived at the arena, a dense throng had already gathered behind them, numbering at least a couple of hundred, with more rushing in from all directions, their excited chatter merging into a buzzing chorus. The nearly 300-meter-wide dark gray alloy arena stood solemnly, surrounded by a faint blue energy barrier, a protective formation ensuring that the fierce energy clashes within would not spill over into the outside world. Yi Lingtian and Jiang Lin ascended the arena in succession. The instructor from earlier followed, assuming the role of referee. Meanwhile, he dispatched a message to the group of instructors. Some instructors were on their way, while others entered the camp's monitoring hall. Staff members had already switched the multiple high-definition camera feeds from the arena area to the main screen, clearly displaying every detail from various angles. Wang Jingming and Jiang Tao, the head of the training camp, stood among the crowd, keenly observing the large screen. These youngsters are full of fire, Jiang Tao remarked, stroking his chin with a smile. Wang Jingming smiled slightly, his gaze focused on the screen. It's a perfect opportunity to assess their combat capabilities. Jiang Tao signaled to a staff member to check the identity of the two on the arena. Chapter 24. To strike him, no weapon needed. Around the arena, the crowd continued to swell. A few students from Lanan No. 8 High School also squeezed into the throng. Among them Zheng Feng, who stood out the most. He pushed his way to the front row, close to the edge of the arena where Yi Lingtian stood, cupping his hands around his mouth to shout loudly. Yi Lingtian, beat him up. This brat is far too arrogant. As long as you give him a good thrashing today, I'll recognize you as my big brother from now on. Zheng Feng's excitement was not without reason. Just recently, Jiang Lin had intercepted Lu Ruyan to request her WeChat. And what infuriated Zheng Feng was that Lu Ruyan had actually agreed. This left him seething with anger, but Lu Ruyan explained, it's just adding WeChat. More friends mean more paths. Hearing this, Zheng Feng's fury boiled over, yet he felt powerless against the Jiang Fa. Yi Lingtian chose to disregard his opponent. He could not afford to buy weapons, as his ring housed an array of armaments, ranging from E-grade to S-grade custom models. He refrained from wielding them primarily out of concern that the SS-grade technique, Sky Rending 9 Slashes, would unleash excessive power. Although he was still at the entry level, he feared that a moment's carelessness might cleave his adversary in twain. Within the monitoring hall of the camp, the staff handed a printed dossier containing the information of the two individuals to Jiang Tao. Upon receiving it, Jiang Tao examined the document and murmured softly, Jiang Lin. Nantai No. 1 High School, A-grade swordsmanship talent, Gale Sword Spirit, first stage, 1 star, Chi and blood value, 135 cards. Yi Lingtian, Lanan No. 8 High School, suspected S-grade space talent, first stage, 3 stars, Chi and blood value, 323 cards. Beside him, Wang Jingming furrowed his brow. A Chi and blood value of 323 cards. Are you certain you haven't misread? Jiang Tao, initially doubting his own eyes, scrutinized the details once more and turned to the staff member, Xiao Wang. You must be mistaken. How could a first stage 3-star possess over 300 cards in Chi and blood? That is almost comparable to a second stage. The staff member replied with unwavering certainty, Director Jiang, there is no error. I have verified it. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Wang Jingming's eyes. If that were indeed the case, this student was anything but ordinary. Suspected S-grade space talent? Could it be that he had utilized some rare treasure to elevate his talent level? Regardless of whether it was an S-grade space talent or an astonishing Chi and blood value of 323 cards, the student named Jiang Lin was likely to face a dire predicament. Yet, it was perplexing that Yi Lingtian intended to defeat his opponent without resorting to weapons. Was this audacity born of a lack of suitable armaments, or did he possess ample confidence? On the arena, Jiang Lin suddenly stamped his foot, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from its bow. The tip of his sword aimed directly at Yi Lingtian's throat. A speed so swift it left afterimages in the air. This strike channeled all his chi and blood, sharp and unstoppable. However, in the face of this fierce assault, Yi Lingtian's gaze remained as serene as a placid lake. He simply raised his right hand nonchalantly and pressed forward. An almost transparent, diamond-shaped barrier coalesced before him, its surface rippling like water. Clang! The sword tip struck the spatial barrier with a resounding clash akin to metal meeting metal. Contrary to expectations, the barrier did not shatter. Instead, the formidable force of the sword was absorbed entirely by the enigmatic shield, producing only violent ripples in the surrounding space. Jiang Lin's pupils constricted, his face a canvas of disbelief. He felt as though his sword had plunged into a viscous mass of glue, rendering him immobile. What in the world is this? He exclaimed in shock. Just as his strength waned and new energy had yet to arise, Yi Lingtian's lips curled into a cold, sharp smile. With a swift motion, he seemed to glide backward like a specter, while his left hand opened, grasping toward the area where Jiang Lin stood. Spatial constriction. The space surrounding Jiang Lin warped and compressed instantaneously. Countless invisible blades of spatial energy materialized out of thin air, slicing toward him from all directions. The shrill sound of friction was agonizing. A profound sense of impending doom sent Jiang Lin's hair standing on end. He let out a desperate roar as his internal chi exploded forth without reservation. A dense azure energy surged outward, forming a robust, eggshell-like protective barrier around him. Yet, this barrier fashioned from spiritual energy was as fragile as parchment against the invisible blades of spatial cutting. Crack! Splat! The barrier barely endured for a second before it emitted a sound of collapse, shattering under the pressure, and then disintegrating entirely. bereft of protection. The invisible blade struck Jiang Lin mercilessly. Sizzle. His combat attire was shredded into tatters, revealing his skin, which bore numerous fine cuts as blood swiftly seeped out, transforming him into a bloodied figure. Although the wounds were not deep, the sight was chilling. Ah, it hurts so much. You're asking for death. Jiang Lin, overwhelmed by a mix of shock and fury, was utterly humiliated by his predicament in front of a crowd. Ignoring his injuries, he gripped his sword tightly, channeling all his chi into the blade. Thousand Shadow Sword Wave. He bellowed, swinging his long sword as several solid, pale blue sword energies detached from the blade, slicing toward Yiling Tian from various angles, sealing off every possible escape route. In the face of this relentless assault of sword energy, Yiling Tian remained unperturbed. With a mere thought, he conjured several invisible spatial barriers before him once more. Bang, bang, bang. The sword energies collided with the barriers, erupting into bursts of azure spiritual light, yet they still failed to disturb the barriers in the slightest, leaving only swirling currents in the air. It is now my turn. Yiling Tian's voice was cold, akin to the whisper of death. In the next instant, he vanished into thin air. When he reappeared, it was already at Jiang Lin's side. What? Jiang Lin had no time to react. Yiling Tian's right fist clenched, his arms muscles taut, and a tremendous surge of chi exploded forth as he delivered a powerful blow to Jiang Lin's cheek. Thud! The dull sound of impact reverberated. Jiang Lin felt an overwhelming force surge through him, leaving half of his face numb, his head ringing, and his body uncontrollably propelled sideways. Blood frothing from his mouth as it arced through the air, leaving a glaring crimson trail. Yet, his nightmare had only just begun. Before he could touch the ground, Yiling Tian's figure vanished once more, reappearing in the trajectory of Jiang Lin's flight, delivering another heavy punch to his abdomen. Ugh! Jiang Lin groaned in agony, his body curling as he was sent soaring upward. Subsequently, to the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Yiling Tian executed rapid spatial movements, his figure flickering across the arena. Meanwhile, Jiang Lin was like a human punching bag, being launched repeatedly into the air, unable to touch the ground. Thud! 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 The sound of fists connecting with flesh echoed like war drums, resonating in the hearts of every spectator. Jiang Lin's cheeks swelled, his eye sockets darkening, blood gushing from his nose, and several teeth loosening. His once handsome visage had become a dismal sight. He felt as though his bones were on the verge of disintegration, his consciousness beginning to blur, overwhelmed by an endless tide of humiliation and pain. Stop! I concede. I surrender. At last, after being struck once more, Jiang Lin expended the last vestiges of his strength to cry out, his voice laced with terror and despair. Upon hearing the concession, Yiling Tian's figure came to a halt in the center of the arena, as if he had never moved at all. He cast a cold glance at Jiang Lin, who had crumpled to the ground like a discarded sack, his face resembling that of a swollen pig, groaning incessantly. Slowly, he retracted his fist, which was poised for another strike. The arena fell into a profound silence. Impressive. This is a different league altogether. Jiang Lin's chi and blood value ranked 5th in Tainan City. Despite having an A-grade talent, he was essentially comparable to an average S-grade talent. How could he be so utterly outmatched? It was not that he was weak, but rather that his opponent was exceptionally strong. The talent skill he had employed appeared to be spatial in nature, which was unrivaled among peers. Although swordsmanship talent was formidable, it paled in comparison to spatial talent. Faced with such one-sided combat, many of the females present gazed at Yiling Tian with starry eyes, while the majority of the males regarded him with a mix of reverence and fear. Only a select few harbored ambitions to test their mettle against Yiling Tian. Yiling Tian adjusted his slightly wrinkled collar, his gaze sweeping over the silent crowd below, finally resting on Jiang Lin, sprawled on the ground, his face swollen and groaning in misery. He chuckled coldly. It seems your greatest skill lies not in wielding a sword, but in enduring punishment. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Lin shot up his head abruptly. His swollen eyes narrowed into mere slits, instantly suffused with blood, as he glared fiercely at Yiling Tian, issuing a guttural, beast-like growl from his throat. He longed to utter a few venomous words, but as soon as he opened his mouth, the movement aggravated the wounds on his face, unleashing a wave of excruciating pain that contorted his entire visage, forcing him to squeeze out only a few fragmented syllables through clenched teeth. You seek death. Yet, as anger surged within him, a tumult of blood and chi roiled in his body, and he violently coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with saliva, splattering onto the tattered front of his clothing, rendering him even more wretched. The surrounding crowd erupted in muffled snickers, each sound piercing through Jiang Lin's ears like needles. He trembled violently, uncertain whether it was from pain or from an overwhelming fury. Struggling to rise, the intense agony radiating from his limbs made even that simple motion impossible. He ultimately collapsed back helplessly. With bloodshot eyes, he fixed his gaze upon Yiling Tian, an indelible hatred threatening to overflow. At that moment, the pale blue energy barrier surrounding the arena dissipated like ripples in water, Jiang Lin's two companions rushed onto the stage in a frenzied panic. Upon seeing Jiang Lin sprawled on the ground, his features grotesquely distorted, a look of horror and confusion etched across their faces. They hurriedly assisted him to his feet, and one of them swiftly retrieved a vial of muscle regeneration serum from his pocket, carefully administering it to him. As the potion flowed down his throat, a powerful restorative energy coursed through him. The alarming bruises and swelling on Jiang Lin's face and body visibly receded, the ruptured capillaries mending, and the searing pain gradually lessening. However, this costly serum, effective in treating muscular and superficial injuries, could not instantly erase all wounds, nor could it heal the profound humiliation that penetrated to his very marrow. His face, still a patchwork of purple and blue, bore testament to this. "Brat, you better wait for me." He glared viciously at Yi Lingtian. "Daring to injure me on South Terrace's turf, I, Jiang Lin, will not let you off easily." Supported by his companions, Jiang Lin's menacing gaze remained fixed on Yi Lingtian. Yi Lingtian, calm and composed, regarded Jiang Lin with an unflinching demeanor. He said nothing, merely stepping forward, approaching Jiang Lin with a deliberate pace. The terror he had felt moments before surged back, and Jiang Lin's Adam's apple bobbed as he instinctively clutched his companions, stumbling backward and nearly tripping. "Stop. The match is over. You cannot strike again." The instructor stepped forward at that opportune moment, his voice firm and commanding, his keen eyes scanning the two. Yi Lingtian halted 3 paces from Jiang Lin, his gaze frigid. "Should you desire revenge, I am always ready." With that, he cast no further glance at his adversary. Under the scrutiny of hundreds of eyes, he turned and descended from the arena, his steps steady and unyielding. His upright silhouette, bathed in the midday sun, cast a long and unshakable shadow. Jiang Lin stood frozen, his face ablaze, unable to discern whether it was the pain from his injuries or the humiliation of being publicly subdued that burned him. As Yi Lingtian passed through the onlooking students, they parted to create a clear path. Li Muxue stood quietly, her exquisite features betraying little emotion, save for the subtle warmth and pride reflected in her clear, autumn-like eyes. Their gazes met, words unnecessary. Yi Lingtian approached her, naturally extending his hand to grasp her cool, delicate fingers. Li Muxue's fingertips trembled momentarily before she confidently placed her hand into his palm, a faint smile gracing her lips, one that could make everything around them pale in comparison. Amidst the mixed gazes of the crowd, the two turned and walked side by side away from the arena. In the monitoring hall of the camp, a giant screen replayed the events that had just unfolded in the arena. Jiang Tao stood with his arms crossed, fixated on the scenes displayed before him. As he witnessed Yi Lingtian effortlessly overpower his opponent, the corners of his mouth involuntarily twitched upward. He had anticipated Yi Lingtian's victory, but had not expected it to come so easily. "This Yi Lingtian," Jiang Tao murmured to himself, his tone laced with undeniable astonishment, "is quite extraordinary." Beside him, Wang Jingming nodded slightly, speaking in a low voice. "This lad possesses a rather unique talent. I believe that after this special training, his strength will see significant enhancement." Indeed, Jiang Tao concurred, his tone resolute. Given the prowess and potential he has exhibited thus far, gaining admission to one of the 4 prestigious martial arts universities should pose no challenge. Chapter 26. If only, perhaps just then, the screen shifted, revealing Yi Lingtian concluding the battle with remarkable efficiency. He did not linger on the stage, but instead walked directly toward Li Muxue, who awaited him below. Under the gaze of countless spectators, he seamlessly took the hand of the beautiful girl, exchanging smiles, and together they left the arena. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Tao's brow furrowed slightly. Oh, this Yi Lingtian, with such prodigious talent, instead of diligently honing his skills every moment, he dares to pursue a romance during such a crucial time. It is nothing short of a waste of time, a distraction. His words carried a hint of frustration. However, Wang Jingming remained silent for a moment. His gaze shifted from the retreating figures of the young couple to the distance, where a complex emotion flickered in the depths of his eyes, as if shadowed by memories long buried. He sighed softly, his voice lacking the sharpness of Jiang Tao's, instead imbued with a sense of tranquility and subtle melancholy born of experience. "Old Jiang, many people date in university. It need not necessarily impede their cultivation." He paused, his gaze drifting to the horizon outside the window, as if traversing time to glimpse his own self from years past. "Some people, some events." Wang Jingming's voice grew somber, imbued with the unique sentiment of one who has lived through similar experiences. Once missed, perhaps they can never be reclaimed. His thoughts seemed to drift away. During his time at Longwu University, there had been a girl, a fellow townsman from Nantai City. They had once sweated together in the training grounds, deliberated over martial arts theories in the library, and strolled along the tree-lined paths of campus, discussing their dreams for the future. At that time, Wang Jingming came from an ordinary background, his talent not among the elite. He had poured all his energy into cultivation, driven by a fierce desire to stand out. He buried his vague affection deep within his heart, always thinking to himself, "I'll wait a little longer, once I am stronger. Once we graduate and have a stable future, then I'll confess my feelings." He dedicated himself tirelessly to his training, enduring countless hardships, and finally, in the second year after graduation, he successfully broke through to the 5th tier, entering the realm of mastery that countless martial artists dreamt of. Filled with confidence, he felt he finally had the courage to stand before her. However, when he returned to Nantai City, brimming with excitement and anticipation, following the addresses they had once exchanged, he was met with a thunderous revelation. She had vanished. Along with her family, she had disappeared without a trace 2 years prior, leaving no clues behind. He refused to accept this fate, using his status as a master to visit the Nantai City Martial Arts Bureau, leveraging every connection he could muster, scouring through every possible record. Yet, the result was always a void. The once vibrant and luminous girl had vanished as if evaporated from existence, leaving him engulfed in endless regret. If only he had mustered the courage sooner. If only he had not been so stubborn in believing that he must achieve success first. Would the outcome have been different? These if-onlys became an unhealable scar in Wang Jingming's heart. At this moment, he watched the screen where Yi Lingtian held Li Mushue's hand tightly, their posture firm and natural, silently proclaiming the importance of cherishing the present. Wang Jingming sighed silently and left the monitoring hall. Jiang Tao gazed thoughtfully at Wang Jingming's departing silhouette. During the afternoon's specialized training, Yi Lingtian had once again vanquished 2 Bloodfang demon wolves. At that moment, his system points had accumulated to 120, sufficient for a single spin of the lucky wheel, which required 100 points. However, drawing from prior experience, Yi Lingtian deemed it more prudent to amass a total of 1,000 points for a tenfold draw, as the risk of landing on a regrettable system blessing was too great, leaving no room for recourse. The following day, Chief Instructor Zhou Ming did not have Yi Lingtian and his peers continue with the previous day's training. Instead, he introduced them to a C-grade breathing technique, notably superior to the E-grade and D-grade techniques learned in school. In high school, due to varying talents, some students were unable to master the D-grade breathing technique and were relegated to practicing the relatively simpler E-grade. Those with stronger martial arts grades typically practiced the D-grade technique. After a day of practice, most students had successfully learned the C-grade breathing method. They all felt a marked improvement in their vitality and blood energy. Yi Lingtian, however, remained indifferent, having already mastered the S-grade stellar breathing technique, which allowed for a far swifter augmentation of his blood energy compared to the C-grade method. After a third day of continued practice, all students finally acquired the C-grade breathing technique. Moreover, Li Mushue had learned the S-grade stellar breathing technique that Yi Lingtian had imparted to her the previous night. Before the afternoon class ended, Chief Instructor Zhou Ming led everyone through the training area, halting before a structure reminiscent of the Roman Colosseum. It was a massive circular pit, nearly 100 meters in diameter and approximately 10 meters deep. The walls of the pit were constructed from several meters of gray-white concrete, and on either side of the pit's lower section, there were 2 large alloy doors, one bigger than the other. Surrounding the pit were slender alloy protective nets, casting intricate grid-like shadows in the setting sun. From the elevated viewing platform, one could feel an intangible sense of oppression. Beginning tomorrow, the specialized training would enter a new phase. Zhou Ming's voice silenced the murmurs that had erupted. Leaning against the railing with one hand, he gestured towards the deep pit. This is the arena for your practical training. Each of you will face a ferocious beast alone and must use all means necessary to defeat it. He paused, his gaze sweeping over every youthful face. Remember, only one of you or the beast will prevail. His words fell like a stone cast into a still lake, stirring up a wave of commotion. Is this for real? This is too insane. Isn't this dangerous? What if rescue doesn't arrive in time? Could lives be lost? Zhou Ming observed their reactions, raising both hands to quell the unrest before continuing. Do not be overly concerned. We will deploy different types of beasts according to each of your strengths. We will monitor the situation closely and intervene in critical moments. He shifted his tone, becoming suddenly severe. However, injuries are inevitable. It is better to bleed here than to perish in the wilderness later on. Every scar you earn now may prove vital for your survival in the future. His voice echoed throughout the pit. The students instinctively quieted, gazing at the arena that would soon witness blood and fire. Some nervously swallowed, while others clenched their fists. Yi Lingtian's gaze fell upon several dark red stains at the bottom of the pit, a flicker of keen intensity flashing in his eyes. Chapter 27. Confronting a Tier 1 5-star beast. The next morning, Zhou Ming escorted the students directly to the practical training grounds. Once everyone settled into their seats on the surrounding platforms, Zhou stood at the edge of the circular pit, his figure standing tall against the sunlight. His sharp gaze swept over each youthful face in the audience, akin to a hawk surveying its domain. His voice, though not raised, reached every ear clearly. Today, as practical training officially commences, is there a student who wishes to be the first to step forward and set an example for the others? As his words settled, an unsettling silence enveloped the stands. Students exchanged glances, none daring to rise. Yi Lingtian turned slightly to his roommate, Xiangyu. Aren't you going up? What happened to that fierce determination from last night? Xiangyu immediately shook his head vigorously, lowering his voice. Lingtian, I think I'll wait and observe first, yes. Just to gain some experience. His eyes flickered with uncertainty, clearly revealing that when theoretical bravado collided with the stark reality of danger, retreat was the instinct of most. Yi Lingtian regarded his friend's demeanor with a touch of exasperation. Just last night, he had been passionately proclaiming that the brave would triumph in adversity. Yet now he seemed desperate to sink into his seat. Just as Yi Lingtian hesitated over whether to take the initiative, Zhou Ming's voice rang out once more. Yi Lingtian. Instantly, every gaze turned toward him. You will be the first to enter the arena. Various expressions surrounded him. Sympathy, relief, curiosity, and a hint of amusement. Yi Lingtian stood, taking a deep breath. Yes, Chief Instructor. Zhou Ming regarded him with a keen gaze, subtly nodding in acknowledgement. Go forth. Yi Lingtian strode directly toward the narrow staircase leading to the pit's depths. Zhou Ming paused. Yi Lingtian, want you take a weapon? Yi Lingtian halted for a moment, glancing at the array of weapons displayed nearby. I have my own weapon. Zhou Ming nodded. Then, be cautious. Certainly, thank you, Chief Instructor. As Yi Lingtian positioned himself before the coldly gleaming alloy door, the heavy entrance began to rise with a mechanical hum. He stepped forward, entering the center of the training arena. The iron door fell shut behind him. A chilling voice echoed throughout the venue. Yi Lingtian, Tier 1, 3 stars. Opponent, Explosive Longfang. Tier 1, 5 stars. What? The announcement's reverberation had barely faded when a graceful figure leapt up from the stands. Li Meixiu's complexion paled as her clear voice brimmed with evident urgency. Chief Instructor, shouldn't practical battles be against opponents of the same tier? Why must Yi Lingtian face a beast 2 tiers above him? Zhou Ming's calm gaze met hers, his expression unwavering. Li Muxue, please sit down. His voice, though soft, carried an undeniable authority. The beasts you will face have been meticulously matched by the coaching team according to each of your strengths. If battles were merely between equals, how could you push your limits? Without the pressure of life and death, this training would lose its significance. Li Meixiu's lips parted, ready to argue. But under Zhou Ming's penetrating gaze, she slowly returned to her seat, her clasped hands showing signs of tension. Yi Lingtian stood quietly in the center of the practical training arena, gradually regulating his breathing as his vitality surged like an undercurrent. At that moment, a deafening crash erupted from behind the massive alloy door opposite him. Boom. The tremendous sound reverberated violently, the door shaking from the impact of an unknown creature. The students on the platform felt their hearts race with trepidation. What overwhelming force! If such a beast could rattle a door of several centimeters thick, what would happen if it charged right beside them? Yi Lingtian also felt a twinge of nerves. It was indeed his first time engaging in mortal combat with a beast. He swiftly retrieved a black horizontal blade from his spatial ring. As the long blade was drawn, its entire body shimmered with an obsidian hue, the edge gleaming with a menacing darkness. Zhou Ming's eyes brightened. An B-grade alloy weapon. It seems Yi Lingtian hails from a distinguished background. Such a weapon was costly, worth millions of blue star coins. With a heavy mechanical rumble, the colossal alloy door on the opposite side of the arena began to rise slowly. A colossal, dark crimson figure surged forth from the depths of the shadowy passage like a cannonball, sweeping the arena with an oppressive wave of searing, metallic wind. As the dust settled, its full form was revealed. Over 4 meters in length and nearly 2 meters at the shoulder, it resembled a moving fortress of steel. Its entire body was cloaked in bristly, iron-like fur that glimmered with a cold, metallic sheen under the light, while its skin beneath displayed a deep crimson hue. Most disquieting were the pair of twisted, elongated fangs exceeding a meter in length, akin to 2 grotesque scythes of death. Each time its massive hooves struck the ground, a thunderous echo reverberated through the air. Its blood-red eyes locked onto Yi Lingtian, its forelegs restlessly scraping the ground. The creature's entire physique concealed explosive power, akin to a heavy tank poised to obliterate everything in its path. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the stands. My heavens, this beast exudes an overwhelming presence. A bespectacled boy adjusted his glasses, his voice trembling. Yi Lingtian appeared dwarfed by the creature. A nearby girl with short hair instinctively clenched the hem of her clothing. If this monster were to collide with him, it would likely shatter his bones. Not merely shatter them. Another robust student swallowed hard, his gaze fixed intently on the scene. Did you see those fangs? They're like the scythes of the Grim Reaper. If one were to pierce through, his words trailed off, yet the unspoken implication resonated with everyone. Several timid girls had already turned their heads away, unable to bear the sight. The entire audience was drenched in cold sweat for Yi Lingtian. At the moment the dreadful fangs were revealed, Yi Lingtian surprisingly ceased to feel anxious, instead embracing an extraordinary calm. The world around him fell into an eerie silence, his focus solely on the beast's lethal fangs. The blazing Fang beast, having gone several days without sustenance, seemed exhilarated at the sight of Yi Lingtian in the training arena. With a fearsome roar, it emitted a palpable aura of brutality from its blood-red eyes. Its robust forelimbs propelled it forward with astonishing speed, resembling a tank charging towards Yi Lingtian. The visual impact was staggering. In the stands, Li Miao's gaze was riveted on the figure in the arena, her fingers unconsciously curling into fists, her breath becoming shallow. Although Yi Lingtian had previously triumphed over a first-tier, one-star opponent, Jiang Lin, this time he faced a first-tier, five-star beast, the blazing fanged beast. Could Yi Lingtian truly defeat it? What if the fangs descended, leaving wounds upon him? She dared not dwell on the thought, a tightening sensation gripping her heart. Chapter 28, Effortless Decimation. The colossal fangs of the blazing fanged beast tore through the air, infused with the scent of death, aimed squarely at Yi Lingtian. Confronted with this overwhelming force, Yi Lingtian's pupils constricted, yet his stance remained as steady as an ancient pine. His right hand wielded a pitch-black saber, while his left hand feigned a display. Space constricts, he silently intoned. The air before the blazing fanged beast suddenly warped. Countless invisible rifts in space, sharp as the finest blades, wove into a lethal net, instantaneously ensnaring its path of charge. The sound of slicing echoed piercingly, as the beast's tough bristles and thick hide erupted with dozens of crimson gashes, blood spraying like rain. Yet, this formidable offensive failed to hinder its advance in the slightest. The pain only ignited its primal ferocity, prompting an even more furious charge. Its blood-red eyes locked onto Yi Lingtian. 20 meters, 10 meters. The aura of death loomed closer, and many in the stands held their breath, closing their eyes. At this critical juncture, Yi Lingtian's figure oddly blurred. With a whisper, he evaded 1 meter to the side, brushing past the frenzied beast. In that fleeting moment, his dark saber sliced through the air with a chilling gleam, precisely gliding across the relatively soft underbelly of the blazing fanged beast. With a tearing sound, the B-grade alloy blade demonstrated its terrifying sharpness, instantly creating a wound deep enough to expose bone, hot beast blood gushing forth like a torrent, painting the ground in vivid crimson. The blazing fanged beast emitted a thunderous roar of agony, whirling around, its body surging with frenzied energy, clearly having descended into utter rage. It charged at Yi Lingtian once more. However, Yi Lingtian's figure vanished again. He appeared and disappeared within the arena, a specter flitting between reality and the void. Each blink deftly evaded the beast's wild lunges, the dark blade and invisible spatial cuts alternating, inflicting fresh wounds upon the creature's body. The audience watched in stunned silence. This first-tier beast seemed hardly formidable. It could not land a single blow on Yi Lingtian. His spatial talents were truly elusive. The spatial constriction effortlessly penetrating the defenses of the blazing fanged beast. Could my attacks breach its defenses? Talent is one aspect. Yet the fact that he could continuously unleash such skills indicates his exceptionally high vitality. I observe that his swordplay is remarkably sharp and potent. In the camp's monitoring hall, Jiang Tao and Wang Jingming sat in chairs, observing the surveillance footage displayed on the large screen. 10 monitors arranged neatly across the screen. Suddenly, one image caught Wang Jingming's attention. After watching for several seconds, he instructed a nearby staff member to enlarge the frame. Soon, the screen showcased the scene of Yi Lingtian battling the blazing fanged beast. Wang Jingming was momentarily taken aback by the swordplay Yi Lingtian exhibited. Wait. The sword technique he is using is the SS grade technique from our Longyi University, the 9 cuts of the rift. How could this be? He exclaimed. Such a high-level technique is exceedingly rare and typically exchanged with contribution points. It cannot be learned elsewhere. Jiang Tao, somewhat astonished, remarked. Could it be that some formidable figure from your school taught him? Wang Jingming nodded slowly, perhaps. However, for Yi Lingtian to master an S-grade technique at merely first-tier strength is truly frightening. Within the practical training arena, initially, the blazing fanged beast's charge was immensely powerful and swift. Yet, as blood flowed from its numerous wounds, its movements began to slow, its breath growing labored, and its steps unsteady. Ultimately, after yet another futile charge, its foreknee buckled, and its colossal form collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. Stirring a cloud of dust, Yi Lingtian appeared beside it like a leaf falling silently. With a swift motion, the dark blade plunged accurately into the gap between the beast's cervical vertebrae, producing a muffled, tearing sound. The massive body of the blazing fanged beast convulsed violently, emitting a low growl of defiance before finally collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The entire practical training arena fell into a profound silence, save for the young man standing resolutely, his blade dripping blood, pooling into dark red spots on the ground. Sunlight cascaded upon him, illuminating the pitch-black saber, rendering it even more chilling. In the stands, an eerie stillness enveloped the crowd, as if the very air had solidified. Is this how it ends? Moments ago, the imposing, fearsome blazing fanged beast lay vanquished in a pool of its own blood. Following a brief silence, a cacophony of excitement erupted, eyes ablaze with renewed fervor. Yi Lingtian's decisive victory acted as a potent stimulant, invigorating the hearts of all present. It turns out that the seemingly invincible beast could be so effortlessly vanquished. Xiang Yu clenched his fists tightly, knuckles turning white from the pressure, excitement and fighting spirit nearly spilling from his eyes. The earlier trepidation had been utterly dispelled. Li Muxue exhaled softly, the tension in her shoulders and neck gradually easing. In the arena, Yi Lingtian maintained an air of tranquility. With a gentle flick of his wrist, the long blade returned to its sheath with a crisp sound, before he turned and strode from the practical training arena with measured steps. As he returned to the viewing platform, a fervent applause erupted around him. Instructor Zhou Ming rose from his seat, a look of approval gracing his face as his gaze swept across the crowd. Classmate Yi Lingtian had performed exceptionally well, setting a commendable example for everyone. Next, the intelligence system would randomly call names, and those selected should be prepared. His words pulled the crowd back from their excited reverie. The atmosphere once again tinged with tension and anticipation. Within the combat training arena, 2 instructors swiftly entered, deftly lifting the corpse of the explosive Fong beast onto a small truck, transporting it away from the imposing metallic gates. Soon, the announcement echoed once more. Zheng Feng, first tier, 1 star. Opponent, the ferocious beast, soft-boned rabbit, first tier, 1 star. Upon hearing his name, Zheng Feng felt a sudden tightening in his chest. However, when he heard the name of the soft-boned rabbit, the tension in his heart eased, and a barely suppressed smile graced his lips. Fortune smiled upon him. He mused inwardly. Had he been pitted against the explosive Fong beast, he doubted he could have emerged unscathed like Yi Lingtian. But the soft-boned rabbit, he could only consider himself fortunate. Amidst the encouraging glances from his peers, Zheng Feng took a deep breath and strode towards the nearby weapon rack. Selecting a dark iron spear, with the spear in hand, his confidence surged. He straightened his back and stepped into the center of the combat training arena. The colossal metallic gates slowly creaked open once more. A white figure gracefully leaped forth. It was a rabbit nearly a meter long, its fur as pristine as freshly fallen snow, shimmering with a soft, lustrous glow under the sunlight. It possessed a pair of exquisite, translucent pink eyes, devoid of any impurities. Its long ears drooped gently behind its head, quivering slightly. It sat quietly, tilting its head, appearing docile and innocent, even imbued with a hint of bewildered naivety. This deceptively adorable visage immediately incited a wave of soft gasps among the spectators, especially among the girls. Oh my, look, it's so adorable. Those eyes are so beautiful. Like pink gems. How could such a cute little bunny be a ferocious beast? I really want to hug it and keep it as a pet. In the arena, Zheng Feng, listening to the murmurs from the stands and observing the seemingly harmless soft-boned rabbit before him, felt his smile broaden. He tightened his grip on the dark iron spear, its tip slightly raised, aimed at the fluffy white figure. Chapter 29, Underestimated, No Dodge. Little bunny, be a good sport and stay still. This will be over soon. Zheng Feng even uttered these words with a hint of jest. His internal energy flowed. And although he did not exert his full strength, he was confident that this thrust would incapacitate the soft-boned rabbit. With a step forward, he surged ahead, the spear in his hand slicing through the air with the precision of a venomous serpent, aimed directly at the rabbit's seemingly unguarded midsection. The thrust was swift, powerful enough to shatter stone. Yet, just as the glinting tip of the spear was about to graze the soft-boned rabbit's snowy fur, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The rabbit, previously appearing harmless, suddenly exhibited a chillingly cunning glint in its once pure pink eyes. Its curled hind legs unleashed an astonishing burst of power in that instant. With a flash, the white figure darted away, moving with an agility that far surpassed Zheng Feng's reflexes, effortlessly evading the oncoming spear tip. What? Zheng Feng's smile froze in an instant, his pupils dilating as the sensation of empty air pierced his heart. The momentum of his advance was irrevocable. Meanwhile, the rabbit's counterattack had only just begun. In evading the thrust, its seemingly soft and harmless body twisted in the air. Its powerful hind legs, coiled like springs ready to unleash their force, propelled it forward with a startling speed. This strike was not aimed at Zheng Feng's vital points, but rather at his exposed wrist, left defenseless by his forward thrust. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Ah! Zheng Feng felt a sharp, piercing pain shoot through his wrist, as if struck by a heavy hammer. His fingers instantly lost their strength, and the dark iron spear slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. But that was not the end. Having successfully landed its blow, the soft-boned rabbit continued its assault, landing and immediately launching itself once more, turning into a streak of white lightning that crashed into Zheng Feng's chest, which had been left vulnerable due to the agonizing pain in his wrist. Thud! Zheng Feng felt an overwhelming force slam into his chest, causing his blood to surge tumultuously. And he staggered backward. He stumbled back 7 or 8 steps, ultimately losing his balance and landing unceremoniously on the ground. A heaviness enveloped his chest, nearly rendering him breathless. The entire viewing platform fell into a stunned silence. The girls who had moments ago been exclaiming in delight now stared, mouths agape, in disbelief at the rabbit that remained snow-white but radiated an entirely different aura. It did not pursue further. Instead, it stood quietly, its pink eyes calmly observing Zheng Feng, who sat on the ground, his face a mixture of shock and humiliation, as if to convey a message. Underestimating your opponent comes with a price. My goodness, this white rabbit is incredibly fierce, exclaimed a boy in astonishment. I told you it was a ferocious beast. You all didn't believe it. Now you see. Exactly. Zheng Feng was too careless. He didn't dodge. Sitting on the ground, Zheng Feng felt the pain in his wrist and chest pale in comparison to the stinging humiliation on his face. It was only at this moment that he truly understood that ferocious beasts are indeed ferocious, regardless of their deceptively gentle exterior. Their inherent ferocity and combat instincts were no trifling matter. Yi Lingtian watched the unfolding scene with a calm demeanor, merely shaking his head slightly. Instructor Zhou Ming's voice rang out, tinged with a note of sternness, echoing throughout the stands. Did everyone see that? This is the consequence of underestimating your opponent. On the battlefield, any mercy or contempt towards your enemy is akin to playing with your own life. Zheng Feng, stand up. The combat is not over. Instructor Zhou Ming's authoritative voice crashed like thunder in Zheng Feng's ears, jolting him back to reality from his embarrassment and pain. The combat was not yet finished. Indeed, it was far from over. Struggling to raise his head, he gazed at the soft-boned rabbit, still quietly crouched but now regarding him with a cold, scrutinizing gaze. The searing pain in his wrist and chest served as a constant reminder of the price of his earlier folly. A wave of humiliation, intertwined with a fervent fighting spirit, surged within him. Zheng Feng let out a low growl, forcing down the pain as he slammed his uninjured left hand against the ground, using the momentum to propel himself back to his feet. His right wrist was swollen and nearly incapacitated, yet he still had his left hand and his innate abilities. Drawing in a deep breath, he suppressed the tumultuous energy within, his gaze sharpening and focusing intently on the soft-boned rabbit. This time, he approached with no hint of underestimation. He retrieved the spear from the ground. His internal energy surged at an unprecedented speed. In an instant, a wave of fiery heat emanated from within him, a faint red glow enveloping his left hand. Fiery tendrils, akin to awakening serpents, manifested from thin air, swiftly coiling around the dark spear. The flames danced and flickered, radiating searing waves of heat that warped the air around them. This was the flame talent that Zheng Feng had awakened. In the stands, the audience stowed away their disdain and mockery. The soft-boned rabbit seemed to sense the threat. It no longer maintained its passive stance, its pink eyes flashing with vigilance. Its hind leg muscles tensed, emitting a low growl. Beast, I shall feast on your braised rabbit head. Zheng Feng bellowed, grasping the flaming spear, which burned fiercely yet caused him no harm. Though wielding his less accustomed left hand, his marksmanship inevitably bore a certain awkwardness. Yet, at this moment, the blazing flames entwined around the long spear transformed it into a formidable weapon. He boldly initiated the assault, thrusting the spear not with the previous levity, but with a steady and ruthless determination. The flames coalesced at the spear's tip, slicing through the air and leaving a searing trail in their wake. The agile rabbit of delicate bones showcased its astonishing speed once more, deftly evading to the side while attempting to retaliate with a powerful kick from its hind legs. However, this time, Zheng Feng was well prepared. He swiftly positioned the spear horizontally, causing the flames to surge. The rabbit's hind leg fur was singed upon contact with the fire, emitting a pungent scent of charred flesh. In pain, it hastily retracted its hind leg, displaying a moment of disarray. The intense heat of the flames evidently served as an effective countermeasure against it. Seizing the advantage, Zheng Feng relentlessly pressed forward. The fiery spear thrust, swept, and struck. Its movements slightly hindered by his left-handed grip, yet the accompanying flames compensated for the lack of finesse, compelling the rabbit of delicate bones to constantly evade. Perilously close to defeat, the scene revealed a fiery silhouette of the spear pursuing a white figure, the soaring temperature raising the ambient heat. In the midst of combat, the rabbit found itself cornered. A fierce glint ignited in its eyes, seemingly driven to rage. It suddenly reared up on its hind legs, its forepaws flashing with an eerie glimmer, launching itself towards Zheng Feng's face in a desperate final attack. What a welcome challenge! Zheng Feng's eyes sparkled with intensity, standing resolute. He channeled all his energy into the spear, causing the flames to swell once more. Twisting his waist, he executed a thrust that, devoid of any embellishments, concentrated all his strength and will, meeting the oncoming rabbit with a fierce stab. The spear tip, ablaze, pierced the rabbit of delicate bones' chest. A torrent of fiery force surging within its body. A sharp, anguished cry erupted from the rabbit as it was impaled, convulsing violently upon the spear. Its once vibrant pink eyes dimming, ultimately succumbing to a state of utter limpness. Its pristine white fur was marred by blood and flames, obliterating its previous charm. Chapter 30. The 15-fold gravity chamber, unrivaled. Zheng Feng maintained his thrusting stance, gasping heavily, sweat streaming down his forehead, mingling with dust and blood. His left arm trembled slightly. Excessive consumption of spiritual energy rendered his complexion pale, and the impact on his chest and swollen right wrist was excruciating. Yet, he had triumphed. Gritting his teeth, he forcefully retracted the fiery spear, the corpse of the rabbit of delicate bones dropping to the ground with a thud. Silence enveloped the arena, broken only by the hissing sound of flames extinguishing on the spear and Zheng Feng's labored breaths. The students in the stands gazed at the young man in the arena, disheveled and wounded, yet ultimately standing firm through his innate talent and indomitable will, with expressions of complexity, shock, admiration, and a hint of trepidation flickered in their eyes. This lesson resonated deeper than any verbal admonition. Instructor Zhou Ming regarded Zheng Feng, nodding slowly, his voice echoing throughout the venue. Zheng Feng, victory. Though the process was tumultuous, you faced shame with valor, fought tenaciously, and ultimately overcame your foe. Remember this lesson. Now, go tend to your injuries. Upon hearing these words, Zheng Feng's taut nerves finally relaxed, his body swayed, and he leaned on the spear to steady himself. Casting a glance at the lifeless rabbit, he then lifted his gaze toward the stands, meeting the eyes of Lu Rian. She offered him an approving look. Zheng Feng's heart soared with elation. The fatigue from the fierce battle, the sting of his injured wrist, and the near defeat faded away in the warmth of her gaze. An irrepressible joy surged from within. Instinctively, he returned her a radiant smile. Then, dragging his weary and injured body, he resolutely stepped out of the combat training arena. Next, as the intelligence system randomly called out names, the students took turns to enter the arena. However, aside from a few exceptionally gifted individuals, the majority bore varying degrees of injuries. In moments of danger, instructors would intervene. Students with serious injuries were escorted by instructors to the infirmary for treatment. After a continuous 5 to 6 days of rigorous practical training, everyone had accumulated a certain level of combat experience. Following nearly 10 days of specialized training, the strength of the group had notably increased. Yi Lingtian broke through to the first-tier 4-star rank, while Li Mixu advanced to the first-tier 2-star rank. On the 11th day, a new training regimen commenced, gravity chamber training. The camp housed dozens of gravity chambers, with gravities ranging from 5-fold to 15-fold. Training within these chambers could enhance physical strength, unlock bodily potential, and increase vitality. Instructor Zhou Ming led all the students to a 5-fold gravity chamber. Once everyone had entered, Zhou Ming surveyed the group. When training in the gravity chamber, be mindful of your limits. Do not recklessly choose a chamber with excessive gravity, lest you risk internal injuries. Now, everyone, disperse and take a seat. After they settled, Zhou Ming activated the gravity switch. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure surged forth from all directions. Many students' faces flushed, their eyes bloodshot, expressions contorted in agony. Some bent under the weight, eventually collapsing to the ground, trembling and gritting their teeth in a desperate bid to endure. Zhou Ming and the other instructors moved leisurely within the 5-fold gravity chamber, seemingly unaffected. Their sharp gazes swept across each pained visage, ready to offer aid at a moment's notice. As he walked, Zhou Ming spoke, "If you cannot endure, just say so, and I will take you out of the chamber for a rest before re-entering. Once you adapt after an hour and feel capable, you may attempt the chambers with higher gravity." However, despite the torrents of sweat, the bending of their spines and heads, the students persevered. Although Yi Lingtian felt some pressure, he gradually alleviated the sense of oppression by channeling his internal energy. After approximately 10 minutes, a voice from the corner cried out, "Instructor, I can't take it anymore." The girl's face pressed against the icy floor, resembling a fish out of water. Zhou Ming swiftly appeared beside her, lifting her out of the gravitational range. As the alloy door opened, her violent retching echoed from the outside. This marked the beginning of a breakdown. One by one, others collapsed like marionettes stripped of their strings. The instructors escorted the students who had reached their limits outside. The salty tang of sweat mingled with the iron-like scent of blood as some bit through their lips. When the timer finally reached 60 minutes, and the gravity subsided, everyone inhaled greedily, akin to newborns taking their first breaths. Some attempted to stand, but stumbled and fell. Discovering their bodies, now light as air, were difficult to control. Yi Lingtian slowly opened his eyes, a silvery glint swirling within his pupils. He glanced down to find his clothes completely drenched in sweat. Observing his surroundings, he realized everyone was similarly soaked, with some even bleeding from their mouths. Zhou Ming surveyed the transformed youthful faces, a subtle smile curving his lips. "You may take a shower and change your clothes. We will continue in half an hour." Those confident in themselves may challenge the chambers with higher gravity. Half an hour later, most opted to remain in the 5-fold gravity chamber for training. Approximately a dozen students ventured into the 6-fold gravity chamber. In the 6-fold gravity chamber, alongside 8 groups of students, others from different groups joined as well. As time progressed, Yi Lingtian continuously challenged himself in higher gravity chambers. By the end of the afternoon, he had entered the 9-fold gravity chamber for his training. On the 3rd day of gravity chamber training, Yi Lingtian ultimately entered the camp's highest 15-fold gravity chamber, while Li Mixu, Lu Rian, and other students who had awakened S-class talents reached their limits in the 10-fold gravity chamber. Within the 15-fold gravity chamber, the air was thick and viscous, akin to liquid metal. Each breath demanded the exertion of his entire being, the ribs groaning under the immense strain. Under such gravity, the light appeared warped, and the periphery of his vision rippled with indistinct distortions. Yi Lingtian sat cross-legged in the center of the room, his body trembling slightly. He cast aside all distractions and devoted himself entirely to the operation of the starry breathing technique. A faint, ethereal starlight penetrated the sealed confines of the room, sketching a delicate silver outline upon his form. With every inhalation, it felt as though he were drawing in the essence of countless stars, a weighty burden indeed. Each exhalation expelled the fetid air and fatigue generated by the overwhelming gravity. A torrent of spiritual energy surged through his meridians, compressed and refined by an unseen force, becoming ever more substantial and fervent. Under the dual forging of immense pressure and starlight, his meridians expanded and strengthened at an unprecedented rate, radiating a luminous sheen. After a considerable time, a resonant hum echoed within him, a sound only he could perceive. The accumulated spiritual energy surged forth like a torrential flood, violently crashing against what seemed an impenetrable barrier. The extreme pressure of 15 times gravity propelled the force of his concentrated spirit to its zenith. A breath far more formidable than before erupted from within him, momentarily creating an invisible space in the realm of 15 times gravity. The spiritual energy coursed ceaselessly, reconnecting over a dozen meridians, its circulation forming a self-sustaining universe, grander and more fluid than ever before. Yi Lingtian abruptly opened his eyes, a fleeting glimpse of a galaxy extinguishing within his gaze, a sharp brilliance flaring and vanishing. He slowly raised his arm, a motion that once felt unbearably heavy. Though he still sensed pressure, it was no longer insufferable. As he clenched his fingers, he felt within him a newly forged power surging like a mighty river. He had ascended to the first rank of 5 stars. Chapter 31. Unable to see one's own toes. Nearby, Zhou Ming observed Yi Lingtian's breakthrough, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. Incredible. This was the true embodiment of a prodigy. As a fellow first-rank martial artist, he noted that other S-class gifted students were still struggling in the 10 times gravity chamber. Not only had Yi Lingtian entered the 15 times gravity chamber, but he had also achieved a breakthrough on his very first attempt. Merely 5 days prior, he had just attained the first rank of 4 stars. Zhou Ming, as the chief instructor of Group 8, had entered the 15 times gravity chamber alongside Yi Lingtian, determined not to let such talent falter. Should Yi Lingtian show signs of collapse, Zhou Ming would swiftly extract him from the room. Yet, to his astonishment, Yi Lingtian persevered for a full hour during his initial entry into the 15 times gravity chamber. After an hour, he emerged from the chamber, walking steadily, as if the 15 times gravity was not his limit. As the day's training drew to a close, everyone exited the gravity chamber. A colossal high-definition screen outside the training ground displayed the names of students who had ventured into chambers with over 10 times gravity. 15 times gravity chamber, Yi Lingtian. Lana number 8 high school, first rank 5 stars. 10 times gravity chamber, Anlan, Nantai number 1 high school, first rank 3 stars. Lu Rian, Lana no. 8 high school, first rank 2 stars. Li Muxue, Lana number 8 high school, first rank 2 stars. Yi Wuhan, Qingyang number 1 high school, first rank 2 stars. Wow. Yi Lingtian actually entered the 15 times gravity chamber. I felt like I was being crushed to bits in the 8 times gravity chamber. Someone exclaimed. This is absurd. I could barely last half an hour in the 7 times gravity chamber before feeling like I would explode. How did he manage to train in the 15 times gravity chamber? Lana number 8 high school was frighteningly strong this year. Out of the 12 students in chambers exceeding 10 times gravity, 3 hailed from the same school. Yi Lingtian stood not far from the entrance of the 10 times gravity chamber, waiting for a moment. Finally, the students emerged, staggering as though just pulled from water, their combat suits clinging to their bodies. When Lu Rian saw Yi Lingtian waiting at the door, she opened her mouth to speak, but he brushed past her without acknowledgement, instead carefully assisting the recently emerged Li Muxue. The two slowly made their way toward the training ground exit. Seeing this, Lu Rian stomped her foot in frustration, gritting her teeth in anger. Outside the training ground, 2 girls rested by the edge of a flower bed. One, a petite girl with glasses, inadvertently glanced at Li Muxue as she emerged, her eyes widening in astonishment. Wow, she gasped, elbowing her companion, her voice rife with unabashed admiration. Look, that senior's figure is simply perfect. Her gaze roamed over Li Muxue's long legs and shapely form accentuated by her damp combat suit, exclaiming, and that elevation is truly legendary. It's like she can't see her own toes. Now that's a prime figure. Her more robust companion, unimpressed, muttered dismissively. What is the big deal about not seeing one's toes? I can't see mine either. The slender girl turned to her, her eyes lingering on her stout waist before bluntly shattering the illusion. Please, she asked like that because of her figure. You're just big-bellied. Can they possibly be compared? The stout girl gaped at her, momentarily at a loss for words. Though their conversation was hushed, it still reached Yi Lingtian and Li Muxue's ears. A flush of crimson blossomed on Li Muxue's pale cheeks. Yi Lingtian glanced down, sensing the intensity of her embarrassment. With a stoic expression, he retrieved a jacket, draping it over Li Mingxu's shoulders. Your clothes are soaked. You might catch a chill. Li Mingxu looked at him with her beautiful eyes, nodding slightly, choosing not to address the comments. It's almost June. I won't catch a chill that easily. After a shower, Yiling Tian changed into clean clothes and invited his roommate, Xiangyu, to join him for a meal. As they approached the cafeteria, they spotted Li Muxue and a petite girl arriving together. It was Li Muxue's roommate, Yu Wei. Upon seeing them, Yu Wei eagerly greeted them. Yiling Tian returned her nod. Xiangyu, upon noticing Yu Wei, suddenly found himself tongue-tied, awkwardly scratching the back of his head and stammering. Ah, Yu Wei, are you here for a meal too? Immediately regretting his clumsy words, he averted his gaze, unable to resist stealing a quick glance. Yiling Tian observed this dynamic, slightly taken aback. He scanned Yu Wei, noting her height of around 5 feet. Her figure curvaceous and well-proportioned. She possessed a delicate doll-like face, her sweet smile exuding vivacity and mischief. Her twin ponytails bouncing animatedly with her movements. She was the very embodiment of a playful little girl. His gaze then shifted to Xiangyu, towering at 6 feet 2 inches with a robust build and a square jaw, a quintessentially brawny figure. Yiling Tian couldn't help but smirk at the stark contrast between the two. Xiangyu's reaction was quite peculiar. Stepping forward lightly, she tilted her head slightly. Her voice sweet and melodic as she said, "Yes, I came to join Sister Mingxu for a meal. The past few days, as Li Mingxu's roommate, I've enjoyed quite a feast. She has shared so many snacks and meals with me, each time leaving me in awe." Typically, Li Muxue and Yiling Tian dined together, and Yu Wei hesitated to be a third wheel. Today, however, Li Muxue had invited her to dinner, and upon hearing that Yiling Tian sought her for a discussion, she decided to join them at the cafeteria. The group found an empty table by the window. The dying rays of the setting sun filtered through the glass window, casting warm patches of light upon the table. Yiling Tian retrieved a pile of vacuum-sealed meals from his spatial ring, the exquisite packaging instantly captivating the eye. After heating the food in the cafeteria microwave, an enticing aroma quickly permeated the air, drawing the attention of several nearby students. Xiangyu busily assisted in serving the dishes. "Oh, this is absolutely delicious," Yu Wei exclaimed, lifting a piece of beast meat to her mouth, her eyes immediately sparkling with delight. The meat was tender and flavorful, rich yet not greasy, lean yet not tough, and the sauce was thick but not overly salty. "What have I been eating before? This is true gourmet cuisine." She squinted her eyes in satisfaction. "I am definitely going to be friends with you. If there are any more opportunities to mooch off meals like this, please be sure to include me." Saying this, she picked up a pair of chopsticks filled with stir-fried vegetables, the crisp texture prompting another appreciative exclamation. A profound sense of fulfillment enveloped her. Xiangyu also began to devour his meal ravenously. Suddenly reminded of Yu Wei's presence beside him, he was taken aback. Slowing his pace and cautiously glancing at her from the corner of his eye, he found Yu Wei intently savoring her food, her cheeks stuffed like a greedy little hamster. Completely oblivious to his earlier indiscretion, only then did he breathe a sigh of relief and resumed his meal with a noticeably more refined demeanor. In stark contrast to Yu Wei's almost gluttonous excitement, Li Muxue appeared remarkably composed. She sat elegantly, her slender fingers deftly manipulating her chopsticks, her movements measured and unhurried, chewing her food slowly and making scarcely a sound. After all, her taste buds had grown accustomed to being pampered with a plethora of exquisite delicacies over the past 10 days. More importantly, within her spatial ring lay a considerable assortment of diverse gourmet foods, from ready-to-eat snacks to substantial meals requiring only simple heating. Once they had indulged in their feast, Yu Wei patted her slightly bloated belly, letting out a contented sigh. "Ah, that was truly delicious." She leaned back lazily in her chair, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Ling Tian, Sister Muxue mentioned you wanted to discuss something with me. What is it?" Seated nearby, Xiangyu also looked at Yiling Tian with a face full of surprise. Yiling Tian glanced at the two with a slight smile. "Instructor Zhou Ming informed us that 2 days from now, after the gravity chamber training concludes, we will embark on field combat training." He paused before continuing. "During this training, all students will freely form teams of 4 for specialized combat exercises. Points will be awarded for defeating fierce beasts, and the top 8 teams will receive various levels of rewards." His expression grew serious as he added, "Muxue and I have discussed this and decided to invite you both to join our team." Upon hearing this, Xiangyu's face momentarily lit up with excitement, only to be replaced by a hint of confusion. He scratched his head and asked, "Isn't Lu Ruyan from our school stronger than us? Wouldn't it be more advantageous for you to team up with her to secure a good outcome?" Yiling Tian shook his head in response. "First of all, I prefer to avoid excessive interaction with Lu Ruyan. Secondly, to be frank, I am not particularly interested in the rewards for placing in the top 8 of this field training. Rather, I would prefer to complete this exercise alongside familiar companions." Yu Wei cast a disapproving glance at Xiangyu. The fact that Lu Ruyan had turned her back on Yiling Tian after he awakened his F-grade talent was common knowledge throughout the school. Thus, Xiangyu's mention of her was rather ill-timed. Turning back to Yiling Tian, Yu Wei's face broke into a radiant smile, her lively eyes crescent-shaped. I am truly honored to join you. She then gently nudged Xiangyu beside her, startled by Yue's touch. Xiangyu snapped back to reality and hastily nodded in agreement. I have no objections. It would be a privilege to team up with you. Yiling Tian nodded affirmatively. All right then, it's settled. Here's to a pleasant collaboration. In the ensuing 2 days, many students experienced breakthroughs. However, only 5 students chose to enter the 11-fold gravity chamber, while the majority remained in the 7 to 10-fold gravity chambers. Lu Ruyin and her companions had attempted to enter the 12-fold gravity chamber for training, but were forced to exit within 5 minutes due to the overwhelming pressure. During each break, when others saw Yiling Tian emerging from the 15-fold gravity chamber, they could not help but marvel. This guy is simply abnormally strong. For when Yiling Tian emerged, he did not appear fatigued. Instead, he seemed invigorated. On the last day of gravity chamber training, Li Muxue successfully broke through to a first-tier 3-star level. The following morning, sunlight bathed the entire camp. In the central square, over 1,000 students assembled in neat formations, divided into 10 orderly squads. Wang Jingming and the head of the training camp, Jiang Tao, stood on the podium at the front of the square. Wang Jingming surveyed the students and, suddenly leaping into the air, elicited admiration from those below. Wow, incredible! When will I ever break through to the master realm and be able to fly? Don't rush. Wait until you're a couple of 100 years old. Put in some effort, and maybe you'll miraculously step into the master realm. Cut it out. You underestimate people too much. Even Commander Wang is only 26 and has already broken through to the Martial King realm. As for me, I'm confident I can break through to the master realm before I turn 60. Brother, you don't really think that just because you age, your cultivation will necessarily increase, do you? Even those with A-grade talents might never reach the master realm in their lifetime. At that moment, Wang Jingming's voice rang out. Students. His voice, though not loud, struck like a hammer upon the hearts of everyone, instantly silencing the once bustling square. Starting today, the practical training camp will commence its final and most critical phase. He deliberately paused, his gaze slowly sweeping over each youthful face. Field combat training. This phrase caused many students to instinctively hold their breath. Wang Jingming's tone grew serious. This training carries certain dangers. I can assure you that injuries and casualties during this phase are not uncommon. A gentle breeze swept through, sending a chill down many spines, prompting some girls to unconsciously clench their fists. The 5-day, 5-night field combat training will be the ultimate test of your will, wisdom, and strength. If you complete it successfully, you will essentially acquire the ability to survive independently in the wilderness. He continued, during this field training, you may freely form teams of 4. As soon as he finished speaking, the training ground erupted into a flurry of whispers as students began contemplating potential teammates. Killing fierce beasts will earn points. Wang Jingming raised his voice, and at the conclusion of the field combat, the top 8 teams will receive generous rewards. At this declaration, many students' eyes instantly gleamed with enthusiasm. Although a few privileged students appeared indifferent, the majority's eyes ignited with a fervent desire. In this era, where strength reigns supreme, any opportunity for self-improvement is invaluable. During this field combat training, each team will be accompanied by 2 drones that will continuously relay data on your kills. Rescue teams will be dispersed throughout the forest, ready to provide assistance in critical moments. However, you must hold out until their arrival. Students accompanied by personal bodyguards should take note. Bodyguards may follow to ensure your personal safety, but the beasts they kill will not count towards your score. At last, the most crucial reminder was delivered. Wang Jingming's voice took on a grave tone. Although the second-tier and above ferocious beasts in the forest had recently been eradicated by personnel from the Jiangnan military district, the first-tier beasts should not be underestimated. Their sharp claws and fangs are equally capable of claiming your lives. In the wilderness, one must never let their guard down. Should you encounter members of other teams in peril, I hope you will extend a helping hand, provided your own safety is assured. The path of a martial artist lies not solely in strength, but also in responsibility. However, one must act within their limits. Do not risk your own life unnecessarily. Now, proceed in an orderly manner to collect your weapons and wilderness survival gear. With a sweeping gesture, Wang Jingming directed them towards a neatly arranged array of equipment not far away. Once equipped, under the guidance of their respective instructors, they would enter the forest in batches. The students formed a line, collecting their gear, their faces etched with a myriad of complex emotions. There was anxiety over the unknown dangers ahead, intertwined with a fervent desire to prove themselves. From this day forth, whether one emerges as a dragon or a snake would soon be revealed. Chapter 33, The First Entry into the Forest. Wang Jingming stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his deep gaze sweeping over the students awaiting their turn for equipment. These youths, barely 18 or 19, still bore traces of childishness on their faces, yet their nerves were taut with the impending trials. One by one, they received E-grade alloy standard weapons and wilderness survival kits from their instructors. Each survival kit contained an array of supplies: a smartwatch, healing potions, a field tent, sleeping bags, compressed rations, tactical clothing, and more. Among the crowd, a bespectacled boy fumbled awkwardly as he fastened his tactical belt, nearly dropping his water bottle. Nearby, a girl with a ponytail repeatedly inspected the bowstring of her bow, her fingertips whitening from exertion. Observing this scene, Wang Jingming was flooded with myriad emotions. The wilderness training was fraught with danger. Within 5 days, it was possible that some students might meet their demise at the jaws of beasts lurking near the camp. Yet, flowers nurtured in a greenhouse will never become formidable. These students, endowed with commendable talents, must mature swiftly. They are needed to support the future of the Great Xia within a limited time frame. Before long, he spotted Yi Lingtian among the crowd. This lad displayed no sign of anxiety, instead engaging in cheerful conversation with Li Meixiu. How delightful it is to be young. If only he had been a bit more proactive back in the day, perhaps he wouldn't be a solitary figure now. Wait, am I seeing things? This boy exudes not trepidation regarding the wilderness training, but rather an eagerness to embrace it. Though his prowess is commendable, the wilderness is not akin to a training camp. Danger lurks everywhere. He is still too young, untouched by the harsh realities of life. Yi Lingtian, Li Meixiu, Xiangyu, and Yue had already registered with Chief Instructor Zhou Ming. The 9 students from Lannan No. 8 High School formed 2 teams. The remaining student joined a team from another school in Lannan City. Yi Lingtian and the others were busy checking their gear, making final preparations. Not far away, Zheng Feng approached. Lingtian, we're from the same school. The principal has instructed us to help each other out in the field. Our 2 teams should not stray too far apart in the forest. We can camp together at night to mitigate unforeseen circumstances. Yi Lingtian nodded. All right. Be careful in the forest. If there is danger, contact us promptly. After speaking, he cast a glance at Zheng Feng's team. Among them, Lu Rian was staring at Yi Lingtian, lost in thought. Their eyes met, and Yi Lingtian quickly averted his gaze. One might criticize Lu Rian's character, yet her appearance and figure are undoubtedly exquisite. Clad in combat gear, her alluring silhouette drew the attention of many boys around. Even the girls looked on with envy. Yi Lingtian turned to Li Meixiu, a proud smile gracing his lips. Her angelic visage and perfectly proportioned figure were unmatched. Yes, in comparison, Meixiu is the clear victor. Oh yeah, Li Meixiu was engrossed in discussing the smartwatch's features with Yue, completely oblivious to Yi Lingtian's musings. Nearby, Lu Rian caught sight of Yi Lingtian's reaction. She glanced at Li Meixiu, pondering, what do I lack compared to her? Confident in her appearance and physique, she believed she was not inferior to Li Meixiu. However, as her gaze lingered on Li Meixiu's chest, she abruptly turned to look at herself, her heart sinking in despair. How could this be? It was utterly disheartening. Bah! Big-chested and brainless, Lu Rian muttered under her breath. As all the students completed their preparations, with a command from Wang Jingming, a row of armored personnel carriers approached. Under the instructor's guidance, the students filed onto the vehicles in an orderly manner. The armored personnel carriers soon departed from the training camp. Traveling along a winding road at the valley's edge, the instructor opened the doors, releasing each 4-member team in succession. As the doors swung open, a damp aroma of vegetation mingled with the faint scent of decaying leaves surged forth. Team 88, disembark. Yi Lingtian was the first to leap from the vehicle, his black combat boots firmly landing on the asphalt. Xiangyu followed closely behind, his robust frame hitting the ground with a dull thud. Li Meixiu and Yue exchanged glances before also jumping down. Within the forest, towering ancient trees rose majestically, their lush canopies layered upon one another, allowing only fragmented patches of light to filter through. The air was thick with the earthy scent of decomposing soil, the freshness of damp moss, and the delicate fragrance of some unknown wildflowers. Beneath their feet lay a thick carpet of fallen leaves, accumulated over the years, soft and silent underfoot. As the 4 naturally formed a marching order, Yi Lingtian and Li Meixiu stored Xiangyu and Yue's backpacks within their spatial rings. Xiangyu, awakened with the indomitable battle physique talent, led the way as the team's bulwark. He gripped a dark iron spear, its tip glinting ominously. His formidable physique resembled a moving fortress, his gaze scanning the dense thickets on either side, alert for any lurking dangers. Yi Lingtian followed closely behind, wielding a black saber. His eyes sharp and step steady. Li Meixiu, armed with an ice-blue longsword, and Yue, bearing a compound bow, brought up the rear. Though they had trained in the camp for half a month, this was their inaugural venture into the unpredictable wilderness. A complex blend of emotions, nervousness, curiosity, and even a hint of excitement pervaded their hearts. Suddenly, Yi Lingtian halted, sensing something amiss. He cautiously eyed a thicket to his left front. At that moment, the bushes rustled violently. A gray shadow darted forth with lightning speed, a nearly 3-meter-long, fang-toothed wolf. Its foul-smelling saliva dripped from its gaping maw. Its yellow eyes fixated menacingly on Xiangyu in front. I'll handle it, Xiangyu bellowed. The spear shot forth like a dragon springing from the sea, imbued with unmatched vigor, aimed directly at the fang-toothed wolf. The beast, eyes flashing with ferocity, pushed off with its hind legs. leaping sideways to evade Xiangyu and lunging directly at Yi Lingtian. Yue gasped in alarm, her reflexes quickening. She seized her compound bow, swiftly retrieving a carbon aluminum arrow from her quiver. With a rapid motion, she knocked the arrow and drew back the bowstring. Whoosh! The arrow flew with precision, aimed at the fang-toothed wolf's head as it lunged at Yi Lingtian. The wolf jerked its head, attempting to dodge the arrow. However, to its bewilderment, the arrow seemed to possess a tracking ability, carving an uncanny arc through the air before accurately piercing its left eye. The arrowhead penetrated through and out behind its ear, blood erupting forth. Yet, it was not a fatal blow. The intense agony failed to deter the ferocious beast. Instead, it unleashed its primal fury. It emitted a piercing and frenzied howl, its remaining single eye instantly suffused with blood, becoming a more grotesque crimson. With the momentum of its charge, it unexpectedly surged forward at an even greater speed, dragging the arrow lodged in its eye socket, heedless of the pain, as it lunged violently towards Yi Lingtian. The gaping maw, reminiscent of a blood-soaked chasm, approached with a nauseating stench, the fangs now less than a meter from Yi Lingtian's throat. Yet, Yi Lingtian stood his ground, utterly unfazed. He merely regarded the oncoming fanged wolf with a detached gaze, softly uttering, "Spatial barrier." Chapter 34. The cunning beast, capable of deception. Buzz. An imperceptible yet tangible invisible barrier, akin to the most resilient of transparent walls, instantaneously materialized between him and the fanged wolf. Boom. A sound akin to the thundering of leather struck the air. The fully committed fanged wolf collided forcefully with this invisible spatial barrier. The immense recoil was as if it had struck a mountain, abruptly halting its high-speed charge, and a horrifying crack echoed from its skull. It emitted a pained whimper. Its body catapulted backward, crashing heavily into a pile of fallen leaves, limbs twitching, dazed and disoriented, clearly plunged into a brief stupor. An opportunity. Yi Lingtian sprang into action. His movements were succinct and efficient, devoid of any superfluity. The black saber sliced through the air like a lethal bolt of lightning in the night, silently thrusting forward. Thud! The tip of the blade precisely pierced the relatively tender throat of the fanged wolf, embedding to the hilt. The creature trembled violently, the ferocity in its remaining eye swiftly dimming, dispersing, and ultimately freezing into stillness. Congratulations, Master, you have slain a Tier 1, 2-star fanged wolf, earning 25 points. The system's voice resonated in his mind, and a slight smile crept upon Yi Lingtian's lips. Witnessing the fierce fanged wolf succumb beneath his blade eased the tense atmosphere in the arena. Yue patted her chest, exhaling a sigh of relief. Then, playfully, she raised her bow with one hand and signaled a decisive KO gesture with the other, a triumphant smile adorning her face. However, just as Yue concluded her gesture, 3 gray shadows, like phantoms, abruptly sprang forth from the dense underbrush behind Yue and Li Muxue, without warning. Their intentions were crystal clear. Capitalizing on the chaos created by their companion, they launched a lethal ambush. "Watch your back," Xiangyu's furious shout thundered. He was the farthest away, yet keenly aware of the fanged wolf's stealthy attack on Yi Lingtian's trio. The leading fanged wolf had already leaped into the air, its gaping maw dripping with viscous saliva. Sharp fangs aimed directly at Yue's delicate and vulnerable neck. A chilling aura of malice enveloped Yue in an instant. She felt a malicious wind howling from behind her, every hair on her body standing on end. In the face of imminent death, her survival instinct eclipsed all rational thought, and she lunged forward in a desperate roll, clumsy yet exceedingly effective, narrowly evading that deadly bite. The fanged wolf's teeth grazed the tips of her hair, the sound of its jaws snapping in midair sending chills down her spine. Yet the crisis was far from over. Before she could rise from her roll, another fanged wolf had seamlessly blocked her retreat. With a low growl, its claws and fangs combined, it pounced upon her worn-out body, which had yet to regain its strength. Yue's peripheral vision caught the rapidly enlarging figure of the vicious beast, her heart plummeting. At that critical moment, Yi Lingtian's cold voice resonated, "Freeze." An entirely transparent spatial barrier materialized instantaneously between Yue and the oncoming beast. Bang! The fanged wolf collided solidly with this invisible wall, leaving it dizzy and disoriented. Its assault abruptly halted. Almost simultaneously with the barrier's emergence, Yi Lingtian's figure flickered momentarily before he appeared beside Yue like a specter, unceremoniously wrapping his arm around her waist. The space rippled once more, and in an instant, their figures vanished from the spot, reappearing 20 meters away. The entire maneuver was executed with such swiftness that it surpassed the limits of visual perception. Abominable beasts, your adversary is me. At that moment, Xiangyu charged in like a roaring war chariot. His eyes widened in fury, his spear transforming into a black lightning bolt that tore through the air. With a momentum that was unstoppable, he pierced the fanged wolf, still dazed from colliding with the spatial barrier. Simultaneously, the spears swept horizontally, forcefully pushing away another wolf attempting to flank them. Yi Lingtian shielded the still-shaken Yue behind him, drawing his black saber once more, his figure flickering as he joined the fray. Together with Xiang Yu, they positioned themselves, blades and spears clashing with fierce intensity. The remaining two fanged wolves, besieged by their combined might, fell within mere moments, meeting their demise. Meanwhile, the fanged wolf that had lunged at Li Muxue had already torn through the air. Its fangs bared ominously. Confronted with the imminent assault, a fleeting glimmer of icy blue flashed in Li Muxue's eyes. She did not retreat. Instead, she stepped forward. The ice-blue longsword in her grasp emitted a clear, resonant hum, and countless delicate ice crystals coalesced around the blade. Just as the wolf's forepaw was about to graze her shoulder, she executed a remarkably elegant pivot, simultaneously tracing a cold arc with her sword. The blade did not cleave directly into the wolf's body, but precisely struck the joint of its outstretched limb. A chilling sword energy surged forth from the tip, instantly freezing the flesh and bone at the joint, rendering it brittle. In an instant, the wolf's limbs snapped under the weight of its own momentum. A howl of excruciating pain erupted from the fanged wolf as its massive body collapsed, struggling to regain balance on its remaining three limbs. Li Muxue, however, offered it no further chances. With a ghostly grace, she swiftly positioned herself beside the wolf's head. Her longsword descended like a falling star, tracing an exquisitely refined ice-blue trajectory, and deftly pierced the critical point behind the wolf's ear. The wolf's howl abruptly ceased, its colossal frame twitching violently. A thick layer of white frost rapidly spread from its ear, eyes, and nostrils, swiftly enveloping its entire body, transforming it into a distorted ice statue. All warmth and vitality within it were utterly extinguished beneath that singular, exquisite strike. Li Muxue's gaze remained cold as she surveyed the frozen statue, ensuring its life had been completely snuffed out before she slowly sheathed her sword. The battle had begun and concluded in the blink of an eye, lasting scarcely a minute or two. The area was left with only a few wolf carcasses and a faint metallic scent of blood, bearing witness to the preceding peril. The four of them warily surveyed the surrounding dense foliage, having truly grasped the brutal weight of wilderness after such an unexpected assault. With the danger averted, they all breathed a sigh of relief. That was close, Yue remarked, patting her chest, her heart still racing as she gazed at the wolf carcasses. These creatures are far too cunning. They actually understood how to create diversions. Xiang Yu planted his spear heavily into the ground, shaking off the blood droplets from its tip. We were indeed careless. Upon witnessing the first fanged wolf's demise, we let our guard down, forgetting that fanged wolves typically hunt in packs. Yue stuck out her adorable little tongue. Thank goodness for Lingtian's quick reflexes. His teleportation was perfectly timed. Hearing this, Yi Lingtian smiled slightly. Teamwork requires synergy. Next time we face an ambush, Xiang Yu will take the lead in defense, Muxue will control the field. Yue will provide long-range support, and I will assist and fill in as necessary. Li Muxue surveyed the group. The scent of blood here will soon attract other predators. We must depart swiftly. Chapter 35. The daily life of a young master from a noble family. Yi Lingtian slightly nodded, his gaze sweeping over the corpse of the fanged wolf lying on the ground. Retrieve the crystal core and depart swiftly. He crouched down, his black blade deftly prying open the skull of the nearest wolf carcass. With a delicate flick, a blood-stained azure crystal core fell into his palm. The core shimmered with a faint azure glow under the dappled sunlight, as if a gentle current flowed within. It was a first-tier wind system crystal core of decent quality. He casually tossed it to Li Muxue beside him, saying, "You should keep this. We will divide it after the special training concludes." Li Muxue nodded gently, her fingers brushing against the crystal core as a chill enveloped her, causing the bloodstains to freeze and flake away. She carefully stored the core within her spatial ring. The crystal core was the essence of a ferocious beast, harboring immense and pure energy. It could be utilized for martial artist refinement, equipment forging, potion concoction, as an energy source for formations and barriers, or even to nurture contracted beasts. The value of the crystal core was considerable. Even the lowest grade first-tier beast core could fetch 5,000 blue star coins. On the other side, Xiang Yu and Yue skillfully used daggers to sever the heads of 3 more wolf carcasses, extracting their crystal cores. They excitedly handed the cores to Li Muxue for safekeeping, knowing all too well that this was money earned by their own efforts. Every part of a ferocious beast was precious, yet the other parts of a first-tier beast were not worth long-term storage. "Let us go," Xiang Yu said, turning first, his black combat suit quickly blending into the mottled shadows of the forest. The other 3 followed suit, no longer hesitating as they maintained a vigilant formation. Delving deeper into the opposite direction of the camp, the layer of humus underfoot grew thicker, and the trees towered ever higher and denser, with sunlight fragmented and scattered. After the brief skirmish, the atmosphere relaxed slightly. Yue leaned closer to Li Muxue, her eyes sparkling. "Muxue, you were so impressive when you took down that fanged wolf. Your movements were swift and fluid, especially that final strike. It turned the wolf into an ice sculpture." Li Muxue's exquisitely beautiful cheeks flushed slightly. She tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and replied softly, "Your archery was remarkably precise. That arch shot was quite special." Yue smiled bashfully, unconsciously rubbing her fingers along the bowstring. That's just the effect of my innate talent. Once I lock onto a target, the arrow corrects its trajectory automatically. However, it consumes a lot of mental energy, so I can't use it continuously. While the two conversed, Yiling Tian glanced down at the smartwatch on his wrist. A translucent screen projected, displaying the current ranking of points. How's it looking? Xiang Yu inquired, leaning in. The screen clearly displayed the data. A total of 250 squads composed the student body. They had just slain 4 fawned wolves, earning 20 points, placing them at 35th overall. 35th? Yue gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. We dispatched 4 ferocious beasts so quickly and still only rank 35th? What kind of monsters are those teams ahead of us? Her incredulity was palpable. While she was aware that the special training comprised the province's elite, such a stark comparative ranking induced immense pressure. Yiling Tian shut off the screen, his gaze sharpening further. This is merely the beginning. The quantity of higher-tier beasts we slay will ultimately determine our final ranking. The distant roars of beasts in the forest transformed into a rallying drumbeat, spurring them onward. As they continued to slay more ferocious beasts, their cooperation grew increasingly adept. By evening, their ranking surged into the top 10, landing at 9th place. Yiling Tian, a first-tier 5-star, wielded his blade with precision, effortlessly handling first-tier 9-star beasts due to his spatial abilities, which left Li Mu Shui and the others envious. Though all 3 were first-tier 3 stars and possessed commendable strength, they still found themselves somewhat outmatched against beasts of 7 stars or above. As night fell, after contacting Zheng Feng, the 2 squads met by a small stream. The group set up tents. It was early June, and the forest sweltered with heat. Li Mu Shui and Yue took out the tents issued by the school, preparing to set them up, but were halted by Yiling Tian. The 2 exchanged puzzled glances. Yiling Tian calmly produced a spatial ring. Zheng Feng, who was setting up his tent, looked at Yiling Tian with surprise. Ling Tian, what are you up to? Yiling Tian smiled slightly. I'm going to put on a little show for you. He found an open area, and with a wave of his hand, a gray box of 3 to 4 cubic meters appeared before them. Wow, Ling Tian, you actually brought a refrigerator this big. Xiang Yu exclaimed incredulously. Does it have soda or ice cream? That would be perfect for quenching our thirst. The others perked up at the mention. In the sweltering heat, their combat suits were damp and clinging uncomfortably to their bodies. A cold drink would be utterly refreshing. Yiling Tian shot Xiang Yu a sidelong glance. There's plenty of drinks, but no cold beverages. If you want something chilled, you'll have to ask Mu Shui for help later. Yiling Tian stepped forward lightly and pressed a button on the side of the gray box. A mechanical voice promptly chimed. Environment detection complete. The multifunctional outdoor camping unit is about to unfold. Please do not approach. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the interior of the gray box emitted a series of subtle yet efficient mechanical sounds, akin to a finely tuned clock starting its movement. Initiating outdoor survival matrix. Activating level 1 protective shield. As the system's prompt rang out, the surface of the box began to morph like flowing mercury, expanding. Wall modules slid into place with precision. The roof structure elegantly unfurling, while bulletproof glass windows materialized on the sides. Within 30 seconds, a silver-gray camping unit, approximately 6 meters long and 3 meters wide, emerged in the clearing, its streamlined exterior glinting under the moonlight. Even more astonishing, 4 inconspicuous hemispherical devices rose simultaneously from the corners of the roof, and a faint blue energy ripple flashed, enveloping the entire unit in an almost transparent protective shield. Unfolding complete, the energy shield can withstand attacks from beasts below 2nd tier. Wishing the owner a pleasant night, the door of the camping unit slid open, revealing a tidy interior space. A foldable sleeping pod, a simple bathing unit, and even a basic kitchen made it remarkably well equipped for its size. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Zheng Feng had just finished setting up his flimsy tent, which appeared pitiful in the evening breeze. He gazed toward the already formed silver-gray camping unit, hardly believing his eyes. Was this a field training exercise or a vacation? Is this for real? Zheng Feng's voice quivered, his finger trembling as he pointed at the camping unit. Ling Tian, this thing must cost a fortune, right? Yiling Tian, preoccupied with checking the energy readings at the entrance, replied without looking up, his tone nonchalant. It's not too bad, probably around 10 million. 10 million? Zheng Feng's eyes bulged, his voice cracking. Even though my dad is a city councilor, he would never spend that much on outdoor survival gear. That's just extravagant. Yue couldn't help but gasp, murmuring, my goodness, is this what the daily life of a wealthy heir looks like? An eerie silence enveloped the scene. In that moment, they gained an unprecedented understanding of the disparity between wealth and poverty, transcending textbook definitions. Chapter 36. Yiling Tian's Financial Prowess. Li Mu Shui rubbed her eyes, the scene before her exceeding her wildest imagination. Lu Ruyin gazed at Yiling Tian with complex emotions. How infuriating. This fellow concealed far too much during his previous relationship. The claim that his family possesses merely a trifling fortune is nothing but a fabrication. He is evidently a scion of a prominent family. Ling Tian, may we venture inside for a tour? Zheng Feng gazed at Yiling Tian with a hint of envy. Absolutely. Yiling Tian affirmed with a nod, inputting the information of those present into the cabin system. Yue took the lead, dashing inside. And jubilant exclamations erupted from within. Wow, it's so cool in here, there's even air conditioning. Upon hearing this, Li Mu Shui could no longer restrain herself. She hastily stepped through the door, instantly awed by the spectacle before her. The minimalist yet technologically sophisticated decor, paired with perfectly calibrated lighting, was astonishing. Most incredulously, amidst this desolate wilderness, the indoor temperature was maintained at a comfortable 26 degrees. While she typically was not averse to heat, thanks to her awakened ice abilities, which allowed her to generate a protective chill, nighttime slumber posed a different challenge. Once asleep, she could not harness her powers. Though the cabin was not particularly small, the presence of 8 individuals made it feel somewhat cramped. Everyone excitedly explored every nook and cranny, frequently gasping in delight. After the tour concluded, they all emerged to commence preparations for dinner. Several young men set up a barbecue grill, roasting meat from a beast they had slain not long ago. Yiling Tian produced several vacuum-sealed packages of gourmet food, requesting 3 of the girls from their group to heat them in the cabin's rudimentary kitchen. Soon, the aromas of grilled meat mingled with the enticing scents of the heated dishes, igniting everyone's appetite. Yiling Tian also fetched 2 folding tables, 8 plastic stools, and even brought out a few boxes of beer and assorted beverages. Ling Tian, have you brought your entire home with you? Zheng Feng jested while popping open a beer. As twilight deepened, the camp was alive with exuberance. The 8 gathered around the table, feasting heartily on meat and indulging in laughter and merriment. Even the typically reserved Li Mu Shui couldn't resist having a couple of drinks. After a few rounds of toasting, Lu Ruyin's cheeks flushed crimson as she gazed at Yiling Tian across the table, her voice tinged with hesitation. Could I possibly sleep in the cabin tonight? The atmosphere momentarily shifted. Yiling Tian paused, his hand gripping the wine glass faltering. Though the cabin had 4 sleeping pods, they were originally designated for his team of 4. Seeing this, Xiang Yu readily waved his hand. Let the school bell loose sleep inside. I'm perfectly fine sleeping outside. I could manage sleeping on the floor as well, Zheng Feng awkwardly chimed in. Before he could finish, the 3 girls interrupted in unison. No way. Zheng Feng retracted his neck in mock dismay, prompting another round of laughter from the group. After enjoying a hearty meal, several young men took to the nearby creek for a wash, while the girls bathed and changed within the cabin. As night descended, Xiang Yu and 3 other young men set up tents within the protective energy shield of the cabin, guarding against potential beast attacks. The warm glow emanating from the cabin's windows created a miraculous sight amidst the perilous wilderness. Each person understood that such a night would indelibly etch itself into their memories. 300 meters away from Yiling Tian and his companions, a slightly smaller cabin stood quietly by the creek. The gentle sound of flowing water resonated clearly in the dusk. Inside, the warm light enveloped Zhu Ping-er, who was curled up on a bean bag, while Bai Ling Yu sat upright beside her, both their gazes fixed on the flickering television screen. The romantic drama was reaching its climactic confession scene, with the male lead passionately calling out in the rain. Zhu Ping-er hugged her knees, resting her chin on a pillow, her expression somewhat distant. Suddenly, she murmured, "Why do you think they always wait for a rainy day to confess?" Bai Ling Yu did not respond immediately. She reached for a teacup on the coffee table, the steaming vapor obscuring her cool features. After a moment, she replied softly, "Drama requires atmosphere. If it were truly like that in reality, both would likely catch a cold." Zhu Ping-er chuckled lightly, though her eyes glistened with unshed tears. She stared at the embracing couple on the screen, her voice barely above a whisper as she pondered, what should love in reality be like? Bai Ling Yu absently traced the rim of her cup, lost in thought. "Ling Yu, what has been bothering you lately?" Zhu Ping-er finally turned to her companion. "Ever since we arrived at the training camp, you've been rather distracted." "It's nothing, just a bit fatigued," Bai Ling Yu replied softly, her gaze unknowingly drifting towards the direction of the training camp. There was a person there who occupied her thoughts, yet she could not acknowledge him. Zhu Ping-er tilted her head, scrutinizing her. "I've noticed that your eyes seem different when you look at the chief instructor, Wang Jingming. You wouldn't have developed feelings for him, would you?" The question pierced lightly through the softest part of Bai Ling Yu's heart. She envisioned Wang Jingming's resolute eyes, recalling their days of training side by side at Longwu University. The moments they had shared laughter after sparring under the moonlight, and more poignantly, the unspoken confession that lingered on her lips before he departed for the Zhangqiang fortress. "Do not jump to conclusions." Bai Ling Yu lowered her eyelids, concealing the turmoil within. How she wished to acknowledge Wang Jingming. Yet the shadow of the Feng family loomed over her heart. She could not implicate him, could not allow this man, who had already begun to make a name for himself in the Longwu Corps, to acquire enemies because of her. "I must resolve my own matters." Zhu Ping-er was about to inquire further, but Bai Ling Yu had already risen. "I need to wash up and get some sleep." The following morning, after Yiling Tian and his companions finished breakfast and tidied the campsite, the 2 teams set off anew, invigorated and ready for their respective journeys. Other teams, After pitching their tents, took turns keeping watch throughout the night to guard against sudden beast attacks. Meanwhile, Yiling Tian's two teams, under the protection of the cabin's barrier, had slept soundly. This was all thanks to Yiling Tian's financial prowess. In the early morning forest, mist hung thickly in the air, obscuring visibility but refreshing the atmosphere. Xiangyu forged ahead, with Yiling Tian closely following, occasionally checking the map on his smartwatch. Limu Shui and Yu Wei brought up the rear, breathing in the fresh air while marveling at the surrounding flora. With his awakened spatial talents, Yiling Tian's mental acuity surpassed that of his peers, and his sensory perception was significantly enhanced. Along their path, the nearby beasts were efficiently dealt with by Yiling Tian and his companions. Soon after, Yiling Tian suddenly halted Xiangyu and signaled for Limu Shui and Yu Wei to tread lightly. The three became immediately alert. Yiling Tian crouched low, cautiously approaching an unusually dense thicket to the left. He slowly parted a layer of intertwining branches, peering through the gaps to spot an open clearing not far ahead. There, a group of 20 to 30 beasts, as robust as calves and with armor like coarse fur, known as explosive longfang beasts, had gathered. Among them, one beast, larger than the others, was likely the explosive longfang beast king. Its distinctive pale fangs shimmered ominously in the dappled light filtering through the canopy, instilling a chill in the onlookers. Chapter 37, Xiangyu, a true warrior. Xiangyu and the others cautiously approached Yiling Tian. Upon discerning the group of explosive longfang beasts not far away, they collectively inhaled sharply. They retreated slowly to the cover of a nearby tree, deliberating their next steps. This is a bit too much. I fear I won't be able to handle it, Xiangyu said sheepishly. There are 20 to 30 explosive longfang beasts here, including one explosive longfang beast king. While most are around the first level 3-star rank, no team would dare boast that they could emerge unscathed against such a fierce onslaught. One misstep, and total annihilation could ensue. Limu Shui frowned slightly. Amidst the multitude of ferocious beasts, should they be subdued, their points could very well ascend into the top 3, or perhaps even claim the first position. The elongated fangs and crystal cores of the explosive longfang beast hold considerable value. Yet, can they truly conquer such a horde? Perhaps a retreat is in order? The sheer number of explosive longfang beasts here resembles a den of fangs. Yu Wei swallowed hard and whispered. Moreover, the rank of the explosive longfang beast king is formidable. Aside from Ling Tian, the rest of us may not stand a chance against it. Leaning against the rough bark of a tree, Yiling Tian's gaze was sharp as an eagle's, rapidly scanning the surroundings. After a moment, he slowly lowered his head and murmured, "To abandon this opportunity would be a grave loss. I have a plan." He signaled for the others to gather closer and quietly shared his strategy. "We shall conceal ourselves in the trees, with Yu Wei luring the explosive longfang beast king toward us. If only one person is involved, the beast horde will not all rush to attack. Leave the explosive longfang beast king to me. You all prioritize eliminating the stronger explosive longfang beasts. The remaining ones, though numerous, will pose little threat if we coordinate effectively." Noticing the lingering hesitation among his companions, Yiling Tian's eyes sharpened, and he proclaimed with unwavering resolve, "Fortune favors the bold." With so many points at stake, he was reluctant to relinquish them. Even if the three were hesitant to engage, he would venture forth alone. After all, with Zhu Ping'er providing support, his life was not in jeopardy. Besides, he was no pushover. Limu Shui, witnessing Yiling Tian's steadfastness, gripped her sword tightly. Her voice was cool, yet imbued with undeniable determination. "If you wish to fight, I shall accompany you to the end." Although Xiangyu felt some trepidation, seeing Limu Shui take a stand ignited his own courage. As a man, he could not be outdone by a woman. Moreover, with Yu Wei by his side, he could not afford to appear weak. Resolutely, he straightened his chest. "Damn it, it's settled then." Yu Wei lightly caressed the arrow feathers, her eyes sparkling with the thrill of the hunt, readying them all. With the plan established, the force swiftly moved into action. Xiangyu and Limu Shui expertly climbed an ancient tree, using the branches for cover. Yiling Tian, like a specter, melded into the dense canopy on the other side, his presence entirely concealed. Yu Wei stealthily advanced, knocking an arrow, as a piercingly cold armor-piercing arrow struck true, piercing the hindquarters of the explosive longfang beast king. Roaring in agony and fury, the explosive longfang beast king let out a deafening howl, its robust hind legs pounding the earth like a rampaging tank as it charged toward Yu Wei. Simultaneously, the strongest among the horde, 8 or 9 explosive longfang beasts, followed suit. Yu Wei's heart raced, but her composure remained unshaken. She accelerated to her utmost, deftly weaving through the trees, leading the horde, including the explosive longfang beast king, into the ambush zone. Just as the explosive longfang beast king barreled into the shadows of the ancient tree, an almost transparent spatial barrier appeared abruptly in its path. In its furious charge, the beast had no time to react, crashing headlong into the barrier with all its might. A dull thud echoed through the forest, reminiscent of a giant bell tolling, as the barrier rippled violently before shattering. The beast's powerful charge was abruptly interrupted, and the immense recoil left it dazed and staggering forward. The moment had arrived. Strike! Yiling Tian's cold voice rang out. He descended like a hawk from above, leveraging gravity to accelerate. Just as he fell to a position diagonally above the explosive Longfang Beast King, he unsheathed his pitch-black broadsword, the icy blade carving a deadly arc. It struck precisely at the unguarded, stout neck of the explosive Longfang Beast King, which was still reeling from the impact. With a muffled thud, the blade bit into flesh. The tremendous force of the fall, combined with the unmatched sharpness of the B-grade alloy weapon, meant that the strike met with little resistance. As the blade passed, resilient hide, robust muscle, and even bone succumbed, the wound deep enough to expose bone, nearly severing the neck entirely. Scalding beast blood erupted like a breached dam, spraying high into the air. The explosive Longfang Beast King emitted a short, anguished wail, its massive body convulsing violently from the sudden severing of its nerves. Its crimson eyes brimmed with rage and disbelief. Ultimately, the lifeless giant crashed to the ground, causing the earth to tremble slightly and stirring up a whirlwind of dry leaves and dust. Simultaneously, Li Mu Shui flowed with her sword, the blade transforming into a chilling frost, deftly slicing into the joint of another beast, rendering it immobile. Xiang Yu's spear became a flash of lightning, roaring forth like a venomous dragon. With a precise thrust, the spear pierced the skull of an explosive Longfang beast that had lunged at Yue. Weighing over 300 kilograms, the beast barely had time to let out a cry before being violently pinned to the ground by the overwhelming force. Yet, Xiang Yu's momentum did not cease. With his waist and horse aligned, he channeled all his strength into his arms, his eyes wide as he unleashed a thunderous roar. The spear, still impaled through the massive beast, shot upwards with astonishing force. To Yue's astonishment, he lifted the entire explosive Longfang beast with sheer might. The heavy carcass traced a brutal arc through the air, crashing into the horde like a colossal battering ram. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of shattering bones. Another charging explosive Longfang beast was sent flying by this thunderous blow. Two beasts tumbled to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. This terrifying spectacle momentarily stunned the remaining feral creatures, halting their charge. Yiling Tian, witnessing this, felt a spark of brilliance in his eyes and could not help but exclaim with admiration. Xiang Yu is indeed a valiant warrior. Hearing this, Xiang Yu wiped the beast blood from his face and flashed a broad smile in Yiling Tian's direction, his voice echoing like thunder. Ha! You still have a long way to go compared to me. The explosive Longfang Beast King, an 8-star at the first tier, was nearly decapitated by your strike. Amidst their banter, Yue had nimbly leapt onto a branch of the ancient tree. Drawing her bow, her keen gaze scanned the battlefield, commanding sharply. Can you two save the flattery for later? We must clear this batch of beasts first. The enraged horde, incited by the cries of their fallen companions, was charging toward them. The four turned at the sound to see a cloud of dust rising in the distance, the earth trembling ominously. The remaining dozen or so explosive Longfang beasts, their eyes a fiery red and fangs gleaming white, surged toward their position like a furious tide. Chapter 38. Fierce Battle with the Beast Horde. Harmonious cooperation. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the group steeled themselves. They immediately launched a thunderous assault on the remaining explosive Longfang beasts. We must finish them quickly, Yiling Tian commanded. Like a wraith, he swept past, instantaneously appearing beside one of the explosive Longfang beasts. His black broadsword transformed into a streak of light. As the blade glided through, a chilling gleam erupted. Just as the explosive Longfang beast was poised to unleash its explosive charge skill, the lightning-fast strike abruptly interrupted its momentum. Forged from B-grade alloy, the broadsword, empowered by Yiling Tian's formidable vigor akin to that of a second-tier martial artist, exhibited terrifying destructive force. After the blade passed, the resilient hide and muscle did not immediately rupture. Only after a brief pause did a fine line of blood slowly appear on the beast's neck. The next moment, with a splatter, blood erupted from the wound like a long-suppressed fountain, surging forth. The relatively fragile neck structure succumbed under the force of the strike, creating a gaping wound that nearly severed the neck in half. The explosive, long-toothed beast, even before it could emit a mournful wail, collapsed with a thunderous crash, its massive form leaving behind a rapidly expanding pool of blood. On the other side, a glint of brilliance flickered in Xiang Yu's eyes. With his spear in hand, akin to a coiled dragon poised to strike, he concentrated all his strength into a singular point. As the spear tip quivered, it transformed into a piercing cold star, launching forth with astonishing speed, aimed directly at the vulnerable throat exposed by the beast's charge. With a soft thud, the sharp tip penetrated the neck with precision, producing a muffled sound of penetration. The momentum of the explosive, long-toothed beast came to an abrupt halt. Its colossal body, propelled by inertia, tumbled forward, struggling futilely with its four hooves before succumbing to the ground. Only the gaping wound in its throat continued to spout blood, rendering it unable to rise again. Li Mixu moved with a grace reminiscent of falling snow, her toes barely touching the leaves, making not a sound. Faced with the beast's frenzied charge, she bent her slender waist, elegantly sidestepping with the poise of a dancer. In the fleeting moment as the foul wind brushed past her, her ice-blue longsword struck upward like a serpent emerging from its lair. A surge of frigid energy erupted forth. The chilling sound of ice crystals forming resonating as a layer of ghastly frost enveloped the robust joints of the beast's hind legs. The tendons, rendered brittle and stiff by the extreme cold, were effortlessly severed by the subsequent sweep of her blade. A howl of agony escaped the ferocious beast as its hind limbs became entirely numb. Its massive body lost balance, staggering as it fell to the ground. Before it could struggle, Li Mixu deftly twirled her wrist, and the tip of her sword shot forth like a lethal icicle, precisely embedding itself into the creature's glaring eye socket. A bone-chilling cold surged through the blade, instantly freezing the brain tissue. The wail of the explosive long-toothed beast ceased abruptly, its hefty body convulsing twice on the ground before falling silent. Only the wound around its eye socket was adorned with a peculiar frost, no blood remaining to flow. The remaining few explosive long-toothed beasts were swiftly dispatched by the others. However, a dark tide of beasts surged forth like a flood, closing in within mere meters. Yi Lingtian employed the same tactic once more, pressing his hands forward with a low shout. Rise! A nearly transparent, colossal barrier materialized instantaneously before them, akin to an invisible dam obstructing the rampaging beast's path. Yet, this time, the spatial barrier's range was broader, its consumption significantly greater. The pallor on Yi Lingtian's face visibly deepened. In the next moment, the surging tide of beasts collided forcefully against the barrier. The resounding impact echoed repeatedly. The first 7 or 8 explosive long-toothed beasts, upon striking what felt like an indestructible wall, were met with a sudden deceleration. The sound of bones shattering was distinctly audible as they were thrown into disarray, tripping up the following wave of ferocious beasts. The fierce charge of the horde was abruptly curtailed by this intangible bastion. Now, Yi Lingtian, enduring the severe drain on his mental energy, barked, "Attack!" Seizing the moment the explosive long-toothed beast's charge was interrupted, Xiangyu, Yi Lingtian, and Li Mixu plunged into the throng of beasts. In the treetops, Yue seemed to merge with her compound bow, breathing steadily, her gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, fixed upon the chaotic battlefield below. The rhythm of her arrows being loosed remained unerringly steady. Whenever an explosive long-toothed beast, driven by instinct, attempted to launch a surprise attack from the blind spot, an arrow would invariably swoop in, either embedding itself in its path, causing it to veer away in alarm, or piercing through its forelimb joints, instantaneously disrupting its momentum. In a moment of peril, Xiangyu found himself besieged by 3 explosive long-toothed beasts, entirely unaware that a cunning predator had stealthily approached from behind. Its white fangs barely 3 feet from his back. With a whoosh, a sharp sound sliced through the air, almost grazing Xiangyu's ear. The gust of wind lifting a few strands of his hair. Before he could turn around, a white feathered arrow had already pierced through the gaping maw of the assailant, driving straight into its skull. The beast's pounce froze mid-motion, its heavy body crashing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Only then did Xiangyu realize. Turning to meet Yue's grateful gaze descending from the treetops, she nodded slightly, her bowstring vibrating once more, as another arrow was accurately shot into the eye socket of another beast. Just as Li Mixu focused intently on countering the charge of an explosive long-toothed beast, an exceptionally large one, taking advantage of its fallen comrade as cover, suddenly lunged from her blind spot. Its powerful hindquarters unleashed tremendous force, kicking up dust as its massive body rocketed toward her back, its signature white fangs aimed directly at her heart. This was the explosive long-toothed beast's innate skill, explosive charge. This strike harnessed the entirety of the beast's weight and explosive power, capable of shattering rocks to pieces. Li Mixu sensed the malevolent wind rushing toward her from behind, but the entanglement with the beast in front left her no opportunity to turn around. In that fleeting moment, Yi Lingtian's icy voice rang out. His right hand grasped the air, and the atmosphere surrounding the explosive long-toothed beast shimmered with visible ripples. The beast's forward momentum halted abruptly, as if it had collided with an invisible wall. Its entire body was ensnared in midair by a terrifying force. In the next instant, dark spatial rifts materialized from thin air, intersecting like countless blades, accompanied by a gut-wrenching tearing sound. The explosive long-toothed beast was torn into dozens of pieces before it even had time to emit a cry, its innards raining down like a gruesome downpour. As the space regained tranquility, only the scattered remnants of the beast's carcasses remained, bearing witness to the brutality that had just transpired. It was only then that Li Mixu turned back, locking eyes with Yi Lingtian as he withdrew his gaze. His complexion was slightly pale, yet his expression remained calm. "Beware your back." Before he could finish, the blade in his hand sliced through the air, nearly severing another explosive long-toothed beast that had flanked him from the side. Blood spattered across his stern profile, yet it did not hinder his fluid movements. Li Myeg's heart trembled slightly as she conjured several ice lotuses with her longsword. The biting cold radiated outward from her, slowing the movements of two explosive long-toothed beasts attempting to close in. "Thank you," she said, her voice cool, yet imbued with rare warmth. The momentum of her sword grew ever more fierce, instantly shattering the immobilized explosive long-toothed beasts into fragments. Xiangyu, witnessing this, laughed heartily. "What a remarkable duo. Your coordination is truly seamless." His spear swept through the air like a dragon, clearing a path. Yue's arrows flew at opportune moments, precisely eliminating the few stragglers attempting to ambush from a distance. The four of them secured their positions, carving out a veritable vacuum amidst the horde of beasts. Chapter 39. A greenhouse cannot nurture towering trees. Shortly thereafter, as the last explosive long-toothed beast fell to the combined efforts of Yi Lingtian and Li Muxue, an eerie silence enveloped the forest. The heavy scent of blood hung thick in the air, and the ground was strewn with the carcasses of beasts. Yi Lingtian's blade dripped with dark crimson droplets as he panted lightly, surveying the battlefield to ensure no enemies remained standing. Li Muxue performed a flourish with her sword, shaking off the bloodstains before she sheathed it. Xiangyu thudded his spear heavily onto the ground, leaning against its shaft as he gasped for air. Finally, "It's all resolved." His combat attire was soaked with a mixture of sweat and blood. A soft rustle from the treetops announced Yue's graceful descent. Her quiver was nearly depleted of arrows. The four exchanged smiles, their garments stained with blood, yet their eyes sparkling with the light of victory. Though this battle had been perilous, they had ultimately triumphed. In the monitoring hall of the training camp, the scene of Yi Lingtian and his companions battling against a horde of beasts was displayed prominently on the large screen at the center. Two drones captured the fierce confrontation from various angles. Wang Jingming and several camp leaders watched the thrilling spectacle intently. As a team ranked among the top 10, every major battle drew special attention from the monitoring hall staff. "This is utter madness. Absolutely outrageous," Jiang Tao exclaimed, slamming his palm on the table as he stood up, pointing at the images on the screen. For individuals daring to confront over 30 beasts of the same tier is not just audacity, it's recklessness. Had it not been for Yi Lingtian's quick response during that ambush, Li Muxue would surely have been sent to the emergency room. He paced anxiously, clearly agitated. These youngsters have no idea that in the wilderness, a serious injury means elimination. They would spend the next 3 days of practical training confined to a hospital bed. Wang Jingming stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed on the screen, a hint of appreciation curling his lips. "Old Jiang, you are mistaken," he said, his voice calm and authoritative, resonating with undeniable weight. He turned to face the others, his eyes bright with intensity. "You see only the risks. I see the embodiment of perfect teamwork. Yi Lingtian's on-the-spot command, Xiangyu's frontal pressure, Li Muxue's agile repositioning, and Yue's precise support. This is clearly the nascent form of a mature combat team." He gestured toward the frozen scene of battle. Especially Yi Lingtian's final spatial barrier, its timing and scope were executed with remarkable finesse. This acute judgment of the battlefield and his composure in the face of danger are precisely the qualities our training camp seeks to cultivate. One cannot grow towering trees in a greenhouse. By daring to face a larger foe today, they will be emboldened to confront countless ferocious beasts and alien races on the true battlefield in the future. Jiang Tao opened his mouth, gazing at Yi Lingtian's imposing figure standing with blade in hand on the screen, ultimately swallowing his retort and shaking his head in resignation. The monitoring hall fell into a brief silence, as several instructors contemplated the still image, each lost in their own thoughts. Amidst a ground strewn with the corpses of the savage beasts, the air thick with the stench of blood, Xiangyu remained unfazed. He rubbed his hands together with excitement, exclaiming, "This is a windfall. With so many crystal cores and long tusks, we could easily make over 100,000. Yue crouched down to inspect a pair of intact tusks, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. According to market rates, a quality crystal core fetches 5,000, and a pair of tusks 3,000. There must be at least 30 here. She quickly calculated. That means each of us could pocket several tens of thousands. Li Muxue maintained her graceful demeanor, but the slight gleam in her eyes betrayed her excitement. For students in their senior year, this was undoubtedly a fortune. Yi Lingtian observed the scene calmly, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. To him, money was merely a numerical value. The Yi family conglomerate, one of the premier financial groups within the Great Xia Federation, held stakes in hundreds of core-listed companies across various industries. Although the head of the Yi family was his uncle, Yi Wenshan, Yi Lingtian's father, Yi Kuoliang, ranked among the 6 martial gods of the Great Xia Federation and held the largest share in the conglomerate. Before Yi Kuoliang's ascension to the martial god realm, the Yi family was merely a first-rate consortium. It was his breakthrough that enabled the rapid growth of the Yi family into a top-tier conglomerate. Yi Lingtian's mother, Su Qinglan, had once provided him with a black bank card after revealing his lineage, allowing him some pocket money. Upon binding the card to his phone, he had seen the balance reflecting 11 digits. Even in the past, Su Qinglan would grant him a weekly allowance of 100,000. However, most of that had been spent on Lu Ruyan. Xiang Yu hummed a tune as he deftly used a dagger to cleave open the skull of the beast, skillfully extracting the crystal core before gently prying out 2 curved tusks from the roots. Blood dripped through his fingers, yet he smiled unabashedly. Seeing Yue and Li Muxue approaching to lend a hand, Xiang Yu quickly halted them, cheerfully saying, "Ladies, you two can rest nearby. This messy and laborious work is best left to me and Ling Tian." Yue playfully stuck out her tongue. "Xiang Yu, I didn't expect you to be so considerate." Li Muxue, who had already crouched down to assist, couldn't help but smile at his remark. Though Yi Ling Tian remained silent, a flicker of amusement crossed his eyes. He seamlessly moved to another beast's corpse, expertly slicing open the skull with his blade, his movements fluid and graceful. The two worked in perfect synchrony, achieving astonishing efficiency. Soon, they had finished processing the beast corpses and entrusted their spoils to Li Muxue for safekeeping. Subsequently, the four set off on a new journey. As they traveled, Yue frequently checked the points leaderboard on her smartwatch. Before long, the leaderboard updated, and Yue suddenly halted, exclaiming, "Wow, we're now in first place." Yi Ling Tian and the others hurried to examine the rankings. Their team had leaped from 6th to 1st place. On average, they had gained 5 points per first-tier beast slain, with higher-tier beasts yielding even more. The first-tier 8-star burst tooth beast that Yi Ling Tian had defeated alone earned them a whopping 20 points. "Fantastic," Yue beamed, racing over to Li Muxue, her face radiant with uncontainable joy. "We have over 70 points more than the 2nd place." Xiang Yu's brow shot up, his wide grin nearly stretching to his ears, revealing a set of pearly whites. "If we can maintain this lead until the end, we're in for a huge reward. The prize for 1st place is quite substantial." Though Li Muxue displayed a more restrained demeanor, the slight upward curve of her lips betrayed her inner delight. She softly remarked, "However, it's only the 2nd day, and many variables remain. We must continue to work hard." According to the training camp's announced reward scheme, the 1st-place team members would each receive 1 D-grade alloy weapon, 10 boxes of first-tier beast essence, and 1 million blue star coins. The total value of these 3 rewards surpassed 3 million blue star coins, while the rewards for 2nd and 3rd place were also generous. They paled in comparison to those for the 1st. Though Yi Ling Tian was not particularly concerned about the rewards, he couldn't help but smile gently at the exuberance of his companions. Since they had already taken the lead, he surveyed his 3 teammates and declared, "Our next objective is to maintain this advantage until the very end." 800 meters away, Zheng Feng casually glanced at the points leaderboard, his jaw dropping in disbelief. What the hell, are Yi Ling Tian and his team cheating? Chapter 40. No matter how great one's talent, can it surpass the accumulation of centuries from prestigious families? Zheng Feng's eyes remained fixed on the leaderboard displayed on his smartwatch, shimmering and floating in midair, as his pupils constricted in shock. In just 1 hour, their points had surged by a staggering 170. Nearby, Lu Ruyan, one of the rare S-tier talent awakeners among the senior students of Jiangnan province, felt a subtle tremor run through her lithe frame. Clad in a perfectly fitted combat suit that accentuated her tall, graceful figure, she suddenly appeared somewhat rigid due to the tension. She had awakened the ancient divine beast white tiger martial spirit, and her combat prowess was second to none among her peers. Leading her own team, they had fought fiercely, securing a spot firmly within the top 8 on the leaderboard. This was an achievement that warranted pride. Yet now, her stunning features were marred by a layer of frost. Her brow furrowed in frustration as if trapped beneath an unyielding layer of ice. "It's Yi Ling Tian," she murmured, her lips parting as her voice turned cold, laced with a complexity she herself did not fully comprehend. No one else could accomplish this. His level is high, and his strength unfathomable. He must have led the charge against a pack of high-level beasts or annihilated a group with overwhelming force. Zheng Feng sensed the barely perceptible tremor in her tone and promptly stepped forward to offer comfort. "Ruyan, we are already formidable. We currently stand in 6th place. As long as we maintain our position, the rewards after the practical training will be substantial." However, Lu Ruyan seemed oblivious to his words. She bit her lip so tightly that it nearly drew blood. In the depths of her clear and enchanting eyes, the usual cold aloofness was replaced by a tumultuous churn of regret and bitterness, a fleeting glimpse of indescribable anguish. It was her own doing. She had single-handedly orchestrated this predicament. Had it not been for that moment of folly, blinded by greed after Yi Ling Tian awakened his F-grade talent, she would not have made the irrevocable decision she now lamented. Otherwise, Yi Ling Tian would be standing beside her now, fighting side by side. If they combined forces, with the S-grade white tiger martial soul's savage prowess complemented by Yi Ling Tian's unfathomable strength, who could rival them in this practical training? The 1st place in the practical training would be theirs for the taking, unassailable by others. Alas, there are no what-ifs in this world. One misstep leads to another. Deep within the forest, sunlight was fragmented by the dense canopy, scattering in mottled patches upon the earthen floor. Zhang Lin leaned languidly against an ancient tree, watching his teammates busily at work with a nonchalant expression. The battlefield had fallen silent. The corpses of 5 first-tier ferocious beasts lay scattered around. Dark crimson blood slowly seeping into the brown soil, the air thick with the scent of iron. This 4-person team, consisting of 3 men and 1 woman, bore relaxed smiles as they deftly collected the ferocious beast cores. For them, exterminating such a small band of beasts posed no real challenge. It was no wonder they appeared so composed. The 2 S-grade talent holders awakened in Nantai City this year were both part of this team. One was a robust young man named Tian Hu, his muscular arms radiating a faint earthy glow, a testament to his S-grade talent, earth power. The other, a girl named Li Xia, wielded a dramatically different power. Her S-grade talent, Void Blade, allowed her to conjure intangible, formless blades that could penetrate most physical defenses. Striking unseen, in the recent battle, it was her unpredictable attack that swiftly dismantled the strongest counterattack from the beast horde. Jiang Lin had utilized money, training resources, and interests to recruit them into his team. Captain, the cleanup is complete, Li Xia said, her fingertips retracting the silver glow, her voice devoid of any inflection. Jiang Lin was not particularly interested in the rewards for securing first place in the practical training. What he desired was the very title of being first. This title was a bargaining chip, a stepping stone that would allow his name to resonate throughout the province, even reaching the ears of influential figures in the capital. Within the Jiang family, such prestige held far more value than any tangible reward. A smug smile crept onto his lips. An S-grade talent? Indeed rare, but so what? With a slight maneuver on his part, these so-called peerless geniuses would have no choice but to obediently follow his command. Genius, after all, cannot escape the confines of profit. Every year, a handful of S-grade talents emerge, merely promising seedlings. Yet, those worthy of being called aristocrats are few and far between within a province. The Jiang family is one of these select few paragons. The foundation of an aristocratic family cannot be fathomed by these ordinary individuals who have suddenly gained power. It is a culmination of resources amassed over a century, an intricate web of connections, a force substantial enough to influence the regional balance of power. Talent? Talent unsupported by resources is ultimately but a castle in the air. No matter how high the talent, can it surpass the accumulative might of centuries? After a 10-minute rest, Jiang Lin gathered his focus, his voice regaining its usual calm, yet underscored by an undeniable authority, before seeking out the next batch of prey. The 3 responded affirmatively. Finding clean spots to rest, Jiang Lin relished this sense of control. He sought not friends, but rather blades that could secure victory for him. And now, the 2 sharpest knives were firmly in his grasp. 2 S-grade talents, paired with his own A-grade swordsmanship talent. Another A-grade talent teammate was also a carefully selected powerhouse. The first place in the outdoor practical training was practically within his grasp. This is the power of an aristocracy. With a mere flick, others remain out of reach. Since the commencement of the outdoor practical training yesterday, their team had consistently dominated the points leaderboard. As the 2 days approached their conclusion, the second-place team was lagging behind by 70 to 80 points. This gap continued to widen slowly. Jiang Lin raised his hand, instinctively glancing at the points leaderboard. Yet in the next moment, the smirk on his face froze in disbelief. The Ling Tian team, which had recently been ranked 6th, had seen their points surge by an astonishing 170 points in just an hour. This sudden upheaval caused Jiang Lin's pupils to constrict sharply. How is this possible? That damned Yiling Tian. The account from earlier had yet to be settled, and now you dare to rise above me once more. A murderous glint flashed in Jiang Lin's eyes. 10 days prior, Yiling Tian had publicly humiliated him, reducing him to a laughingstock. And the smoldering rage within him was nearly uncontrollable. His fists were clenched so tightly that blood was drawn from his teeth. And that foolish woman, Li Mushui, had the audacity to act aloof in front of him. I shall send you both to the underworld to become a pair of star-crossed lovers. A chilling aura enveloped him. Tian Hu and Li Xia were taken aback by the sudden surge of murderous intent, casting wary glances his way. Jiang Lin's aura roiled around him, and the face that usually bore a hint of arrogance and amusement was now twisted by extreme fury, his eyes bloodshot, resembling a beast poised to devour. The others dared not utter a word. Chapter 41, Outdoor Practical Training. You've initiated team building on the 3rd day of the outdoor practical training. As dusk fell, Yiling Tian's team and Lu Ruyan's team gathered together for camping. Yiling Tian could have chosen to camp alone, but recalling Principal Lu Zhiyuan's advice, he opted for joint camping. After all, if Lu Ruyan's team camped alone, they would undoubtedly take turns keeping watch to guard against nocturnal beast attacks. Furthermore, camping in the wild posed constant dangers, making restful sleep elusive. Their situation was markedly different with Yiling Tian, protected by the high-tech multifunctional camping shelter he provided. Even if beasts roamed outside the protective barrier, they remained unharmed. In a clearing within the forest, the multifunctional camping shelter stood tall. 2 alloy tables were joined together, laden with a feast of heated delicacies, barbecued meats, chilled beers, and an array of colorful beverages. The group gathered around the table, relishing the barbecue and enjoying their drinks, basking in the pleasure of the moment. Not far from them, a cleaned and eviscerated soft-boned rabbit was skewered on a sturdy iron rod, propped up on a nearby grill. Xiangyu tended the grill, occasionally sprinkling the exquisite seasonings provided by Yi Ling Tian. The originally pale skin of the soft-boned rabbit began to transform under the high heat into an enticing, even golden crisp. Rich, succulent fat was coaxed from within, forming droplets that fell into the fire below, hissing delightfully, releasing wisps of fragrant smoke. The aroma wafted into everyone's nostrils, tantalizing their taste buds. Yue sat closest to the grill, her almond-shaped eyes wide with anticipation, fixated on the rabbit undergoing its delightful metamorphosis. Her delicate nostrils quivered uncontrollably, while her soft pink lips parted unconsciously, the corners glistening with a crystalline sheen, perilously close to spilling over. She clutched her knees tightly, wholly absorbed in the sight of the roasted rabbit before her, exuding an almost reverent craving that elicited a smile from onlookers. In stark contrast, the enchanting scene created by Lu Rian was a result of the safety provided by the protective barrier. Once the camp was established, she eagerly indulged in a hot shower, shedding her battle-worn attire stained with dust and blood for a simple, yet elegant pink dress that perfectly accentuated her alluring curves. Her bare arms gleamed under the camp lights, reflecting a luster akin to jade. Her exquisite collarbone subtly revealed itself with every movement, adding a touch of fragility and allure. Beneath the skirt, her long, shapely thighs crossed elegantly, while her calves exhibited a flawless contour, the skin so refined that not a pore was visible. She sat casually, cradling a glass of sparkling beverage, occasionally whispering to Li Muxue beside her, her languid charm evident in the playful glances exchanged. For Zheng Feng and his fellow young men, brimming with youthful vigor, this tableau was undoubtedly a far more potent temptation than the roasted rabbit. Their gazes were irresistibly drawn to that pink enclave, only to dart away hastily upon grazing the luminescent skin, as if burned. They raised their glasses and gulped down their drinks, attempting to quell the heat rising within, while an unnatural flush crept up their necks. In contrast, Li Muxue and Yue's attire was decidedly more modest and practical. Li Muxue remained clad in a clean, dark combat uniform, her long hair neatly tied back, her demeanor cool and composed, revealing only a hint of softness when her eyes flitted over Yi Ling Tian. Yue, on the other hand, wore a loose hoodie and long pants, curling into her chair, wholly devoted to the delectable feast that lay before her. Lu Rian, in the act of raising her drink, caught a glimpse of Yi Ling Tian, seated diagonally opposite her, yet he remained oblivious to her carefully curated appearance. His attention fixated on Li Muxue. She sat quietly, head bowed, nibbling on roasted meat, strands of hair cascading down to frame her stunning profile in a soft halo. The faint smile at the corner of Lu Rian's lips faltered slightly, her fingers tightening around the glass as she felt the shift in atmosphere. Almost ready. A deep voice broke the delicate silence. Xiangyu, with steady hands, rotated the iron skewer, while the other hand dipped a brush into a honey-like marinade, meticulously applying it to the rabbit's surface. The mingling of oil and honey under the flames released an even more intense aroma, stirring appetites. Skillfully, he sliced off the most succulent hind leg and presented it first to Yue, who had been gazing longingly. "Thank you, big brother," Yue exclaimed, heedless of the heat, gingerly accepting the morsel, blowing on it before eagerly taking a bite. A crisp sound resonated as her teeth broke through the charred exterior, revealing the juicy, tender meat within. The savory aroma, perfectly salted, with layers of spices and a hint of sweetness exploded in her mouth, creating a delightful tempest of flavor. Yue's eyes sparkled with happiness, her voice muffled as she exclaimed, "So delicious." Wow. Her affectionate call to Xiangyu made his heart skip a beat, his grip on the knife momentarily faltering. That clear, slightly innocent tone was like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of soft affection through him. Instinctively, he looked up at the petite girl, who was wholeheartedly savoring the rabbit leg, cheeks puffed like a contented little hamster. Her long lashes fluttered with bliss, a sheen of grease adorning her lips. An overwhelming surge of fondness enveloped Xiangyu, more vivid and intense than ever before. "Slow down. Be careful, there's plenty more," he cautioned softly, his deep voice unwittingly softening. The others, observing the exchange, chuckled and approached, each receiving a generous share of roasted rabbit. Laughter, admiration, and the gentle clinks of canned beer intertwined in this warm, illuminated sanctuary, protected by the barrier. Outside lay the unknown dangers and the long night ahead. Yet in this moment, within their modest refuge, food, companionship, and a fleeting sense of safety and relaxation crafted a precious respite amidst the perils of their journey. The rich aroma of roasted meat seemed to etch this sense of satisfaction and warmth deep into each person's memory. In the surveillance room of the training camp, Wang Jingming and Jiang Tao consumed their boxed lunches while monitoring the camping conditions of each squad. The students participating in this training were the elite selected from across the province. Each casualty represented a significant loss for Daxia, Even though injuries were inevitable in field training, they aimed to minimize them. After all, only those who survived until the end could be deemed geniuses. Those who fell midway, regardless of their extraordinary talent, ultimately became mere statistics in a cold report. The screen displayed the scene of Yiling Tian and his companions enjoying a meal at the camp. Watching them greedily devour roasted meat and sip beer and drinks made Wang Tao suddenly feel that his lunch was unappetizing, almost difficult to swallow. He swallowed hard, exchanging a bemused glance with Wang Jingming, who looked equally perplexed. What the hell? This is supposed to be a field training exercise, and these kids are having a barbecue and drinks like it's a team-building event. Wang Jingming scrutinized the screen, leaning forward with his brows furrowed in concern. How bold of them. Aren't they afraid the aroma will attract wild beasts? Jiang Tao set down his chopsticks, instructing the staff to zoom the drone's camera out. Look closely. They are surrounded by a protective barrier. According to our investigation, Yiling Tian possesses a multifunctional outdoor camping shelter that can deploy a barrier capable of withstanding attacks from beasts below the second rank. This is a prototype developed by a publicly traded outdoor equipment company and has not yet been officially released. Jiang Tao's voice carried a hint of amusement. I wonder how Yiling Tian acquired it. Wang Jingming pondered. Does the presence of such equipment in the training violate the principles of fair competition? Jiang Tao replied nonchalantly. This is akin to a tent, a piece of equipment. As long as he doesn't use it to kill beasts, it doesn't constitute a violation. If that were the case, what about students who bring personal bodyguards? We cannot ensure absolute safety. Thus, we allow them to utilize their own security forces, provided they do not interfere with the training. Moreover, some students use weapons they brought themselves, which are often superior to the standard issue we provide. Wang Jingming frowned slightly. Isn't this unfair to the average students? Jiang Tao's voice turned somber. Fairness? This world has never known absolute fairness. Those from affluent families or noble lineages have built their foundations with top-tier resources from a young age, drinking expensive nutritional fluids like water, always accompanied by bodyguards. In contrast, children from ordinary households can't even guarantee a daily dose of a vitality pill. A mere vial of elixir could necessitate months of frugality for one's parents. Jiang Tao sighed. We can only ensure fairness within the confines of the rules as much as possible. Wang Jingming fell into silence, acutely aware that Jiang Tao spoke nothing but the unvarnished truth. Deep within the forest, a clearing emerged, quietly adorned with 4 tents. The central tent stood out remarkably. Constructed from high-tech composite materials, exuding a matte, deep gray hue. Its streamlined skeletal structure not only boasted stability, but also conveyed a sense of austere beauty. Encircling it were 3 ordinary tents arranged in a triangular formation, enveloping the opulent and spacious tent at the center. The outermost ring of tents was surrounded by 7 or 8 flickering bonfires. Beside one of these fires sat Li Xiner, meditating with her legs crossed. The delicate silhouette of the young woman was illuminated by the dancing flames, her soft curves highlighted as her rhythmic breathing caused her form to gently rise and fall, as if merging with the night breeze. Suddenly, the entrance flap of the luxurious tent was thrust open. Jiang Lin stepped out, first instinctively surveying his surroundings. His gaze lingered momentarily on Li Xiner, and within the flickering light, it seemed to pause, almost tangible, before he leisurely adjusted his watch and strode purposefully outward. Li Xiner gradually concluded her meditation, opening her clear eyes and sensing the lingering gaze that had not completely withdrawn. She frowned slightly. Jiang Xiao, are you stepping out for a moment? Her voice was soft, yet imbued with the vigilance befitting a guardian, alongside a barely perceptible distance. Jiang Lin's footsteps faltered for a heartbeat, a faint smile gracing his lips. No, he replied in a lowered tone, his eyes swiftly sweeping over her graceful form. I'm just making a call nearby. He turned and stepped into the darkness, his figure swiftly engulfed by the night, leaving only the sound of his receding footsteps. Moments later, Jiang Lin re-emerged from the shadows, advancing a few steps towards Li Xiner. His gaze audaciously roamed over her slender neck and gently rising chest. Thank you, Xiner. I'm off to sleep now. Li Xiner nodded slightly, her fists clenched tightly. She acutely felt Jiang Lin's gaze traversing her form. A subtle shiver coursed up her spine, blurring the line between anger and something else entirely. She forced herself to maintain her calm posture until the entrance flap of the lavish tent fell shut, at which point she slowly released her now pale fingers. The night resumed its superficial tranquility, with only the bonfire tirelessly flickering, casting light on the fleeting anger and helplessness reflected in her eyes. As the night deepened, the camp of Yiling Tian's team still thrummed with a relaxed atmosphere. The bonfire had been extinguished, and the air was filled with the mingled aromas of food and foliage. The group had just concluded a lively team-building session and were dispersing. Lu Rian affectionately linked her arm with Yu Wei's, the two laughing and chatting as they walked towards the dormitory. Come on. There's a new episode of the palace drama tonight. Don't miss the beginning. Meanwhile, several boys busied themselves in the clearing, expertly setting up tents. The crisp sounds of metal poles clanging and light-hearted banter punctuating the air. Lemieux, you had initially planned to return to the dormitory, But her peripheral vision caught sight of Yi Lingtian silently, making his way towards the darkness at the edge of the camp. She paused, then promptly turned around to follow him. Lingtian, where are you going? Her voice carried a hint of barely perceptible concern. Yi Lingtian turned at the sound, the moonlight illuminating his handsome face. He smiled slightly. I feel a breakthrough coming. His tone was calm, yet tinged with excitement. I'm just looking for a quiet place nearby to cultivate. I won't be far. I'll protect you. Li Muxue stepped forward without hesitation, her gaze resolute. She understood that the moment of breakthrough was perilous and required undisturbed focus. A warm current surged within Yi Lingtian, yet he gently shook his head. No need to worry. Zhu Ping'er is nearby. With her around, there won't be any mishaps. You should go back and watch television with Yue and the others. Upon hearing that Zhu Ping'er was in the vicinity, Li Muxue's tense expression relaxed. She knew Zhu Ping'er was certainly a formidable expert. Just be careful, she softly advised, her eyes still betraying a flicker of concern. Yi Lingtian solemnly nodded, choosing not to say more, and turned to step into the encompassing darkness outside the camp. Not far from the camp, he found a sturdy, ancient tree, lightly tapping his toes against its robust trunk, ascending silently to the treetop like a falling leaf. Perched on a natural platform formed by interwoven branches, he settled into a meditative position. Yi Lingtian held his breath and focused, channeling the stellar breathing technique, which instantly enveloped him in a luminous white glow. Within him, spiritual energy surged like a tidal wave, crashing against the barriers of his meridians with each impact causing his entire being to tremble. Beads of sweat emerged from his brow, only to evaporate into mist the moment they fell, consumed by the circulating spiritual energy. As Yi Lingtian exerted himself to break through, the space before him shimmered with subtle ripples. A breathtaking figure materialized silently from the void, gracefully landing on a thick branch just a meter away from him. It was Zhu Ping'er, Yi Lingtian's devoted maid and bodyguard, clad in a form-fitting purple-black leather outfit that accentuated her extraordinarily alluring physique. Every curve, ample bosom, slender waist, long legs, and shapely hips seemed to be a divine masterpiece. The night breeze caressed her, accentuating her striking silhouette. Moonlight bathed her snow-white skin, as if draping her in a veil of ethereal silver. She settled cross-legged, resting her chin on her hands, her captivating peach blossom eyes fixed unwaveringly upon the young man before her. In the glimmer of her gaze, there was a blend of charm and an abundance of focus and warmth. Observing his furrowed brow, Zhu Ping'er instinctively held her breath. At this moment, witnessing the increasingly radiant flow of spiritual energy surrounding Yi Lingtian, Zhu Ping'er felt her lips involuntarily curve upwards, a ripple of indescribable emotion stirring within her. My young master is maturing. He is becoming increasingly handsome. This thought flitted through her mind, causing a slight flush to rise to her ears. She hastily diverted her gaze, but found herself drawn back in the next heartbeat. Suddenly, the spiritual energy surrounding Yi Lingtian surged violently, an invisible cyclone expanding forcefully, causing the ancient tree to shudder. Break! His clear voice echoed through the night, and a dozen meridians resonated as they connected. The overwhelming spiritual power surged like a spring river, propelling Yi Lingtian's momentum skyward, his garments billowing in the wind. When he finally opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance danced within them, indicating his successful advancement to the first rank of 6 stars. The first sight that greeted him was Zhu Ping'er's concerned face. Mere inches away. Ping'er, he blinked, a gentle smile gracing his handsome features. How have you and Bai Linghua been during this time? Since Yi Lingtian had arrived at the practical training camp, the bodyguards and students had been segregated in terms of living and dining arrangements, the bodyguards possessing their own dormitories and dining facilities. Zhu Ping'er leaned slightly forward, her purple-black attire accentuating her breathtaking curves. Thanks to you, everything is well, she replied, her lips parting slightly. However, Linghua seems to have something on her mind. She often appears distracted. When I ask her, she refuses to say anything. Yi Lingtian sighed. Is it possible that her brother is participating in outdoor combat training in the capital? She might be worried about his safety. Zhu Ping'er shook her head. That shouldn't be the case. Madame has already arranged for Aunt Wei in the capital to protect her brother, which I know for certain. After a brief pause, she lowered her voice. However, I've noticed that she looks at your commanding officer, Wang Jingming, with a rather peculiar gaze. Oh, Yi Lingtian raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. In what way is it peculiar? Zhu Ping'er hesitated, a complex expression flickering in her beautiful eyes. Every time she sees Wang Jingming, her breathing seems to lighten, and her gaze fills with an unusual intensity. Her demeanor is such that it cannot escape my notice. Yi Lingtian was momentarily taken aback, but soon a knowing smile graced his lips. Could it be that our aloof and frosty sister Bai has developed feelings for Instructor Wang? He pondered for a moment, tapping his fingertips lightly on his knee. Wang Jingming was said to be a company commander in the Dragon Martial Corps, a 6th-tier martial king, just like you. In a sense, he is somewhat of a comrade to you. Zhu Ping'er and Bai Ling, you both belong to the martial god guard led by Yi Lingtian's father, Yi Guoliang. Wang Jingming serves as a company commander under Yi Guoliang. The night breeze rustled the leaves, creating a gentle whisper. Once the special training concludes, I shall personally inquire about this. If it is indeed true. A mischievous glint flickered in Yiling Tian's eyes. It would be a delightful affair worth nurturing. Zhu Ping chuckled softly, her gaze shimmering under the moonlight. It seems, young master, that you are more invested in matchmaking than in your cultivation. Upon hearing this, Yiling Tian raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly. Very well, I must reinforce my cultivation. You shall assist me in safeguarding it. Zhu Ping nodded slightly. Yiling Tian closed his eyes, quietly observing the system interface within his mind. To his astonishment, he discovered he had amassed 2850 points. System. Yes, master. Yiling Tian felt a surge of joy within. Let me commence with a lucky 10 consecutive draws. Certainly, master. In the next moment, Yiling Tian heard in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a system blessing once, wishing you smooth sailing and prosperity, with someone to cherish you day in and day out. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 3 nourishment pills. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 3 nourishment pills. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a system blessing once again, wishing you smooth sailing and prosperity, with someone to cherish you day in and day out. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a talent skill comprehension card. Congratulations, host. You have drawn an SS level technique comprehension card. After completing the 10 draws, he had obtained a total of 12 nourishment pills, 1 talent skill comprehension card, and 1 SS level technique comprehension card. Yiling Tian was elated. Wonderful. System. Why did this set of 10 draws yield so many more items than the first? The system replied calmly, Master. The first set of 10 draws was a gift from the novice package, which can only provide a limited quantity of good items. Yiling Tian's lips twitched uncontrollably. He found himself at a loss for words. Let me continue with 18 consecutive draws. Certainly, Master. Soon, the 18 consecutive draws concluded. He had drawn 21 nourishment pills, 2 talent skill comprehension cards, and 1 SS level technique comprehension card. System. What is the function of the talent skill comprehension card and the SS level technique comprehension card? Master. The talent skill comprehension card can elevate the level of a talent skill by 1 tier. The SS level technique comprehension card serves a similar purpose but can only enhance the level of techniques. Yiling Tian was momentarily taken aback. This is indeed a precious treasure. How do I utilize it? The system responded, simply inform me which talent skill or technique level you wish to enhance, and I will activate it for you. As for the nourishment pills, I have already placed them in your spatial ring. To use them, simply consume them orally. Yiling Tian contemplated for a moment. Upgrade spatial teleportation, spatial barrier, spatial strangulation, 9 slashes of the rift, and star breathing technique each by 1 tier. Understood, master. As soon as the system's voice faded, Yiling Tian felt 5 comprehension cards shimmering with profound light shatter within his consciousness, transforming into countless brilliant points of light that surged into the depths of his soul like a river cascading into the sea. A plethora of new insights regarding the mysteries of spatial laws flooded his mind, illuminating previously obscure concepts. He could even clearly perceive the subtle fluctuations and nodes within the surrounding space. His mastery and understanding of spatial power elevated to an entirely new level. Simultaneously, the operational path of the star-breathing technique optimized itself autonomously, drastically enhancing the efficiency of drawing in surrounding spiritual energy. An overwhelming tide of intricate information regarding the 9 slashes of the rift surged forth. Previously complex and difficult to memorize principles of force application and blade trajectories were now rendered crystal clear, as if an invisible hand had gently swept away the fog, making them profoundly familiar. Yiling Tian reveled in the influx of newfound comprehension, exhilaration surging within him. This enlightening experience compelled him to silently cheer. The system is remarkable. Oh, how I adore you, system. The mechanical voice of the system unexpectedly displayed a hint of human-like fluster. Master, please, maintain your composure. This system is a legitimate assistance program and does not provide emotional companionship services. Yiling Tian withdrew his consciousness from his mind. From his spatial ring, he retrieved a handful of black pills roughly the size of walnuts. He casually picked one up and placed it in his mouth, his teeth gently closing as the pill instantly transformed into a warm, soothing flow sliding down his throat. 1, 2, 3. He consumed them nonchalantly, as if savoring jelly beans. And in the blink of an eye, all 23 nourishment pills were devoured. Initially, he felt only a gentle warmth, but it swiftly coalesced into a surging wave of heat, boiling through his limbs. Boom. The formidable medicinal power surged like a flood, coursing through every meridian. His skin flushed crimson, and his vitality soared at an unprecedented pace. The once stabilized first-tier 6-star realm now loosening once more. Pure spiritual energy gushed forth from his danshin, converging into his meridian circulation like rivers flowing into the sea. Soon, he heard a faint sound of a barrier shattering within his body. He had unexpectedly broken through by 1 star, achieving the first-tier 7-star realm. Zhu Ping, observing the scene before her, widened her enchanting peach blossom eyes in disbelief. She had seen this before. Yiling Tian had even deceived her into thinking they were mud pills he had scrubbed off while bathing. Moreover, he had consumed several in front of her. At that time, she had found it somewhat eerie. Now, witnessing Yiling Tian swallow over 20 pills as effortlessly as candy, his vitality boiling and overflowing with immense energy, his realm naturally breaking through by 1 star, she could no longer be oblivious. This was no mere mud pill. It was evidently a miraculous elixir of extraordinary efficacy. However, she was no longer surprised by whatever treasure Yiling Tian produced. After all, the Yi family, as a top-tier clan, possessed an abundance of rare treasures. Having stabilized his newly attained realm, the spiritual energy circulating around him gradually calmed. He looked up at Zhu Ping-er, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Very well. Ping-er, he spoke softly, it is getting late. Let us each return to our rest. Zhu Ping-er obediently nodded, her dark purple attire swirling gracefully under the moonlight. Just as she turned to leave, Yiling Tian suddenly leaned closer, his warm breath brushing against her ear. If in the future, should you find someone special, I shall prepare a grand bridal procession for you, adorned with 10 miles of red silk, to send you off in splendor. Young master. Zhu Ping-er abruptly turned her face away, her ears glowing a translucent red under the moonlight, her chest rising and falling violently beneath her fitted leather attire. Yiling Tian chuckled lightly, his figure drifting down from the tree like a fallen leaf. In just a few movements, he vanished into the darkness ahead. Zhu Ping-er gazed in the direction of his disappearance, warmth flooding her heart. 10 miles of red silk, she murmured, repeating the phrase. A bittersweet smile blooming on her lips. The young master still does not comprehend what it means for a personal maid in a prestigious family. Chapter 44, An Encounter with Attack. Yiling Tian returned to the camp. Outside the dormitory, it was desolate. A few boys had already set up their tents and were resting. Xiangyu's snoring was thunderous. Goodness. Thankfully, Xiangyu did not sleep in the dormitory. Otherwise, the sound of his snoring in such a confined space would be unimaginable. Just as Yiling Tian was about to brush his face to enter the dormitory for sleep, a faint, intermittent sound emanated from Zheng Feng's tent. Yiling Tian paused. Quietly approaching his tent, he touched his nose. Bro, you've got your audio on. A startled exclamation came from within the tent. My Bluetooth isn't connected. Yiling Tian. Upon returning to the camping lodge, Xia and the others had already succumbed to slumber. The walls of the lodge were adorned with 4 foldable, simplistic resting pods, 2 on each side. When not in use, they could automatically retract along a track to a corner of the room, stacking neatly. Yu Wei and Lu Ruyan were nestled in the 2 resting pods opposite the entrance. The 4 sleeping pods were separated by curtains. Yiling Tian had settled at the position nearest the door. Just as he was about to lie down, a delicate, pale hand lifted a corner of the curtain. Xia's petite head peeked out from behind the veil, a few strands of her hair cascading gently against her cheek. Her eyes, still bright as autumn waters under the dim light, held a hint of barely perceptible concern. The faint emergency lighting in the room cast a soft halo around her exquisite profile. Did you break through? She whispered, her voice barely above a murmur, cautious not to disturb the slumber of the other 2 girls. A gentle smile graced Yiling Tian's lips as he nodded slightly. Yes, he replied softly. Everything went smoothly. Now, hurry and get some rest. They exchanged a knowing smile and settled down to rest. On the 4th day of the outdoor combat training, the sun filtered through the interwoven branches, casting mottled shadows upon the mossy ground. Yiling Tian's team traversed the dense forest with an air of ease, as if ambling through a leisurely garden stroll. After 3 days of adjustment, the team had shed its initial clumsiness and chaos, replaced instead by a remarkable synergy. However, the ferocious beasts encountered along the way had mostly met their demise at Yiling Tian's hands. Having broken through to the first tier 7 stars the previous night and elevated several innate skills and techniques to mastery, his strength had undergone a qualitative transformation. In that moment, Yiling Tian resembled a blade unsheathed, exuding an aura that was both captivating and formidable, even when he made an effort to restrain it. As they pressed onward, a first tier 7 stars Iron Claw Violent Bear suddenly launched a surprise attack from the side. Rising on its hind legs, the foul wind rushed towards them. Yiling Tian's gaze sharpened as he met the charge head-on, his black blade unsheathed with a resonant clang. Unleashing a brilliant blade aura, this was the 4th form of sky-rending 9 slashes, the Stunning Swan. The blade aura extended to Zhang, solidifying into a tangible force. Wherever it passed, flora was shattered, and the air screamed in agony as if torn asunder. Before the bear could react, its massive form was cleaved in 2, crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. The incision was as smooth as a mirror, a clean bisecting cut. Silence enveloped the scene. Xiangyu gasped sharply. Incredulity etched across his face. He hurriedly approached, circling the neatly severed Iron Claw Violent Bear twice before turning back to fixate on Yiling Tian, his voice trembling. No way. Brother. This is simply absurdly powerful. Your enlightenment is astonishing. When the group rose in the morning, they were astounded to find that Yiling Tian had advanced 2 stars overnight. Their jaws dropped in disbelief. Such a leap within a single night was unprecedented in the annals of cultivation history. In response to their astonishment, Yi Lingtian nonchalantly explained, "The moonlight was splendid last night. And I was inadvertently inspired, leading to this epiphany." His tone was light, as if discussing the weather. Yet, all were acutely aware of the extraordinary talent hidden behind his seemingly casual words. At that moment, witnessing the powerful Iron Claw Violent Bear felled by Yi Lingtian's single strike, Yu Wei's hand trembled slightly around her bow, while Li Miu's stood frozen in place. They knew Yi Lingtian was formidable, but had not realized he had reached such an extraordinary level. The ability to project blade aura was a feat many second-tier warriors struggled to achieve. One must cultivate their sword techniques to a minor completion to do so. Although Yi Lingtian's sky-rending 9 slashes had yet to reach minor completion, being an SS grade technique, mastery still allowed for the manifestation of blade aura. Yi Lingtian sheathed his blade and turned to the others with a gentle smile, urging, "Let us continue." Sunlight illuminated his handsome profile, his smile as warm as ever. Yet all present recognized that Yi Lingtian's cultivation had long since left them far behind. At midday, Yi Lingtian's team gathered around a metallic table by the river, laden with an array of delectable dishes and beverages. Currently, we have 1786 points, leading the second place by 212 points. Li Miu's cool voice carried a hint of unnoticeable ease. At this rate, barring any significant mishaps tomorrow, first place should be secure. Yu Wei, her cheeks puffed like a greedy little squirrel, mumbled through her mouthful, following the big shot, "We've eaten 9 meals in 3 days. She contentedly swallowed her food, resting her chin in her hands with a sigh. "Ah, such delectable food. Who knows if we'll have the chance to enjoy it again after leaving the training camp." Yi Lingtian, taken aback by her words, smiled warmly. "Once the training concludes, I'll send you my address. If you crave delicacies, you're always welcome to visit my home." "Really? That's wonderful." Yu Wei clapped her hands in delight, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy, just as Xiang Yu, engrossed in his meal, slowed his movements. He stared at the fragrant beast meat on his chopsticks, suddenly finding the taste somewhat bland, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the beaming Yu Wei, his throat subtly bobbing. Yi Lingtian observed the scene keenly, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he added, "But Yu Wei, remember to bring Xiang Yu along when you come. His grilling skills are top-notch, and I would like to learn from him." Upon hearing this, Xiang Yu hastily stuffed the beast meat into his mouth, mumbling indistinctly, "No problem. Grilling is a small matter. I'll handle it." The exaggerated tone of his voice could not conceal his delight. Yu Wei blinked, seemingly catching on to something, and lightly chuckled. Then it settled. Just as the group had finished their lunch and was preparing to tidy up, a low, resonant energy hum shattered the afternoon tranquility. Unlike the explosive sounds of ordinary firearms, this sound resembled the snapping of a violin string, reverberating with a soul-rending tremor from upstream, hundreds of meters away. In the shadow of a large tree, a man clad in psychic camouflage almost melded with the trunk. In his hand, a long rifle pulsated with dark runes, its barrel presenting an eerie hexagonal structure. Through the scope, Yi Lingtian's brow was firmly locked onto by a scarlet energy imprint. Just as he pulled the trigger, the runes on the rifle lit up sequentially, and spiritual energy surged violently into the chamber. The next instant, a meticulously condensed beam of crimson energy, entwined with ominous black lightning, shot forth. As it passed, the air crackled with subtle pops, and the light warped and distorted. In an instant, a short blade enveloped in purple runes tore through the air, its tip striking the core of the energy beam with precision. The clash of two terrifying forces erupted in a blinding flash, and the released energy sent a water column soaring several meters high from the river's surface. The energy projectile, capable of piercing the skull of a third-tier beast, was cleaved in two by the short blade. 2 errant streams of energy zipped past Yi Lingtian, shattering 7 or 8 nearby trees. The purple short blade sang as it returned to the hand of the suddenly materialized figure. Zhu Ping'er lightly tapped the river's surface with her toes, then hovered in midair, clad in dark purple battle attire that billowed in the breeze. She gripped the still humming short blade. Her peach blossom eyes narrowed as she gazed towards the source of the incoming bullet, her voice as cold as ice. "You, hiding like a rat, dare to target my young master?" Suspended in midair, a master-level powerhouse. From a distance, the man atop the treetops turned pale with fear, nearly dropping his specialized sniper rifle. Without hesitation, he spun and leapt, unleashing a surge of profound energy beneath his feet as he fled desperately through the forest. Trying to escape? Zhu Ping'er scoffed, her figure transforming into a streak of purple lightning as she shot forth. This sudden assault transpired in the blink of an eye, until Zhu Ping'er's figure transformed into a purple streak, darting into the forest. The few by the river were jolted back to reality. Lingtian, Li Muxue was the first to react, her charming face instantly turning pale. She nearly stumbled towards Yi Lingtian, her icy fingers tightly clutching his arm, her beautiful eyes frantically scanning him, her voice trembling. "Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere?" Upon confirming his safety, a wave of dread surged within her, causing her fingertips to tremble uncontrollably. It was far too dangerous. At the moment danger struck, she had been utterly unprepared. Had it not been for Zhu Ping'er, she could scarcely bear to imagine the consequences. Yiling Tian slowly regained his senses. Moments ago, he had felt as if ensnared by an overwhelming intent to kill. His blood feeling as though it had congealed. The deathly pressure, surpassing all levels, left him no time to react. He could only watch helplessly as that destructive energy beam hurtled towards him. In a daze, he even thought he saw his long-lost great-grandmother waving at him from the clouds. Beside him, Yue instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes filled with lingering terror. Xiangyu stepped forward with a swift motion, his robust frame instinctively shielding Yiling Tian from the incoming bullet. Surrounding spiritual energy surged around him as he glared fiercely upriver. Damn it! The scum in the gutter actually dared to take a cold shot. Feeling the slight tremor in his arm, Yiling Tian gently grasped Li Mu Shue's cold hand, soothing her in a soft voice. Don't be afraid, I'm fine. He cast a glance at his vigilant companions, warmth coursing through him, though his gaze gradually turned steely as he stared in the direction where Zhu Ping'er had vanished. It's all right, that person cannot escape. However, just as they began to relax their guard, an explosion erupted. The river's surface suddenly erupted in a spray of water. A colossal python, entirely covered in dark blue scales, burst forth. It measured over 15 meters in length, with crimson vertical pupils and a silver crest on its forehead pulsing ominously, exuding a terrifying pressure. The group was instantly taken aback, their faces pale with fear. The abyssal water Xian python. It was actually a third-tier ferocious beast, the abyssal water Xian python. Xiangyu exclaimed, his voice trembling with barely concealed dread. This kind of beast they had only seen in textbooks before. Now, witnessing it in reality was infinitely more terrifying than any depiction. Under the sunlight, the python's dark blue scales shimmered coldly. Its blood-red vertical pupils locked onto them as the silver crest pulsated, its overwhelming pressure crashing over them like a tidal wave. Among the four, aside from Yiling Tian, the other three turned as pale as sheets, their legs trembling uncontrollably. A third-tier ferocious beast was simply beyond the capability of these novice warriors, merely at the first tier, 3-star or 4-star levels. Even if Yiling Tian was a remarkably gifted first-tier, 7-star warrior, he would still be utterly defenseless against a third-tier beast. Historically, even SSS-level talents found it challenging to defeat warriors or beasts exceeding their tier. How could a third-tier beast possibly appear in this region? Xiangyu's voice quivered. His fingers, gripping the spear, turned white from excessive force. This area designated for outdoor training was under military management. Every year, before the special training commenced, the Jiangnan military district would send personnel to eliminate all second-tier and above beasts in this region. Therefore, seeing a third-tier beast appear before them was unfathomable to Xiangyu. We must escape quickly, Xiangyu shouted, his voice rising in urgency. Escape? Yiling Tian's voice remained unnaturally calm. To flee would be to fall into their trap. His words struck like a heavy stone dropped into water. Xiangyu whirled around, astonished at Yiling Tian. Why? If we don't escape, we'll become its next meal. A cold smirk crept across Yiling Tian's lips, revealing an insight. The abyssal water Xian python is known for its ferocity. Yet, after its emergence, it has not rushed to attack. Don't you find that peculiar? At his prompt, Xiangyu suddenly realized. Although the abyssal water Xian python radiated terrifying pressure, its crimson pupils fixated on them, while its massive body slowly twisted upon the river's surface. It showed no immediate signs of aggression. This unusual behavior left Xiangyu momentarily speechless. Beside them, Li Mu Shue's beautiful eyes flickered with understanding as her crisp, cold voice broke the tension. Because this ferocious beast has a master. The moment those words were uttered, it was as if thunder had struck. Xiangyu and Yue gasped in unison. A master? Could it be a beast tamer? Li Mu Shue continued without waiting for their questions. The abyssal water Xian python's appearance here is no coincidence. Its master is surely lurking within this dense forest behind us. He is using the abyssal water Xian python as a deterrent to create panic, intending to drive us into the ambush he has set. Once we flee in a panic, we will. Her words remained unfinished, yet the chilling sensation had already gripped each person present. Just as Li Mu Shue's voice fell, as if to validate her suspicion, a sudden crack of dry branches snapping echoed from the depths of the now eerily silent forest. The sound emanated from 3 different directions. In the reflection of Xiangyu's rapidly dilating pupils, 3 shadowy figures stepped forth from the depths of the woods. They wore form-fitting black combat suits, their faces obscured by expressionless metallic masks, leaving only 2 icy windows for their eyes. Most chilling of all was the central figure, who rode atop an immensely powerful black leopard-like beast. The beast stood nearly 2 meters tall, its streamlined body exuding explosive power, its eerie green eyes glinting like ghostly flames as they coldly surveyed Yiling Tian and the others. Another third-tier beast, the shadow leopard. The trio, along with their 2 beasts, surrounded Yiling Tian and his companions, trapping them between the riverbank and the forest in a narrow deadlock. The gaze of the individual in the center penetrated through the cold metallic mask, resting with keen interest upon Li Muxue. Then a low, raspy laughter emanated from beneath the mask, laced with a cat-and-mouse-like mockery. Tisk tisk tisk, your analysis is spot on. You are indeed a remarkably clever young lady. His voice was grating, akin to sandpaper on skin. Alas, the more intelligent one is, the quicker they tend to meet their demise. He leaned forward slightly, the shadow leopard beneath him responding with a low growl, its terrifying pressure crashing down upon the four like an impending mountain. His tone turned icy. Today, none of you four shall leave here alive. Chapter 46. Since that is the case, you may as well die. A tall, slender figure in black eyed Li Muxue and Yu Wei with greedy intent, then turned to the leader on the shadow leopard, his voice dripping with unhidden lewdness. Boss, who would have thought this mission would yield unexpected rewards? These two girls are truly exquisite, especially the one beside that boy. Her demeanor is simply extraordinary, a rare find indeed. He licked his dry lips and continued, it would be such a waste to kill them outright. Let us capture them first, have some fun, and dispose of them afterward. Another stocky figure in black chimed in with a lewd chuckle. Heh, that suits me perfectly. I'll take the little one. Her charming looks are driving me wild. Shameless. Li Muxue's face turned frosty at their words, her beautiful eyes nearly ablaze with fury, but her tightly clenched fists betrayed her inner turmoil. Yu Wei, frightened to the core, paled, instinctively shrinking behind Li Muxue, her petite frame trembling slightly. Xiang Yu's face flushed crimson with rage, his chest heaving violently, teeth gritting as he yearned to charge forward and fight back. Yet, the remnants of rationality whispered to him that the three cloaked figures and the two ferocious beasts before him possessed strength far beyond their own. Any reckless move would only hasten their demise. He could only clench his fists tightly, placing his solitary hope on the distress signal he had already sent. He fervently wished for the arrival of the instructors from the training camp. Enough. The leader, mounted on the shadow panther, barked sharply, his voice emanating through his metallic visor with an icy chill. All day, you only concern yourselves with your trivial matters. Useless wretches. Let us end this swiftly, attack together, and eliminate them at once. He cast a wary glance around, his tone betraying a barely perceptible impatience. If we delay any longer, by the time that female master returns, escaping will become exceedingly difficult. A palpable aura of murderous intent erupted from the three cloaked figures, signaling the imminent onset of battle. Wait a moment. A calm voice broke through the oppressive atmosphere. Yi Lingtian stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the two girls, his gaze coolly sweeping over the three assailants. If I am not mistaken, your target is me, is it not? His tone was unyieldingly assured, devoid of any hint of doubt. Pray tell, who sent you? The leader scoffed derisively. What need has a dying man for such knowledge? Do you believe you can buy time, waiting for that female master to rescue you? Don't be deluded. While the Black Eagle may not be the strongest, his ability to escape is unparalleled. He will buy us ample time to kill you. At these words, Yi Lingtian's brow arched slightly. There was no trace of fear in his eyes, only a frigid resolve. He regarded the three as if they were already dead. In that case, he began slowly, his voice low yet resounding clearly in every ear, you may proceed to die. His words sent shockwaves through the atmosphere. Xiang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, internally exclaiming, wow. Lingtian is incredible. Even at such a crucial moment, he dares to speak so boldly? He considered Yi Lingtian to be utterly insane. Yet this fearless defiance filled him with profound admiration. Yu Wei furrowed her brow, acutely aware of the dire circumstances. Yet, Yi Lingtian's composure and nonchalance left her perplexed. Could it be that he harbored some hidden card? Li Mixu observed Yi Lingtian's upright and serene silhouette, and her previously taut nerves eased slightly. From her understanding of him, he was not one to indulge in empty bravado. If he dared to act thus, he must indeed have a backup plan. The moment Yi Lingtian's declaration fell, an intense chill enveloped the three assailants, instilling a bone-chilling sense of dread within them. Meanwhile, the once menacing Yushui Xianmeng recoiled, its crimson vertical pupils narrowing sharply. Its massive form writhed uneasily in the water, churning the river's surface into tumultuous waves. The silver crest upon its brow no longer pulsed in regular rhythm, but rather trembled erratically, emitting low-frequency hisses. Even the shadow panther beneath the leader instinctively stepped back, its muscles taut, emitting a suppressed growl. A hint of indescribable fear glimmered in its emerald eyes. Simultaneously, at the surveillance hall of the training camp, an ear-piercing alarm blared. A red dot on the massive monitoring screen flickered wildly, pinpointing the location of Yi Lingtian's squad. A staff member's face drained of color as he abruptly rose from his seat, his voice sharp with urgency. Report. We have received a distress signal originating from Team 88, led by Yi Lingtian. Almost simultaneously, the formerly stable surveillance footage on the main screen began to shake violently, zooming in to capture the horrifying bulk of the Yushui Xianmeng. Two drones assigned to follow Yi Lingtian's squad automatically switched to high alert mode, hovering above and relaying the perilous situation below in real time. As the three cloaked figures appeared, the atmosphere in the surveillance hall plummeted to an icy silence. Immediately synchronize the footage to Commander Wang and Director Jiang. A supervisor shouted hoarsely, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. In the command center adjacent to the surveillance hall, Wang Jingming and Jiang Tao sprang from their seats almost as soon as the alarm sounded. Upon witnessing the scene on the large screen, where Yi Lingtian and his companions were cornered by the Yushui, Xin Mang, and formidable foes, their pupils constricted in shock. Third-tier Yushui, Xin Mang, and Shadow Panther, alongside three assailants. Jiang Tao's voice trembled with disbelief and rage. How dare these scoundrels venture so deep? Wang Jingming's brow furrowed, his eyes ablaze with intensity, a tremendous aura emanating uncontrollably, causing the air around him to hum ominously. This was no mere coincidence. It was a meticulously orchestrated assassination plot. We must act quickly. Wang Jingming's voice resonated with unwavering determination. You are to immediately command the nearest rescue teams to rush to their aid at all costs. Understood. Jiang Tao responded with fervor, swiftly issuing commands through the encrypted channel. Meanwhile, Wang Jingming had already transformed into a bolt of blue-violet light, propelling himself towards Yi Lingtian's team with astonishing speed. The alloy doors of the command center were breached as he crashed through, his figure a comet streaking across the sky, accelerating with every ounce of his being towards Yi Lingtian's location. Chapter 47. Do not be afraid. Though she was a fourth-tier warrior, she stood alone. Wang Jingming summoned his psychic energy to its zenith, his form resembling a meteor tearing through the heavens, cutting through the air with astonishing velocity. The mountains and trees beneath him blurred into fleeting shadows, the sound of sonic booms echoing behind him. Yet, no matter how swift he was, he could not outrun the burning anxiety that consumed his heart. Faster, just a little faster, he silently implored, every cell within him igniting with urgency. Pushing his limits to the extreme, the typically stern and composed expression on his face was now etched with unmasked concern and desperation. Nothing must go wrong. A wave of icy dread surged within him. Yi Lingtian's team was no ordinary special training squad. They were the most radiant dark horse in this field training, currently dominating the leaderboard with an overwhelming advantage. They had left the second-place Jiang Lin team trailing by over 200 points. Such a staggering gap was exceedingly rare in the history of this training program. Barring any unforeseen events, they had virtually secured the first position. However, this was not what mattered most to Wang Jingming. He recalled the astonishing data records from the gravity chamber. That young figure who remained unfazed even under 15 times the gravitational force. What terrifying physical prowess and indomitable will. It was known that even the S-rank talent students, who were prideful and high-minded, typically faltered at 11 times the gravity, with those who could endure 12 times for even a moment being considered remarkable. Yet for Yi Lingtian, 15 times gravity seemed not to be his limit. This transcended the mere description of exceptional talent. In Wang Jingming's mind, if other S-rank talents were 1 in a million, then Yi Lingtian was the prodigy among prodigies, the true embodiment of humanity's hopes. Such a gem, 1 in a million. He was a treasure of Jiangnan province and a seed of hope for the Great Xia Federation in standing against foreign foes amidst the myriad of nations. Wang Jingming's heart trembled. He dared not imagine the loss that would befall Jiangnan province and the entire Great Xia Federation should such a prodigy fall victim to this despicable ambush today. Hold on. You must hold on. He fixated intently on the distant skyline, willing to expend his very essence to once again accelerate, all in pursuit of that critically important, even if just a fleeting second. Meanwhile, 3 rescue teams composed of instructors, each consisting of 2 members, totaling 6, were sprinting through the forest. Their orders were to spare no effort in rescuing the squad led by Yi Lingtian, just as Wang Jingming and the rescue teams strained every sinew to reach the scene. The black-clad leader, riding on a shadow panther, suppressed a flicker of inexplicable anxiety within and barked, "Come out if you dare." The black-clad figures flanking him glanced nervously around the surrounding woods. At that moment, a white figure, like a startled phoenix, gracefully emerged from the thicket across the river. The individual possessed a lithe form, clad in immaculate white combat attire, with short, tidy hair. She lightly tapped the surging river's surface with her toes, sending ripples cascading outward, her figure moving with an ethereal swiftness. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, she calmly glided past the ferocious dark water python, which stood rigid as if ensnared by an invisible force, failing to intercept her as she traversed its attack range. The white-clad woman alighted gracefully beside Yi Lingtian, exuding elegance. In her hand, she wielded an ancient longsword, her face obscured by a pure white mask that bore an expression that was both enigmatic and inscrutable. The newcomer was none other than Bai Lingyu. She slightly turned her masked visage towards Yi Lingtian and, under the incredulous gazes of all present, offered a subtle bow. Her cool voice, emanating through the mask, resonated clearly in everyone's ears. "Young master." Yi Lingtian's expression remained placid as he uttered a few words, "Eliminate them all." His tone carried an unmistakable resolve. while he could not ascertain the precise strength of the black-clad figures. The presence of the two contract beasts accompanying their leader suggested that their strength likely lay within the 3rd or 4th tier, with Bai Lingyu's 5th tier 9-star prowess. Dispatching the 3 men and their beasts should pose little challenge. The 3 black-clad individuals scrutinized this unexpected guest with a mix of suspicion and apprehension, and the air seemed to freeze at that moment. The stout black-clad man's pupils dilated in disbelief as he bellowed, "They truly have assistants. This is impossible. Our intel indicated that only that brat might have a bodyguard. Where did this woman spring from? Wasn't it said that only 1 bodyguard is permitted per trainee?" Beside him, a lanky black-clad man could not restrain himself from urgently inquiring, "Boss, why didn't you command the Darkwater Python to stop her when she crossed the river?" A tempest of dread surged within the black-clad leader, cold sweat pouring down his brow. He had indeed issued an attack order to the Darkwater Python the moment Bai Lingyu crossed the river, yet the response he received was a primal fear and paralysis emanating from its very bloodline. This only confirmed his suspicions. What manner of identity does this brat possess? To be accompanied by 2 masters? The black-clad leader's heart sank. This mission had evidently encountered insurmountable obstacles. A flicker of malice and cunning crossed his eyes as he feigned bravado, barking, "Fear not. Though she is a 4th-tier warrior, she stands alone. Coordinate with the Darkwater Python to entangle her. I shall deal with the others." "Understood." The 2 black-clad men replied in unison, unperturbed by the apparent deception. Along with the Darkwater Python, now agitated by the command, the trio unleashed their full might, launching themselves toward Bai Lingyu like arrows loosed from a bowstring. Meanwhile, the black-clad leader spurred his shadow panther, transforming into a streak of black lightning, hurtling toward Yi Lingtian and the others. However, just as they surged forward, the shadow panther abruptly halted, its claws gouging deep furrows into the ground. Without warning, it veered away, accelerating to its utmost, fleeing headlong into the depths of the forest, abandoning the battlefield. Moments earlier, the black-clad leader had commanded the Darkwater Python to entangle her, even at the cost of self-detonation. The ferocity of beasts in sensing danger surpasses that of humans. Yet, as a contract beast, the Darkwater Python could only loyally execute its master's orders. However, how could mere warriors at the 3rd or even 4th tier contend with a master-level expert? Upon entering the master realm, a qualitative transformation in the essence of life occurs. The black-clad leader's mind roared in fury. "Damn, this wretched brat dares to play the fool. How laughable that I believed he was merely bluffing. The true jester is I." Without hesitation, he sacrificed his 2 subordinates and the contract beast, using them as pawns to buy himself a sliver of hope. Chapter 48, Sword Domain, Silence Prevails. The 2 black-clad men brandished their long blades, their eyes glinting with fierce resolve. "Kill!" they shouted in unison, their forms shooting forth like arrows. They poured their entire spiritual essence into their blades. "Shadow slash!" The tall, lean black-clad man roared, slashing his long knife diagonally. A silver-white blade aura, as thin as a cicada's wing yet unmatched in sharpness, tore through the air, its speed seemingly surpassing the very limits of light. Only after the blade passed did a sharp whistling sound follow. "Mountain strike!" The stout black-clad man simultaneously swung his blade horizontally, unleashing a heavy, earthy-hued blade aura that descended with the force of a mountain, threatening to crush all in its path. The 2 blade auras intertwined in midair, forming a deadly net that sealed off all avenues of escape. Almost simultaneously, the Darkwater Python in the river, having received the command to obstruct at all costs, flared its silver crest, rising up on its hindquarters. Its massive jaws opened wide, unleashing a torrent of frigid breath that transformed in midair into hundreds of ghostly blue ice spears, each radiating a bone-chilling aura, their tips glimmering with lethal light. The sound of the ice spears cutting through the air echoed incessantly, akin to a torrential downpour, completely sealing off all escape routes for Bai Lingyu. The violent energy fluctuations sent tremors through the entire riverbank, as though the next moment would obliterate the white figure entirely. Yet, Bai Lingyu did not lift her gaze to regard the menacing blade auras or the dense barrage of ice spears. With a casual swipe of her left hand, a translucent golden barrier unfurled before her, resembling an inverted bowl, securely shielding Yi Lingtian and the others within its embrace. Runes flowed across the surface of the barrier. In the next instant, all 3 attacks converged. Boom! The silver-white blade aura from the shadow slash collided with the barrier, failing to produce even a ripple. Dissipating silently like melting snow, the earthy-hued blade aura from Mountain Strike thundered down with the weight of a mountain, yet the barrier remained unyielding. The torrential downpour of ghostly blue ice spears struck the barrier's surface, producing a series of crisp chimes, yet none could breach the defense, shattering into crystalline fragments. Within the barrier, Yi Lingtian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, not a single corner of his attire disturbed. Xiang Yu gaped in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. "Wow, this big sister is incredibly strong," exclaimed Yu Wei, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Li Meixiu, meanwhile, regarded Bai Lingyu's silhouette with deep contemplation. The two black-clad men, having failed in their assault, found themselves momentarily flabbergasted. This woman is rather formidable. She will not be easy to deal with. They were just about to inquire whether their leader intended to fight or retreat when they turned back. To their astonishment, he was nowhere to be seen. In their frantic assault, they had failed to notice that their leader had abruptly turned and fled. They raised their eyes to the distance and beheld their commander, mounted upon a shadow leopard, transforming into a mere black, soon to vanish from their sight. What? He, the tall, slender figure clad in black, exclaimed with a tremor in his voice, disbelief etched across his features. The other, shorter and stockier, froze, his expression solidifying in shock. Damn it! He abandoned us and ran away. This anguished roar emerged through clenched teeth, brimming with a profound sense of betrayal and incredulity. His grip tightened around the hilt of his weapon, veins bulging from the strain, his entire body trembling, not from fear, but from fury. Soon, a chill replaced his rage as the unsettling realization dawned upon him. Both brothers were formidable warriors of the 3rd tier, 6 stars, with their leader being a competent 4th tier fighter, complemented by 2 3rd tier beasts. With such a lineup, even when confronting a 5th tier warrior, they should have had a fighting chance. At the very least, to escape unscathed. Yet now, their leader had not even dared to engage, fleeing as if pursued by phantoms. Unless... A terrifying thought pierced his mind, sending chills down his spine. Unless the woman in white before them was not merely a 4th tier warrior, but rather a master of the 5th tier. Regrettably, he realized this far too late. As the black-clad leader fled, Bai Lingwei did not attempt to stop him. Instead, she gracefully raised her long sword to eye level. A resonant sound echoed as the blade emitted a clear, dragon-like chant. Its volume modest yet distinctly audible for hundreds of meters around. Where the sword's song reached, the very fabric of space rippled visibly, as if the entire realm trembled in response. In that sword domain, silence reigned supreme. She parted her crimson lips, uttering 6 words. No sooner had her voice faded than darkness enveloped the sky. A colossal white rune materialized in midair, within which countless streams of pure white sword energy appeared, as if cascading down from the celestial river. Each strand of sword energy bore the will to sever mountains and rivers, and upon closer inspection, the edges of the blades were surrounded by black spatial rifts. The air was torn asunder, light distorted. The black-clad leader, riding his shadow leopard, darted frantically through the dense forest, the wind howling past his ears. He glanced back, finding no trace of his comrades, a flicker of relief washing over him, grateful he had acted decisively. Otherwise, he might not have escaped this calamity. However, just as his mind began to relax, an overwhelming pressure descended from above, causing his very soul to tremble. He looked up in horror, only to see the once clear sky shrouded by countless streams of pure white sword energy. What filled him with despair was the realization that the destructive rain of swords encompassed the very spot he occupied. No, He never anticipated that Bai Lingyu would unleash her ultimate attack to eliminate him. In the next moment, destruction descended upon him. He could not even utter a single scream. Engulfed by boundless fear and regret, along with the shadow leopard beneath him, obliterated by the relentless sword energy, vanishing into nothingness. In his final moments, he understood that his so-called escape was merely a fleeting reprieve granted by his opponent. Before a true master, he had never possessed any chance of survival. The two black-clad figures could only emit half-hearted cries of despair. Their protective barriers shattered like paper upon contact with the sword energy. The ghostly water serpent let out a mournful cry, swiftly dissolving like ice in sunlight, reduced to dust. Boom. A river, 100 meters wide, was cleaved in two by the sword energy. The surging waters evaporated instantly within the sword domain, leaving the riverbed exposed, etched with countless intersecting sword marks. Yet, at the very center of this storm of annihilation stood Bai Lingyu, Yi Lingtian, and their companions, within a 10-meter radius of absolute sanctity. Not a single strand of sword energy fell within that space. 10 seconds later, the sword energy dissipated. Silence enveloped the world, and the river resumed its tumultuous flow. Within a 500-meter radius, all vegetation, rocks, enemies, and beasts had vanished, leaving behind a smooth expanse, glistening like glass, a result of the extreme heat and pressure melting and solidifying the sand and soil. Bai Lingyu sheathed her sword with a graceful poise. Her attire as pristine as fresh snow, untouched by any speck of dust. Chapter 49. You are Bai Lingyu, are you not? Yi Lingtian observed this astonishing scene with a calm demeanor, yet inside, tumultuous waves surged. This was the power of a 5th-tier master. Indeed, it was terrifying. Deep within his seemingly tranquil gaze, a fervent fire burned. One day, he too would ascend to this realm. Xiang Yu stood frozen, mouth agape yet unable to produce a sound. He held his breath, his heartbeat nearly ceasing, fearful that even the slightest motion might disturb the white figure not far away. The boy, who was typically unafraid of anything, had truly grasped the meaning of reverence for the first time. Yue clutched Li Mushue's sleeve tightly, her knuckles whitening from the pressure. The sight before her rendered her blood seemingly frozen in an instant. Previously, She had seen such scenes in short videos and found them somewhat surreal. It turned out that high-tier warriors could indeed shatter mountains and rivers. She gazed adoringly at Bai Lingyue's silhouette, her eyes sparkling with admiration. An unprecedented thought took root in her heart. One day, I too shall be as formidable as this elder sister. Li Muxue remained relatively composed, though her slightly trembling fingertips betrayed her inner turmoil. Meanwhile, Wang Jingming raced anxiously toward Yi Lingtian's team coordinates. As he drew closer to his destination, an overwhelming wave of sword intent resonated within him, causing him to shudder. His expression shifting dramatically. Was this the power of a master? 3 attackers had indeed possessed master-level warriors. Wang Jingming's heart sank. It was over. Such an intense attack left no escape for warriors below the 4th tier. Yi Lingtian and his companions were likely in grave danger. Confusion clouded his mind as he pondered why a master-level warrior would employ such a forceful attack against a few first-tier students. Was it to eradicate all evidence? When he finally reached the scene, the sight before him left him astounded. The surrounding area had been flattened, yet Yi Lingtian's team of 4 stood unscathed, with an additional white figure before them. It was a masked woman in white, her stature as upright as a pine tree in the snow. Upon seeing her, Wang Jingming's heart inexplicably fluttered. This figure bore an uncanny resemblance to the person who haunted his dreams. Yet, with the woman masked, he could not be certain. Suppressing his emotions, Wang Jingming quickly descended before Yi Lingtian and the others, anxiously surveying them. Are you all unharmed? Yi Lingtian stepped forward, his expression as calm as still water. We are fine, but we didn't expect the chief instructor to come in person. Wang Jingming felt a slight sense of relief. Waving his hand, as long as you're all right. His gaze swept over the battlefield, now a wasteland, and his expression turned grave. What about the attackers and the 3rd-tier beasts? Yi Lingtian raised a finger. They Yi turned to ash. Wang Jingming inhaled sharply. His gaze involuntarily shifted toward the white-clad woman, tentatively asking, is this master your bodyguard? Bai Lingyue's lips twitched beneath her mask, only to quickly straighten into a line. She deliberately averted her gaze from Wang Jingming's probing eyes, merely nodding slightly. Yi Lingtian, sensing the subtle tension between them, nodded in agreement. Indeed. Wang Jingming observed Bai Lingyu's evasive posture, a wave of indescribable disappointment washing over him. This silhouette, this aura, bore an uncanny resemblance to the person etched in his memory. As Wang Jingming was poised to step forward to ascertain the identity of the woman in white, his phone suddenly vibrated. The caller ID displayed Jiang Tao's name. Moments earlier, the large screen in the surveillance hall had shown that the signals from 2 drones accompanying Yi Lingtian's team had simultaneously vanished. The last transmitted image depicted a terrifying scene of countless sword energies cascading down. Almost concurrently, the rescue team, nearing the site, reported that Chief Instructor Wang Jingming had arrived first. With the situation unclear, Jiang Tao promptly dialed the number. Wang Jingming glanced at the incoming call and then cast a lingering gaze at the white-clad figure before him, ultimately pressing the answer button. Chief Instructor Wang. Jiang Tao's urgent voice came through immediately. What is the situation on your end? Are Yi Lingtian and the others safe? The drone signals just abruptly cut off. They're fine. Wang Jingming interrupted, his focus still riveted on Bai Lingyue. The assailants have all been eliminated. A moment of silence enveloped the other end of the line. Evidently, as Jiang Tao processed the information, all eliminated, came Jiang Tao's incredulous response. Including those 2 3rd-tier ferocious beasts? Who intervened? Wang Jingming replied slowly. It was Yi Lingtian's bodyguard. You should send the rescue team back. We will discuss the specifics upon my return. With that, he hung up the call. Just then, a sharp sound of slicing air pierced through the sky. Everyone looked up to see a streak of purple-black light approaching at an astonishing speed, landing directly before Yi Lingtian. As the light dissipated, it revealed a woman with an extraordinarily curvaceous figure, clad in tight purple-black leather that accentuated her alluring silhouette. Her skin was as luminous as snow, appearing even more translucent against the leather. Her captivating peach blossom eyes shimmered with a languorous yet perilous gleam, and her luscious red lips curled into a teasing smile. It was none other than Zhu Ping'er. She carelessly tossed the unconscious man she had been carrying onto the ground, her nonchalant manner exuding an aura of irresistible charm. The moment Wang Jingming recognized her, his pupils constricted sharply, and his muscles tensed instinctively, a formidable surge of spiritual energy emanating from him as he sensed impending danger. The demoness of the Hahuan sect, Zhu Ping'er, he exclaimed, incredulous. Weren't you captured by Principal Yi Xingchen and imprisoned in the Imperial City's demon suppression prison? That place is virtually inescapable. How did you manage to escape? Zhu Ping'er rolled her eyes in annoyance, her red lips parting slightly. Uft, uft, uft. What demoness of the Hahuan sect? I'm a saintess, thank you very much. You, a defeated foe, barking nonsensically upon our first meeting. Are you seeking trouble? Wang Jingming's complexion shifted between shades of pale and green, momentarily rendered speechless by her retort. The memories of past encounters flooded back, ones he found hard to revisit. During the final days before graduation, as an elite of Longyu University, He had joined Principal Yi Xingxian in the campaign against the Hehuan sect. During one of the missions, he had unexpectedly crossed paths with Zhu Ping'er. At that time, filled with youthful bravado, he had never anticipated that this girl, 2 or 3 years his junior and possessing an exquisite beauty, would wield such terrifying power. Even with the combined efforts of him and a fellow 4th-tier student, they had been no match for her. Just as they were ensnared in a perilous situation, Principal Yi Xingxian had arrived in time to subdue her. Seeing that Yi Lingtian and the others were not surprised by Zhu Ping'er's appearance, Wang Jingming quickly regained his composure. She should no longer be considered an enemy. Suppressing the shock within him, he pointed at Zhu Ping'er and incredulously turned to Yi Lingtian. She can't be one of your bodyguards, can she? Yi Lingtian's lips curled into a faint smile, revealing a bemused expression. Zhu Ping'er is my bodyguard. That woman in white is Li Mushua's bodyguard. Is there a problem? Wang Jingming was momentarily taken aback. As the chief instructor for this training session, he had familiarized himself with the family backgrounds of the top-performing students. It was plausible that Yi Lingtian could have such a formidable bodyguard, but how could Li Mushua, coming from a humble background, afford a master-level protector? Were master-level warriors as common as cabbages these days? Suddenly, Wang Jingming's expression shifted dramatically as he realized he had overlooked a crucial detail. He rushed forward, seizing the wrist of the woman in white, his voice trembling with excitement. Sister Bai? He called you Sister Bai. You're Bai Lingyu, aren't you? Chapter 50. Without sufficient power to protect, beauty becomes a source of calamity. Bai Lingyu's body trembled uncontrollably. In response to Wang Jingming's inquiry, she remained silent. Observing her reaction, Wang Jingming chose not to press further and reached to lift Bai Lingyu's mask. Surprisingly, she did not resist. As the mask was lifted, time seemed to freeze, and every breath in the vicinity stilled. Beneath the mask lay a face of ethereal beauty, skin as white as snow, features as picturesque as a painting, a delicate nose, and softly pursed ruby lips. Yet, her crystal-clear eyes, reminiscent of glacial springs, quivered incessantly, shattering the frigid exterior she had strived to maintain. It was a struggle that emanated from the depths of her soul, rendering her beauty strikingly fragile and authentic. Yu Wei's eyes widened in astonishment, her small mouth forming an O shape involuntarily. She instinctively clutched the sleeve of Li Mushua beside her, her voice brimming with unmasked admiration. Wow, big sister, you're so beautiful. Why are you wearing a mask? Li Mushua remained silent, yet a flicker of complex emotion crossed her eyes. She understood this all too well. In this brutal world of martial prowess, without sufficient strength to safeguard oneself, beauty could indeed turn into a source of misfortune. She had experienced this firsthand. Ever since her mask had been damaged, she had often been approached by boys seeking her affections, even with Yi Lingtian intervening to shield her. It had become an incessant annoyance. Wang Jingming's hand hung suspended in midair, his gaze transfixed upon the haunting visage before him. Lingyu, his voice emerged hoarsely, laced with disbelief and tremors. Is it truly you? The yearning of the past 2 years surged forth in that moment, and he instinctively stepped closer, wishing to embrace her. However, Bai Lingyue quickly scanned their surroundings, a hint of panic flitting across her face. She bit her lip lightly and whispered, "There are others present." Her soft words struck Wang Jingming like a thunderclap, awakening him to the reality that 4 students nearby were gaping at them in astonishment. Even the usually composed Li Muxiu exhibited a rare expression of surprise. He inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the tumult of emotions within him. Yet, when he spoke again, his voice was still tinged with uncontainable excitement. Where have you been these past 2 years? Why did you suddenly disappear? You didn't answer calls or messages. It was as if you had evaporated from the mortal realm. His gaze bore into Bai Lingyue's eyes, desperately seeking answers. Bai Lingyue sighed softly, avoiding his intense scrutiny. This story is long. I have my reasons. When the opportunity arises, I will explain everything. But for now, we must not delay your training with the young master. Upon hearing the term training, Wang Jingming snapped back to reality. He suppressed the turbulent emotions once more, reasserting the authority of the chief instructor. He turned to Yi Lingtian and the others, speaking in a grave tone. Since you are all safe, resume your practical training. Remember to stay vigilant, and do not let your guard down. Yi Lingtian nodded slightly, preparing to lead the group away. Wang Jingming's gaze swept across the ground, suddenly fixating on the unconscious man. His brow furrowed in concern. Zhu Ping'er, who is this person? Zhu Ping'er nonchalantly kicked the man with her shoe. One of the assailants. He was quite nimble in his escape, but thinking he could flee from my grasp is but a foolish dream. But to uncover the mastermind? Wang Jingming pressed for more details. Zhu Ping'er pouted slightly. He is quite stubborn, refusing to divulge anything. I had to resort to some persuasion. Her eyes sparkled as she continued. Unfortunately, the information he provided was limited. He only confessed that the one who orchestrated this was a student participating in this training session. What? Wang Jingming's expression shifted drastically. Among the specially trained students, it is alarming to discover that some have conspired to hire assassins to attack others. Yi Lingtian paused momentarily, turning to cast a contemplative glance at the unconscious man. Zhu Ping'er raised her chin towards Wang Jingming, stating, "He is now in your care. Upon returning to the camp, the Jinwu Bureau will undoubtedly take over this matter. I trust they will swiftly uncover the truth." Wang Jingming nodded gravely, lifting the unconscious man with ease as his spiritual energy began to surge, preparing to ascend. Suddenly, he turned to Bai Lingyue with a piercing gaze, his voice imbued with an undeniable resolve. "Lingyue, I came to find you tonight. We need to have a thorough discussion." Bai Lingyue's delicate form quivered almost imperceptibly. Faced with Wang Jingming's fervent gaze, she instinctively wished to avert her eyes, but ultimately compelled herself to meet his gaze. In her clear eyes, there flickered a tumult of emotions, longing from a reunion, unspoken burdens, and a hint of inner turmoil. Her lips parted slightly, yet only a barely audible sigh escaped. "All right." Wang Jingming received her affirmative response, and a glimmer of uncontrollable joy flickered in his eyes. He gazed deeply at Bai Lingyue once more before hesitating no longer. With the unconscious man in tow, he transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky, vanishing swiftly from sight. Only after his figure had completely disappeared did Bai Lingyue slowly lift her head. The mask she had donned concealed her intricate emotions. Yet the eyes that peeked through remained troubled, reflecting lingering waves of emotion. Zhu Ping'er approached her side, gently patting her shoulder. Some matters must ultimately be confronted. Bai Lingyue offered no reply, her gaze directed towards the path from which Yi Lingtian and the others had departed. Yi Lingtian and his companions traversed the dense forest in silence, perhaps due to the residual awe from Bai Lingyue's earlier astonishing display. They had walked 2 kilometers without encountering a single ferocious beast. It was not until they exited this desolate area that the forest seemed to regain its vitality. A brazen ironback wolf lunged from the underbrush, only to be swiftly pierced through the throat by a precise thrust from Xiang Yu's spear. Xiang Yu withdrew his weapon from the wolf's lifeless form, flicking off the blood with a practiced motion, yet he did not proceed immediately. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Yi Lingtian, unable to contain the question that had been swirling in their minds for some time. Lingtian, his voice brimming with suppressed curiosity and astonishment. "What exactly is your family's background?" Yu Wei and Li Mixue also halted, their attention fixated on Yi Lingtian. Even the typically composed Li Mixue exhibited a glimmer of inquisitiveness in her eyes. While she was aware that Yi Lingtian's mother, Su Qinglan, was an 8th-rank martial saint, it was evident that his father could not be merely the camp commander of the Dragon Martial Corps, as he had previously claimed. Xiang Yu bombarded him with questions. "That is a master-level martial artist, and 2 of them. The entire Lannan city has only about 20 or 30 master-level experts. Yet your family can send 2 to protect you, and Li Mixue?" He scratched his head, confusion etched across his face. "It seems he never heard of any prominent family named Yi in the entire Jiangnan province." The forest fell silent, save for the rustling of leaves in the breeze, as everyone awaited Yi Lingtian's response. Chapter 51. In truth, I am an alien. Conversations under the moonlight. Yi Lingtian, aware of the almost fiery intensity in the gazes of the 3, understood that if he did not provide an explanation today, he would undoubtedly face unrest. He raised an eyebrow, a semblance of a smirk gracing his lips. "Is it possible that my family does not actually reside in Jiangnan province?" The 3 exchanged looks of surprise, their expressions a blend of disbelief and comprehension. If they were not affiliated with a more formidable power, how could they wield such influence? Just as Xiang Yu was about to inquire whether it was a family from the imperial capital or the magic city, or perhaps a hidden clan, Yi Lingtian suddenly quelled his mirth, his expression growing serious as he lowered his voice. "In truth, I am an alien." The air grew tense. Xiang Yu gaped in shock, his expression frozen. Yue blinked her large eyes, tilting her head in confusion. Li Mixue's eyelid twitched ever so slightly. Nearby, Zhu Ping'er materialized against the trunk of a large tree, unable to suppress her laughter as she clutched the bark. "Young master, you truly have a knack for humor." Yi Lingtian regarded the trio's stupefied expressions, then glanced back at Zhu Ping'er not far behind, raising his hands in exasperation. "Sometimes, the truth is simply too incredible to be believed. Although I was born on Blue Star, my consciousness originates from Earth. Thus, claiming to be an alien is not entirely inaccurate. I could be considered half an alien." He shrugged nonchalantly. "If you don't believe me, there is nothing I can do. Let us move. If we delay any longer, the first place will be snatched away by someone else." He turned and continued on his way, leaving the 3 staring at each other in bewilderment. The sunset's afterglow filtered through the gaps in the trees, draping the forest in a warm, golden veil. Yi Lingtian signaled for a pause in their journey, leaning against a sturdy tree as he instinctively retrieved his phone from his pocket. It was time to discuss with Zheng Feng where they would camp for the night. As he spoke, his gaze fixated on the screen, which displayed dozens of missed calls, all from Zheng Feng. Yi Lingtian was momentarily taken aback, then realization dawned upon him. It must have been the celestial disturbance caused by Bai Lingyue's spell, which had drawn their attention, prompting them to call and inquire about their situation. However, he had been too preoccupied to answer the calls at the time, and thereafter, he had been busy dealing with the ferocious beasts. During the outdoor training, All students were required to switch their phones to silent or vibration mode to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble. Yilingtian swiped his finger across the screen to unlock it and promptly returned the call. The phone was answered almost instantly, and Zheng Feng's frantic voice came through. Lingtian, you're still alive. Yilingtian felt a few black lines appear on his forehead and retorted irritably, shut up. I wouldn't die even if you did. There was a brief silence on the other end before Zheng Feng's voice returned to its usual tone. Ahem, I'm just glad you're okay. What's the situation over there? We felt a terrifying aura from afar and didn't dare to approach. Yilingtian replied nonchalantly. We encountered a bit of trouble, some assassins attacked. But it's all been resolved, and we are fine. That's a relief. Zheng Feng clearly exhaled. But his tone took on a slightly peculiar note. You wouldn't believe how worried Lu Rian was for you all. She said if anything happened to you, she wouldn't be sleeping in the camping tent tonight. There'd be no food either. Yilingtian, as the night deepened. The stars twinkled like scattered diamonds in the sky. The cool moonlight enveloped the tranquil forest in a silvery veil. Bai Lingyue and Wang Jingming strolled side by side along a forest path, their footsteps soft, allowing them to hear each other's breaths. Eventually, it was Wang Jingming who broke the silence, his voice low and somber. Lingyu, can you finally tell me what happened back then? Why did we suddenly lose all contact? Bai Lingyue halted, raising her gaze to the crescent moon, its light illuminating her graceful profile. She sighed lightly, her voice tinged with wistful reminiscence. Jingming, do you remember after our graduation, you went to the Dragon Martial Corps at the Sangqiong Fortress, while I returned to Nantai City? Wang Jingming nodded initially. We maintained contact, but after a year, you vanished without a trace. That was because I got into serious trouble. Bai Lingyu's tone was calm, yet it could not conceal the undercurrents of her emotions. Feng Wuyan, the direct descendant of the Feng family, the second most powerful family in Nantai City, encountered me during a chance meeting on the street and insisted that I marry him. I had no desire for such a fate. Yet he covertly dispatched individuals to abduct my parents as a means to coerce me. Wang Jingming's gaze hardened, his fists instinctively clenching. Under the cover of night, I managed to rescue my parents, but during our escape, we were pursued by Feng Wuyan and his men. Bai Lingyue continued, explaining that in order to ensure my parents' safe departure, I bravely held back alone. In that fierce battle, I endured severe injuries to sever one of Feng Wuyan's arms, thus breaking through the encirclement and narrowly escaping. Wang Jingming held his breath, as if he could vividly envision the peril of that moment. Once healed, I prepared to relocate with my parents and younger brother to another city. However, we were unexpectedly ambushed by Feng Wuyan's uncle, Feng Tianxing. My father perished while bravely shielding me from a blade, and I was left gravely injured, teetering on the brink of death. Upon hearing this, Wang Jingming gritted his teeth, his eyes almost ablaze with fury, just as I believed my demise was imminent. Su Wuxian returned to Nantai City for a family visit and intervened to rescue me and my family. Su Wuxian? You mean the wife of our Dragon Martial Corps Commander Yi, Su Qinglan? Wang Jingming exclaimed in shock. Indeed, Bai Lingyu nodded. Not only did Su Wuxian save me, but she also personally negotiated with the Feng family, forbidding them from further aggression against us. Although the head of the Feng family, Feng Tianxing, is an 8th-tier martial saint, they had no choice but to yield to Su Wuxian's authority. To prevent any covert retaliation from the Feng family, Su Wuxian arranged for my mother and brother to be safely settled in the imperial capital and admitted me to the Martial God Guard. For the past 2 years, I have been training within the Martial God Guard in the imperial capital until I was recently assigned to protect Miss Li Miexu in Lannan City. She turned to Wang Jingming, her eyes filled with complexity. It is not that I wish to avoid you, but the Feng family's influence is vast. One day, I will seek vengeance against Feng Tianxing, and I fear it may implicate you. Wang Jingming exhaled deeply, his gaze intense as he looked at her. So you are not deliberately evading me? Bai Lingyu gently shook her head, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. How could I possibly avoid you? I am simply at the mercy of circumstances. Beneath the moonlight, the two exchanged a silent understanding, as if they had spoken 1,000 unvoiced words. After a long pause, Wang Jingming took a deep breath, the cool air of the forest calming his tumultuous thoughts. He stepped closer, his eyes like stars, fixed intently on Bai Lingyu's gaze. Lingyu, listen to me, his voice low and resolute. Since fate has brought us together, from this moment onward, you shall no longer be alone. Your enemies are my enemies. He gently clasped her hand. What does it matter if the Feng family is powerful? Now that I am aware of everything, I will never allow you to face them alone again. Bai Lingyu's fingertips trembled. She lifted her gaze to meet his determined eyes. But there are no buts, Wang Jingming interjected, his expression filled with an unwavering resolve. 2 years ago, my greatest regret was not being able to protect you. In the near future, I will accompany you to the Feng family to seek justice, making them pay for their past misdeeds. Chapter 52, Special Training concludes, Night Banquet. After 5 days of grueling outdoor combat training, the session finally came to an end. At 4 in the afternoon, the blazing sun still cast its heat. Yet each face bore the unmistakable relief of liberation. Various training squads gathered at the nearest assembly point. Many of the participants' combat uniforms were tattered from branches, soaked in sweat and mud, and stained with dark brown blood. However, contrasting sharply with their disheveled appearances were their eyes. If 5 days prior there had been a hint of anxiety regarding the combat, now their eyes gleamed with sharpness, and their demeanor exuded an air of calmness. These 5 days had pushed the limits of their physical stamina, innate talent, and even their very humanity. Each individual had teetered on the brink of exhaustion, struggling in the depths of despair, yet ultimately, they had persevered. Now, each of them possessed combat capabilities, squad coordination, and battlefield intuition that were incomparable to their former selves. Through this 5-day wilderness survival, they had truly become martial artists. Of course, all this came at a price. Among the 1,000 students, nearly 20 had perished, and over 50 sustained serious injuries. At the assembly point, under the guidance of the instructors, the squads boarded helicopters, returning to the training camp. As the helicopters touched down on the training camp's helipad, Yilingtian leaped from the cabin. Without lingering, he exchanged a knowing glance with Li Muxue before heading back to the dormitory with Xiangyu. Turning on the shower, warm water cascaded down, washing away the fatigue and tension of the past days. He changed into a clean short-sleeved shirt and shorts, and the long-lost sensation of comfort and freedom returned in an instant. Soon after, Yilingtian and Xiangyu strolled leisurely towards the central square under the night sky. The central square of the training camp now presented a different scene. Over 100 square tables adorned with pristine white tablecloths were arranged neatly, standing out vividly under the night lights. The tables were meticulously set with plates and drinks, and from a distance, the alluring aroma of food wafted through the air as the catering staff busily prepared. Everything was in place for the grand graduation banquet, a celebration of all the students who had persevered until the end and successfully completed the brutal outdoor combat training. As dusk deepened, the square was ablaze with lights. The freshly rested students arrived in small groups, gradually filling the once empty space with their chatter. Just as Yilingtian and Xiangyu found a spot at the edge and settled down, 3 boys from Zheng Feng's squad hurried over, unceremoniously pulling out chairs to sit in a circle. With both squads now present, only a few girls were yet to arrive. Tonight, students were free from the obligation of wearing uniform combat attire or training gear, allowing for a variety of outfits. As a result, the girls displayed an array of styles: JK skirts, black stockings, white stockings, and everything in between, much to the delight of the boys. When several girls boldly appeared in exquisite anime cosplay outfits, they instantly became the center of attention. The previously boisterous group of boys fell momentarily silent, only to erupt into fervent whispers, their gazes riveted, nearly forgetting to blink. Yilingtian was no exception, admiring the various sights with a faint smile. However, in a fleeting moment, a few drops of dark red blood on the pristine white tablecloth abruptly captured his attention. Instinctively, he looked up. What on earth? It was that rascal Zheng Feng. Yilingtian's eyes narrowed. He retrieved a pack of tissues from his pocket, pulled out 2, and deftly pressed them against Zheng Feng's nose. Zheng Feng was momentarily stunned, instinctively reaching to hold the tissue. His fingertips brushed against something warm and wet, and only then did he realize, letting out a startled gasp as he quickly lowered his head. Xiangyu and the other boys nearby were initially taken aback before erupting into suppressed laughter, the atmosphere turning rather comical. Yilingtian could only shake his head in exasperation. Not long after, 3 familiar figures emerged at the edge of the crowd. Li Muxue, Yu Wei, and Lu Ruyan walked side by side from the direction of the dormitory. Li Muxue still wore an elegant light blue dress, resembling a clear spring under the moonlight. Beside her, Yu Wei donned a white doll-collared shirt adorned with delicate lace, paired with a high-waisted plaid pleated skirt that danced with her every step. The white over-the-knee socks and black Mary Jane shoes harmonized perfectly, and with her lively eyes and petite frame, she looked like a legal loli straight out of a comic, sweet and full of energy. On the other side, Lu Ruyan was clad in a pure white spaghetti-strap short dress, the soft silk fabric perfectly accentuating her tall and slender figure. She wore a subtle smile upon her face, her eyes sparkling with clarity, exuding an aura of pure allure that rendered her exceptionally captivating amidst the throng. Their arrival instantly stirred a commotion among the crowd. Yilingtian promptly rose to his feet, waving to Li Muxue across the bustling assembly. He then gestured towards their table. Xiangyu swiftly moved aside an empty chair, creating space for the 3 young ladies. Shortly after the trio took their seats, the grand banquet officially commenced with a resonant declaration from Chief Instructor Wang Jingming. Let the feast begin. The well-prepared staff, pushing dozens of gleaming stainless steel trolleys, entered in an orderly fashion from both sides. These trolleys were laden with heaps of roasted beast meat, golden and crispy whole chickens, succulent steaks brimming with juices, along with stacks of fluffy steamed buns and rice. On the opposite side, another set of trolleys was filled with an array of alcoholic beverages and soft drinks, the glass bottles clinking melodiously under the lights, exuding a tantalizing chill. For the students, who had subsisted on compressed rations and the gamey meat of wild beasts for 5 consecutive days, this sight was nothing short of heavenly. almost immediately upon the food's arrival. The pent-up hunger that had been suppressed for 5 days burst forth uncontrollably. Initially, some were mindful of their decorum, but soon, everyone joined this extravagant feast. The clattering of cutlery and the sounds of satisfied chewing merging into a most authentic symphony. Over the past few days, the students had slain a multitude of ferocious beasts, filling the camp's storage to capacity, and the cafeteria chefs, now in high spirits, boisterously proclaimed, "Meat aplenty. Rice is unlimited. Whatever you desire, we have it." The atmosphere reached a crescendo during the toasting segment. Many students excitedly raised their overflowing glasses and flocked to their instructors' tables. The usually stern instructors, shedding their masks of seriousness, clinked glasses with the students, their eyes slightly reddened, downing their drinks in one gulp. For numerous students, this was their first encounter with alcohol, or they were simply lightweight drinkers, leading to a variety of bizarre scenes. One chubby boy suddenly embraced a fellow student gnawing on a chicken leg, sobbing and exclaiming, "We view, Xiaofeng, you look so beautiful today. In truth, I've liked you for a long time." The boy being hugged, aghast, struggled vigorously, his face flushed with anger as he shouted, "Damn it, are you blind? I'm a guy? Get away from me." Laughter erupted around them. Chapter 53, in Nantai City, the Jiang family has never feared anyone. At Yi Lingtian's table, Xiangyu was engaged in a drinking contest with Zheng Feng, their faces flushed. Surprisingly, Li Muxue, who usually abstained from alcohol, had taken several toasts with Yi Lingtian that night. Yue, curious, took a sip of her drink and immediately scrunched up her face. Meanwhile, Lu Rian elegantly held her glass, her gaze sweeping through the crowd, seemingly focused on something specific. As the night deepened, the intertwining of starlight and illumination etched this night, filled with sweat, shouts, liberation, and warmth, indelibly into everyone's youthful memories. With the night drawing to a close, the banquet slowly wound down amid the revelry and slight intoxication. The crowd began to disperse in small groups. Noticing Li Mixue's cheeks flushed and her gaze slightly dazed with inebriation, Yi Lingtian intended to escort her back to her dormitory. However, Li Mixue shook her head, gently tugging at his clothing. "No," she said, looking up at him, her voice softer than usual, her beautiful eyes shining brightly in the night. "Walk with me." The night breeze brushed past, carrying the scent of fresh grass and slightly alleviating the summer's warmth. The clamor of the square faded behind them as they strolled along the path of the training camp. Li Muxue's steps were somewhat unsteady, nearly causing her to stumble. Yi Lingtian quickly extended his hand to steady her. Suddenly, Li Muxue turned and flung herself into his embrace, gripping the fabric of his shirt tightly, burying her face deep into his shoulder. What followed was a suppressed cry, as if a long-held sorrow had finally breached its dam. Wu, she wept. Taken aback, Yi Lingtian quickly inquired, "What's wrong? What happened?" Li Mixue shook her head vigorously in his arms, her tears flowing even more profusely. After a considerable moment, she managed to lift her tear-streaked face. Under the streetlight, her exquisite features bore the marks of her sorrow, her eyes and nose reddened from crying. Yet her gaze sparkled with extraordinary brightness. "And no," she stammered, nearly incoherent. "My dad, he called me not long ago." She took a deep breath, striving to make her voice clearer. "He said he has a new mechanical leg now, and he can walk freely without needing a wheelchair anymore. And my mom, her illness is cured. She is completely recovered. We have you," she sobbed, clutching Yi Lingtian's shirt tightly, tilting her head back as tears cascaded down her cheeks. "Thank you, Lingtian. We have you. Thank you." The remainder of her words were drowned in her sobs, yet the profound gratitude reflected in her eyes conveyed everything. Yi Lingtian gently patted her shoulder. "It's all right now," he said, his voice deep and soothing, resonating with a sense of tranquility in the stillness of the night. "It's wonderful news. You should be happy." Upon hearing this, Li Muxue nodded vigorously, yet her tears flowed even more fiercely. However, within her cries, the heavy sadness gradually dissipated, leaving behind a pure release and inexpressible joy, akin to shedding a tremendous burden. After a while, Li Mixue calmed down. Yi Lingtian produced a tissue to help her wipe away her tears. Once her tears were dried, Li Muxue sniffed slightly, her voice still nasally, but regaining some clarity. "After the martial arts exam, if there's time," she paused, her gaze sincere and hopeful. "My parents would like to invite you over to our home to express their gratitude in person." A gentle smile graced Yi Lingtian's face. "Visiting is no problem. Anytime is welcome. As for the gratitude," he said, the corners of his mouth curling up with a hint of profundity, "there's no need for that between us. Is there?" This statement felt like a warm current, gently sweeping through Li Muxue's heart. There were no polite refusals, nor was there any forced intimacy. Yet it was more moving than any promise. The following morning at 10 o'clock, the training camp held an award ceremony for the top 8 teams in the outdoor combat training. Yi Lingtian's team secured first place with an overwhelming advantage, surpassing the second place by more than 300 points. The second place team was Jiang Lin's squad, while Lu Rian's team ranked 6th. At the award podium, Xiangyu beamed widely, revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth. Yi Lingtian wore a calm smile, appearing much steadier in comparison to Xiang Yu's exuberance. Beside him, Li Yu stood quietly, her eyes and brows adorned with a gentle and proud smile. Yu Wei, on her tiptoes, endeavored to appear taller within the group, her large eyes sparkling with expectations of praise and pride. Once all 8 teams had taken the stage, Chief Instructor Wang Jingming personally presented each individual with medals and prizes. After the awards were distributed, staff members took photographs with all the winning teams for posterity. During the group photo, Yi Lingtian stood in the center, with Xiang Yu to his left, her arm casually draped over his shoulder. Li Yu stood to his right, unconsciously leaning slightly towards him, her smile warm and gentle. In front, the petite Yu Wei playfully tilted her body, flashing a charming victory sign at the camera, her large eyes crescent-shaped with joy. With the shutter click, the moment was captured forever. This photograph represented their most significant achievement thus far. After the award ceremony, the students boarded a military bus bound for the city, escorted by armored vehicles and helicopters, heading towards the Nantai City high-speed rail station. Meanwhile, as Yi Lingtian and his companions took the floating high-speed train back to Lannan City, Nantai City No. 1 High School, a sleek, obsidian-black supercar glided out of the campus, its driver none other than Zhang Lin, freshly returned from a rigorous combat training camp. In the passenger seat sat his bodyguard, Ao, a composed 4th-tier martial artist, whose brow was now furrowed with concern. Young master. Second master specifically instructed that we head straight back to the manor upon leaving the school, without delay. He paused before continuing. Word has reached us that someone is discreetly investigating the recent attack during the outdoor training exercise. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin's lips instinctively curled into a rebellious smirk, his fingers lightly drumming on the steering wheel. Investigate? Huh. In Nantai City, the Zhang family has never feared anyone. Not to mention that Brad is still alive. Even if he were dead, what could it matter? He is merely a nouveau riche from Lannan City. Despite his scornful tone, he inadvertently pressed the accelerator harder, the car hurtling towards the Zhang family estate at breakneck speed. However, as they entered a sparsely populated stretch of road, an enigmatic figure suddenly emerged in the middle of the lane. It was a woman clad in a purple-black leather outfit, her form accentuated by the tight fabric that highlighted her alluring curves. Casually, she toyed with a purple dagger that glinted ominously in the sunlight. As the supercar approached, a cryptic smile danced upon her ruby lips. Chapter 54. Quickly seal her spiritual energy and bring her back to our dungeon. I shall exact my revenge myself. Zhang Lin instinctively reached for the brake. Don't stop. Accelerate past her. Ao barked, his voice laced with an unprecedented gravity. This newcomer did not appear benign. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Lin caught a glimpse of the purple dagger in the woman's hand. Gritting his teeth, he slammed the accelerator to the floor. The 12-cylinder engine roared in fury as the car surged forward like a bolt of black lightning. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. At the very moment of impending collision, the woman nonchalantly raised her right hand, fingers splayed, pressing lightly against the front of the vehicle. Boom. It was as if they had crashed into an invisible wall. The car's momentum came to a screeching halt. The rear of the vehicle lifted abruptly due to inertia, screeching metallically as it flipped over the woman's head. In the chaotic spin, Zhang Lin saw Ao's fierce expression and the rapidly swirling sky outside. The car performed several somersaults in midair before crashing down with a resounding thud, landing on its roof and skidding several meters, igniting a shower of blinding sparks against the asphalt. Remarkably, despite some deformation, both occupants emerged relatively unscathed. Ao kicked open the mangled door and crawled out, quickly pulling the disheveled Zhang Lin from the wreckage. Young master, we must flee. This woman is terrifyingly powerful. She is a master-level martial artist. Zhang Lin's heart surged with tumultuous waves. How could such a formidable adversary be here to hunt him? Had he misjudged that wretched little brat's true identity? As he momentarily dazed, Ao shoved Zhang Lin forward. Run. I'll hold her off. I've sent a distress signal to second master. They will arrive shortly. Without hesitation, Zhang Lin took off, glancing back as he ran. He saw the woman strolling leisurely, the purple dagger dancing playfully at her fingertips. Her beauty was striking, her figure undeniably enticing, exactly Zhang Lin's type. But at that moment, the chilling malice in her enchanting eyes sent a wave of terror crashing over him. Initially, a few pedestrians had been drawn by the sound of the crash, preparing to gather and gawk. However, upon catching sight of the woman's dagger, they scattered in a panic. Zhang Lin summoned every ounce of spiritual energy within him, sprinting desperately toward the Zhang family manor. The woman, sensing his flight, displayed a glimmer of excitement in her beguiling eyes, as if savoring the struggle of her prey in its final moments. As she closed in, Ao drew his long knife with a fierce resolve, unleashing his 4th-tier martial prowess, the blade humming with a crimson glow. Your opponent is me, he roared, lunging forward like a tiger, the knife slicing through the air towards the woman's face. Yet, against this formidable strike, the woman merely lazily lifted her eyelids. She did not alter her leisurely pace. Instead, she casually swiped her right hand holding the dagger. A concentrated purple light surged forward, effortlessly bypassing Ao's blade and his neck, as if slicing through butter. Ao's advance abruptly halted, his eyes wide with disbelief. In the next instant, his weapon shattered, his head severed and launched skyward. Warm blood sprayed forth as his headless body stumbled 2 steps forward, before collapsing heavily to the ground. The woman continued her stride, as if brushing away a speck of dust, her captivating eyes still fixated on Jiang Lin, who was now fleeing for his life. The woman was none other than Zhu Ping'er, the personal maid and bodyguard of Yi Lingtian. Jiang Lin, hearing Ao's anguished scream, instinctively turned back, just in time to witness Ao's head soaring into the air, blood gushing forth in torrents. Oh! Jiang Lin's pupils constricted in horror, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. The formidable 4th-tier martial artist who had protected him since childhood had been slain with ease. An overwhelming dread, icy as water, enveloped him, rendering his limbs weak and his breath shallow. He dared not look back, expending every ounce of spiritual energy to flee. At that moment, a singular thought consumed his mind. Escape. Get as far away from this female demon as possible. Just as Ao fell, Zhu Ping'er's brow slightly furrowed, a flicker of annoyance crossing her features. In the distance, the low growl of an engine and the sharp sound of tires on asphalt could be heard. On the opposite lane, a rugged black SUV, its lines sharp and imposing, barreled towards them at high speed. Its side bore the silver emblem of a sword and shield, indicative of the Jingyu Bureau, responsible for all matters concerning martial artists. Zhu Ping'er snorted coldly, vanishing like a wraith. In the next moment, she appeared directly behind Jiang Lin, delivering a swift chop towards his neck. Simultaneously, the rear door of the speeding black SUV swung open, and a figure shot out like a cannonball, moving so swiftly that they left a blur in their wake. Dressed in the Jingyu Bureau's uniform, the newcomer bellowed, "Which? How dare you commit murder in Nantai City?" Before he could close the distance, he unleashed a powerful strike mid-air. A blade of pure, azure-white energy sliced through the air like a crescent moon, aimed directly at Zhu Ping'er. The chilling intent of the attack caused the temperature around it to plummet, causing the debris on the ground to tremble. However, Zhu Ping'er showed no concern for this cataclysmic blow. She simply waved her hand with disinterest. Whoosh! The purple dagger shot forth, striking precisely at the core of the violent crescent blade. The azure-white energy, potent enough to sever steel, disintegrated like a punctured balloon, dissipating into shimmering motes of light. As the dagger returned to Zhu Ping'er's grasp, she cast a glance at her opponent, her lips curling into a mocking smirk. Jiang Lin, recognizing the newcomer, felt a surge of relief. Salvation had arrived. "Uncle, save me!" he cried hoarsely, like a drowning man grasping at a final lifeline. Only when he had taken refuge behind the newcomer did he dare to turn and point at the now retreating Zhu Ping'er, his voice trembling with fear and rage. "Uncle, this insane woman has killed Ao. You must seize her, seal her powers, and take her back to our Jiang family's dungeon. I shall personally avenge Ao." The one who spoke was Jiang Lin's maternal uncle, Shin Yuquei, the deputy chief of the Jianghua branch of the Southern Taiwan Town Martial Bureau. He had been attending to official duties nearby when he suddenly received a call from his brother-in-law, Jiang Shaoqing, informing him that someone had attacked his nephew within his jurisdiction. This news struck him like a resounding slap to the face. Without hesitation, he abandoned all else, gathered a few subordinates, and sped over at the fastest pace possible. At that moment, Shin Yuquei's expression was as solemn as still water. He gently patted Jiang Lin's hand, which was gripping his arm tightly, in a gesture of reassurance. Yet, his sharp gaze remained fixed on the dangerous figure not far away. The earlier clash from a distance had seen his full-strength blade energy effortlessly shattered by the opponent, making him acutely aware that this woman possessed formidable strength, far surpassing his own 5th-tier, 8-star mastery. The woman before him was quite young, yet she had casually dispelled his blade energy with ease. Shin Yuquei deduced that she was likely a 6th-tier martial king. Having ascended to such a position, she was certainly no fool. Although he had the advantage in numbers, the possibility of defeat loomed large should a confrontation arise. Nonetheless, he remained unperturbed. This was the provincial capital, where the Southern Taiwan Town Martial Bureau was replete with experts. Moreover, his brother-in-law Jiang Shaoqing was en route. If he could just stall for a while until reinforcements arrived, even if this enchantress was a martial king, escape would be difficult. He subtly tilted his head, casting a discreet glance at the 3 subordinates who had just arrived behind him. One of them grasped the unspoken cue and quietly retreated to a nearby vehicle, using its cover to swiftly produce a communicator and discreetly call for support from the headquarters. Shin Yuquei took a deep breath, suppressing the fury within, and stepped forward to shield Jiang Lin completely. In a deep voice, he demanded, "Who might you be?" "I am Shin Yuquei of the Southern Taiwan Town Martial Bureau. Under broad daylight, you dare to attack a martial artist in the streets? Do you not know this is a capital offense?" Zhu Ping'er let out a cold snort. "The affairs of the Martial God Guard are not yours to meddle in." The words Martial God Guard struck like thunder, causing Shin Yuquei to tremble violently, retreating 2 steps before he could steady himself. His voice quivered. "Why, you are one of the Martial God Guard." Currently, there were 6 martial gods within the Great Xia alliance. 5 commanded the 5 major legions, stationed at the 4 corners of the Alliance and the celestial fortress of the myriad races battlefield. The 6th was the sovereign of the Great Xia. Although the Alliance's major decisions were deliberated by the Council, the ultimate authority still resided with the sovereign when it came to unresolved issues among the 6 elders. Each martial god had a varying number of martial god guards. Some were by their side for deployment, while others were tasked with protecting the families of the martial gods. The martial god guard operated independently of the existing administrative system, representing the will of the martial gods and wielding authority that transcended ordinary laws and regulations. Shen Yuquei forcibly quelled the tumult within him, fixing his sharp gaze upon Zhu Ping. Despite her imposing presence, the identity of the martial god guard was not to be taken lightly. One could not rely solely on words. He inhaled deeply and spoke with gravity. If you claim to be from the martial god guard, please present your identification. Zhu Ping curled her lips into a mocking smile, as if she had awaited his inquiry. With a flick of her wrist, a palm-sized golden insignia materialized in her hand. The moment the insignia appeared, the surrounding air seemed to still. The insignia shimmered with a dark golden hue, its front intricately carved with a ferocious dragon head spewing flames, emblematic of the Dragon Martial Legion, one of the 5 major legions. The instant Shen Yuquei's gaze met the insignia, his entire consciousness felt as though it were being forcibly extracted. A resonant dragon's roar echoed in his mind, audible only to him. He envisioned a colossal golden dragon coiled amidst the endless heavens, its frigid gaze regarding him with indifference, as if viewing a mere ant. A vast, imposing will, imbued with a sense of destruction, cascaded over his spirit like a torrential waterfall. That was the martial goddess will. In the face of such authority, his 5th-tier, 8-star mastery felt as fragile as paper. The tremors of submission and dread coursing through his soul nearly compelled him to kneel on the spot. This insignia could not be counterfeit. No one would dare impersonate it. As the golden light faded, Shen Yuquei abruptly returned to his senses, his back drenched in cold sweat. His complexion had turned pale, and his breath grew shallow and labored. All prior doubts and displays of authority vanished in an instant, leaving only a profound reverence that sprang from his very soul. He struggled to swallow, his voice hoarse and trembling. The Dragon Martial Insignia. It truly is the Dragon Martial Insignia. With a flick of her wrist, Zhu Ping made the insignia vanish into thin air. She regarded Shen Yuquei's ashen face with a slight smile. Now, may I take my leave with the individual? Shen Yuquei cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Lin, feeling an overwhelming urge to hang him up and deliver a beating. His nephew's usual antics could be overlooked, given the formidable influence of the Jiang family. The family head Jiang Xiaodian was the deputy mayor of Tainan, and Jiang Lin's father, Jiang Xiaocheng, was the patriarch of the Jiang group in Tainan. Minor troubles could be resolved with a bit of money and pressure. However, he had never anticipated that such a situation would attract the martial god guard, particularly the Dragon Martial Legion's elite. Shen Yuquei's throat constricted, beads of cold sweat forming at his temples. He slowly turned to the side, clearing the path to Jiang Lin. This simple action felt as though it drained every ounce of his strength. He cast a complex glance at Jiang Lin, whose face had turned ashen, and felt a chill in his heart. As Zhu Ping approached step by step, Jiang Lin broke into tears. Uncle, save me. Jiang Lin clutched Shen Yuquei's sleeve desperately, tears and snot streaming down his face, his previously arrogant demeanor extinguished. Only the rawest form of terror remained, his voice trembling uncontrollably. I cannot go with her. I will die. Uncle, you must protect me. Witnessing his nephew's pitiful state, Shen Yuquei's heart softened despite himself. He gritted his teeth, his voice dry. What exactly did he do to warrant the personal intervention of the Dragon Martial Guard? Zhu Ping continued her advance, her gaze sweeping over Shen Yuquei's pale face before finally landing on the trembling Jiang Lin. Her red lips parted, her voice low yet resonant. He hired someone to assassinate the martial god's only son. Shen Yuquei's mind erupted in a thunderous roar, leaving him frozen in place as if struck by lightning. This boy had truly stirred up a hornet's nest. The Jiang family was about to be thoroughly embroiled in this calamity. Behind Shen Yuquei, the 3 inspectors of the Martial Bureau, upon hearing that Jiang Lin had hired an assassin to target the martial god's only son, turned pale, instinctively retreating 3 steps to distance themselves from Jiang Lin. Zhu Ping gently tapped Jiang Lin on the nape of his neck, causing him to lose consciousness instantly. With a flick of her hand, a spatial ring glimmered briefly, and a sleek, violet-black flying car silently materialized in the center of the street. Zhu Ping effortlessly lifted Jiang Lin and tossed him into the trunk of the vehicle. She then turned around, her beautiful eyes casting a calm yet authoritative glance at the ashen-faced Shen Yuquei, her tone unwavering. You will handle the aftermath here. Furthermore, ensure that everyone keeps their mouths shut. Shen Yuquei nodded repeatedly. Zhu Ping gracefully opened the car door and entered, setting the automated driving program to the Yejia Villa in Lannan. The flying car ascended smoothly into the sky. Zhu Ping activated the holographic television screen within the vehicle and selected a romantic drama. casually retrieving a bottle of juice from the small refrigerator beside her. She reclined in the plush space chair, indulging in the show with great enjoyment. Chapter 56. We have always adhered to the law. Could there be a misunderstanding? At the very moment when bodyguard Ao sent out a distress signal, a piercing alarm sounded from Jiang Xiaoking's mobile phone in the presidential office on the top floor of the Jiang Corporation. Upon glancing at the screen, a wave of dread washed over him, and an icy chill coursed through his body. Jiang Lin, his youngest son, had always been the recipient of his affection. Recently, Jiang Lin had awakened an A-grade swordsmanship talent, filling him with joy as he believed the family legacy was secure. Yet now, someone dared to attack him. Suppressing his panic, Jiang Shaoqing immediately dialed the phone number of his brother-in-law, Shun Yuankui. Upon learning that Shun Yuankui was near the scene, his heart began to ease somewhat. As the deputy director of the Jianghua branch of the Southern Tai City Martial Bureau, Shun Yuankui was a master-level practitioner, ranked at the 5th tier with 8 stars. In the realm of Southern Tai City, which warrior would dare to confront him? When it came to response speed, no force could rival the patrols of the Martial Bureau. With his intervention, the assailant would only be digging their own grave. Jiang Shaoqing raised the teacup from his desk and took a sip. Contemplating who could have attacked his son, he was well aware of Jiang Lin's behavior. He had made enemies, but they were merely students from ordinary families. Those households were financially strained and lacking connections. A bit of money and pressure would render them silent. It was inconceivable that they could stir up such a storm or enlist someone of Ao's caliber as a threat. His thoughts drifted back to a couple of weeks earlier when Jiang Lin returned from the practical training camp with a bruised face. The video sent to him had caused his blood pressure to spike. How could he tolerate such an indignity? In a fit of rage, he immediately began investigating Yi Lingtian's background. The findings revealed that Yi Lingtian's father was a man of unknown identity, having been absent for over a decade. With no one knowing whether he was alive or dead, his mother was merely a businesswoman running a small tech company in Lannan City, with assets barely sufficient and simple social ties. Such a background was utterly insignificant compared to the Jiang family's centuries-long dominance in Southern Tai City. Despite his rising ire, he refrained from intervening directly in the sparring match between Jiang Lin and Yi Lingtian, as it was a legitimate competition within the training camp. He decided to put the matter on hold. Then, a few days ago, Jiang Lin called him, barely able to contain his excitement, saying that Yi Lingtian was participating in outdoor practical training and urged him to arrange for someone to take action. Recognizing the opportunity at hand, Jiang Shaoqing realized that using his own men would be unsafe. Exposure could lead to complications. Thus, he hired 4 assassins on the dark web, instructing them to infiltrate the outdoor training area and act when the moment was right, ensuring Yi Lingtian's permanent disappearance. However, the appointed time had long passed, and the assassins had vanished without a trace. According to the dark web's rules, he could only wait passively for them to make contact. Days passed without a single word, leading him to suspect that the assassins might have absconded with his money. Yet, on the day following the deadline, his elder brother, Jiang Shaotian, who served as the vice chairman of the Southern Tai City Council, inadvertently mentioned that students at this year's Jiangnan Province outdoor training camp had been attacked by unidentified assassins. But fortunately, timely rescue had prevented any casualties. Moreover, the Martial Bureau was secretly investigating the matter. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Lin informed him that he had seen Yi Lingtian unharmed at the evening banquet of the training camp. These developments left Jiang Shaoqing feeling increasingly uneasy. Thus, after Jiang Lin departed from the training camp, he instructed him to return to the Jiang family estate immediately, fearing that someone from the Martial Bureau might fixate on Jiang Lin. Given his youth, if he were summoned for questioning, it could expose vulnerabilities. However, even if someone from the Martial Bureau wished to question Jiang Lin, Ao would not have sent a distress signal. Suddenly, a peculiar thought surged in Jiang Xiaoking's mind. Could Jiang Lin's attack be an act of revenge from Yi Lingtian's family? But in the next moment, he vehemently shook his head, dismissing the absurd notion from his mind. There was no way such a possibility could exist. A small-time merchant from Lannan City could not possibly trace the machinations of Jiang Shaoqing behind the scenes. Where would he find someone capable of pressuring Ao, a 4th-tier martial artist, into seeking help? It must be one of the rivals he had recently pressured during business negotiations, driven to desperate measures in retaliation. He inhaled deeply, draining the cup of tea, his eyes glinting with cold resolve. No matter who you are, if you dare to harm my son, Jiang Shaoqing, you shall pay 100-fold. Yet, seconds turned into minutes. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. The rhythmic ticking of the office clock grew increasingly distinct and grating. There was still no word from Shun Yuankui, and he had completely lost contact with Jiang Lin and Ao. A sense of foreboding began to rise within Jiang Shaoqing. He abruptly stood, the composure he had maintained dissipating, replaced by an escalating anxiety. The situation seemed far more complex than he had initially imagined. Jiang Shaoqing swiftly gathered a dozen capable bodyguards, each exuding a potent aura, preparing to head to the scene of the incident. However, just as they descended the grand staircase of the main building and had yet to step into the courtyard, the electric gates at the entrance slowly opened, and 4 black SUVs from the Martial Bureau drove in one after another. Jiang Shaoqing halted. Recognizing the license plate of the first vehicle, his brow furrowing slightly. It was the official car of the director of the Southern Tai City Martial Bureau. After parking to the side, a group disembarked. Director Su Yaifei and a middle-aged man, dressed in identical uniforms and bearing the same rank insignia. Yet with an unfamiliar but sharp gaze, walked side by side at the forefront. Jiang Xiaoking's mind raced, and he whispered to Lei Lai, the captain of his bodyguard team, who was ranked at the 5th tier with 6 stars. You proceed as planned with them. I will join you once I've handled this matter. Lei Lai nodded slightly and began to lead the bodyguards away. Jiang Shaoqing then donned a warm yet authoritative smile, stepping forward to greet Su Yaifei. Director Su, what brings you here today? It is indeed a rare honor. You are a distinguished guest. Why didn't you notify me in advance so I could prepare? Su Yaifei did not take the bait, nor did he respond to his pleasantries. Instead, his gaze drifted past Jiang Shaoqing, focusing on the bodyguards preparing to depart. In a flat tone, his voice was low yet clear enough for all to hear. Mr. Jiang, your men seem quite eager and aggressive. Where do you intend to send them? Jiang Shaoqing maintained his smile. Director Su, you jest. It's merely a family matter. My son, Jiang Lin, encountered an attack on his way home, and I have sent them to provide assistance. Oh, assistance? Su Yaifei replied, a hint of amusement in his voice as he spoke slowly. I believe that may not be necessary. Your son Jiang Lin is unlikely to perish just yet. Unlikely to perish just yet. The smile on Jiang Xiaoking's face froze instantly, his voice rising sharply. Director Su, what do you mean by that? The last vestiges of Su Yaifei's feigned smile vanished, his gaze turning icy and piercing. What do you mean? Are you not aware of what you have done? Jiang Xiaoking's heart raced, but years of experience forced him to suppress his tumultuous emotions, projecting a facade of shock and innocence. Director Su, your words truly leave Jiang perplexed. We have always upheld the law and shown a commitment to public welfare, earning a stellar reputation in Nantai City. Is there perhaps a misunderstanding here? Chapter 57, tonight. All expenses will be covered by young Master Liu. 2 admission letters. Su Yaifei let out a cold laugh. Misunderstanding? He took a half step to the side, fully revealing the formidable middle-aged man beside him. This is Captain Xing Yuming, who is specifically tasked with handling significant cases at the capital's Jinyu Bureau. Jiang Xiaoking's heart sank. He inwardly lamented, knowing that the visitor bore ill intentions. Sure enough, Xing Yuming produced an arrest warrant stamped with the seal of the Jinyu Bureau. Jiang, you are suspected of hiring a hitman to commit murder, resulting in extremely adverse repercussions. All evidence has been collected, and this is the arrest warrant issued by the Bureau. I am commanded to escort you to the demon prison of the capital immediately. At the mention of the demon prison, Jiang Xiaoking's complexion drained of color, his body swaying ever so slightly. No, this is a frame-up. Jiang Shaoqing cried out in panic, his voice twisted by sheer terror. I want to see my brother. Director Su, this must be a mistake. Xing Yuming remained unfazed, coldly issuing the command. Seize him. The 2 silent inspectors behind him suddenly moved with such swiftness that they left only after images, swiftly restraining Jiang Xiaoking's arms. The special alloy handcuffs clicked shut, and with a flash of runes, Jiang Xiaoking's surging spiritual energy was completely suppressed. President Jiang, Lei Lai gasped, his aura flaring as if he intended to force a rescue. Anyone resisting the law is to be killed without mercy. Xing Yuming did not even glance at Lei Lai, merely uttering those words with a calm demeanor. Yet those words sent a chill down the spines of Lei Lai and all the restless bodyguards, halting them in their tracks. They had no doubt that if they dared to move, this Captain Xing Yuming from the capital would undoubtedly eliminate them on the spot. Jiang Shaoqing was dragged toward a rugged vehicle, struggling to turn back, his eyes bloodshot as he fixed his gaze on Su Yaifei, his voice sharp with despair. Su Yaifei, this is a conspiracy against my Jiang family. Even if I was momentarily foolish and plotted the assassination, the target did not die. Why? Why must I be imprisoned in the demon prison for an unsuccessful attempt? I refuse to accept this. I refuse. Su Yaifei slightly raised his hand, signaling the 2 inspectors to pause momentarily. Then he leaned in closer to Jiang Xiaoking's ear, speaking in a tone so low that only they could hear. Jiang Shaoqing, do you know who that young man you intended to kill is? He is the sole heir of the martial god, Yi Kuoliang. The name Yi Kuoliang struck Jiang Shaoqing like a thunderclap, reverberating violently in his mind. In an instant, all his struggles, roars, and resentment froze in place. His face turned ashen, his pupils dilating in sheer horror and disbelief. Yi martial god. His lips trembled, and his body began to shake uncontrollably. Targeting the son of a martial god was no ordinary crime. It was tantamount to self-destruction. He could not fathom why the son of the martial god was not in the capital, but appeared in the practical training camp of Jiangnan province. He abruptly raised his head, looking at Su Yaifei, his eyes filled with despair, seemingly wanting to say something, yet unable to utter a complete word. Su Yaifei straightened, no longer looking at Jiang Xiaoking's disheveled state, simply waving indifferently to the 2 inspectors. Take him away. At Lanin number 8 middle school, at the entrance. A bright red banner fluttered gently in the breeze, adorned with bold golden characters that shimmered in the sunlight. Warm congratulations to our school for achieving historic results, securing 1st and 6th place in Jiangnan Province's outdoor practical training. As the bus carrying Yi Lingtian and his 7 companions slowly drove through the school gates, they were momentarily taken aback by the scene before them. Leading the welcoming party was Principal Lu Ziwen, flanked by several school leaders and the class teacher of Yi Lingtian, all lined up neatly along the main path. As for the reason there were 9 going and 8 returning, one student, who had teamed up with students from other schools, had sustained serious injuries and was still hospitalized. The bus came to a steady stop, the doors opened, and Yi Lingtian and the others began to disembark one after another. Principal Lu Ziwen quickly approached with large strides, his smile nearly reaching his ears. "Welcome back. You have all worked hard." His voice boomed, filled with unmistakable excitement. He scanned each of them, his gaze lingering on Yi Lingtian for a moment, filled with admiration, relief, and even a hint of unburdening. He clapped Yi Lingtian on the shoulder and looked at the other team members. "Excellent. You have truly brought honor to Lannan No. 8 Middle School. This is the best result our school has achieved in the outdoor practical training in Jiangnan Province over the years." Surrounding school leaders and class teachers stepped forward, warmly congratulating each student who had returned safely, creating a lively and heartwarming atmosphere. Yi Lingtian pulled Lu Ziwen aside, taking out 200,000 from the 1 million prize he had won and placing it in Lu Ziwen's hands. Lu Ziwen was taken aback. "Lingtian, what is this?" Yi Lingtian smiled gently. "This is a token of my gratitude for your care over the past 3 years. It is my own earnings, you must accept it." Lu Ziwen glanced back, but, no longer hesitating, accepted it into his spatial ring. Under Lu Ziwen's arrangement, Yi Lingtian and his 7 companions took a group photo with the school leaders and class teachers at the school entrance. After the photo session, Lu Ziwen offered a few more words of encouragement. "Everyone, take a good rest these next few days and adjust your states. The college entrance examination is approaching, and I believe you will achieve even greater success." After bidding farewell, everyone dispersed. Yi Lingtian had not gone far when he vaguely heard a familiar voice from behind. "Tonight, all expenses will be covered by young Master Lu." This was followed by a flurry of lively chatter. Yi Lingtian took Li Miexu's hand as they approached the waiting Cullinan at the school gate. In the passenger seat sat Bai Lingyu, while Zhu Pinger had been dispatched by Su Qinglin on a mission and had yet to return. After dropping Li Miexu off at her home, Yi Lingtian returned to his own residence. Upon entering the living room, he was greeted by a beaming Su Qinglin. She circled around him, scrutinizing him closely, then reached out to smooth the slightly tousled hair on his forehead, her lips curling into a tender smile. "Not bad, not bad. You've bulked up quite a bit since you left." She gently patted his shoulder, her tone laced with surprise and pride. "In just 20 days, you've broken through from a first-tier 2-star to a first-tier 7-star. This progress surpasses your father's achievements at the same age." Yi Lingtian smiled slightly. "That is only because you all have excellent genes." Once he settled onto the sofa, Su Qinglin retrieved a hefty envelope from her spatial ring. "Lingtian," she said, handing him the envelope in a calm voice. "This was sent by your grandfather from the capital a few days ago." Yi Lingtian accepted the envelope and, upon opening it, was momentarily stunned. It was an admission letter from Longyu University. Moreover, there were 2 letters. Chapter 58. The fruits of one's labor should not flow to outsiders. The empty crystal Shin stone. The admission letters from Longyu University were a deep, majestic blue, their texture as robust as armor, with dark golden dragon patterns embossed along the edges, shimmering subtly under the light, exuding an air of nobility and mystery. Prominently displayed in the center were the 4 embossed golden characters of Longyu University. Opening the first admission letter, Yi Lingtian's name stood out prominently. In the lower right corner was the handwritten signature of his grandfather, Yi Xingqian. Yi Lingtian then opened the second admission letter. In the name field, the 3 characters Li Miexu were inscribed. Observing her son lost in thought while gazing at the notification letter, Su Qinglin's eyes glimmered with a gentle smile. She lifted her teacup and took a delicate sip, her tone laced with playful sarcasm. "Your grandfather specifically instructed that after the college entrance examination, you are to personally deliver Miexu's notification letter to her." She paused for a moment before leisurely adding, "Is there a problem?" Yi Lingtian looked up, meeting his mother's smiling gaze. With a resigned gesture, he rubbed his forehead. "No, no problem at all." His grandfather's expectations were practically bouncing off his face. However, good fortune should not flow to outsiders. The Yi family had expended an exceedingly precious heavenly-grade divine crystal to elevate Li Miexu's talent level from A to S. If Li Miexu were to be taken by one of the other prestigious universities, his grandfather would surely be furious to the point of bloodshed. Returning to his room, he found Zhu Pinger already back. At that moment, she had transformed into her ragdoll cat form, curled up in the center of Yi Lingtian's comfortable bed, her snow-white, fluffy fur gently rising and falling with her rhythmic breathing, deep in slumber. Yi Lingtian tiptoed to avoid disturbing her. He settled into a cross-legged position on the sofa by the window, gradually closing his eyes. On the surface, he appeared to be practicing the star-breathing technique. In reality, however, his consciousness delved deep into his mind to examine the system's data. The points earned from slaying ferocious beasts during the final 2 days of the combat training camp, combined with his previous balance, amounted to a total of 2150 points. System. Here, Master. Let us conduct a lucky 20 consecutive draws. Certainly, Master. In a short while, the draws concluded. He obtained 18 nourishing pills, 1 talent skill insight card, and 1 SS level technique insight card. Observing the outcome, Yi Lingtian nodded slightly, deeming the harvest satisfactory. After some contemplation, he made a decisive choice. He would elevate both the space storage and the star-breathing technique by 1 level each. Understood, Master. As the system's prompt faded, a surge of pure and formidable energy surged into his body and soul. He distinctly felt the boundaries of the storage space attached to his soul rapidly expand, its stability significantly enhanced. Previously, this space was merely about 20 cubic meters, far inferior to that of his spatial ring. Now, it had grown to a full 200 cubic meters. It appeared he would no longer need to rely on the spatial ring. Simultaneously, the numerous obscure aspects of the star-breathing technique became clear to him, markedly improving the efficiency of guiding the power of the stars. The reason he opted not to elevate the level of the sky cleaving 9 slashes was that, regardless of how high its level, without sufficient cultivation to support it, its power would ultimately be limited. In contrast, enhancing the level of the star-breathing technique would accelerate a martial artist's absorption of spiritual energy, thereby hastening their cultivation progression. Yi Lingtian transferred all items from his spatial ring, including the latest model of the Night Black top-tier flying car, into the newly opened storage space. Subsequently, he retrieved 10 nourishing pills from his storage and consumed them one by one, akin to eating candy. The immense medicinal power instantly diffused within him. Like warm currents washing over his limbs and bones, he could distinctly feel his vitality surging through his meridians, strengthening, as his vitality value soared past the 1,000 mark. However, the barrier of his realm remained steadfast. He still lingered at the first level of 7 stars, unable to break through. Yi Lingtian exhaled a breath of stale air. A flicker of understanding crossing his eyes. It seemed that the path of cultivation truly required patience. Rapid advancement would yield no results. The enhancement of one's realm was not merely a matter of accumulating vitality, but necessitated the deepening of one's mindset and profound comprehension of power. He ceased to force the issue, closed his eyes, cast aside distractions, and began to practice the star-breathing technique. He guided the abundant vitality within him to resonate slowly with the celestial power of the stars, entering a profound state of cultivation. Time passed unmeasured. On the bed, the snow-white ragdoll cat stirred lazily, slowly opening a pair of sapphire blue eyes. She gracefully rose, arched her back, and stretched with a luxurious yawn. A soft glow enveloping her as she transformed back into her human form. Zhu Ping'er, barefoot, lightly tread on the floor, her gaze naturally falling upon Yi Lingtian, who, unbeknownst to her, had finished his cultivation. Leaning back against the sofa, he breathed evenly and deeply, having fallen into a peaceful, infant-like slumber. A fleeting expression of indescribable tenderness and heartache crossed Zhu Ping'er's eyes. She tiptoed quietly to the bedside, picked up a light, plush blanket, and carefully spread it over Yi Lingtian. After completing this act, she stood silently beside him, gazing at his tranquil, sleeping face for a moment. A faint but immensely tender smile curling at the corners of her lips, perhaps due to several consecutive days of rigorous outdoor training. Yi Lingtian slept soundly until around 7 or 8 in the evening. Upon awakening, he made his way to the living room. The massive television screen displayed his father's face. His mother, Su Qinglan, was engaged in a video chat with him. Zhu Ping'er sat on a nearby single sofa, legs crossed elegantly, engrossed in her favorite mobile game. At that moment, she furrowed her brow slightly, muttering under her breath about her teammates being too incompetent. Out of the corner of her eye, Su Qinglan caught sight of Yi Lingtian. She elegantly raised her hand, and a girl dressed in a maid outfit, Ali, who had been quietly waiting in the corner of the living room, quickly approached. Su Qinglan instructed her to notify the kitchen to prepare dinner for Yi Lingtian. She then gestured for Yi Lingtian to sit beside her. Upon seeing Yi Lingtian's arrival, Yi Qualiang's lips curled into a proud smile. Son, I heard you achieved first place in the combat training camp. Ha ha, you've inherited your old man's spirit from back in the day. Hee hee, it was merely luck. Yi Lingtian immediately adopted a humble demeanor, taking inspiration from a certain novel-esque character known for his good fortune. Suddenly, he recalled the succulent, perfectly roasted tenderbone rabbits he had savored days prior. Ahem, it was just a momentary indulgence. It wasn't a lack of resolve. The deliciousness simply bewitched me. Brother San, do not take offense. We assuredly did not consume your rabbit. After a few exchanges, Yi Qualiang suddenly shifted the topic, his expression animated. Son, I have something to show you. I'm sure you'll be interested. As he spoke, he retrieved from his spatial ring several prism-shaped crystals, each the size of an apple. The crystals displayed a deep, translucent, azure hue, with countless minuscule, silver specks floating like stardust within, swirling gracefully. Yi Lingtian's eyes brightened. Space crystals. They are the purest form of spatial energy crystallization, commonly utilized as the energy core for various formations. Due to their stable demand and limited supply, they are exceedingly rare on the market. For ordinary individuals, they might merely appear as attractive stones. Yet for those endowed with spatial talents, they are invaluable treasures. Chapter 59. Shall we practice a little more? Space Rift. What a splendid find. Father, how many do you possess? Yi Lingtian's voice brimmed with barely contained excitement. On the other end of the screen, Yi Kuliang chuckled nonchalantly. Not long ago, I discovered a small vein of space crystals in an ancient secret realm on the battlefield of myriad races. I thought it would be useful to you, so I casually gathered a handful. He paused before continuing. As for that mine, I've already dispatched individuals to commence its extraction. It's expected that within a short while, the first batch of refined space crystals will be transported back to Blue Star. Yi Lingtian could not help but press on. Father, just how many did you gather? The space crystals being transported back to Blue Star should belong to the assets of the Great Xia Alliance. But as for what you collected, Yi Kuliang pondered for a moment. If you absorb freely, you should be set for 2 years. 2 years. Yi Lingtian gasped in astonishment. Father, your haul is no ordinary feat. Yi Kuliang. At that moment, Ali arrived with 2 young and beautiful maids, serving Yi Lingtian's dinner. The exquisite dinnerware was gently placed upon the coffee table, and the aroma of the food subtly permeated the air. Yi Lingtian, displaying his awareness, turned to his parents and said, Dad, Mom, please continue your conversation. I will have my meal. With that, he moved to the side table and began to enjoy his dinner. Su Qinglin's gaze flitted lightly over her son, who was quietly dining, before finally settling on the figure of Yi Kuliang on the television screen. My esteemed martial god, she murmured softly, her tone devoid of inflection. What are your plans regarding the incident where your son was attacked a few days ago? On the screen, the gentle smile on Yi Kuliang's face abruptly froze. Jiang Chaochen. Is it? He began slowly, his voice eerily calm. Let him remain in the demon suppression prison for 100 years before we discuss anything further. As for that child, he is still quite young. Let him serve 5 years in my Dragon Martial Legion after he graduates from university. At this point, the corners of Yi Kuliang's mouth curled into a hard, cold arc. Is it not the case that one cannot educate their children? I shall ensure he learns his place. Upon finishing, he turned to Su Qinglin, his gaze softening. What do you think? Su Qinglin elegantly lifted her teacup, taking a delicate sip before responding nonchalantly. You have the final say. After dinner, Yi Lingtian decided to take a stroll. Just as he pushed open the door, he heard his father's gentle voice. Dear, Lingtian has already shown himself to be quite capable. Should we consider training him further? Yi Lingtian's hand froze on the doorknob, nearly causing him to stumble. The following morning, Yi Lingtian was practicing his swordplay on the terrace of the second floor. The black broadsword sliced through the air in his hands, the blade leaving behind subtle ripples in the space it traversed. Suddenly, he halted, the tip of the sword suspended in midair, through the intricately carved stone railing. He caught sight of 2 black commercial vehicles approaching the Yi family villa. Pinger, he muttered just as Zhu Pinger silently appeared at his side. The two exchanged a knowing glance and gazed downward simultaneously. They observed 4 men clad in black combat uniforms swiftly exiting the neighboring villa, their strides steady and powerful. Unmistakably members of the Martial God Guard's second squad. One of the men raised his hand to halt the vehicles, and after a brief conversation through the lowered window, the 2 cars were directed to the designated parking area outside the villa. The door of the first vehicle swung open, revealing a refined middle-aged man. Dressed in a standard dark suit, his demeanor was composed yet bore a hint of gravity. This visitor was Su Muyang, Yi Lingtian's maternal uncle, the governor of Jiangnan province. He had visited the Yi family villa a few times before, but at that time, he was in casual attire. However, Su Qinglin had deceived Yi Lingtian, claiming that her brother was merely an ordinary civil servant in Nantai City. Thankfully, Yi Lingtian had little interest in current affairs, otherwise, he might have recognized him long ago. From the second vehicle emerged a middle-aged man clad in a dark blue Zhongshan suit. He adjusted his collar, and as his gaze swept across the heavily guarded villa, a trace of undeniable concern flickered in his eyes. The tightly furrowed brow and slightly pursed lips betrayed his inner unease and apprehension. Yi Lingtian gently sheathed his broadsword, his gaze still fixed below. Do you know this person? Zhu Pinger replied with a hint of cold amusement. Given the circumstances, if my guess is correct, this man should be Jiang Shaodian, the deputy speaker of Nantai City. Members of the Jiang family? A chill crept into the corners of Yi Lingtian's mouth. Zhu Pinger murmured, Jiang Shaodian is quite astute. He knows how to enlist Governor Su's assistance. It seems he wishes to leverage this connection to secure leniency for his wife. A moment later, Su Qinglin's maid, Ali, gracefully ascended the terrace and bowed. Young master, Governor Su has arrived with Jiang Shaodian to apologize to you. Madam requests your presence downstairs. Yi Lingtian nodded and turned to descend the stairs, with Zhu Pinger closely trailing behind. In the living room, upon seeing Yi Lingtian. Su Muyang's face broke into a warm smile. Just as Yi Lingtian prepared to greet him, Jiang Xiaodian stepped forward, bowing deeply. Young Master Yi, I am Jiang Xiaodian. I have come today to apologize on behalf of my younger brother and nephew. As he spoke, he presented a carved purple sandalwood box embossed with cloud patterns, cautiously offering it. This is a token from the Jiang family. I hope you will accept it. Inside the box were 10 pieces of empty crystal mysterious stones and a bank card containing 50 billion, unregistered. Upon hearing the term empty crystal mysterious stones, Yi Lingtian's brows arched slightly. It appeared that Jiang Xiaodian had indeed done his homework, understanding precisely what he needed at this moment. However, recalling that his father had just discovered a new vein of ore, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Yi Lingtian refrained from responding immediately and directed his gaze towards his mother, Su Qinglin. She elegantly gestured for Zhu Ping'er to step forward and accept the wooden box. Ali, Su Qinglin instructed calmly, bring that Jiang family's child over here. Before long, Jiang Lin was escorted in by Ali from the neighboring villa. Yi Lingtian cast a glance at him and nearly burst into laughter. Jiang Lin's entire face was swollen, resembling a pig's head, with several distinct handprints clearly visible, presenting a rather pitiful sight. Yi Lingtian turned to Zhu Ping'er, lowering his voice to inquire, did you do this? Zhu Ping'er gently shook her head, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. Understanding, Yi Lingtian couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, sending you to slap him would only reward him. Zhu Ping'er playfully stuck out her adorable little tongue, then gazed at Yi Lingtian, her eyes filled with affection. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaodian, Jiang Lin grasped at the chance like a lifeline, his eyes immediately brimming with tears. He stepped forward, voice trembling with emotion. Uncle, you've finally come. They slap. A crisp and resounding slap mercilessly interrupted his lament. Jiang Lin was stunned by the sudden blow, clutching his face in disbelief as he stared at his uncle, whose expression had turned a deep shade of anger. Jiang Xiaoshan's chest heaved violently as he pointed at Jiang Lin, reprimanding him harshly. Unworthy child. If you dare utter another word, I will end you right now. Never having witnessed his uncle's fierce demeanor, Jiang Lin stood frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. Jiang Xiaodian, having no further interest in him, took a deep breath and turned to bow deeply to Su Qinglin and Yi Lingtian. Madam Su, young Master Yi. The Jiang family has faltered in raising their children. I apologize for the trouble caused today. I shall take him back and discipline him thoroughly. Su Qinglin waved her hand dismissively. Jiang Xiaodian, as if released from a heavy burden, seized the still-dazed Jiang Lin and pulled him out the door. Su Muyang rose and approached Yi Lingtian, his eyes brimming with unhidden admiration. He placed a hand on Yi Lingtian's shoulder. Good lad. Awakening your talent in less than a month, and already at the first level of the 7 stars. Such progress is truly remarkable. He had intended to add that it was not inferior to Yi Qualiang's accomplishments in his youth, but realizing that the latter had already reached the 9th level of martial god, standing atop the martial arts hierarchy, he swallowed the words and instead offered a gentle smile. Your future achievements will undoubtedly surpass both your mother and me. His words were veiled, yet everyone present understood that this was an exceedingly high praise, as they were all 8th level martial saints. After speaking, he inclined his head slightly towards Su Qinglin, and the siblings exchanged a knowing glance. He adjusted his suit jacket, regaining the composed demeanor of the governor of Jiangnan province. I have an important meeting to attend. I must take my leave. Just before turning away, as if recalling something, he added lightly, Qinglin, 10 days from now, Zixiang will be getting married. You and Lingtian should come along. The old man has been mentioning you both. It would be a perfect opportunity for a family gathering. As soon as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly shifted, as if sensing something, and his gaze sharpened as it fell upon Su Qinglin. She sat regally on the sofa, enveloped in a soft yet unassailable halo of sanctity. In her eyes, it seemed as if the dawn itself flowed. After a brief moment, her tone steadied. An incident has occurred. To the north of the city, approximately 30 kilometers away, a spatial rift has emerged. Chapter 60. Even if the livestream room is shut down, I will ensure the camera is focused on it. The gentle expression on Su Muyang's face abruptly vanished, replaced by a grave countenance. He understood that, although he too was a martial sage, his sister Su Qinglan's rank surpassed his own, her strength eclipsing his, and her spiritual perception far exceeded his capabilities. He could only faintly sense the anomalous energy fluctuations emanating from the northwest, while Su Qinglan could accurately ascertain the situation 30 kilometers away. Given the urgency of the situation, he promptly retrieved his phone. Chairman Li, this is Su Muyang. A spatial rift has appeared in the northern outskirts of Lannan City. Please initiate Level 1 emergency response immediately. He dialed several numbers in quick succession. After ending the calls, he turned to Su Qinglan, his gaze sharp. I have already dispatched the Martial Bureau to secure the site, and reinforcements from the Zhuke Legion are en route at full speed. I must go to the site to oversee operations. Su Qinglan nodded slightly. Go ahead. Before her words could fully escape her lips, Su Muyang had already strided out purposefully. A new spatial rift had indeed emerged in Lannan City. In Yi Lingtian's mind, Recollections of descriptions regarding spatial rifts surfaced involuntarily. Since the revival of spiritual energy on Blue Star 2,000 years ago, random spatial rifts have emerged across the land, accompanied by varying numbers of ferocious beasts. Initially, these rifts would measure only about 100 meters in width, with a considerable number of beasts appearing. Yet their ranks typically only reached the first and second levels. However, as time progressed, third and fourth level beasts would gradually emerge, albeit in lesser numbers. Subsequently, the interior of the rift might settle into calmness. Yet, it was also possible for the rift to expand to 200 or 300 meters wide, resulting in the appearance of fifth and sixth level beasts. Spatial rifts are categorized into stable and unstable types. Unstable rifts would gradually heal and disappear after a few hours, whereas stable rifts would persist indefinitely. In such cases, humanity would generally eradicate the initial waves of beasts that surged forth and subsequently lay down formations at the rift to transform it into a training ground for martial artists. Regardless of the type, spatial rifts pose a calamity for humankind. Fortunately, with Su Muyang, an 8th-level martial sage, stationed nearby, it was unlikely that this rift would incite significant turmoil. When Yiling Tian emerged from his reverie, he discovered that his mother, Su Qinglan, was no longer present in the living room. He learned from Zhu Ping'er that she was outside coordinating personnel from the Martial God Guard's second team to support the Martial Bureau. As Yiling Tian stepped outside the villa, he chanced upon 3 members of the second team soaring into the sky, heading directly northwest. The remaining dozen or so, all 4th-level martial artists, sped out of the villa area in several off-road vehicles. The Martial God Guard, under the command of his father Yi Guoliang, was also known as the Dragon Martial Guard due to his leadership of the Dragon Martial Legion. It was currently divided into 4 teams. The first team served directly beside Yi Guoliang, handling various affairs as his personal guards. The second team operated under Su Qinglan's command, mostly stationed at the martial manor of the Yi family in the imperial capital, with only around 20 members accompanying her for deployment. The third team primarily focused on protecting Yiling Tian's safety, with the team leader Zhu Ping'er providing close protection while the remaining members stood by nearby. The fourth team was newly formed and currently tasked with ensuring the safety of Li Mu Shui and her family, led by Ling Yu. "Mom, I want to see the scene," Yiling Tian implored as he approached Su Qinglan. She turned to him, her gaze piercing. "Your cultivation is still shallow. You may go, but you must promise to observe from a distance and not engage in battle." "I understand," Yiling Tian nodded. "Zhu Ping'er." Su Qinglan's gaze shifted to the still figure of Zhu Ping'er. "Ensure his safety." "Yes," Zhu Ping'er replied with a lowered head. Su Qinglan then turned and re-entered the house. Zhu Ping'er blinked her alluring eyes, her lips curling into a playful smile. "Young master, would you like me to carry you there?" Yiling Tian raised an eyebrow. "How would you do that?" Zhu Ping'er, with a cheerful demeanor, extended her arms as if to offer a princess carry. Yiling Tian quickly sidestepped, a line of annoyance forming on his forehead. "What nonsense." He cleared his throat, feeling a blush creep to his ears. "It's a joke. As a dignified man of stature, how could I allow a girl to carry me across half a city? What would become of my pride?" With a flick of his wrist, accompanied by a ripple of spatial energy, a sleek, dark flying car materialized out of thin air. The vehicle exuded a matte finish, its wings extending gracefully like a poised panther. He swiftly opened the door and settled into the driver's seat. Zhu Ping'er stifled a light laugh as she gracefully slid into the passenger seat. Yiling Tian tapped the control screen with his fingertips, and the engine emitted a low hum. Soon, the flying car ascended steadily, racing towards the northwest. After flying for over 20 kilometers, Yiling Tian caught a glimpse of a faint purple crack on the horizon. As he drew closer, the rift expanded within his line of sight, resembling a gaping wound torn in the sky. Below, specialized black assault vehicles from the Martial Bureau converged from all directions, their blue sirens flashing, while medical teams rushed to the scene. The spatial rift had torn open amidst an undeveloped wasteland, yet mere hundreds of meters away. The outlines of several residential complexes were clearly visible. At that moment, the government's rescue teams and Martial Bureau inspectors were urgently evacuating the populace, dressed in orange uniforms. The rescue workers knocked on doors to confirm safety, while the inspectors established 3 layers of security perimeters, broadcasting evacuation orders through loudspeakers. When Yiling Tian arrived a kilometer from the front of the spatial rift, the Martial Bureau inspectors were assembling and forming ranks. 3 elite members of the Dragon Martial Guard hovered in midair, their eyes fixed on the impending horde of beasts below. Several flying cars emblazoned with media logos also arrived in succession. Among them, one vehicle marked with the Lannan City Television logo housed a young girl with a neat high ponytail in the front passenger seat, leaning forward with a stabilizer emblazoned with the platform's insignia for a livestream. Dressed in a crisp white short-sleeve shirt and denim shorts, she radiated youthful energy, her beautiful face illuminated by excitement as her large eyes sparkled. "Family, look, that's the spatial rift. Oh my goodness, it's 100 times more shocking than what I saw on the news," she exclaimed, directing the camera toward the menacing purple crack, her voice trembling with exhilaration. In the back seat, her friend, reporter Li Qian from Lannan City Television, was organizing her professional equipment while admonishing her with a hint of exasperation. Ning Ning, be careful. Don't lean too far out. The girl, known as Ning Ning, was Xiang Ruo Ning, a sophomore at Jiangnan University. She was a somewhat renowned outdoor adventure streamer on the platform, known for her boldness and approachable style, boasting a considerable following. Yesterday, she had hurried back to Lannan City from school to cheer on her brother, who was preparing for the college entrance examination. Today, her plan was merely to catch up with Li Qian, but unexpectedly stumbled upon the grand event of the Spatial Rift's emergence. She had insisted on joining, determined to bring first-hand coverage of the frontline situation to her viewers. Don't worry, Sister Qian, I know what I'm doing. Xiang Ruo Ning flashed a playful smile at Li Qian, then turned back to the camera, lowering her voice as if sharing a secret. Guys, this is so thrilling. I bet I'm the closest streamer to the scene. Wait a moment. If any formidable creature emerges, even if it leads to the suspension of the live broadcast, I will undoubtedly thrust the camera right into its face. Allow me to present you with a close-up shot. Chapter 61, The Beast Tide. So many ferocious beasts. So many points. The online viewers in Xiang Ruoning's live stream skyrocketed, as if propelled by a rocket, with numbers soaring to tens of thousands within mere minutes. And the count continued to escalate. The barrage of comments flowed with such rapidity that the text was nearly indecipherable, leaving only fleeting glimpses of gift effects soaring past. Ning family army, away, send a sports car. Guarding the best Ning Ning, dispatched 5 rockets. Casual bystander, A applauded with 99 claps. Xiang Ruoning gazed at this unprecedented spectacle, her lips curving upwards uncontrollably, her heart brimming with joy. She recognized that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A live broadcast of a spatial rift. An exceedingly rare occurrence across the entire platform. Typically, the ordinary public could only glimpse a few photographs or a few seconds of video in official news reports. It was nearly unique for someone like her, positioned at the front lines, with the lens capturing the battlefield directly, eagerly addressing the microphone. Xiang Ruoning's voice trembled slightly with excitement. Brothers, do you see this? This is the scene. Let us boost those likes. Help me climb the trending leaderboard. Well-versed in the art of interactive broadcasting, she swiftly offered the audience a delightful incentive. 300,000 likes. If we reach 300,000, I'll perform a dance I just learned after stepping away from the camera. As her words faded, a flurry of enthusiastic comments immediately followed. Ning Ning. My wife. The host keeps her promises. Let us shower her with gifts. LSB uninvited. When will you shoot some swimsuit photos, Ning Ning? We must seize the moment. Serious person. Host, I only want to see your legs. Observing the mixed barrage of concern and teasing, Xiang Ruoning's smile grew even brighter. Swimsuit photos can wait. Let us focus on what's unfolding right now. Look, the ferocious beasts seemed poised to emerge. Before she could finish her sentence, the colossal purple rift spanning the sky suddenly contracted inward, erupting like a volcano, and spewing forth a torrent of dark creatures. Roar. The thunderous roar instantly drowned out all noise within the live stream. It was the beast tide. Thousands of grotesque and fearsome beasts surged forth from the 100-meter-wide rift like a deluge breaking free from its dam. Leading the charge were hundreds of first-tier bone erosion wolves. Their bodies akin to calves, with bloodthirsty red glimmers in their eyes. The saliva dripping from their jaws corroded the ground, emitting a hissing sound. Following closely were over 100 second-tier ironclad rhinos, draped in armor resembling rock, their stampede akin to moving mountains, causing the earth to tremble. This destructive torrent surged toward the prepared defense line of the Town Defense Bureau. At the forefront, positioned in a scattered formation, stood over 44th-tier dragon warriors and elites from the Town Defense Bureau. They were the first to act, like dozens of arrows released from their bows. Their aura erupted with a resounding force, transforming into a spectrum of colors as they actively engaged the vanguard of the oncoming beast tide. Boom, boom, boom. Fist strikes, blade flashes, and the gleam of gunfire erupted simultaneously. Each of them was like a boulder hurled into the tide, their formidable individual strength tearing through the black beast horde, creating dozens of openings and swiftly disrupting the ferocious initial wave of the assault. Form ranks. Prepare for battle. A deputy director of the Town Defense Bureau barked. The frontline defenders roared in unison, slamming their rune-engraved heavy shields into the ground. Buzz. A pale blue light of aura emanated from the shields, quickly forming a semi-transparent wall of light, acting as a dam against the approaching beast tide. The next instant, the torrent collided violently with the barrier. Boom. The foremost bone erosion wolves smashed into the light wall with tremendous inertia, their bones shattering, yet the relentless onslaught of beasts continued to batter and claw at the aura shield. The wall quivered violently, and the second and third-tier defenders maintaining formation turned pale, yet they held steadfast. Long-range attack. Suppressive fire. From behind the formation, all archers released their bows simultaneously. In an instant, countless arrows imbued with various elemental auras, flaming arrows, frost-tipped arrows, and piercing arrows shimmering with golden energy, shot into the sky. tracing deadly arcs as they descended upon the beast horde. Thud, thud, thud. The rain of arrows descended, instantly creating a bloodbath among the ferocious beasts. The lower-tier bone erosion wolves fell in droves, yet the tough-skinned ironclad rhinos weathered the downpour, roaring as they charged once more, their sharp horns gathering a yellowish glow as they crashed against the light wall. Bang! With a resounding crash, the light wall shattered in several places, and a few defenders were sent sprawling, blood spraying from their mouths. The vanguard of beasts surged through the breach. Reinforce. Blade bearers, move in for the kill. The deputy director's voice was calm, devoid of any tremor. The defenders positioned on either side of the gap swiftly filled in, their gleaming blades intertwining to form a net of death, swiftly dismembering the encroaching beasts. The battle instantaneously escalated into a brutal melee. Roars, the clash of weapons, the howls of beasts, and the groans of the injured intermingled in a cacophony. However, this was merely the clash of lower-tier forces. The true balance of power on the battlefield lay with the 3 dragon warriors who had remained aloof in the air from the outset. The leader, a middle-aged man with an ancient visage, cradled a venerable long sword, his gaze electric. In an instant, he locked onto a dozen particularly robust second-tier and third-tier leaders commanding the lower-tier beasts. He didn't even draw his sword. He merely pointed casually with his right hand. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of almost tangible azure sword auras shot forth, traveling faster than the eye could perceive, akin to whispers of death, crossing hundreds of meters in an instant. The heads of those beast leaders, still charging forward, were silently pierced, leaving behind only thumb-sized holes as they collapsed to the ground. Simultaneously, the other 2 dragon warriors also sprang into action. With effortless gestures, they had already claimed the lives of 1 or 200 first and second-tier beasts. Their nonchalance, however, cast an imposing shadow over the arena. This was the might of high-tier warriors. Yet, they had not unleashed their full potential. Not just them. The core strength of the Town Defense Bureau, comprised of several 5th-tier masters, also refrained from engaging. They merely observed the battlefield with cool detachment. Everyone understood that although this overwhelming initial wave of beasts was numerous, their levels were relatively low, serving as the perfect opportunity for ordinary defenders to hone their skills and taste blood. The real test would come with the second or even third wave of assaults. What reassured everyone was that Governor Su Muang was personally overseeing the command. With his presence, the city government and all personnel of the Town Defense Bureau felt a solid sense of security. Xiang Ruaning's live stream had descended into utter chaos, with comments and gifts completely flooding the screen. She herself held her breath, the camera fixated firmly on the bloody battlefield below. This raw and brutal depiction of war was far more impactful than any special effects-laden blockbuster. Yi Lingtian gazed down at the surging tide of beasts, the deafening roars and clashing weapons incessantly assaulting his eardrums. He felt the blood within him boil, a powerful urge surging within his chest. So many ferocious beasts. So many points. He yearned to leap into the fray and fight alongside the defenders below. However, as Yi Lingtian turned his head, his gaze met Zhu Ping's. His lips parted, yet no sound emerged. Young master, don't even think about it. Zhu Ping's sultry voice rang in his ears. Her beautiful eyes swept across the bloody battlefield below, her red lips curving into a knowing smile. It's far too dangerous down there for you. Her voice was soft and beguiling. Madam has instructed that you may only observe. Should you sustain any injuries, I would bear the brunt of the reprimand. Can you truly bear to witness my punishment? Upon hearing this, Yi Lingtian sighed deeply and reluctantly acquiesced. Chapter 62. Our blissful existence is sustained by those who bear the burden within less than an hour, through the seamless collaboration of the patrols and the Dragon Martial Guards. The first wave of more than 1,000 first and second-tier ferocious beasts had already succumbed, one by one, to the blood-soaked ground. The battlefield was littered with the carcasses of these beasts, forming a veritable mountain of corpses. Dark crimson blood saturated the earth, pooling into gruesome patches that were a sight to behold. The acrid scent of blood surged skyward, and even at several hundred meters in altitude. Sealed within a highly airtight flying vehicle, the rust-like stench of death penetrated every crevice, invading the nostrils and stirring the very depths of the lungs. Injured patrol members were swiftly transported to the makeshift medical stations established in the rear. Those gravely injured were loaded onto ambulances, which raced toward the nearest hospital. At that moment, Yi Lingtian noticed a main thoroughfare to his left, where hundreds of heavily armored vehicles adorned with the fiery vermilion bird emblem were racing towards the battlefield. Upon reaching the periphery of the conflict, the vehicle doors swung open, and soldiers clad in high-tech composite tactical uniforms from the Vermilion Bird Legion leapt forth. Their movements were synchronized, an aura of lethal intent enveloping the area instantaneously. The 6th Squad of the Vermilion Bird Legion was ordered to take over the defense. The leader's voice boomed like thunder, with 2 blazing star patterns gleaming upon his shoulders in the sunlight. His gaze swept across the battlefield strewn with corpses, and he strode confidently to the deputy director of the Town Martial Bureau, saluting with a raised hand. Brothers of the Town Martial Bureau, please withdraw from the front line and fall back to the secondary defensive line. This area is now under our charge. The deputy director, Zheng, nodded gravely and promptly issued the orders. The hundreds of patrol members, who had been steadfastly defending their positions, began an orderly retreat from the front line. Among them were many second-tier martial artists, who felt somewhat overwhelmed by the impending battle. In stark contrast stood the newly arrived 6th Squad of the Vermilion Bird Legion. With 2,000 soldiers standing resolute, the majority were third-tier martial artists, with a considerable number at the 4th tier and several officers above the 5th tier directing operations. Such a formidable force was far better equipped to handle the soon-to-erupt second wave of beast onslaught. The Dragon Martial Guards also completed their assembly nearby. The leader, a 6th tier, 8-star Martial King named Lin Hu, approached and communicated with the Vermilion Bird Legion's similarly ranked major. The Dragon Martial Guards then seamlessly integrated into the ranks of the Vermilion Bird Legion. Moments later, a new defensive line, primarily composed of the Vermilion Bird Legion's warriors, was established. The Dragon Martial Guards, the Town Martial Bureau's patrol members, and the 5th tier and above martial artists from the Vermilion Bird Legion were strategically positioned throughout the line. All eyes were solemnly fixed upon the vast spatial rift in the distance. It wasn't long before, accompanied by a roar far more ferocious than before, the second wave of beasts surged forth like a tidal wave. This time, 400 figures erupted into view, eclipsing the sky, their bodies radiating energy waves that distorted the air, sending shivers down spines. All were 3rd and 4th tier ferocious beasts. The smallest among them measured at least 5 meters long. Their massive forms resembling moving mountains, with rough, armored skin glinting with a metallic sheen under the setting sun. Their colossal feet trampled over the corpses of the first wave of beasts, shattering bones and splattering blood and mud everywhere. Their crimson eyes reflected only the purest desire for destruction, converging into an unstoppable torrent of death that charged towards the recently rebuilt human defenses. Particle cannons, unleash full firepower, roared the Vermilion Bird Legion's major. At the moment the command was issued, the last row of the human defense line saw the tops of heavy armored vehicles neatly open, rising to reveal blue glowing turrets. The brief but sharp sound of charging resonated, akin to the buzzing of countless giant bees taking flight. In the next instant, a thunderous roar erupted. Hundreds of azure particle streams tore through the air, precisely targeting the front of the beast tide's advance. As the light dissipated, dozens of 4th-tier armored rhinoceroses leading the charge were blasted apart, their tough exoskeletons charred and peeling away to reveal the writhing flesh beneath, momentarily halting their momentum. Meanwhile, a multitude of 3rd-tier clawed wolf demons were sent flying by the explosive shockwaves, their formation instantly thrown into chaos. Now is the time to attack. A furious shout erupted like thunder, and the human defense surged into action. A dozen or so 5th-tier martial artists, akin to arrows, pierced the beast horde first. One wielding a blade saw his weapon extend to a length of 20 to 30 meters, cleaving 3 armored rhinoceroses in half with a horizontal slash. Another robust man, brandishing a war hammer, unleashed thunderous strikes, sending ferocious beasts flying with each blow. Behind them, the well-trained soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Legion formed combat teams of 3, inserting themselves into the fray. Their coordination was exquisite. The soldier on the left swiftly severed the lower limbs of a beast, disrupting its balance, while the one on the right feigned an attack on its throat, drawing the beast's attention. In that fleeting moment of vulnerability, the central soldier struck decisively, his spear piercing accurately into the beast's eye socket or heart. Amidst the flashing blades and the cries of battle, the roars of human warriors intertwined with the wails of the ferocious beasts. The iron torrent formed by the human martial artists surged forward with an unstoppable force, driving the beast horde to retreat. In the live broadcast, Xiang Runing's viewership numbers suddenly surpassed 200,000, and the likes surged to over 1 million in an instant. Yet, in the face of this long-desired peak in data, Xiang Ruoning fell into an unusual silence. The excitement and joy faded from her face, replaced by a dazed expression as she gazed at the screen, observing the battlefield below. The barrage of comments was rife with speculation. These beasts are terrifying. We can live so happily because there are those who bear the weight for us. Soldiers are the ones we hold in the highest esteem. My father serves in the Dragon Martial Corps. I am proud of him. Following this comment was a long string of tribute emojis. Thank you, streamer, for showing us this brutal side. Without you, we ordinary people might never see the cost behind this piece. Those flying martial artists are incredible. With a mere gesture, they can slice those terrifying beasts in half. Nonsense. Those are masters above the level of grandmasters, core strengths in their respective legions. Meanwhile, Yi Ling Tian silently observed the battlefield below, his fists clenched tightly. His gaze was fixed on the chaotic scene, where smoke, blood, and energy clashed in a visceral display of reality that struck deeper than any special effects from his previous life. He witnessed a soldier from the Vermilion Bird Legion being violently hurled away by a beast, only to be desperately dragged back to safety by his comrades. He saw another soldier's tactical uniform torn by a beast's claws, yet he merely let out a muffled grunt before plunging his long knife fiercely into the beast's throat. He saw Lin Hu of the Dragon Martial Guards in the air, wielding his sword with devastating precision, cleaving several beasts apart, blood splattering everywhere. This was the unvarnished reality of the battlefield, brutal yet authentic. An indescribable emotion surged within his chest, a yearning for power, a longing to partake in the fray, and a profound understanding of the word protection. After over an hour of fierce combat, the second wave of beasts was finally eradicated. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and the injured were hurriedly transported for medical attention. The remaining martial artists swiftly reorganized their formation, establishing a new line of defense amidst the chaos. Countless anxious gazes were now locked onto the ominous spatial rift. Each heart was enveloped by a singular question. Would there be a third wave? Based on previous experiences, the probability of a third wave of beasts was less than 30%. Yet, everyone was acutely aware that should a third wave emerge, without higher-tier combatants present, the onslaught of 5th and 6th-tier beasts would wreak havoc upon human cities. It was crucial to understand that cities like Lannan City, warriors of the 5th tier and above are typically no more than 20 in number. In contrast, the third wave of 5th tier and 6th tier ferocious beasts will undoubtedly exceed 100. Chapter 63. Great One. Though you may not know me, I am well acquainted with you. The harrowing event that left everyone trembling ultimately came to pass. That purple fissure, stretching across the heavens, trembled suddenly without warning, and then, like a slumbering giant awakening, began to expand at a visible pace to either side. From the surging purple radiance emanated a pulse of ominous energy and deep, rumbling roars. Stand ready, commanded a mid-ranking officer of the Zuk Legion, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible dryness. The battle-hardened soldiers, still reeling from their recent struggles, gripped their weapons tightly, their knuckles whitening from the strain, as a potent sense of oppression enveloped the battlefield. At that moment, an overwhelming pressure akin to a vast ocean descended, dispersing the gloom and carnage that hung in the air like a warm sunbeam. Several formidable figures pierced through the void, coming to a stable halt at the forefront of the defensive line. The leader, tall and upright as a pine, surveyed the battlefield with a calm demeanor, exuding a stabilizing aura. It was none other than the 8th-tier martial saint, Su Muyang, the governor of Jiangnan province. He wasted no words. His voice, resonant as a great bell, reverberated across every corner of the battlefield with an undeniable authority. I am Su Muyang, the governor of Jiangnan province. I hereby assume command of the battlefield. All warriors below the 5th tier, retreat 1 kilometer immediately and establish a defensive line. As for those above the 5th tier, he paused, his gaze sweeping over the figures rising from the ranks behind him, ultimately resting on the rapidly expanding spatial fissure. His voice sharpened with intensity. Engage with me. Upon receiving the command, the troops stationed at the front quickly withdrew a kilometer to construct a new line of defense. Su Muyang's gaze flickered like lightning across the hovering flying cars in the rear, a subtle furrow creasing his brow. Without needing to speak, a deputy director of the Jingyu Bureau standing nearby instantly understood. He darted towards the area where Yiling Tian and others were. All flying cars, immediately descend to the rear. He commanded. 5th tier and 6th tier ferocious beasts can fly. Do you wish to become living targets? His words struck like thunder, awakening everyone from their momentary stupor. It had been quite some time since a new spatial fissure had appeared in Lannan City, and they had neglected the safety of the skies. The flying cars hastily changed direction, landing behind the troops' defensive line. Yiling Tian also obediently descended. After disembarking, Yiling Tian found his view obstructed by the troops ahead, preventing him from glimpsing the unfolding battlefield. He could not help but frown. Such a rare battle was not one he wished to miss witnessing firsthand. Pinger, Yiling Tian suddenly turned, his gaze intense as it landed on Zhu Pinger. Go tell my uncle that I wish to ascend and observe the battle from above. Zhu Pinger was initially reluctant to agree, but under Yiling Tian's unwavering gaze, she finally sighed and transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards Su Muyang in the sky. Moments later, Zhu Pinger gracefully landed, a hint of resignation on her face. The governor has consented, but he forbids you from crossing the defensive line of the troops behind. Wonderful! Yiling Tian exclaimed with delight, impulsively pulling Zhu Pinger into a hearty embrace. Zhu Pinger froze in place, her peach blossom eyes widening, a beautiful blush rapidly spreading across her cheeks. Yiling Tian deftly opened the door of the flying car and slipped into the driver's seat. Zhu Pinger, forcing herself to regain composure, cleared her throat and took her place in the passenger seat. Just as Yiling Tian prepared to start the engine, a sudden knocking sound came from outside the window. He turned to look. Outside, a young girl with a high ponytail was slightly bent over, her nose glistening with fine beads of sweat, a few stray strands of hair clinging to her forehead. She was strikingly beautiful, with exceptionally bright almond-shaped eyes. In her hand, she held a live-streaming device displaying musical notes. Yiling Tian squinted. He did not seem to recognize this girl. As the window descended silently, he spoke coolly. Is there something you need? Xiang Ruoning, who had been live streaming from the flying car, had just been forced out. In her moment of distress, she happened to see the graceful silhouette descending beside Yiling Tian, both preparing to pilot the flying car into the sky. Upon realizing Yiling Tian's identity, her heart raced. With a sweet smile, she inquired, "Is your flying car about to ascend for battle observation?" Yiling Tian raised an eyebrow. "Indeed. What is it that you require?" Xiang Ruoning pointed towards the back seat of the car. "Could you take me along? I am live streaming this battle, and from this angle, I cannot capture the unfolding events." She deftly adjusted her live streaming device to include Yiling Tian's face within the frame. The moment her camera captured Yiling Tian's visage, the once bustling live stream abruptly cut to black. Xiang Ruoning stared in shock at her device, reopening the stream to find the viewer count had plummeted to 0. Yet in the next instant, the numbers surged back, 1, 300, 2,000, as a deluge of viewers flooded back into the stream. Yiling Tian's gaze swept over Xiang Ruoning's slightly tense fingertips, and he stated calmly, "I will grant you 1 minute to present a compelling reason for me to agree to take you along." Xiang Ruoning inhaled deeply. "Great one. Though you may not know me, I am familiar with you. My brother, Xiang Yu, is your friend. Yesterday, you both secured first place in the Jiangnan province practical training camp." At this revelation, Yiling Tian regarded her with surprise, taking in the slender, tall figure before him. Her legs enviably long. He then recalled Xiang Yu's robust, muscular build. "Xiang Yu is your brother? Are you siblings by blood?" he asked, skepticism evident in his expression. "Absolutely," Xiang Ruoning affirmed, producing her student ID. Yiling Tian glanced at it, confirming that she was indeed Xiang Yu's sister, a sophomore at Jiangnan University. Named Xiang Ruoning. Yet, was she truly of the same mother? He waved his hand dismissively. "The skies may not be safe. If you are unafraid, then get in." Without hesitation, Xiang Ruoning opened the back door. "I cannot miss witnessing the battle that may only occur once in a lifetime," she declared, her audacity evident. Yiling Tian chuckled lightly, watching as she settled into the back seat. "Buckle up," he instructed softly, gently nudging the control stick. The dark-hued flying car surged upwards like an arrow released from its bow. Not far away, the spatial fissure stretching across the horizon had expanded to nearly 300 meters in width. Within the dark, twisted gap, it seemed to connect to another tumultuous world, from which countless heart-stopping roars and howls echoed, resonating like war drums from the abyss, striking at the hearts of all, with a deafening roar that shattered the heavens. A colossal beast burst forth from the spatial fissure. It resembled a giant tiger, sprouting wings, with bone spines jutting from its back, and its crimson eyes ablaze with pure desire for destruction. At that moment, Su Muyang in the sky sprang into action. His expression was stern. With his right hand poised, brilliant arcs of lightning swirled around him, converging into a spear of thunder that crackled with energy. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled it forward. With a whoosh, the thunder spear transformed into a streak of azure lightning, tearing through the air at a speed beyond the grasp of the eye, precisely piercing the beast's skull. The violent power of the thunder erupted instantaneously, and the beast, unable to emit even a cry of anguish, was obliterated into charred fragments amidst the blinding burst of electricity. "Excellent!" A thunderous cheer erupted from the ranks of the defending troops below. The ferocious beasts within the spatial fissure seemed momentarily stunned by the might of the attack, falling into a profound silence. However, this silence lasted but a fleeting moment. Just as the crowd's nerves began to relax, a resounding hum erupted. In the next instant, like a dam bursting, hundreds of fearsome beasts of various forms, exuding an aura of terror, surged forth from the spatial rift hundreds of meters wide. Chapter 64, The Thunder Prison of the Nine Heavens. Inside the flying car, the air seemed to congeal instantaneously. Yiling Tian and Xiang Ruoning, in unison, widened their eyes, their bodies trembling slightly. It was utterly horrifying. Hundreds of colossal beasts, each resembling small mountains, poured forth from the crack. They were enveloped in a tangible aura of ferocity, their scales glimmering with a metallic sheen, and their claws capable of rending the very air. Even from a distance of over 1,000 meters, the suffocating pressure assailed the two occupants of the vehicle, causing their hearts to race and their breaths to come in labored gasps. Yiling Tian felt that any one of these beasts could effortlessly crush him and the flying car beneath its foot, without even needing to employ any extraordinary powers. No wonder the spatial rift widened before the third wave of beasts emerged, given their massive size. Only a handful could emerge from a crack that was merely 100 meters wide. Had it not been for Zhu Ping'er by his side, he would have been prepared to flee in the car. Yet, Zhu Ping'er exhibited no fear whatsoever. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement as she leaned forward, eager for the confrontation. Xiang Ruoning inhaled sharply, forcing herself to regain composure. She adjusted the live streaming equipment, zooming in directly on the faces of the beasts. The live chat erupted with fervor. "Oh my heavens, these beasts are utterly terrifying. Can we humans even contend with them? Streamer, stop the broadcast and escape. What if the beasts begin to rampage through the city? What happened to the stream going offline earlier? Did you capture something you shouldn't have? Streamer. Your flying car seems to be a customized version of the Shadow Wing X7, worth over 16 million. My dream car. Could you tilt the camera a bit to the right? I think I just spotted a stunning beauty in the passenger seat. Everyone, quiet down. The battle is about to begin. Before the spatial rift, combat erupted instantaneously. Hundreds of 5th and 6th tier beasts surged forth like a deluge, colliding violently with the human masters who stood ready. The explosive clashes of energy, the roars of the beasts, and the battle cries of the warriors intertwined, filling the sky with chaotic brilliance as energy surged. However, the number of human masters was vastly outmatched by the beasts. Even with the 5 or 6 masters who had rushed in from various parts of the city, their total number barely exceeded 30. In the blink of an eye, the beast horde breached the defensive line formed by the masters and the powerful warriors. Even with the presence of the director of the London City Martial Bureau, a 7th-tier martial emperor, the tide of beasts proved insurmountable. 70 or 80 beasts broke through the line established by the high-tier human warriors, charging recklessly toward the densely populated urban area, like a swarm of locusts sensing blood. In the direction they charged, only Su Muyang remained suspended in midair, facing the oncoming tide of terror alone. His figure appeared fragile against the backdrop of countless beasts, as if he would be swallowed by the wave at any moment. Yet, Su Muyang calmly raised his right hand. In an instant, the heavens and the earth changed color. The previously clear sky darkened like ink, swirling storm clouds rapidly coalescing around him, forming a colossal vortex that spanned miles. Lightning flickered within the clouds, and thunder roared from the heavens, causing the very ground to tremble. A dazzling azure lightning erupted from his being, his hair dancing wildly with static electricity, presenting an image of a thunder deity descending upon the mortal realm, the thunder prison of the 9 heavens. His indifferent voice seemed imbued with the power of some celestial law. As the words fell, a deafening roar erupted. Thousands of thick bolts of lightning tore through the sky, cascading down like furious thunder dragons. These lightning serpents wove together in the air, forming a colossal net of thunder that blanketed the entire sky, each flash of lightning containing annihilative power. The blinding brilliance compelled those observing from over 1,000 meters away to instinctively shut their eyes, while the thunderous cacophony threatened to rupture eardrums. The air thick with the acrid scent of ozone. As the world-shattering lightning gradually dissipated, a shocking scene unfolded before everyone. 60 to 70 beasts were charred black by the force of the lightning, plummeting from the sky like dumplings. The air was saturated with the nauseating stench of burnt flesh, repulsive to the senses. Yet, amidst this cataclysmic strike, a dozen 6th-tier beasts, relying on their formidable physiques and acute instincts, narrowly evaded critical harm, dragging their scorched bodies. They forced their way out of the lightning net, their cunning eyes glinting with malice as they scattered in various directions, circumventing Su Muyang, and charging toward the rear where the human warrior forces had assembled. To them, the abundant vitality of human warriors was the finest sustenance. If they could consume enough human warriors, they could swiftly recover from their grievous injuries. Although Su Muyang was an 8th-tier, 2-star martial saint who had just obliterated 60 to 75th and 6th-tier beasts with a large-scale talent skill, the previous use of the thunder prison of the 9 heavens had drained him considerably. At this moment, faced with the fleeing remnants of the enemy, he quickly conjured several lightning spears, piercing through 5 beasts in rapid succession, yet he could not intercept them all. The remaining 8 6th-tier beasts seized this fleeting opportunity, accelerating to their utmost, transforming into streaks of crimson shadows as they swiftly approached the human military's defensive line. In midair, Yiling Tian sensed the gravity of the situation and prepared to retreat. His flying car was far too conspicuous. Although Zhu Ping'er was formidable, if 2 beasts attacked simultaneously, she would be unable to assist him in time. Just as he was about to change direction, a sharp sound of breaking air sliced through the atmosphere from the southeast. Drawing near, the crowd beheld a brilliant sphere radiating dazzling white light, tearing through the skies at a speed beyond sight, instantly arriving above the human military's defensive line. As the sphere hovered, it rapidly expanded, its surface shimmering like mercury. Following this, several half-meter-wide beams of pure, white light shot forth. Thud, thud, thud. A series of muffled sounds echoed as flesh was pierced. The 8 beasts, poised to reach the defensive line, barely had time to emit a cry of despair before their heads were simultaneously pierced by the white light. Their massive bodies, propelled by inertia, surged forward a short distance before crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Before anyone could react, the white sphere surged once more. It transformed into a streak of flowing light, instantly appearing above the main battlefield. This time, its size swelled dramatically, reaching a Xia on the battlefield. Everyone simultaneously gazed up at the suspended white orb of light in the sky, their eyes filled with awe and bewilderment. Although its nature was unknown, one could be certain that it was the work of an elusive 8th-order martial sage. A couple of individuals regarded the orb with thoughtful expressions. Su Muyang exhaled slowly, his heart finally at ease. Had a 6th-order ferocious beast charged into the crowd moments ago, it would have likely resulted in considerable casualties. Given the vast disparity between 4th and 6th orders, he shook his head with a wry smile and muttered to himself, having been a governor for so long. My own cultivation has languished, and the gap between me and her is widening. The white orb fulfilled its purpose without lingering, transforming into a beam of white light that streaked across the sky towards the southeast. However, as it passed by Yiling Tian's flying car, the orb abruptly halted midair. Under Yiling Tian's astonished gaze, this terrifying entity, which had just annihilated dozens of ferocious beasts, gracefully floated to the front of his vehicle. Just as Yiling Tian pondered whether it would unleash a lightning cannon upon him, an unbelievable scene unfolded. The white orb swiftly contracted and morphed into the form of a small, sprite-like girl. She bore wings made of pure white light, her delicate face sculpted to perfection, with large, sparkling eyes. Under Yiling Tian's watchful and wary gaze, the little girl suddenly made a playful face at him and chirped in a sweet voice. Your mother is calling you home for dinner. With that, she flapped her luminous wings, her figure gradually transforming into a speck of light against the sun, ultimately vanishing on the horizon to the southeast. Inside the flying car, time seemed to come to a standstill. Yiling Tian's mouth hung open, his pupils slightly constricted. Suddenly, realization struck him. This pure and exquisite light attribute energy was none other than his mother Su Qinglan's S-rank light attribute talent, Moonlight Star Sphere. In all of Lannan City, who else could possess such formidable combat power? Truly, the onlooker is often bewildered. Yet, he could not entirely blame himself, for he had never witnessed his mother truly unleash her power before. Turning to the somewhat anxious Xiang Ruo Ning in the back seat, Yiling Tian inquired, has the live stream ended? Xiang Ruo Ning nodded vigorously. When that white orb appeared, the network signal was completely cut off. As she spoke, she couldn't help but cast another glance at the direction in which the orb had disappeared, her heart racing. In that moment, she finally believed her brother Xiang Yu's words. This Yiling Tian was undoubtedly a significant figure, not to mention the alluring and stunning female bodyguard by his side. A true master-level warrior. The terrifying orb had even intentionally paused in front of his car, transforming into a little girl to convey a message to him. Was she his mother's pet? Or perhaps an intelligent weapon as legend suggests? Regardless of the answer, it pointed to a shocking reality. Yiling Tian's mother was likely an 8th order martial sage. Now that it's over, Yiling Tian said softly, interrupting her thoughts. They have already begun to clear the battlefield. I'll escort you down. All right, Xiang Ruo Ning replied cautiously. I truly appreciate you today for allowing me to witness the authentic battlefield. Normally cheerful, Xiang Ruo Ning now seemed somewhat bashful. After dropping her off on the ground, Yiling Tian piloted the flying car towards home. Inside the vehicle, with no one else present, he could no longer contain his curiosity. He glanced at the composed Zhu Ping air in the passenger seat and asked, was that orb a pet? Or something else? Why have I never seen it at home? Zhu Ping air chuckled lightly, her eyes sparkling. Young master, that is Madame's weapon, a superior grade celestial spirit treasure. Seal's trial spirit treasure? Yiling Tian exclaimed, bewildered. What is that? I've never heard of it. A proud smile graced Zhu Ping air's lips as she patiently explained. Spirit treasures can only be wielded by martial artists of 6th order martial king and above, and one typically learns about them in the later stages of university. It's perfectly normal for you not to have heard of it. As she spoke, she retrieved her purple short blade and toyed with it. Spirit treasures are divided into Earth grade and Celestial grade, with each grade further categorized into top, superior, middle, and lower quality. Only 9th order martial gods can forge celestial spirit treasures, while 8th order martial sages can forge Earth grade spirit treasures. She elegantly twirled the purple radiance blade, its tip tracing a beautiful arc in the air. This purple radiance blade in my hand is a middle-grade Earth-grade spirit treasure, gifted to me by your grandfather when he tasked me with protecting you. Yiling Tian nodded thoughtfully. I see. But what about that little girl? Zhu Ping air elucidated. That is the spirit of the celestial spirit treasure. The spirit of a celestial spirit treasure can take various forms, whereas the spirit of an Earth-grade spirit treasure can only communicate telepathically with its owner. Yiling Tian was taken aback. So, does that mean the little girl possesses her own consciousness? Indeed, Zhu Ping air affirmed. They possess a certain level of intelligence. However, the spirit of Madame's spirit treasure, capable of autonomous combat, is likely a rare existence among celestial spirit treasures. The flying car gradually descended into the villa's courtyard. As Yiling Tian stepped out, he stretched lazily. Reflecting on the day's events filled him with exhilaration. Not only had he witnessed a fierce battle between high-level martial artists and ferocious beasts, but he had also gained insight into the knowledge of spirit treasures. What a remarkable harvest. However, this spatial fissure would likely soon transform into a secret realm, attracting numerous martial artists from the entire Great Xia alliance to explore. The following morning, after finishing breakfast, Yiling Tian took out his phone, intending to call Li Mushui. Starting tomorrow, the written and martial examinations for the college entrance examination would commence. He planned to invite Li Mushui to his home to help her enhance her strength. He still had 18 nourishing pills, which were of little use to him at present, but could significantly boost Li Mushue's vitality. Currently, her vitality was around 200 calories, while these 18 nourishing pills could enhance it by 360 calories. For her, it would mean a qualitative transformation, potentially allowing her to elevate her realm by 1 star. As the call connected, a melodious voice, akin to the sound of silver bells, greeted him. Hello. Are you looking for my sister? Yiling Tian was momentarily taken aback. You are Li Mu Yao. Is your sister there? Hee, it's me. You must be my brother-in-law, Yiling Tian. My sister is washing clothes. Let me go get her. Hearing her refer to him as brother-in-law made Yiling Tian's ears blush slightly. He instinctively cleared his throat. Ahem, Li Mu Yao we. Before he could finish, he heard Li Mu Yao's bright voice call out, Sister, it's brother-in-law on the phone. Although Yiling Tian had a thick skin, he couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed at her exclamation. This girl was truly clever. Nevertheless, it was quite pleasant to hear. He liked it. Meanwhile, Li Mushue was in the bathroom washing clothes. Upon hearing her sister's call, she stood up, shaking the water off her hands. She shot a mildly reproachful glance at her sister, her cheeks flushed as she took the phone. Ling Tian, is there something you need? Emma Mushue, could you come to my house? I have a method that might elevate your cultivation by 1 star. In truth, Yiling Tian wasn't entirely confident he could boost her level by 1 star. However, knowing Li Mushue's gentle yet resolute personality, he felt it necessary to express it more clearly, fearing she might hesitate. Indeed, upon hearing that there was an opportunity to enhance her cultivation, Li Mushue's eyes brightened. She promptly replied, all right, just let me know when you're done, and I'll send a driver to pick you up. By 10 in the morning, Li Mixu and Bai Lingyu together arrived at the Yi family's villa aboard the curry blue sent by Yiling Tian. The two had just exchanged pleasantries with Su Qinglin when Zhu Ping'er, brimming with excitement, dashed over and whisked Bai Lingyu away to a room. Yiling Tian, with a knowing smirk, shook his head in resignation, acknowledging that Zhu Ping'er was undoubtedly taking Bai Lingyu to engage in a duo match in the popular mobile game. In contrast, Zhu Ping'er truly embodied genius, a paragon of extraordinary talent. Comparatively, figures like Wang Jingming, a prodigious elite from Longyi University, had only attained the martial king realm at the tender age of 26. A feat attributed not solely to innate ability, but also to relentless practical experience that honed their latent potential. Yet Zhu Ping'er, reveling in a life of leisure, had managed to break through to the martial king realm before even reaching 23. In her sparring sessions with martial experts of the same rank, she consistently demonstrated her superiority with ease. Presently, she had only reached the 6-star, 3rd tier, yet was already lauded by Su Qinglin as being nearly unmatched within the martial king realm. In stark contrast, Yi Lingtian's so-called talent relied significantly on his family's legacy and the prowess of his elder brother. However, one could argue that these two constituted a form of talent. Yi Lingtian led Li Mixu to the training room on the 2nd floor, instructing her to sit cross-legged on the spirit-gathering arrays mat. He positioned himself opposite her and, with a flourish, produced a pill the size of a black walnut, dark and unassuming, in the palm of his hand. He extended it toward Li Mix, gesturing for her to consume it. Uncertain of its efficacy on others, Yi Lingtian intended for her to try one and gauge its effects. Hey, what kind of look is that? This is a legitimate medicinal pill, and I am not one to act recklessly. He clarified that it was not merely a strengthening pill, but rather a tonic designed to significantly enhance one's vitality. The prowess I possess today owes greatly to such treasures. Seeing Yi Lingtian's earnest demeanor, Li Mixu, albeit skeptically, accepted the pill. After inhaling its fragrant aroma, she placed it into her mouth and began to chew. In an instant, her eyes lit up as a warm surge of energy rushed from her throat into her dantian, spreading like wildfire through her limbs and bones. Her blood felt as if it were boiling, each cell greedily absorbing this pure energy, as if quenched after a long drought. This sensation was indeed capable of greatly enhancing her vitality. Li Mixu, feeling the torrent of power within her, was filled with disbelief and astonishment. How have I never heard of such a thing? Feigning profundity, Yi Lingtian replied, such treasures are considered precious resources among prestigious families and clans. It is entirely normal that you have not encountered them before. I have more. Would you like some? Without hesitation, Li Mixu nodded vigorously. For a martial artist, the opportunity to grow stronger was too precious to discard lightly. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she cautiously raised her gaze. Are there any side effects? A glint of mischief flickered in Yi Lingtian's eyes as he deliberately elongated his response. Indeed, there are. Li Mixu's heart raced as she pressed for clarification. What side effects? Leaning closer, with warm breath grazing her ear and laughter barely concealed in his voice, Yi Lingtian teased, the side effect is that after consuming it, one will become utterly devoted to their beloved. Li Mixu was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Yi Lingtian, please be serious. Her playful reprimand echoed within the training room. Yi Lingtian, bestowing upon her the remaining 17 tonic pills, instructed her to consume them gradually and absorb their essence. He then settled into a meditative position, retrieving a Zitten wooden box from his storage space. Inside lay 10 empty crystal stones, alongside an unmarked bank card worth 50 billion. Tossing the card back into his storage, he took one of the crystal stones in hand. The fist-sized crystal, semi-transparent and a deep azure, seemed to encapsulate a swirling nebula within, exuding a gentle chill. As he activated his spiritual power, subtle ripples of spatial energy surged through his palm. With a crack, the crystal shattered, and pure spatial energy flowed into his body like a gentle stream, merging into his dantian and coursing through his meridians. After absorbing the first stone's energy, he reached for a second, then a third, and a fourth. Upon completely absorbing the energy from the fifth crystal, a radiant silver light enveloped him. Previously unconnected meridians now harmoniously linked, and the speed of his internal energy circulation surged by 30%. His vitality blossomed, successfully breaking through to the first tier, 8 stars. Slowly opening his eyes, he was met with a glimmer of silver light, feeling the powerful surge of spiritual energy and an enhanced spatial awareness. Satisfied, he stored the remaining 5 crystal stones away, not due to a lack of desire to continue, but rather because his current capabilities limited him to a maximum absorption of 5 at a time. Yi Lingtian stood and glanced at Li Miexu, who was still in the throes of her breakthrough. The wooden box that once held the tonic pills now contained 3. At that moment, Li Miexu was on the verge of a pivotal transformation. Her porcelain cheeks flushed with color, beads of sweat glistening on her smooth forehead, her aura vibrating intensely. Yi Lingtian could distinctly sense her vitality surging at an astonishing rate, akin to a river preparing to merge with the sea. Each breath she took drew in the surrounding spiritual energy, and the barrier obstructing her breakthrough trembled violently, on the brink of collapse. It seemed she was about to succeed. With a flicker of delight in his gaze, Yi Lingtian quietly settled onto a sofa in the training room. From the collection of advanced techniques bestowed upon him by his grandfather, he selected 3. The S-rank technique Ice Dragon's Roar, the S-rank technique Blizzard Tempest, and the SS-rank technique Profound Ice Dragon Ascension. Although Yi Lingtian wished for Li Miexu to practice the Profound Ice Dragon Ascension, high-tier techniques were not easily mastered by everyone. In his past life, many exceptional talents had struggled to comprehend the human-level techniques left by ancient masters. Most could not even begin to grasp them. Not long after, the tumultuous energy surrounding Li Miexu began to stabilize. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, a flash of icy blue light shimmering within them, and her aura distinctly intensified. Lingtian, I have successfully broken through to the first tier, 5 stars, she exclaimed joyfully, her face radiating the exhilaration of her accomplishment. See, I wasn't lying. Yi Lingtian smiled knowingly. Thank you, Li Miexu said earnestly, her beautiful eyes sparkling with gratitude. Yi Lingtian gestured toward the 3 techniques on the table. Here, take these 3 techniques with you. You may practice whichever one you desire. As Li Miexu's gaze fell upon the techniques, her breath caught in awe, her eyes widening in disbelief. These were the pinnacle of techniques that ordinary martial artists could scarcely hope to attain in their lifetimes. Typically, such knowledge was reserved for those from deeply rooted families, prestigious clans, or the most elite martial universities. Even the most gifted individuals required to undertake perilous tasks and accumulate vast contributions to secure an S-rank technique during their university years, an effort that demanded extraordinary dedication. Yet now, before her, lay such treasures, 3 of which perfectly aligned with her ice affinity, including one exceedingly rare SS-rank technique, offered to her so nonchalantly. In that moment, she was utterly awestruck. Li Miexu sensed that Yi Lingtian's background was likely more complex than simply being the son of an 8th-rank martial saint. However, as he chose not to divulge any information, she refrained from inquiring further. Taking a deep breath, she forcibly suppressed the tumultuous emotions within her. She lifted her clear gaze. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue of happiness, and softly asked, All for me? Yi Lingtian replied with a beaming smile. Well, I have no use for these, so you may take them. However, remember to practice steadily and avoid the temptation of haste. Li Miexu nodded eagerly. I understand. She carefully stowed away the 3 volumes of martial arts techniques into her spatial ring. Seizing a moment when Yi Lingtian was distracted, she swiftly planted a kiss on his cheek. Yi Lingtian felt a fleeting warmth and softness brush against his face, akin to the melting of first snow, and he stood frozen in place. Instinctively, he raised his hand to touch the spot where she had kissed him, gazing at the girl before him, whose cheeks were now radiant with a blush, her eyes darting away in shyness. His throat involuntarily bobbed. He had not anticipated that the typically aloof Li Miexu could exhibit such boldness. Feeling her embarrassment under his gaze, Li Miexu bit her lower lip and quietly asked, May I take a bath at your home? Earlier, her blood vitality had surged dramatically, causing a considerable amount of perspiration. Now, her body was glistening with fragrant sweat, and her thin training attire was thoroughly soaked, clinging to her skin and accentuating her youthful curves. Yi Lingtian's gaze inadvertently swept over her, causing his heart to race. Of course, he replied, snapping his fingers. A girl dressed in a maid's uniform, graceful in her demeanor, appeared silently at the door of the training room. "Young master," she said, slightly bowing. "Take Miexu to bathe and change," Yi Lingtian instructed. "Yes, young master," the maid replied obediently, gesturing for Li Miexu to follow. Li Miexu nodded slightly and took a few steps behind her. Just then, Yi Lingtian, gazing at her retreating figure, suddenly recalled something and, with a mischievous smile, whispered, "Miexu, our backyard pool was just refilled today. Would you like to take a few laps later?" Li Miexu's previously light steps came to an abrupt halt. With her back to Yi Lingtian, her ears visibly flushed with color. The air stilled for 2 seconds, just as Yi Lingtian thought she would not respond. She gently turned her head, her eyes fleetingly meeting his, and her voice was barely a whisper, "After the college entrance examination." With that, she hastened her pace to catch up with the maid, her figure exuding a hint of flustered retreat. Later that afternoon, in the backyard of the Yi family villa, under the personal guidance of Su Qinglan, Li Miexu was enveloped in a chilling aura as she finally succeeded in channeling the technique of Ice Dragon's Roar. With a clear shout, a crystalline dragon-like creature leaped from her palm. Nearby, Yi Lingtian, who was practicing the celestial breathing technique, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that Li Miexu's talent was indeed commendable. However, when he beheld the so-called ice dragon, his lips involuntarily twitched. It was, indeed, a dragon, if one considered a worm to be a dragon. Before him writhed a diminutive ice crystal snake, no thicker than a forearm and 5 or 6 meters long. Feebly twisting in midair, far from exuding any dragonic majesty, its flight resembled that of a timid creature. Su Qinglan suppressed her laughter, elegantly turning her face away. Beside her, Zhu Pinger was already laughing uncontrollably, clutching by Ling Yu's shoulder, nearly gasping for breath. "Oh dear Miexu," she exclaimed, wiping tears of mirth from her eyes, pointing at the little ice snake that was still spiraling aimlessly in the air. "This is not Ice Dragon's Roar. It's clearly a worm sneezing." The usually composed by Ling Yu could no longer contain herself, swiftly covering her lips with her delicate hand, though her crescent-shaped eyes betrayed her amusement. She gently nudged Zhu Pinger, her voice still tinged with laughter. "Sister Pinger, don't be so harsh. It's Miexu's first attempt at cultivating, and to materialize it is already quite impressive." Nonetheless, as she glanced at the adorably clumsy ice dragon once more, she couldn't help but turn her face away, her shoulders trembling slightly. The ice snake seemed to sense the laughter directed at it, shrinking its neck in grievance before puffing away into a flurry of ice crystals that vanished into the air. Li Miexu, observing the two in fits of laughter, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment and stomped her foot in irritation. "Stop laughing. This isn't my first time." Yi Lingtian sighed, rubbing his forehead. It seemed that Li Miexu's understanding of such mythical creatures was still at a rather juvenile level. "Ahem, Miexu," he approached her, speaking softly. "You did quite well, but perhaps we should first align our aesthetic sensibilities." He decided it was time to introduce her to a certain domestic animated series, to enlighten her on what true dragonic majesty entails and what truly qualifies as Ice Dragon's Roar. He looked forward to the day when Li Miexu could command an ice dragon, fighting alongside him. The following morning, Yi Lingtian arrived early at school. It was the day of the written college entrance examination, and the school gate was already swarmed by parents sending their children off. Many parents donned kipayas, hoping for their children to achieve success. Yi Lingtian struggled through the crowd. Suddenly, a robust figure with thick leg hair and a wide frame caught his attention. He squinted and nearly retched. "What the hell? Why is a grown man wearing a kipayo?" The written examination took place at his own school. However, the entire monitoring system was overseen by the Municipal Education Bureau. Each classroom was equipped with 8 cameras, alongside invigilators constantly patrolling. Cheating was utterly impossible. Yet, this posed no challenge for Yi Lingtian, the top student of Lannan No. 8 High School, who had consistently ranked first in cultural subjects. Had he not feared being labeled as a privileged student upon entering Longyi University, he would have scarcely bothered to take the examination. After all, the admission letter from Longyi University was quietly resting in his storage space. In the examination room, some students were fidgeting with their pens, others gnawing on pen tips, some tossing erasers as makeshift dice, and others scratching their heads in anxiety. Yi Lingtian observed the reactions of those around him with complete indifference. The day of the written college entrance examination passed swiftly. Chapter 68. Examinee Yi Lingtian curses the system, loses 1 point in the Great Xia Alliance. The college entrance examination is a gateway that determines the fates of countless examens. It consists of a written examination and a martial arts examination. The final score is composed of 20% from the written examination and 80% from the martial arts examination, underscoring the latter's significance. While Yi Lingtian did not dare claim to be exceptional across the province in the arts, he held enough confidence to secure a place in the top tier. The martial arts examination did not entail a chaotic melee of students rushing into the forest. Rather, it featured a highly realistic simulated combat scenario. Most participants were merely novices who had recently entered the first rank of martial artists, with many still at the quasi-martial artist stage. To thrust them into genuine combat would lead to unacceptable casualties. The simulated combat for the martial arts examination was conducted at the Municipal Education Bureau, which housed a building dedicated to such simulations. This building contained dozens of standard examination rooms, each equipped with 10 virtual combat chambers. When the chamber doors closed, a challenging virtual battlefield would unfold, rigorously testing each candidate's martial prowess and adaptability. While the virtual combat chambers could not simulate various innate abilities, they could accurately read each examinee's true vitality. They would generate data on the candidates, including their physique, vitality, strength, speed, and spiritual power, though incapable of replicating innate talents, leading to a slight inaccuracy in assessing individual combat strength. The results remained fairly equitable. After all, the higher the awakened talent level, the greater the individual's vitality and overall attributes. The content of the simulated combat involved overcoming various challenges, from the realm of the inconsequential beasts to the formidable second-order 9-star beasts. The examination is divided into 20 stages. Each stage comprises 3 phases. The first phase entails facing a single beast, the second, 2 beasts, and the third, 3 beasts. Successful navigation through each phase awards points, 1 point for the first phase, 3 for the second, and 6 for the third, culminating in a maximum score of 200. Since the implementation of the simulated combat system, no candidate has ever achieved a perfect score. Most participants manage to score merely a few dozen points, while those exceeding 100 may be deemed geniuses. Yi-Ling-Tian and his peers are well acquainted with the martial arts classes that incorporate virtual combat simulations. Students citywide report to the Municipal Education Bureau at staggered times according to their admission tickets to partake in the simulated combat examination. Yi-Ling-Tian's class is scheduled for 10 in the morning. Arriving promptly at 9:30, he registers in the lobby on the first floor before ascending to the third. He and Li Miexu are assigned to adjacent examination rooms on the same floor, and they sit in the waiting area, anticipating the proctor's summons. Within the monitoring center of the Municipal Education Bureau, heads and principal leaders from various schools gather to observe the real-time dynamics of all examination rooms via a large screen. As Yi-Ling-Tian, seated and on the verge of dozing off, finally hears his name announced over the intercom, he exchanges a brief greeting with Li Miexu before stepping into examination room 36. Following the proctor's guidance, he approaches a virtual combat pod that stands ready on the inner side of the examination area. The sleek, silver pod glimmers with a chilling sheen. Upon settling into the virtual combat pod, the heavy door descends slowly before him, completely isolating him from external light and sound. At that moment, he feels an almost imperceptible prick at the tip of his left middle finger. The built-in nanoblood extractor is synchronously collecting a minuscule blood sample. The intelligent system will utilize this droplet of blood to meticulously analyze his internal vitality and various bodily metrics, thereby constructing a fully corresponding digital avatar within the virtual realm. Almost simultaneously, myriad tiny sensors emerge from within the seat, adhering snugly to his limbs and torso, sending a slight electric tingle across his skin. An unseen force begins to scan his bone density, muscle fiber composition, and neural response speed. Candidate: Yi-Ling-Tian. Physiological data link established. Virtual neural connection program initiated. A cold, synthetic voice resonates deep within his mind. In the next instant, Yi-Ling-Tian finds himself standing on a verdant expanse of grassland. Please select your weapon, the intelligent system prompts. I'll take a saber, Yi-Ling-Tian casually responds. In the blink of an eye, a willow leaf saber materializes in his grasp. He swings it a few times, sensing it feels somewhat unwieldy. Can I exchange it for a broadsword? That is what I usually use. Not permitted, the system's icy voice replies. Yi-Ling-Tian mutters under his breath. Damn it, you simulation system, saying it's not allowed to use something I'm familiar with. The intelligent system falls silent for 2 seconds before responding once more. Candidate Yi-Ling-Tian. Use of profanity towards the system incurs a deduction of 1 point. What the? Yi-Ling-Tian's words are cut short as the system interjects. Candidate Yi-Ling-Tian. Further profanity towards the system incurs a deduction of 3 points. He quickly covers his mouth, realizing that even before the exam has begun, he has already lost 4 points. If he continues speaking recklessly, he might find himself disqualified from the examination altogether. Feeling a sense of injustice, he suddenly drops his hand and exclaims angrily, I protest. How can points be deducted during a martial arts examination? I've never heard of such a thing. Protest invalid. This year's new regulations. Did you not read the examination guidelines? The intelligent system replies. Yi-Ling-Tian is taken aback. Since returning from the combat training camp, he has not attended any classes and is entirely unaware of the new regulations. Although he has the examination guidelines on his phone, he assumed they were similar to previous years and did not scrutinize them closely. The intelligent system's next statement infuriates him further. The new regulations are specifically designed to manage candidates like you, who lack respect for authority. You. Yi-Ling-Tian glares, wanting to retort, but fearing further point deductions. He reluctantly admits, you're right. Let us commence the examination. Frustrated, he thinks to himself, one day, when I find out which old academic designed this flawed system, I'll make him regret it. But for now, What good is it to quarrel with an intelligent system? A true man is adaptable. Suddenly, an odd thought crosses his mind. He wonders if Zheng Feng had taken the examination instructions seriously. Initiating the first stage, the intelligent system announces 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concludes, the previously empty arena shimmers, and a wolf-like beast, standing at 1.5 meters tall with dark fur and exposed fangs, materializes 10 meters away. Its status reads, non-mainstream 8-fold. The wolf-like beast crouches slightly, its crimson eyes fixed intently on Yi Lingtian as it emits a threatening growl, drool dripping from its fangs. In the next instant, it propels itself off the ground, a gray blur hurtling toward Yi Lingtian. He scoffs, knowing that such a creature poses no real challenge. As the beast's fangs draw near to his throat, Yi Lingtian swiftly extends his left hand, seizing the beast by the neck and exerting a slight pressure. With a sharp crack, the sound of bone fracturing reverberates ominously in the silent virtual space. The wolf-like beast's attack halts abruptly, its form dissolving into a flurry of light and vanishing into the air. Passed. Score, 1. Current total, -3 points. Would you like to continue? The cold system prompt chimes. Hearing his total score, Yi Lingtian's lips twitch involuntarily. He shakes his wrist. Continue. If I don't say stop, I won T. The realism of the virtual combat pod is astonishing. The sensation of crushing the wolf's throat felt indistinguishable from reality. Chapter 69, Simulated Combat, 20th Stage. Old Lu, your predictions are eerily accurate. On the grassy field ahead, 2 wolf-like beasts materialize once more. Yi Lingtian effortlessly slashes them down. Although the intelligent system generates only wolf-like beasts, it adjusts their size, strength, speed, and defenses according to the stages. In this virtual battlefield, no innate abilities can be employed. With over 1,000 vitality points, Yi Lingtian tirelessly employs his ultimate technique, the 9 slashes of the sky rending, against the increasingly powerful beasts. Each strike sends a sharp sound through the air, weaving a deadly net of blade light. With every swing, he feels the air rip apart. The virtual willow leaf saber feels like an extension of his body, a manifestation of his will. As he enters a state of complete immersion, the blade movements flow naturally, merging him with the weapon. One wolf-like beast after another falls before him, until at last, as he obliterates yet another beast with overwhelming force. The thud of the blade slicing through flesh and bone resonates. Suddenly, a jarring crack disrupts the rhythm of his slaughter. The energy-formed virtual willow leaf saber in his hand, having just cleaved through a hard skull, unexpectedly shatters at the lower half of the blade. Half the blade spins away, dissolving into stardust, leaving Yi Lingtian bewildered, clutching a mere fragment of less than 10 centimeters. He awakens from his trance of carnage, staring blankly at the broken weapon in his hand. What is this madness? How can an examination weapon break? Yi Lingtian incredulously shouted towards the heavens. The cold voice of the intelligent system resonated in response. You have breached the 18th level. Second stage. This weapon's durability has reached 0, and thus, it is now destroyed. Can I have another weapon? Yi Lingtian hastily inquired, his gaze fixed on the fearsome beasts that were reassembling ahead. The intelligent system replied, no. Yet, before Yi Lingtian could utter another word, the newly formed 2 beasts, their eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty red light, lunged at him. The chilling gleam of their fangs was now perilously close. Yi Lingtian dropped low, executing a ground roll just in time to evade their attack, the fierce wind brushing past his back. He retaliated by hurling the remnant blade towards the abdomen of one beast. The moment the blade made contact with the beast's skin, it transformed into glimmers of starlight and dissipated. A wave of frustration surged through Yi Lingtian as he watched the 2 beasts, each exceeding 3 meters in length, charge at him once more. He gritted his teeth and, relying on his vitality akin to a 3rd-tier 1-star warrior, unleashed a foundational boxing technique against the 2 beasts marked as 2nd-tier 7-star. At that moment, Yi Lingtian felt a pang of regret. Had he practiced a higher-level boxing technique, he wouldn't be in such a dire predicament now. However, he had never anticipated that the virtual weapons in the combat simulation would become damaged. This was an unprecedented occurrence. Within the monitoring center of the city's Education Bureau, hundreds of screens displayed real-time footage from all virtual combat chambers. At that moment, a group of 1 to 200 middle school principals and Education Bureau leaders sat, their eyes glued to the giant screen directly in front of them. The screen showcased the fierce melee between Yi Lingtian and the 2 beasts. Principal Lu Ziwen of Lanan No. 8 Middle School occupied a front row seat, his gaze fervently fixed on the young figure in the footage, his smile stretching wide. Beside him sat Director Wang Gang of the Education Bureau. Given Lu Ziwen's status, he should have been seated further back. However, due to Lanan No. 8 Middle School's exceptional performance in this year's combat training camp, Wang Gang had specially arranged for him to sit beside him. Wang Gang turned to Lu Ziwen and remarked, Old Lu, this Yi Lingtian is truly a once-in-a-century prodigy. Since the combat simulation system was implemented, the best score achieved by candidates was stopping at the 17th level. First stage. This lad has already entered the 18th level. Second stage. Although his weapon has been destroyed, I see his vitality is abundant, and his physique is formidable. With some effort, reaching the 19th level ISNT beyond possibility. Lu Ziwen chuckled heartily. You flatter me, Director Wong. If it were someone else, they might fight to the last breath and perish on the virtual battlefield. However, I estimate this lad will likely give up after sustaining some injuries. Oh, why is that? Wang Gang inquired, astonished. Lu Ziwen cleared his throat. He has lived a life of privilege, never having tasted hardship or faced trials of life and death. You know, in the virtual battlefield, a person's sensations are almost indistinguishable from reality. Whether injured or facing death, the experience is exceedingly vivid. Wang Gang chuckled lightly. No matter. With his achievements, admissions offices from top universities will likely be knocking on his door soon. Lu Ziwen smiled subtly, gazing at the figure on the large screen, and remarked meaningfully, perhaps. Whether other universities would send representatives to Yiling Tian's home, Lu Ziwen couldn't be certain. However, Longyu University surely would not, considering Yiling Tian's grandfather is the president of Longyu University. Ultimately, Yiling Tian would undoubtedly attend Longyu University. Yet, such thoughts were not suitable to share with Director Wong. In the virtual battlefield, Yiling Tian unleashed a punch, the explosive force sending the charging beast flying several meters. The sound of shattering bones ringing clear. An unprecedented sense of exhilaration coursed through him, prompting an involuntary roar. He had never engaged in pure physical combat with beasts of this caliber before. At that moment, every collision of fists and flesh, every gust of wind brushing against his skin during evasions, unveiled layers of self-awareness. So this is the extent of my power? My fists can withstand the claws of a second-tier 7-star beast? A spark of realization ignited within him, accompanied by a surging confidence. He fought with increasing fervor, engaging the beasts in a fierce melee. Before long, he, battered and bruised, managed to precariously breach the 20th level. In the city's Education Bureau Monitoring Center, the air seemed to solidify as everyone fixated on the figure battling fiercely on the giant screen. He had indeed entered the 20th level. Heavens! We are witnessing the birth of a miracle. A leader's voice, filled with overwhelming excitement, cracked. The entire monitoring center erupted in a cacophony of gasps and admiration. Director Wang Gang, unable to contain himself, stood up from his seat, his fists clenched tightly, his body leaning forward, eyes glimmering with the discovery of a rare gem. He envisioned a new star, unprecedented, rising with thunderous momentum from Lannan City. Almost everyone held their breath, awaiting this historic moment, eager to see what miracle the young man would conjure in the legendary 20th level. However, in the next instant, the massive main screen abruptly turned blue. Subsequently, several crimson characters appeared in the center of the screen. Candidate has chosen to forfeit the examination. The fervent excitement was abruptly silenced. The once boisterous hall fell into a profound stillness, leaving only the low hum of machines operating. The elation and anticipation on everyone's faces instantly froze, morphing into disbelief and confusion. The excitement on Director Wang Gang's face quickly turned to a forced smile of resignation. He slowly sat down, turning to Lu Ziwen with a complex tone. Old Lu, your prediction was spot on. Chapter 70, Wherever you go, I shall follow. As the door of the virtual combat chamber slowly opened, Yiling Tian staggered out. He had endured a grueling melee with the beasts in the virtual battlefield, leaving him battered. Though not severely injured, he felt a profound ache throughout his body. Even now, back in reality, his muscles ached, and he was utterly fatigued. He inhaled deeply, regaining some strength before stepping out of the examination room. As for why he chose to forfeit the examination despite having energy left, it stemmed from his past life of poverty and hardship. Now, having fortuitously traversed into a prestigious family, he felt no need to seek further suffering. After all, the score he achieved in the martial arts examination held little significance for him. He advanced to the 20th level to demonstrate to everyone his capability of reaching such heights. He chose to forfeit the examination because he deemed it unnecessary to fight desperately. After all, the pain of being torn apart by beasts could be quite excruciating. In the lounge, Limu Shui was quietly engrossed in a novel. Yiling Tian approached and gently tapped her shoulder. Limu Shui furrowed her brows, abruptly lifting her head. Upon recognizing Yiling Tian, a soft smile graced her beautiful eyes. Finished the exam? She asked, tucking her phone away, her voice gentle. Yiling Tian nodded. How did you do? Limu Shui sighed. I couldn't get past the second stage of the 15th level. Yiling Tian's tone conveyed sincere admiration. Not bad. Few can surpass the 13th level. Limu Shui gazed at Yiling Tian with curiosity. And you? Which level did you reach in the end? Yiling Tian smiled. I barely made it into the 20th level. The 20th level? Limu Shui gasped, instinctively covering her slightly parted lips with her delicate hand. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, filled with astonishment. The historical record had merely reached the 17th level. Yet Yiling Tian astonishingly surged into the 20th level. However, the more formidable Yiling Tian became, the greater her joy. The two of them strolled side by side out of the grand hall on the first floor. The afternoon sun streamed through the glass curtain wall, casting dappled shadows on the polished floor tiles. Just as they reached the center of the courtyard, a thunderous explosion erupted behind them, accompanied by the jarring sound of twisted metal and shattering glass. Yi Lingtian and Li Meixiu abruptly turned around. They beheld a stainless steel glass door from the first-floor hall hurtling through the air, crashing heavily into the floor bead in the courtyard, its stainless steel frame utterly deformed. And tempered glass shattered into a chaotic scatter. As the dust began to settle, a figure suddenly twisted around, delivering an even more ferocious sidekick that sliced through the air and smashed into another intact door. With a resounding crash, the second door splintered apart, soaring out in the same trajectory, inciting further screams and chaos. Upon recognizing the individual, Li Meixiu's pupils constricted, frozen in place as she murmured, "It's Zheng Feng. Why is he so enraged?" A faint smile flitted across Yi Lingtian's lips. With a knowing tone, he remarked, "Perhaps he didn't perform well." At that moment, a lean male student hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Feng, calm down. Why unleash such fury? Did someone provoke you? Just say the word, and I'll call the brothers over to back you up." Zheng Feng abruptly turned his head, his eyes bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead. His entire physique taut with extreme rage, trembling with intensity. His voice, hoarse from agitation, cried out, "What vengeance? Who am I supposed to take revenge on?" He pointed forcefully at the interior of the hall, grinding his teeth as he bellowed, "That damned intelligent examination system. It actually claimed my words were rubbish and unjustly deducted 10 points from me." His chest heaved violently. "I only scored over 80, and it just deducted 10 points outright. It's infuriating." The two of them stepped out of the Education Bureau's entrance. Yi Lingtian suddenly halted, turning to Li Meixiu, his eyes shimmering with an unusual light. "Meixiu, would you like to take a few spins in the sky?" Li Meixiu nodded decisively, her voice gentle as she replied, "I would. But we aren't yet at the 5th tier, so we can't fly." Yi Lingtian raised his hand to signal the driver waiting at the entrance of the Education Bureau to return. He then turned back to Li Meixiu, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he softly said, "Close your eyes. I shall perform a magic trick for you." "A magic trick?" Li Meixiu paused slightly, her long eyelashes fluttering, a flicker of doubt passing through her eyes. Yet, her unconditional trust in Yi Lingtian compelled her to obediently close her eyes. With a slight mental command, the space beside them warped in a peculiar manner. In the next moment, a high-tech, dark-hued Shadow Wing X7 customized flying car materialized beside them. "You may open your eyes now," Yi Lingtian said gently. As Li Meixiu slowly opened her eyes and beheld the flying car, her eyes sparkled with astonishment. However, she quickly regained her composure. This marvel was unattainable for ordinary individuals, but for Yi Lingtian, it was inconsequential. After all, his family could easily produce 2 pieces of the precious heavenly-grade divine crystal valued in the billions. Yi Lingtian took Li Meixiu's hand, guiding her into the passenger seat while he settled into the driver's seat. Rolling down the window, he called out loudly, "You all can come aboard." Zhu Ping'er appeared beside the car, and Bai Ling Yu swiftly glided over from a distance. The two exchanged glances, synchronously pulling open the rear doors and seating themselves in the spacious back seat. Yi Lingtian gently nudged the control stick, and the flying car shot into the sky like an arrow. Li Meixiu involuntarily inhaled sharply, her delicate fingers instinctively tightening around the seatbelt before her. The scenery outside plummeted rapidly. The Education Bureau building quickly transformed into a mere cube, while the streets morphed into intricate lines. As they ascended higher, the panoramic view of the entire city unfolded before them. "So beautiful," she whispered, her eyes shimmering with uncontainable excitement. Seeing her reaction, Yi Lingtian's lips curved into a smile. He soon increased the speed to 1,000 kilometers per hour, then activated the autopilot mode, circling the outskirts of Lannan City. After flying for an hour and a half, Yi Lingtian suddenly asked, "Meixiu, would you like to learn how to drive the flying car?" Li Meixiu turned in surprise. "Can I learn?" "Of course," he replied, unbuckling his seatbelt and gesturing for her to switch to the driver's seat. Under Yi Lingtian's patient guidance, Li Meixiu quickly grasped the driving techniques, and the flying car glided smoothly under her control, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. Yi Lingtian switched the flying car to autopilot mode, and then turned to Li Meixiu, a gentle smile gracing his features. "Meixiu, which university do you plan to apply to?" Upon hearing this, Li Meixiu's eyelashes fluttered lightly as she met his gaze, a faint blush gracing her fair cheeks. "Wherever you go," she said softly, yet with an undeniable determination, "I shall go there too." Chapter 71. My father is a martial god. The return of the Yellow Springs sect Yi Lingtian was deeply moved by her words. An indescribable warmth surged from his heart, enveloping his entire being. "Meixiu," he said, reaching out to gently cradle her slightly warm face, and slowly leaned down to press his lips against her soft, pink ones. Li Meixiu's heart raced like thunder, her delicate brows quivering as she instinctively closed her eyes. At the moment their lips met, a faint jolt coursed through her body, causing her slender shoulders to tremble lightly. Awkwardly, she responded, her alabaster arms unconsciously wrapping around his neck. In the spacious back seat of the flying car, Bai Lingyu turned her head with a light laugh. Glancing out the window at the scenery, Zhu Ping'er's face flushed crimson as she covered her eyes with her hands. Though her fingers parted just enough for her to peek through, her eyes wide with astonishment. After a long moment, they finally parted. Yi Lingtian's lips curled into a satisfied arc as he gazed tenderly at Li Miexu. I plan to apply to Longyu University. The blush on Li Miexu's face had not yet faded. She lowered her gaze, her voice barely above a whisper. Then I will also apply to Longyu University. Yi Lingtian smiled at her, then reached into his storage space, retrieving a dark blue university acceptance letter. He gently handed it to Li Miexu, solemnly declaring, "Congratulations, Li Miexu. You have been accepted into Longyu University." As Li Miexu took the letter and opened it, her pupils constricted in disbelief. "How do you have this? Aren't the scores for the written and martial examinations being announced tomorrow?" She paused, continuing, "How did my acceptance letter end up in your hands?" Yi Lingtian wore a gentle smile as he replied, "Haven't you always been curious about my true identity? Today, I shall reveal it to you. My family is one of the 6 top-tier families of the Great Xia Alliance, the Yi family. My father is the commander of the Longyu Legion, one of the 6 martial gods of the Great Xia Alliance, Yi Kuliang. My grandfather is the president of Longyu University, Yi Xingqian. My mother is the 8-star martial saint, Su Qinglan. My uncle is the governor of Jiangnan province, Su Muyang." With each revelation, Li Miexu's eyes widened further. Her hand trembled uncontrollably as she clutched the acceptance letter. In that moment, she finally comprehended the formidable connections Yi Lingtian possessed. Yi Lingtian's mother was an 8-star martial saint, and she had already suspected as much, given that her parents had assisted in refining the heavenly grade divine crystals for her. However, the significance of the other 3 figures within the Great Xia Alliance was undeniable. The governor was the highest official of a province, a position that required no elaboration. The president of Longyu University is not merely a figurehead. He is also one of the 6 esteemed elders of the Great Xia Alliance's Council of Elders. This council represents the highest administrative authority within the Great Xia Alliance. The Longyu Legion, being the foremost among the 5 legions of the Great Xia Alliance, possesses strength that far surpasses that of the other legions. In addition to safeguarding the Celestial Fortress, which lies between the Great Xia Alliance and the battlefield of myriad races, it is tasked with contending for resources and territory against other races in that very battlefield. Contemplating this, Li Miexu felt her heartbeat begin to slow. Initially, she had speculated that Yi Lingtian might be a scion of a reclusive noble family. Yet she never anticipated that his background was so astonishingly profound. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to calm the tumultuous emotions within her. Suddenly, a curious thought surged to the forefront of her mind. She slightly lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, her voice barely audible. "Have you, by any chance, betrothed yourself to any young lady from a prominent family?" Upon hearing this, Yi Lingtian couldn't help but smile. This girl, it seems, has indulged in quite a few romantic novels. She knows this much. He gazed at her lowered eyelashes, a playful smile gracing his lips as he deliberately lowered his voice. Indeed, just 2 simple words rendered Li Miexu's complexion ashen, her fingertips turning icy. Noticing her sudden despondency, Yi Lingtian refrained from teasing her further, gently lifting her chin. He compelled her to meet his gaze. 3 years ago, my mother discovered a girl whom she greatly admired and intended to arrange a betrothal with her family. His thumb tenderly brushed against her cool cheek, his voice imbued with affection. "That girl is you, my little fool." Li Miexu's head jerked up, her eyes, still glistening with moisture, widened in disbelief. Yi Lingtian continued, "Do you think, why have we been desk mates for 3 years?" A torrent of mixed emotions surged within Li Miexu, embarrassment, surprise, realization, and a hint of sweet panic, as if fate had preordained their bond. Overwhelmed, she could only gaze blankly into Yi Lingtian's smiling, deep-set eyes. By the time Yi Lingtian accompanied Li Miexu home, the sky had darkened. He piloted the flying car along the route back. Suddenly, amidst the sea of lights in the densely populated city below, a towering edifice, resembling a solitary peak, captured his attention. It radiated a ghostly blue luminescence, akin to a colossal blue crystal sword, piercing the deep night sky, standing out distinctly among the multitude of buildings. "Pinger, what is that place?" Yi Lingtian inquired, tilting his head towards Zhu Pinger beside him. Following his gaze, Zhu Pinger smiled slightly. "That is the only 7-star hotel in Lannan City, and it is currently the tallest building in the city." A faint smile crept upon Yi Lingtian's lips. "Let us go and take a look." The flying car emitted a low, throaty hum as it gracefully curved towards the sharp pinnacle of the blue giant. Within mere moments, it hovered above the rooftop terrace. After disembarking, Yi Lingtian stowed the flying car back into his storage space. The two approached the edge of the terrace. Standing over a height exceeding 500 meters, the nightscape of Lannan City unfolded before them like an expansive tapestry woven with light. Yi Lingtian retrieved several exquisite snacks and a few cans of beer from his storage space, handing one can to Zhu Pinger. She accepted it with a smile, playfully kicking off her high heels. Then, she leaped onto the edge of the terrace platform, sitting down with her fair legs swinging gently in the open air. Yiling Tian followed suit. They sat atop the city, enjoying snacks and drinks while overlooking the bustling vibrancy below. However, such delightful moments are often fleeting. Just as Zhu Ping'er prepared to reach for her 8th can of beer, her motion abruptly froze midair. She suddenly turned her head, her gaze sharp as she focused on the fire door of the terrace. "What's wrong?" Yiling Tian asked, tilting his head and lowering his voice. Zhu Ping'er's body tensed slightly. "Someone is coming up. I think I recognize this aura." "Recognize?" Yiling Tian raised an eyebrow. "It's from the Huangquan sect. One of the 7 protectors, Liang Ming." A faint, enigmatic smile graced Zhu Ping'er's lips. Yiling Tian's expression sharpened instantly. The Huangquan sect. This very wicked organization was responsible for the tragic fate of Mia Xu's parents years ago. Zhu Ping'er pulled Yiling Tian silently into the dense shadow behind a nearby water tank. "Let us see what he is here for." Her delicate fingers formed an intricate seal. The surrounding light shimmered like rippling water, enveloping them in an invisible force field. Their forms, essence, and presence seamlessly melded into the environment. A few seconds later, the fire door emitted a faint click as it was slowly pushed open. A greasy middle-aged man stepped out, glancing around before moving to the center of the terrace and lighting a cigarette. The crimson ember flickered in the night. About a minute later, soft footsteps echoed from below. A man in a black suit ambled onto the terrace, casually shutting the fire door behind him. He approached the greasy man and retrieved a stack of ghostly blue cards from his spatial ring. "The Muyang secret realm is confirmed to open the day after tomorrow," the man in black said in a low, gravelly voice. "We have received information that little vixen, Luo Mingli, is on her way here. Lord Wuxian has instructed that she must not leave Lannan City alive." The greasy man took the cards, his fingers stroking the edges as a cruel smile crept across his face. "Rest assured, we've brought quite a number of people this time. Since she has arrived, she won't be able to leave the secret realm alive. The internal situation of the secret realm is unknown. You must proceed with caution. Moreover, ensure that your actions are swift and decisive," the man in black replied solemnly. The greasy man extinguished his cigarette on a nearby drainpipe, a cunning glint flashing in his eyes. "Fear not. In the coming days, various factions will swarm into the secret realm, creating a chaotic mix. Even if she dies, no one will be able to trace it back to us." After exchanging a few more hushed words, the man in black turned and descended the stairs. Just as the greasy man was about to leave, he suddenly halted. He leapt onto the edge of the terrace where Yiling Tian and Zhu Ping'er had previously sat, sniffing the air. His brows furrowed slightly. Then, a chilling grin spread across his face as he nonchalantly walked down the stairs. Once his footsteps had completely faded away, Yiling Tian relaxed his body, preparing to step out. "Don't move," Zhu Ping'er whispered, her hand firmly gripping his wrist, her voice a thread of urgency. Yiling Tian's heart raced, and he held his breath. Sure enough, about a minute later, the greasy man's figure reappeared at the terrace door like a specter. His face was marked with deep confusion and vigilance, his sharp gaze sweeping across the entire terrace, sparing no corner. After a moment, he retreated, his expression tinged with reluctance as he vanished behind the door. "This time, he has truly departed." Zhu Ping'er released her grip, her eyes glinting with cold resolve. "Young master, should I follow him and eliminate the Huangquan sect members?" Yiling Tian remained composed, inquiring, "What is his strength?" "A 5th-tier 8-star warrior," Zhu Ping'er replied softly. "Then let it be." Yiling Tian shook his head. "Did you not hear them mention that there are many accomplices? If you engage in battle here, this building might well collapse, and who knows how many innocents would perish in the process." He pondered for a moment. "You follow them and ascertain which floor they reside on. Once we leave, have your subordinates inform the Jinyu Bureau to handle this matter." Zhu Ping'er nodded. No further words were needed. She formed a seal with her hands, ethereal light swirling around her as a nearly identical doppelganger emerged from her form, silently pursuing the target. Yiling Tian furrowed his brow and spoke in a low voice. "Who could that man in black possibly be, serving under which martial saint? He has even facilitated the issuance of new identification for the followers of the Huangquan sect. And what of the woman they mentioned, Luo Mingli? Are you familiar with her?" Zhu Ping'er shook her head. "I do not know her. If my conjecture is correct, this Luo Mingli must have offended a powerful martial saint. Unable to act directly, he has sent the Huangquan sect to do his bidding, employing them as instruments of vengeance." Yiling Tian remarked nonchalantly. "The secret realm they mentioned must be the one we observed a few days ago. The Muyang secret realm. How does that name sound so familiar?" Zhu Ping'er smiled slightly. "Young master, the governor is named Su Muyang." Yiling Tian paused for a moment, suddenly realizing. It must be that someone was currying favor with his uncle, naming the newly emerged secret realm after him. He leaped onto the edge of the terrace where they had previously sat, scrutinizing the surroundings for any anomalies, but found none. His brow knitted in contemplation. He turned to Zhu Ping'er. In the next instant, he approached her directly, and amidst her slightly bewildered gaze, he suddenly leaned closer, inhaling gently by her side. A faint yet lingering fragrance, delicate and chilling, enveloped the air. "So that's it," Yiling Tian murmured to himself. Young master, what are you doing? Zhu Ping'er's enchanting eyes sparkled, the corners lifting slightly, her complexion blooming with a breathtaking blush, her voice imbued with a captivating allure. Yiling Tian couldn't help but feel a jolt. This little enchantress, when she exuded charm, could truly ensnare the hearts of many. However, he was not an ordinary man. Taking a deep breath, he calmed his restless heart. With a tone tinged with resignation, he stated, I understand why that fellow returned. It was your perfume lingering in the spot you occupied earlier. Upon hearing this, the blush on Zhu Ping'er's face deepened, resembling the rosy hues of a sunset illuminating peach blossoms. Yet, Yiling Tian's tone shifted. Fortunately, your skills in concealment are exceptional, or we might have been discovered. Although being found out wouldn't be catastrophic, if a fight were to ensue, the other members of the Huangquan sect might escape, startled into flight. Zhu Ping'er nodded slightly. After a moment, she pouted. Young master, they are staying on the 120th floor of the hotel. With so many guests, most of whom are martial artists, it's hard to distinguish their accomplices. However, from their conversation, it seems they number around 20. Yiling Tian's brow furrowed. Such a significant force. To think they brought so many. It's fortunate that I did not act impulsively. Nevertheless, even with greater numbers, the Martial Suppression Bureau is not to be trifled with. He spoke solemnly. Let us call back the Avatar. It's time for us to return home. Zhu Ping'er nodded in agreement. Before long, the Avatar returned, merging back into her form as a wisp of ethereal light. Just as Zhu Ping'er turned around, she noticed Yiling Tian standing at the edge of the building, having somehow moved there without her notice. He flashed her a charming smile and waved before gracefully leaping backward, his body soaring outside the building. Zhu Ping'er was taken aback and instinctively followed him into the air. Yet, to her surprise, Yiling Tian did not plunge directly downward. Instead, after descending several floors, he adeptly grasped the edge of a window sill, his body perfectly taut. Following that, he nonchalantly released his grip, allowing himself to fall freely for several more floors before deftly catching hold of another ledge. As Zhu Ping'er observed this astonishing method of descent, she couldn't help but stick out her adorable little tongue, patting her chest in awe. Young master's ideas are truly boundless. She flew close behind him, ready to prevent any mishaps. Yiling Tian felt a surge of exhilaration. Previously, he had thought the stunts in movies were incredibly challenging. Now, he realized they were not as difficult as they seemed. He could master them with ease. However, just as he was a mere 10 floors from the ground, an unexpected incident occurred. He had just stabilized himself on the edge of a windowsill when he was taken aback to find that the occupant of the room had neglected to draw the curtains. A woman, wrapped in a white bath towel, her hair still dripping with water, stepped out of the bathroom, drying her hair with one hand. Their eyes met, and time seemed to freeze for a moment. A piercing scream shattered the night air. Yiling Tian was startled by this unforeseen turn of events. His grip on the window ledge faltered instinctively, and he lost control of his body, plummeting 7 or 8 floors before awkwardly grasping another windowsill to steady himself. Gasping for breath in panic. Meanwhile, the woman above, furious, flung open the window, leaning out to shout at the top of her lungs, "Catch the pervert." Chapter 73, Young Master's Dark History. I shall feast on it for a lifetime. Yiling Tian felt as if his lungs were about to explode from anger. This was not intentional. He had not anticipated that someone would bathe without drawing the curtains. Besides, she was wrapped in a white towel. What was all the fuss about? At the moment the woman forcefully opened the window, Zhu Ping'er, who had been hovering in midair, reacted swiftly. She swayed slightly and seemed to melt into the darkness, vanishing without a trace. Only faint, restrained yet clear laughter could be heard from a distance, unabashedly reveling in mischief. Just as Yiling Tian's feet touched the ground, he hadn't even had a moment to catch his breath when 2 figures suddenly charged out from the side of the hotel. They were security guards patrolling the area. However, in a 7-star hotel, the security personnel were not ordinary. Each was a second-tier martial artist, and they were accompanied by 2 robust mutated dogs. These mutated canines were not just any hunting dogs. They were a hybrid of hunting dogs and fierce beasts. Although they were not second-tier themselves, their speed surpassed that of most second-tier martial artists. Upon seeing the 2 men and their dogs darting towards him like arrows, Yiling Tian's heart sank. He knew there was no way to explain himself. Acting decisively, he retrieved a black short-sleeve shirt from his storage space, tore a piece off, and covered his face before sprinting away. The 2 security guards exchanged excited glances. The opponent's aura was weak. This was a perfect opportunity to make a name for themselves. They immediately unleashed their mutated dogs and pursued him relentlessly. Yiling Tian, with long strides, raced down the sidewalk, his speed leaving the 2 guards stunned. The distance between them widened significantly. The guards simultaneously released their leashes. The mutated dogs howled, their limbs propelling them forward like black streaks of lightning, narrowing the gap between them and Yiling Tian. Not far ahead, Zhu Ping'er's figure quietly appeared in the air. Watching Yiling Tian being chased by the 2 dogs, she laughed so hard that she nearly lost her breath. She prepared to take a photo with her phone. capturing the moment of the son of the martial god being pursued by two mutated dogs. Just as she opened her camera, intending to document this spectacle, she saw Yiling Tian suddenly halt. He spun around to face the two charging dogs. One of the mutated dogs leapt into the air, its gaping jaws aimed directly at his thigh. Yiling Tian's brows knitted tightly. He found himself gripping a metal baseball bat that he hadn't noticed before. With a twist of his waist, he executed a perfect arc with his arm. Thud! A dull thud resonated as the bat struck the forehead of the mutated dog. The creature whimpered and collapsed, its limbs twitching slightly. The other mutated dogs skidded to a halt, barking furiously at Yiling Tian, but daring not to advance any further. Seeing this, Yiling Tian stepped forward to retrieve the downed dog, intending to store it in his spatial realm. However, he was met with failure. He paused, a slight frown forming as he quickly understood the situation. The mutated dog should still be clinging to life. The footsteps and shouts of the security guards behind him grew increasingly pronounced. Yiling Tian hastily retrieved a massive canvas bag from his storage space, deftly stuffing the unconscious creature within. He slung the bag over his shoulder and continued to sprint with fervor. Observing this, another mutated dog let out a fierce howl and pursued him relentlessly. After racing several hundred meters, Yiling Tian suddenly slapped his forehead, as if awakening from a dream. Oh no, I completely forgot that I could utilize my spatial abilities. The virtual world of the martial arts examination today prohibited the use of any extraordinary talents, which had momentarily stifled his recollection. With a swift mental command, a subtle ripple coursed through the space around him. When he next landed, he found himself 100 meters away. In a few fleeting moments of flickering movement, he vanished entirely from the end of the long street, leaving behind two bewildered security guards and the mutated dog, who stood dazed and confused. In the air, Zhu Ping'er captured several striking images, delighting in the moment as she reviewed them. Hee, a mischievous glint shone in her eyes as she murmured to herself. This little piece of blackmail will sustain me for a lifetime. If he ever dares to threaten me again, I shall play these photos on repeat. She imagined Yiling Tian's helpless yet stubborn expression, and with satisfaction, tucked her phone away. Then, with a flicker of movement, she disappeared into the night, pursuing the direction of Yiling Tian. At the Yi family villa, the backyard garden was tranquil and pleasant under the night sky. Yiling Tian reclined lazily in a lounge chair, holding a charred yet succulent leg bone from a fearsome beast, gnawing at it with delight. Indeed, the freshness of the ingredients made all the difference. He smacked his lips in satisfaction. Our chef's culinary skills are truly exceptional. Sitting beside him, Zhu Ping'er nodded in agreement, savoring a fragrant rib as she took delicate bites, her eyes involuntarily curving in delight. Suddenly, Yiling Tian seemed to remember something. He set down the leg bone, grabbed a napkin to wipe his mouth, and spoke casually, yet with an undeniable authority. Ping'er, you must not disclose tonight's events to anyone. Zhu Ping'er swallowed her morsel, her expression obedient as she replied, Rest assured, young master, I vow to keep my lips sealed. Yiling Tian narrowed his eyes, regarding her with a teasing glint. But I believe I might have seen a flash of a camera. You wouldn't have taken any clandestine photographs, would you? Zhu Ping'er's heart skipped a beat. Yet her face instantly donned an innocent expression, shaking her head fervently. Young master, you must be mistaken. Perhaps it was merely the reflection from a building's glass, or a camera capturing passers-by. The following afternoon at 5 o'clock, at the entrance of Li Miexu's residential complex, Yiling Tian arrived as promised to visit her. He had just descended from his vehicle and was about to call Li Miexu when a melodious voice suddenly chimed in beside him. Brother Ling Tian. He turned to see a girl with a high ponytail, dressed in refreshing athletic attire, her hands clasped behind her back, tilting her head curiously. She bore a resemblance to Li Miexu, sharing 3 parts of her charm. Her eyes sparkled with unrestrained curiosity. With a smile, Yiling Tian remarked, You must be Li Miexu's younger sister, Li Muiao. The girl bounded a few steps closer, looking up at him like a lively fawn. Yes. My sister asked me to come out and greet you. Come on, she has prepared a feast, just waiting for you. Li Muiao said, turning to lead the way, her ponytail swinging energetically behind her. Yiling Tian observed her retreating figure, silently marveling at how the offspring of a dragon could indeed be varied in nature. Though they were blood-related sisters, their personalities were as different as night and day, one aloof and cool, the other vibrant and spirited. Nevertheless, both were breathtakingly beautiful. As Yiling Tian followed Li Muiao into the old apartment building, the dimly lit corridor was adorned with numerous small advertisements, yet it was surprisingly clean. Upon reaching the 4th floor, the door to the east unit stood wide open. Yiling Tian paused at the threshold to don the new pair of slippers Li Muiao had handed him. Just as he straightened, a gracious middle-aged couple approached him, their faces radiating joy and gratitude upon seeing him. You must be Yiling Tian. At last we meet. Miexu often speaks of you at home. Please, come in. They warmly ushered him into the living room. Though modest in size, the space was impeccably organized. As Yiling Tian settled onto a slightly worn fabric sofa, Li Miexu's parents stepped forward. Classmate Ling Tian, we have longed to express our heartfelt gratitude to you and your mother for your immense kindness. Li Miexu's father, Li Minghai, spoke with a quivering voice, exchanging a glance with his wife, Tang Rulin. Both felt compelled to kneel in appreciation. Stop. You mustn't, Yi Lingtian exclaimed. Leaping up from the sofa in alarm, he quickly reached out to steady them. Uncle, Auntie, please, this is not necessary. If my mother finds out, she will surely scold me. They relented, and Yi Lingtian discreetly observed Li Miexu's parents, realizing how they had nurtured such an extraordinarily beautiful and graceful daughter. The father was handsome and composed, while the mother possessed delicate features and exuded warmth akin to jade. On the dining table set nearby, an array of exquisite home-cooked dishes awaited. The sweet and sour ribs glistened enticingly, while the steamed fish was adorned with fine shreds of scallion, their aromas intertwining and igniting the appetite. Just then, the kitchen door gently swung open, and Li Miexu emerged, donning a pink apron, a spatula in one hand and beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, a few strands of hair softly clinging to her cheek. Upon spotting Yi Lingtian, a faint smile blossomed in her clear eyes. You're here, she said, her voice soft and tinged with a hint of shyness. Yi Lingtian nodded, returning her gentle smile. His gaze swept over the table laden with dishes before settling back on her. You've worked hard, everything looks delicious. Li Miexu's ears flushed slightly at his candid praise, and a subtle dimple appeared at the corner of her mouth. I just need to stir-fry some vegetables. With that, she turned back to the kitchen. As she left, Yi Lingtian took out the gifts he had prepared, a splendid assortment of fine wines, premium supplements, and regional delicacies, filling the entire living room. Among them were even 2 boxes containing first-tier beast essence. Some of these gifts had been selected by Yi Lingtian's mother, Su Qinglan, while others were his own choices. Li Mueo's eyes widened in awe, her mouth forming a perfect O shape as she tiptoed to poke at this and curiously touched that. Li Minghai waved his hands repeatedly, exclaiming, this is far too extravagant. However, upon catching sight of the high-end beverages Yi Lingtian had brought, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes. Tang Rulin stood frozen, clearly overwhelmed by the abundance of gifts. In the kitchen, Li Miexu turned back to witness the scene, inadvertently tightening her grip on the spatula, a complex expression flickering in her gaze. It must be said, Li Miexu's culinary skills were indeed to Yi Lingtian's liking. He relished each bite. Perhaps having indulged too often in the exotic delicacies, he found a unique charm in the simple home-cooked fare. Li Minghai, his face aglow, raised his glass enthusiastically. Lingtian, come, let us toast to another round. Saying this, he downed his drink in one gulp, his eyes brimming with admiration as he looked at Yi Lingtian. Yi Lingtian gracefully raised his glass in response, exuding elegance and poise. Seated across from her, Tang Rulin observed the scene with gentle warmth radiating from the corners of her eyes and brow. She occasionally whispered reminders to her husband to moderate his drinking. Yet her gaze inevitably gravitated towards Yi Lingtian, her delight in the young man growing with each passing moment. He exhibited decorum, hailed from an esteemed lineage, and demonstrated a rare thoughtfulness towards their daughter, truly a remarkable find. Li Muxue sat quietly beside Yi Lingtian, savoring her meal in small bites, her eyes frequently drawn to him. Unable to resist their pull, Li Mueo rested her chin on her hands, her bright eyes flitting between the trio, observing her mother's smiling gaze, her father's hearty laughter, and her sister's rare display of tenderness. She felt a sudden pang of nostalgia for the long-lost warmth and vibrancy that had been absent from their home for far too long. When Yi Lingtian finally opened his eyes, it was already the following day. Sitting up, he glanced at his phone, noting the time was past 9 in the morning. He had indulged a bit too much the previous night and had fallen asleep on the ride home. Zhu Pinger was seated on the sofa, engrossed in her phone, and upon noticing Yi Lingtian had awakened, she hurried over. Young master, you are finally awake. I've arranged for the meals to be brought in. Yi Lingtian nodded. How are the preparations by Jinghong and the others? Zhu Pinger replied with a smile. Everything is ready. We can depart at any time. Excellent, Yi Lingtian said, rising from the bed. We shall set off once I finish my meal. Understood, Zhu Pinger responded as she exited the room. Today marked the opening of the Muyang secret realm, and Yi Lingtian intended to venture into this newly manifested domain for training. His primary goal was to hunt fierce beasts. Only by slaying these creatures could he acquire system points to expedite his enhancement. Based on past experience, newly appearing realms typically held numerous fortuitous opportunities, potentially harboring the essence of heaven and earth, rare mineral veins, and even ancient beast eggs or younglings. The laws governing this new realm were yet to stabilize, and the concentration of spiritual energy was significantly higher than in the outside world, allowing for a day's cultivation within to equate to several days outside. Many martial artists had managed to break through their bottlenecks within the realm, with some even awakening hidden talents. However, such opportunities were often accompanied by immense risks, unfamiliar beast clans, strange natural restrictions, and the covert struggles among other martial artists. Each time a new secret realm opened, various factions dispatched individuals, while numerous freelance martial artists formed adventuring parties. Due to the perilous nature of the realm, Su Qinglan had instructed the Dragon Martial Guard's third team to accompany Yi Lingtian into the secret realm. Nevertheless, as this was a trial, breakthroughs needed to be pursued amidst life and death battles. Aside from Zhu Pinger, who would remain concealed nearby, the remaining 12 individuals would be led by the vice captain Yan Jinghong, maintaining a safe distance behind him to provide support when necessary. They would refrain from intervening unless in a critical situation. Chapter 75, Entering the Secret Realm, First Battle with a Second Stage Beast. Upon Yi Lingtian's arrival at the Muyang Secret Realm, the scene before him was dramatically transformed from just days prior. The area had become a bustling construction site, with dozens of heavy machinery leveling the ground. A striking red carpet, stretching over 1,000 meters, stood out vividly against the dust-laden site, leading to the temporary office area at the entrance of the realm. Despite the realm having been open for over 2 hours, a steady stream of martial artists continued to arrive. Yi Lingtian joined the throng towards the entrance, pausing before the makeshift registration desk. Outside this prefabricated structure, 20 inspectors from the Martial Affairs Bureau stood vigilant, clad in uniform, their keen eyes scanning the crowd to maintain order. Nearby, a red warning sign proclaimed, "The interior of the new secret realm is fraught with unknown dangers. Please enter with caution. Fighting, injuring, or killing within the realm is strictly prohibited. Any reports of such incidents will be thoroughly investigated, and those found guilty will face severe punishment without leniency." After completing his registration, Yi Lingtian followed the crowd through a temporary passageway into a large room constructed of prefabricated panels. The room was brightly lit, and at the far end, a dim blue light curtain stood. Under the direction of several inspectors, the martial artists entered the light curtain one after another. As Yi Lingtian stepped through, he felt a powerful force of spatial tearing, followed by a flicker of light. In the next moment, he found himself at the edge of a vast forest. Beneath his feet lay a large array platform constructed from some dark blue giant stones, its surface etched with intricate and dull runes. Surrounding the platform was a faint golden protective barrier. A dozen martial artists who had arrived before him remained on the periphery, cautiously surveying their surroundings. Towering ancient trees twisted upwards, casting shadows that obscured the sun, while vines hung down like colossal serpents. In the distance, the rolling hills emerged, their outlines obscured by a light mist. A profound, primal, and slightly perilous aura enveloped him. As Yi Lingtian stepped off the teleportation array, he immediately sensed the rich spiritual energy surrounding him. Indeed, as described in the texts, the concentration of spiritual energy was several times that of the outside world. However, this condition would not last indefinitely. Typically, within 7 to 8 days, the spiritual energy levels would equilibrate with those of the outside realm. Taking a deep breath, Yi Lingtian's gaze sharpened. He resolved not to linger, proceeding into the depths of the forest, due to the beast tide triggered by the opening of the spatial rift. Most of the ferocious beasts in the vicinity of the teleportation array had already surged forth, rendering the forest eerily vacant and silent. Aside from the sounds of his own footsteps and breathing, only the distant commotion of other martial artists hastily making their way could be faintly heard. Everyone maintained a tacit agreement to keep a considerable distance from one another. Yi Lingtian scanned the shadowy figures around him, his mind clear. This new secret realm lacked proper management. Although a warning sign stood at the entrance, it served more as a symbolic deterrent. Should a conflict arise here, erasing all traces would be alarmingly simple. The dense primordial jungle and the unknown dangers it harbored provided ample cover. Most of the time, a death here would be a senseless demise, ultimately leading to the conclusion of encountering a ferocious beast and meeting an unfortunate end. With insufficient evidence, there would be nothing to investigate. This fragile balance was as thin as ice, sustained solely by a mutual trepidation of the unknown dangers and uncertainty regarding each other's abilities. Once someone discovered a treasure worth the risk or an old grudge resurfaced, this thin ice would shatter in an instant. Yi Lingtian heightened his senses to the utmost as he sprinted through the forest, propelling himself forward in a single direction. He ran over 30 kilometers without pause before leaping onto a thick tree branch to rest momentarily. Zhu Pinger's alluring voice reached his ears. "Young master, it seems you are being watched. 3 individuals have been trailing you since you exited the teleportation array, maintaining a close yet distant proximity." She paused, a chilling undertone of murderous intent lacing her words. "Should I go and eliminate them?" Yi Lingtian furrowed his brow slightly, replying nonchalantly, "Just some insignificant fish. There is no need to concern ourselves with them for now." He consumed some food before continuing on his way. 10 kilometers later, the first ferocious beast appeared. A striking crimson figure, crackling with blinding electric light, lunged at him like an arrow released from a bow, descending from a giant tree branch. The speed was astonishing. Just as its claws were about to strike Yi Lingtian's head, his figure suddenly vanished, reappearing 30 meters ahead. Turning to look back, he saw a second-stage 3-star ferocious beast, the blood lightning leopard. This beast was renowned for its swiftness and ferocity. Had Yi Lingtian not reacted in time, his skull would have been split open. Having never battled a second-stage beast before, Yi Lingtian felt no fear in this moment. Rather, a fervent battle spirit ignited within him. With a roar, The blood lightning leopard's crimson pupils flashed with a momentary, almost human-like astonishment, quickly replaced by deeper fury. Its limbs crouched, the electric energy around it surged once more, transforming into a bolt of lightning as it lunged again. Yilingtian stood firm, unflinching, as if intimidated by that fierce aura. The crimson blood thunder leopard's eyes flickered with a glimmer of cruel delight. It propelled its speed to the utmost limit, akin to a streak of crimson lightning, charging directly at its target. Just as the claws, ensnared in crackling electricity, were about to strike Yilingtian's chest, a hum reverberated. An imperceptible yet remarkably solid spatial barrier materialized before Yilingtian in an instant. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted, akin to a battering ram colliding with a colossal bell. The crimson blood thunder leopard, propelled by its full force, crashed forcefully into the spatial barrier. The tremendous recoil elicited a pained howl from it. It felt as though its skull might split open, stars dancing before its eyes. The forward momentum came to an abrupt halt, its massive body rolling upward due to its own inertia. Meanwhile, Yilingtian had been waiting for this moment. His gaze sharpened. Like a wraith, he stepped forward. A pitch-black saber appeared in his hand in an instant. The blade quivered, emitting a faint buzzing sound. The black saber transformed into a streak of nearly imperceptible dark light, precisely gliding across the back of the crimson blood thunder leopard's neck. As the blade passed, the leopard's resilient fur, muscle, and bones were silently severed. The great body of the crimson blood thunder leopard stiffened in midair, its ferocity replaced by an endless bewilderment. In the next moment, its massive head separated from its body, and searing beast blood gushed forth from the severed neck like a fountain, staining the surrounding ground a dark red. Boom! The headless carcass thudded heavily to the ground, convulsed twice, and then drew its last breath. Yilingtian flicked his wrist, shaking off the blood from the blade. The black saber vanished quietly. He gazed steadily at the corpse of the ferocious beast before him, gaining a more intuitive understanding of his own strength. The combination of the spatial barrier and the void slash had proven to be unfailingly effective. However, if he were to encounter a second-tier strength-type beast, this technique might not suffice. Yilingtian approached the corpse of the crimson blood thunder leopard. With precision, the black saber pierced into its massive head. A slight probe revealed a hard object beneath. With a flick of his wrist, a diamond-shaped crystal, about the size of a pigeon's egg, surfaced, its surface entwined with fine strands of blood and electric light. It landed in his hand. The crystal felt warm to the touch, harboring pure, yet violent lightning attribute energy. As Yilingtian examined the crystal core of the crimson blood thunder leopard, a round of applause echoed from behind him. Chapter 76. Do you think you're worthy? The point of no return, a clear sound of applause resonated from behind Yilingtian. He slowly turned around to find three men leisurely approaching him from several meters away. The leader, tall and slender, bore a sinister expression, an unmistakable sign of malevolence. He clapped his hands while making a hissing sound with his tongue. To his left stood a burly bald man, his muscular arms crossed, exuding an explosive sense of power. His gaze toward Yilingtian was laced with an unusual glimmer. The third man was shorter, with erratic eyes, playing with two daggers that shimmered with a ghostly blue light. The trio halted 3 meters from Yilingtian. The leading man sneered, his voice laced with a raspy mockery. Kid, you have quite the talent. A spatial ability, tisk tisk, truly rare. No wonder you, a mere sub-second tier warrior, dare to wander alone in this secret realm. He shifted his tone, unabashedly revealing the greed in his eyes. Hand over that spatial ring you possess, and I'll let you leave. Upon hearing this, Yilingtian cast a dispassionate glance at the man. These ruffians were no more than third-tier warriors at best. Yet their insight was commendable. The dark silver ring on his left hand was an exquisite spatial ring, crafted from the exceedingly rare primordial mysterious stone, containing nearly 1,000 cubic units of space, far beyond that of an ordinary spatial ring. It was a cherished item of his mother, Su Kinglan. Within it lay a mountain of moonlight stones and a high-grade heavenly spirit treasure that belonged to her. At this moment, the high-grade heavenly spirit treasure's spirit, Yingyu, was peacefully slumbering within the ring's confines. This spatial ring was invaluable, and the high-grade heavenly spirit treasure it contained was a rarity across the entire continent. His father, Yi Kuliang, the war god, had poured immeasurable effort and rare treasures into forging merely 2 such items. Want it? Do you think you're worthy? Yilingtian's eyes turned icy, and he snorted coldly. If you don't wish to die, then get lost. The leader's fury ignited at his words. With a swift motion, he drew a gleaming long knife from his waist, the sharp blade directed menacingly at Yilingtian. The overwhelming aura of a third-tier warrior erupted without restraint, prepared to engage. While Yilingtian may possess extraordinary talent, he was nonetheless facing a third-tier warrior. The leader was supremely confident that Yilingtian would be unable to escape his grasp. Just then, the burly bald man urgently reached out, restraining the leader. Hold on. Don't be so hasty. He licked his thick lips, a grotesque chuckle escaping his throat. Look at this kid, smooth-skinned and handsome, a rare gem. It would be a shame to kill him outright. He paused, a lewd grin contorting his features as he implored the leader, "Big brother, just cripple his hands and feet. Leave him alive. He could be quite useful." Upon hearing this, a chill surged up Yi Lingtian's spine, and his stomach churned violently with nausea. He could hardly fathom that one day he would find himself in such a predicament. The audacity of this degenerate was appalling. His face turned a shade of deep crimson, and an unprecedented rage erupted within him, akin to a dormant volcano exploding. Enough was enough. The instant the bald man finished speaking, Yi Lingtian's figure suddenly blurred. Seeking death, the leader reacted swiftly, shouting sharply as he swung his long knife toward Yi Lingtian's neck, accompanied by a chilling hiss. However, the strike met only empty air. Yi Lingtian's true form had already utilized spatial teleportation to appear like a specter before the bald man, harnessing the power in his waist and abdomen. He delivered an incredibly swift side kick, fueled by all his strength and boiling rage. It struck the bald man squarely on the chin. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed sharply. The robust form of the bald man was lifted off the ground by the force of the kick, propelled upward. Though he was a second-tier 4-star warrior with formidable physical prowess, the chin is a vulnerable point, and the excruciating pain and shock left him dazed. Having landed a successful blow, Yi Lingtian vanished once more from his original position. In the next moment, he appeared before the airborne bald man, who had yet to begin his descent. Clang! A flash of dark light erupted. The B-grade alloy saber was summoned instantaneously from the storage space. The cold blade transformed into a streak of black lightning as it was drawn, executing the deadly technique of the 9 void slashes aimed at the bald man's neck. Though startled, the bald man summoned his ferocity in the face of death. He roared as he crossed his arms defensively in front of him. Within an instant, his immense spiritual energy coalesced around his arms, rendering them as solid as rock. Simultaneously, the alloy bracers on his forearms moved to intercept Yi Lingtian's blade. He was confident that he could withstand the strike. However, he had underestimated both the sharpness of the B-grade alloy weapon and the terrifying offensive power of the 9 void slashes. Swoosh! The dark blade effortlessly sliced through the alloy bracer, following through to sever his wrist cleanly. Zhongli kicked Du Ruoxing squarely in the chest. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking rang out. It was clear to see that her chest had caved in. "See clearly now? That was just to teach you a lesson. This is what bullying looks like." After saying this, he delivered a kick to each of the 2 men. They were slammed heavily against the huge rocks behind them. Chapter 57. What is going on? Reject moral coercion. Start as a villain. Well done. Villain points 600. The 3 were dumbfounded. The previous kick had broken several ribs each, and this was still with him holding back. Yet Zhongli didn't even look at them. He walked straight over to another man. He ripped the wristband off him. All the cores stored inside were thrown into Zhongli's own wristband. "If you dare harm me, my father won't let you off. Prepare to die." A feeling of, "Even if you kill me, once I get out of here, you'll wish you were dead," emanated from him. Du Ruoxing spat a mouthful of blood, her face twisted, glaring at him, and shouted threats. "Do you know who I am? Du family's young lady from Yunlu City. I advise you to release us now, or when we get out, you won't survive." At this moment, one of the men also spoke up threateningly. "Yunlu City, the Du family, it's not something you can provoke." Another man seemed to realize the situation and hurriedly spoke as well. Their arrogant tone almost made Zhongli laugh. He slowly approached the 3 of them, teasingly looking at them, without saying a word. Seeing that he did not speak, Du Ruoxing became fearful and continued, "If anything happens to me, you will die terribly. I have a locator chip on me. Release me now, and let us pretend none of this ever happened." Crack! Crack! Crisp sounds of bone breaking rang out. "Oh!" Screams of agony echoed continuously. Zhongli efficiently broke their limbs and stuffed stones into their mouths. Then he stripped off their clothes. He cut them into strips and braided them into a rope. He tied up all 3. They stared wide-eyed, utterly clueless as to what he intended. Zhongli looked at one of them and murmured, "Thank you for the reminder. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known your background is so strong. Next life, open your eyes a bit, and remember not to risk your life to threaten others." Then he turned to Du Ruoxing. "I'll fulfill your request." Saying this, he grabbed the rope with one hand and dragged them swiftly toward the swamp from earlier. By the swamp, the previously rampaging bloodthirsty crocodiles had calmed down. Du Ruoxing, hearing that her request was being fulfilled, froze for a moment, unsure what he meant. Then realization dawned on her, and her eyes filled with terror. Only now did they realize they were in real danger. A strong smell of urine emanated from the 3 of them. The terrifying beasts before them had scared them so badly that they had lost control. Holding his nose and frowning, he thought, "With such skills, and yet you try to threaten me." When they tried to flee from the swamp toward Zhongli, their death sentence had already been pronounced, no matter what their reasons. To Zhongli, they were already doomed. If he were a first-grade martial artist, the moment they ran toward him, they would have already become a snack for the bloodthirsty crocodiles. Du Ruoxing tried to speak, but had stones gagging her mouth. She could only make muffled whimpering sounds. Her eyes were filled with pleading. For the first time, she truly felt the threat of death. Ignoring the pain on her body, she kept making the muffled sounds, seemingly trying to beg for mercy. Don't be so touched. Look, she's already kowtowing. No need to thank me. This is what I should do. You want a course? They're all yours here. How much you can take depends on your luck. Zhongli said this and then ignored them. He simply threw the three into the swamp. Immediately, countless bloodthirsty crocodiles pounced. The three didn't even have a chance to scream and were reduced to nothing. Next life, live properly. He murmured. Decisive killing. This is an important factor for a villain to survive long. Villain points 1000. He activated the red distress signal on all three wristbands and threw them into the swamp. Then he turned and left. He did not plan to cross through there. The dangers inside were unknown. He had not yet figured out why such beasts existed in the martial examination site. Any examinee entering there would almost certainly face certain death. He escaped very quickly. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. From the moment he saw Lu Daong being killed, he understood that here only the strong survive. The appearance of these three people had solidified his previously wavering resolve. This was a place where man devours man. The real danger here was not the beasts, but the other martial artists participating in the exercise. Outside the martial examination field, at the camp, a distress signal went off again. This time, from three people. Wang Xianjun looked at the signals on the device and was clearly shocked. The signal appeared for less than a minute before disappearing. Seeing it vanish, his heart sank. He knew the situation well. Those who sent the previous distress signal had likely met misfortune. Yet he still chose to send help and shouted loudly to the people outside. Go to the bloodthirsty swamp. There are people in danger. Hurry. Yes. A 7-person squad quickly advanced toward the martial examination site through a special passage. He had a bad feeling. It seemed that something was seriously wrong in this year's martial exam site. In just half a day, multiple distress signals had been triggered. These were not even high school students. They were already second-grade martial artists. The individuals who could trigger such signals must have encountered extremely powerful beasts. In previous martial exam exercises, distress signals rarely appeared. Even when they lost a fight, most could still escape. But this year, accidents were happening unexpectedly. The two who had sent signals earlier were already dead by the time the spirit suppression army arrived. This current situation would likely end the same way. While pondering this, suddenly 2 more distress signals appeared on the map. What is going on? Why are so many people in danger one after another? He realized the seriousness of the situation. 1 or 2 could be an accident, but several consecutively? Could it be that there are many high-level monsters in the martial exam site they hadn't discovered? Only beasts above 3rd grade could trigger such distress signals. Immediately, a large number of spirit suppression troops were dispatched into the site. If this matter wasn't handled well, next month's martial exam might be delayed. Although accidents sometimes occurred in previous years, it was usually just 1 or 2. And even then, they were mainly caused by competition for cores and mutual fighting. Their movements were deft and practiced, evidently honed through numerous forays into the wilderness, and before long, they had arranged the campsite with meticulous order. The camp was swiftly established. Several young men skillfully kindled a bonfire, skewering the beast meat they had brought along. The fat sizzling as it dripped into the flames, releasing an enticing aroma that wafted through the air. At that moment, the male instructor strolled over to Yi Ling Tian's side. "My friend, why not join us for a meal? We have ample provisions." Yi Ling Tian hesitated. But the male instructor, seemingly discerning his reservations, casually scanned the tents and smiled. "If you have companions, feel free to invite them. It is always beneficial to make new friends in this secret realm." Upon hearing this, Yi Ling Tian hesitated no longer. He yearned to immerse himself in the atmosphere of university life. He called out casually to the tent, "Pinger, come out." "Yes, young master," came a melodious voice in response. The tent flap lifted, and a graceful figure emerged. As Zhu Pinger stepped out, the entire campsite fell into an uncanny silence. Her stunning beauty, illuminated by the flickering firelight, was breathtaking, her enchanting eyes shimmering with an ineffable charm. The tailored combat attire accentuated her voluptuous physique, perfectly delineating every curve, neither a fraction too ample nor too meager. All the young men found their gazes irresistibly drawn to her. Even the well-versed male instructor could not conceal a fleeting look of astonishment. For a moment, everyone was entranced. And even the girls in the group couldn't help but steal glances at this captivating figure. Zhao Ruo, she widened her eyes in disbelief, glancing between Zhu Pinger and herself, her expression betraying a sense of inferiority. What a dismal comparison. It's infuriating. How can her figure be so impeccable? The disparity between people is simply overwhelming. Yi Ling Tian cleared his throat, and only then did everyone snap back to reality, averting their eyes, each face tinged with varying degrees of embarrassment. They gathered around the bonfire, and the male instructor, regaining his composure, inquired amiably, "You appear quite young. May I ask where you are pursuing your studies?" Yi Ling Tian replied calmly, "I am a senior at Lana No. 8 High School, having just completed my college entrance examination." What? At this revelation, the surrounding students displayed expressions of disbelief, while even the male instructor and the quietly listening female instructor gasped in astonishment. "You just finished your college entrance exams? This implies you have only awakened for a little over a month. To reach the first tier, 9 stars so rapidly, what an astonishing talent." The male instructor's tone unconsciously bore a hint of reverence. May I be so bold as to ask your surname? My name is Yiling Tian. Yiling Tian. The male instructor's voice rose sharply, his astonishment evident. You are the Yiling Tian who led your team to victory at this year's Jiangnan Province Combat Training Camp. Chapter 78. May I add your green bubble? The Gale Wolfpack's night attack. The students roasting meat paused in their tasks, their gazes converging on Yiling Tian. Filled with shock and curiosity, Yiling Tian appeared relatively unfazed by their reactions and, slightly surprised, asked, How do you know so much? The male instructor took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within, and explained, Our Jiangnan University is located in Nantai City. So we naturally pay close attention to the Jiangnan Province Combat Training Camp held here. I just didn't expect to encounter you. Yiling Tian merely smiled in response. Before long, the aroma of the roasted meat became irresistible, stirring appetites. The female instructor smiled as she retrieved various snacks, fresh fruits, and an assortment of beverages from her spatial ring, arranging them neatly on a laid-out dining cloth. Everyone, please feel free to help yourselves. Seeing this, Yiling Tian relaxed his reservations. He focused his thoughts and summoned several exquisite delicacies and 3 jugs of amber-hued fruit brew from his storage space. The quality of these snacks was apparent, rich in flavor and presentation, indicating they were anything but ordinary. The fruit brew, made from the rare 3rd-tier spirit fruit, the Jade du Peach, was exceptionally valuable. Wow, this is delicious, exclaimed a student after savoring a few bites of the delicacies. The 2 instructors exchanged glances, each reading the same conclusion in the other's eyes. The luxurious tent equipped with air conditioning, the enigmatic beauty by his side, and the precious ingredients he casually produced all pointed to one undeniable truth. Yiling Tian's origins were undoubtedly extraordinary. As they sat around the bonfire, indulging in the feast and sipping the fruit brew, the atmosphere grew congenial. The night deepened, a gentle breeze rustling through the trees, casting a serene tranquility over the makeshift camp. After the meal, Yiling Tian settled cross-legged on a large stone by the creek, practicing the star-breathing technique. Not far from him, Zhu Pinger had fashioned a swing from the trunk of a large tree, leisurely swaying back and forth, her long, graceful legs swinging freely. Occasionally, her beautiful eyes would glance over at Yiling Tian, a faint smile gracing her lips. Upon completing his meditation, Yiling Tian rose to return to the luxurious tent when a somewhat nervous female voice called out from behind him, Yi classmate. He turned around to see a girl with a high ponytail being pushed out of the tent by another girl, taking a deep breath as if steeling herself. Her cheeks flushed as she jogged timidly to Yiling Tian, her hands nervously clasped behind her back, her fingertips turning pale from the pressure. And my name is Zhao Ruoshi. Summoning her courage, she looked up at Yiling Tian, her eyes sparkling, though her voice quivered slightly from anxiety. See, can I add your green bubble? From within the nearby tent, muffled giggles erupted from the other girls. Yiling Tian regarded the blushing girl before him, finding her appearance quite pleasing, certainly above average. However, his heart was already taken. He prepared to politely decline, but seeing her eager expression, the words of rejection faltered on his lips. With a slight sigh of resignation, he relented. All right, but I'm not often online, so I might not reply promptly. That's perfectly fine. Zhao Rua, she quickly waved her hands, her smile radiant. I'm just thrilled that you're willing to add me. Though a twinge of disappointment lingered in her heart, she understood that if he had outright refused, it would have been more embarrassing. It's fine to add him. There's plenty of time for the future, she reassured herself. Not far away, seated on the swing, Zhu Pinger puffed out her cheeks in irritation. Her nose slightly wrinkled as she glared at Zhao Ruoxi's departing figure, shaking her fist like a protective little cat. Later that night, aside from the chirping of insects, the campsite was enveloped in the occasional crackle of the bonfire. Male instructor Zhang Qing sat vigil by the flames. Suddenly, Zhu Pinger, who was asleep in the luxurious tent, abruptly opened her eyes, her beautiful gaze flashing with a cold intensity in the dark. She listened intently, confirming that Yiling Tian was peacefully sleeping in the adjacent room. Silently, she rose and exited the tent. Zhang Qing, seeing her venture into the depths of the woods alone, assumed she was merely seeking privacy and thought little of it. 5 or 6 minutes later, Zhu Pinger returned, re-entering the luxurious tent to resume her sleep. An hour later, a strong scent of blood wafted through the air, reaching Zhang Qing's nostrils. His expression changed abruptly, and he hastily awakened the female instructor Zhao Qian, urging her to be vigilant in guarding the camp. He grasped his spear tightly, following the trail of the sanguine scent as he ventured forth. After traversing approximately 200 to 300 meters, a chilling sight unfolded before him, causing him to gasp in astonishment. There, in a clearing among the trees, lay the lifeless bodies of 20 to 30 third-grade ferocious beasts, the Gale demon wolves. Sprawled in disarray, the carcasses of the wolves were strewn about, their deaths gruesome, each having succumbed to a single lethal strike. Some had their throats severed by sharp instruments, while others bore punctured hearts. From the orientation and posture of these fallen wolves, it was evident they had been stealthily approaching the camp, poised to launch an ambush. He knelt down, his fingertips brushing against the wounds on the neck of one wolf. The blood had yet to fully congeal. His pupils constricted suddenly as a figure flashed through his mind. Could it be her? To eliminate so many third-grade beasts with such silent efficiency and precision was a feat that even a master martial artist would find arduous. Zhang Qing suppressed the dread welling within him. After meticulously scanning the surroundings and confirming that no danger lingered, he swiftly returned to the camp. What happened? Zhao Qian inquired anxiously. It's all clear. Zhang Qing waved his hand, his voice laced with an almost imperceptible dryness. He cast a complex glance toward the opulent tent. Some oblivious beasts had already been dispatched. You should rest. I will keep watch. Zhao Qian noticed his unusual demeanor but refrained from probing further, retreating into the tent. The following morning, the faculty and students of Jiangnan University packed their belongings and bid farewell to Yi Lingtian before setting off. However, as they passed through the nearby woods, all were rendered speechless by the sight that met their eyes. Gazing upon the multitude of wolf corpses and sensing the lingering stench of blood and malice in the air, Zhao Qian immediately comprehended Zhang Qing's unusual behavior the previous night. Although Zhang Qing was a 4th-grade 7-star martial artist, he would still struggle against such a horde of 3rd-grade beasts. The one responsible for this slaughter must have been someone else. Who could it be? She instantly surmised. After all, even with Yi Lingtian's extraordinary talents, it was inconceivable for him to have slain so many 3rd-grade beasts, especially with one among them being a 3rd-grade 9-star wolf king. She couldn't help but feel a surge of relief. Thank goodness that person intervened. Otherwise, if this formidable pack of Gale Demon Wolves had launched a night raid on them, their team would undoubtedly have faced a fierce battle. Even if they managed to fend off the wolves, casualties would have been inevitable. That individual appeared remarkably young, yet possessed such terrifying power. Their talent was simply astonishing. Yet, how could such an extraordinary person be content to remain in the shadows of others? Chapter 79, Slaying the Earth Bear, a Heroic Rescue? The morning sun bathed the earth in golden light as Yi Lingtian watched the figures of Jiangnan University's faculty and students vanish into the foliage. He turned and chose a different path forward. With their numbers being greater and their proximity posing a potential threat, it was prudent for him to distance himself. Not long after, as he passed through a thicket of waist-high ferns, the shadow of a massive tree ahead suddenly warped without warning. Whoosh! Several crescent-shaped, transparent wind blades sliced through the air, hurtling toward him. Yi Lingtian's pupils dilated as he sprang backward, his toes propelling him off the ground while he pivoted to the side. Swoosh! The wind blades grazed his chest, severing the trunk of a tree not far behind him. Only then did he catch a glimpse of his assailant in full. Before him stood a sleek, elegantly proportioned leopard, its body cloaked in slate-gray fur, within which currents of air seemed to flow. It was a 2nd-grade 5-star wind-blade leopard, an assassin of the forest. Missing its mark, the wind-blade leopard gracefully landed, its amber eyes coldly fixated on Yi Lingtian, lowly growling as it circled him with swift movements. Yi Lingtian's expression grew grave as he swiftly drew his black broadsword. Swoosh! 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 The wind-blade leopard launched another assault. 7 or 8 wind blades formed a deadly net, encircling Yi Lingtian from all sides, restricting his avenues of escape. With a cold snort, Yi Lingtian wielded his sword in a sweeping motion, conjuring a protective curtain of blade light that shredded the incoming wind blades to pieces. The dispersing air currents left the surrounding ferns in tatters. However, the wind blade leopard, relying on its speed, flitted behind him like a wraith, opening its jaws once more. This time, 3 even more condensed and rapid wind blades converged in a triangular formation, aimed directly at his back and legs. In a split second, Yi Lingtian did not turn around. Instead, he summoned the energy in his surroundings, invoking a spatial barrier. He silently commanded, and a formidable wall of transparent, yet indomitable, diamond-shaped energy sprang into existence behind him. The surface of the barrier shimmered, distorting light as if veiled by rippling water. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 meticulously honed wind blades collided violently with the spatial barrier, producing a thunderous roar. The surface of the barrier rippled violently but stood resolute, absorbing the lethal blows entirely. At that moment, a glint of icy light flickered in Yi Lingtian's eyes. In the next instant, he appeared as if conjured from thin air, poised above the wind blade leopard's flank. Die! Yi Lingtian's gaze was sharp as a blade, channeling all his strength into his right arm. The black broadsword transformed into a streak of dark lightning, cleaving directly toward the leopard's relatively vulnerable midsection. The wind blade leopard, stricken with terror, unleashed a surge of azure light around its body, attempting to conjure a wind shield and leap backward. But it was too late. The blade light flashed, and blood erupted. A harrowing howl escaped the wind blade leopard as a massive gash opened in its abdomen, its innards laid bare. It crashed heavily to the ground, convulsed twice, and fell silent. Yi Lingtian continued onward, systematically slaying any ferocious beasts he encountered along the way. By noon, the forest was dappled with light and shadow. He sat beneath a large tree, finishing his lunch when suddenly, a woman's terrified cries pierced the air. Yi Lingtian rose, preparing to investigate, when hurried, chaotic footsteps approached rapidly. He beheld two young women, their garments tattered and their beauty marred by dirt and tears, frantically escaping from the dense underbrush. Their hair was disheveled, and their faces bore the marks of panic. In pursuit behind them was a colossal creature, standing nearly 4 meters tall, its body covered in a coat of earth-toned, rock-like fur, a second-grade 9-star earth bear. It emitted a deafening roar, relentlessly pursuing them. Each step sent tremors through the ground. These two young women, though not lacking in strength, being around second-grade 5 stars, were clearly no match for the second-grade 9-star earth bear. At that moment, they bore numerous injuries and were at the end of their endurance. Suddenly, they spotted Yilingtian not far ahead, and it was as if they had grasped at the last lifeline. A glimmer of hope ignited in their despairing eyes as they stumbled towards him. "Friend, please save us." Yilingtian furrowed his brow. These two were at a much higher cultivation level than he, yet they still could not contend with the earth bear. Why were they seeking help from someone who was merely a first-grade 9-star martial artist? Were they truly desperate? Yet witnessing their plight, he could not turn a blind eye. He cast a swift glance at the rampaging earth bear, his gaze sharpening. "Dodge," he commanded sharply. Instead of retreating, he advanced towards the earth bear. The black broadsword was swiftly drawn, transforming into a streak of darkness, colliding fiercely with the earth bear's claws, which could rend steel. Clang! The sound of metal meeting metal reverberated through the air. Yilingtian felt his blood surge, involuntarily stepping back 3 paces. The earth bear merely swayed slightly, remaining unscathed. It was indeed renowned for its formidable defense and overwhelming strength. In the realm of second-tier ferocious beasts, it is undeniably a terrifying presence. The earth bear's crimson beastly eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a flicker of uncertainty. This diminutive human's aura was evidently far from second tier, yet he managed to withstand its strike. Yilingtian's gaze turned icy as he executed a spatial shift, instantly appearing beside the earth bear. A flash of the blade cut through the air, leaving a deep wound across the bear's robust shoulder, dark red blood gushing forth. Roar! The agonizing pain drove the earth bear into a frenzy. It stood upright, its massive paws striking the ground with tremendous force. Boom! Several sharp spikes erupted from the earth without warning beneath Yilingtian's feet. Remaining calm under pressure, Yilingtian leapt sideways just in time to narrowly evade the onslaught of spikes. However, the earth bear had anticipated his landing point. Before Yilingtian could touch the ground, the bear's colossal paw, slicing through the air with a deafening roar, came crashing down towards him. There was no escaping. Yilingtian's pupils contracted as he swiftly raised his blade to block. Clang! The blade collided with the bear's claws, and he was immediately met with an overwhelming force. His palms cracked open, and he was sent hurtling backwards like a broken kite, crashing heavily against an ancient tree, causing leaves to scatter. A taste of blood filled his mouth as he sensed the futility of confronting the beast directly. Utilizing his agile movements, Yilingtian danced around the earth bear, launching relentless attacks without engaging in a direct confrontation. Sharp gusts of blade energy continuously carved deep gashes into the bear's body. In the blink of an eye, the earth bear was covered in wounds, its enraged roars echoing through the forest. Blood flowed incessantly from its injuries, and the bear's movements finally began to slow. Just as it stood upright again, attempting to unleash another barrage of spikes, Yilingtian's figure suddenly vanished from sight. In the next instant, he appeared like a specter behind the earth bear, concentrating all his inner energy into his black horizontal blade. He unleashed a piercing beam of darkness that penetrated deep into the bear's heart. The earth bear's massive form froze abruptly, the ferocity in its eyes dimming rapidly. Ultimately, it crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, raising a cloud of dust. Yilingtian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, breathing heavily as he stood with his blade in hand. The two terrified young maidens, witnessing the scene, hurriedly approached and bowed deeply, their voices choked with gratitude. "Thank you for saving our lives, dear friend. Had it not been for your intervention, our fate today would have been grim." Yilingtian waved his hand, preparing to assure them that no formalities were necessary. However, just as he momentarily relaxed following the battle, the white-clad maiden standing slightly in front of him suddenly lost her previous gentleness and gratitude. In its place emerged a strange, icy glimmer in her eyes. Buzz! An invisible, yet razor-sharp mental assault struck directly at Yilingtian's consciousness without warning. Caught off guard, he felt a sudden throbbing pain in his head as the surrounding scenery blurred and distorted. Chapter 80, Illusory Counterattack. The value of the succubus Yilingtian possessed an SS-level talent in space manipulation, reigning supreme among peers in the same category. His mental prowess was equally formidable, placing him at the pinnacle among equals. In the fraction of a second following the mental attack, he reacted swiftly, forming a spatial barrier around his consciousness, attempting to repel and distort the invading mental force. Quite the mental strength. The white-clad maiden's expression turned somewhat awkward, clearly taken aback by the resilience of Yilingtian's mental defenses, as she observed his clarity returning to his eyes, about to break free from the illusion's grasp. A voice rang out. "Sister, allow me to assist you." The previously timid green-clad maiden revealed her true self. Her hands formed an intricate seal, her eyes transforming into swirling whirlpools of chaos. A second surge of powerful mental energy, like a furious tide, crashed upon the first attack, colliding violently with Yi Lingtian's consciousness. The already sturdy spatial barrier finally succumbed under this dual assault, shattering like glass. Yi Lingtian felt a flash before his eyes, and the blurred forest scenery dissipated like a faded ink wash painting. In the next moment, he found himself seated upon a throne within a grand palace. The palace was lavishly adorned, with towering gilded columns intricately carved with mysterious patterns. The floor gleamed with polished white jade, reflecting light. In the center of the palace, 12 ethereal dancers draped in sheer veils swayed gracefully to celestial melodies. Each of their movements was enchanting, their gazes capable of melting even the most ancient ice. Their alluring figures, partially hidden beneath diaphanous fabric, exuded a breathtaking charm. The two leading maidens, with flawless features and eyes brimming with emotion, approached the throne with elegant steps. Dancing around Yi Lingtian, the delicate fabric brushed against his arms, sending shivers down his spine as an intoxicating fragrance enveloped him, stirring his very essence. Suddenly, the two maidens executed a graceful spin, their soft bodies nearly pressing against his chest as they tilted their breathtaking faces upward. "Oh, great king, come to us," they cooed. Their voices imbued with an enchanting allure that seemed to possess a peculiar magic, seductive to the core, capable of melting even the hardest of steels and striking at the primal instincts of a man's heart. Yi Lingtian felt parched, as if a fire had ignited within him. Instinctively, he swallowed nervously, his throat tightening as his heart raced uncontrollably. The sound of his blood coursing through his veins thundered in his ears. The two maidens exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with a victorious smirk as they extended their delicate hands toward his shoulders. Just as their fingertips were about to make contact, their fingers elongated, transforming into sharp, purple-black claws entwined with demonic energy. Die! The allure vanished from their faces, replaced by twisted expressions as they shrieked. For terrifying claws tore through the air, accompanied by a piercing sound and a dense aura of destruction, targeting Yi Lingtian's neck and heart. At that moment, Yi Lingtian's lips curled into a smirk. "Impudent," he declared coldly, his voice resonating like thunder from the heavens, suddenly erupting. The entire opulent palace froze at his command, and then shattered like fragile glass. "You dare to disrupt my heart's resolve, mere succubi?" Yi Lingtian's voice was frigid and authoritative. The scene transformed instantaneously. Yi Lingtian found himself seated upon a throne forged from endless stars and the laws of space, radiating a supreme authority that suppressed all. The throne floated in the void, its backrest adorned with an eternally swirling galaxy that began to accelerate, swallowing all surrounding light. Countless miniature stars surged forth from the throne's base, laying a flowing river of stars at his feet. His pupils shone with a silvery hue, reflecting the rise and fall of myriad worlds. With a gentle tap of his fingertips against the armrest, the entire starry realm pulsed in response. As he breathed, countless miniature worlds were birthed and extinguished within his exhalations. A tempest of void swirled gently around the throne, forming a cloak woven from stars. At that moment, wherever he gazed, dimensions bowed in submission, and as his thoughts flowed, the void yielded. When the two succubi beheld the unfolding spectacle, their hearts were gripped by terror. The opulent palace they had meticulously crafted was already reduced to nothingness. They knelt in an expanse of boundless void. Beneath their feet flowed a river of stars, while above them swirled a celestial dance of constellations. The object of their seduction and intended demise loomed imperiously upon his throne of nothingness, his silver-hued eyes casting a detached gaze upon them, as if scrutinizing two inconsequential specks of dust. At this moment, Yi Lingtian seemed capable of erasing their very existence with but a fleeting thought. "Your Majesty, spare us," pleaded the demoness clad in white, her voice a haunting wail. Her delicate frame trembled uncontrollably as she prostrated herself in the most abject manner. Her forehead pressed against the frigid, starlit ground, too fearful to raise her gaze. The demoness draped in blue was even more terror-stricken, her spirit nearly dissipating into the void. She babbled incoherently. "Please, Your Majesty, forgive us. I would be your humble servant, only seeking your clemency for our transgressions." In the face of such overwhelming power, all arts of seduction and cunning schemes became laughably futile tricks. The celestial tempest swirling around the throne pulsed gently, and within this domain governed by absolute might, they could muster no thought of defiance, only the desperate act of supplication. Observing their plight, Yi Lingtian smiled faintly, snapping his fingers. In the next instant, the entire scene dissipated, and the consciousness of the three returned to reality. Yi Lingtian remained poised with his blade, while the two transformed demonesses knelt before him. Beside them, Zhu Ping'er, hands clasped behind her back, leaned slightly forward, tilting her head as she glanced at the two maidens and then at Yi Lingtian, a triumphant smirk adorning her lips. "Master, Did I not perform splendidly? Did you find it enjoyable? Yi Lingtian sheathed his sword and affectionately ruffled Zhu Pinger's delicate nose, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. Well done. You seized the moment perfectly. These words struck like thunder. The white-clad maiden abruptly lifted her head, fury igniting her beautiful eyes. So it was you. You suppressed our mental powers from outside. No wonder he could counter us in the illusion. Zhu Pinger arched an eyebrow, her demeanor shifting dramatically as the pressure of a sixth-order martial king surged forth like a tidal wave. Thud. The white-clad maiden, having risen halfway, collapsed once more to her knees, the impact echoing with a dull thud against the ground. And what of it? Zhu Pinger replied, her tone laced with casual disdain. Two mere second-order demonesses daring to conspire against my master? If I did not see some value in you, I would have already struck you down with a single blow. Yi Lingtian raised an intrigued eyebrow. What value do they possess? Why, to sell, of course. Zhu Pinger beamed with delight. Master, you may not know, but young female demonesses like these, with their perfect transformations, are highly sought after in the black market, fetching a price of 10 million each. She leaned down, grasping the chin of the white-clad maiden, compelling her to meet her gaze. Prominent families and conglomerates are clamoring for them. Acquiring a demoness as a maid has become a fashionable pursuit among the upper echelons of society. Upon hearing this, the faces of the two kneeling maidens turned ashen.